As a bully, I merely style my hair in a trendy manner. Please do not imitate. My wife insists on hitting me, whether during meals or even while I sleep, only because my wife would spend every last penny, even the 5 yuan she possessed, on me. Moreover, she even sacrificed her own well-being, sustaining injuries to her legs in an effort to save me. Please replicate this sentiment. Not only do I feel no pity, but I also refer to her as a cripple with every word. Please refrain from imitation. Furthermore, one is utterly captivated by the allure of other women. After I have absorbed the memories of the bully, please do not imitate. Not only has it healed her legs, they also sent excess to prison. I initially intended to part ways with her amicably. However, she has kissed my lips to the point of swelling. Your affection towards me is excessive, and I too wish to retaliate. Please do not imitate. At this moment, I hold a cold, unyielding divorce agreement in my hands. It is truly overwhelming. Divorce is simply not an option. Once divorced, I would become a pariah, scorned by all. The original master spoke thus, leaving me no choice but to face it heated. With a rhythmic knock, I rapped upon the study of self-congealed ice. A serene female voice emanated from within. The elegant woman sat gracefully, her demeanor unruffled by my presence, exhibiting no discernible fluctuations in emotion. Please do not imitate. Is there something amiss? The self-congealing ice gradually lifted its eyelids. As its gaze swept over my wolfish appearance, a fleeting ripple of emotion flickered across its depths, only to swiftly return to tranquility. The bully once had an ambiguous romantic interest named Huya. She was caught red-handed stealing jewelry from Bai Ningbing. In a desperate attempt to protect her, the bully stumbled and fell down the staircase, resulting in a face marred by abrasions. I remained silent, merely placing the divorce agreement upon the table. Please do not imitate. Her gaze swept over the agreement. Bai Ningbing's thick, elongated eyelashes fluttered slightly. Do you believe the funds are insufficient? In truth, I should have gained nothing from the prenuptial assets, however. See Ningbing still bestowed upon me a sum of money. Please refrain from imitation. After casting a brief glance at the still, silent man, Bai Ningbing shook her head. This is the largest amount I can offer you. I must also consider the company's interests. Despite it being her own fault, she unexpectedly apologized to me. My heart trembled violently. What an extraordinary wife this is. Her emotions are astonishingly stable. I am not after money. This response caused Bai Ningbing, seated there, to slightly furrow her brows. Please refrain from imitation. I took a deep breath. Art, my wife. I do not wish for a divorce. The beauty before me is quite striking. The affluent Bai Ningbing, with her commanding presence, is my shortcut in life. Only someone with a misguided mind would consider divorce. As soon as the words fell, Zining held the book with her delicate fingers, which unconsciously pinched it slightly. Please do not be alarmed. I too have noticed the subtle changes in her demeanor. I immediately said, My dear, please grant me another chance. The crimson lips of the self-absorbed beauty parted slightly, turning away her face. This sudden shift left her, who was accustomed to discerning the myriad of souls around her, feeling somewhat bewildered. Taking a deep breath, she urged, You should still sign. Do not imitate. Upon uttering this phrase, she realized her voice was trembling uncontrollably. Yet, she swiftly clenched her fists. I do not wish to divorce. I continued to reiterate my plea. What is the rationale? I responded almost instantaneously, I do not wish to lose a wonderful wife. Please do not imitate. Bai Ningbing turned her face to meet my gaze, hoping to discover a hint of insincerity upon that visage. Yet, to her astonishment, she found nothing but sincerity, not a single trace of discord. I am acutely aware that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. At this moment, my gaze is resolute as if I am about to. Before the icy countenance of the man, marred by bruises, the resolute Bai Ningbing found herself momentarily at a loss. As her crimson lips parted, she astonishingly could not utter a single word. Do not imitate. At this moment, I suddenly recalled the rose I had picked up in the garden before my arrival. I took it out of my pocket. This flower is for you. While others present flowers in lavish bouquets, mine is indeed rather humble. Bai Ningbing gazed at the flower, her delicate teeth gently grazing her lip. I cast a glance at the divorce agreement resting on the table. Isn't there a 30-day cooling-off period for divorce? Grant me 30 days, and I shall prove my worth to you. Agreed? Please do not imitate. My brows and eyes are earnest, not uttering falsehoods for the sake of convenience. The center of my brow, like self-congealed ice, nods slowly in hesitance. A fleeting expression of joy washed over my face as I extended the flowers forward. Bai Ningbing's gaze could not help but divert from my face. She gestured towards the table, saying, "Place it there." The painting, somehow, at that moment, illuminated a flicker of light piercing through her heart, which had previously been as dark as ashes. "Please do not imitate." She opened the book, randomly selecting a page. "I still have matters to attend to. You may leave. The objective has been accomplished." I nodded slightly. I shall no longer disturb my esteemed wife. Her fingertips trembled slightly as they grazed the book. She pursed her lips and emitted a faint HM. "Please do not imitate," until the soft sound of the study door closing was heard. Her body, which had been tense, finally relaxed. She gently grasped the rose with her delicate hand, bringing it to her nose to inhale its fragrance. "This flower, it seems rather fragrant." Stepping out of the study, I released a heavy sigh, expecting to endure myriad humiliations. Little did I anticipate such smooth sailing. Do not imitate. As I stepped outside, I encountered Jiang Han, the personal secretary of Bai Ningbing. She scrutinized the man before her with a hint of suspicion, and the thuggish aura that once surrounded him seemed to have dissipated into thin air. "I speak earnestly. Where is Huya now? Please do not imitate." Upon hearing this name, a flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Han's face. "Mr. Liu, haven't you suffered enough already?" Comic. However, I quickly regained my composure. With a smile, I said, "My intention in seeking her out is not to rekindle our past romance." Jiang Han, constrained by her status, reluctantly revealed the location where Huya was being held. "Please do not imitate." According to the location provided by Jiang Han, I arrived at the police station. Huya shook the 2 silver bangles on her wrist, her voice strained. "Could you please have them loosen me? It's rather painful." "Huh." I let out a mocking laugh. "You have taken what belongs to my wife. It is unjust for you to escape unpunished. Do not imitate. Please refrain from imitation." "What do you call that deceased, disabled wife?" Huya gazed at the unfamiliar man before her. His eyes instilled a sense of unease within her. "You did not come today to rescue me. Why should I come to your rescue?" Muttering, I took out my phone. "Over the course of these 3 years, you have borrowed 500,000 from me. According to the bank's interest rate, you should return a total of 540,000. Do not imitate." The sudden demand for an account left Huya somewhat bewildered. Yet this astute woman quickly regained her composure, instantly filled with indignation. "Liu Yuan, what is the meaning of this? That money was not given to you by me." Comic. As I gazed at the contorted face across from me, twisted by anger, I smiled and laid my phone bare before them. "Look for yourself," I said. "The chat history is filled with your incessant requests to borrow. Please do not imitate." As Huya gazed upon the undeniable evidence of their conversation, a myriad of emotions flickered across her face, shifting from pale to flushed. What I meant by borrowing was not this. Is that so? Then kindly convey this to my attorney. Please refrain from imitation. Huya is on the verge of madness. Yet, the thought of effortlessly outshining the original owner brings a swift change to her countenance. "Will you forgive me? As long as you can erase this with a single stroke. Once I am out, we shall indulge in whatever manner you desire." That beguiling demeanor truly stirs the heartstrings. She has effortlessly captivated the original owner, while in reality, she has never been touched. A subtle smile graces my lips. 550,000. Did you embellish it with gold or diamonds? Moreover, I find it distasteful. Huya was utterly taken aback by Liu Yuan's audacious accusation of her being filthy. In a fit of rage, she rushed forward, intent on scratching the man's face. "Please do not imitate." She leaned closer. Uncle Hat rushed over, pinning the frenzied woman against the table. "You see, it's all muddled and urgent. I have little left to discuss with you. The remainder shall be addressed with my attorney. Please do not imitate." After departing, my thoughts become a tumult. In my previous life, I was a physician, endlessly working overtime, which led to me remaining a bachelor well into my 30s. If granted another chance, I would undoubtedly wish to experience the true essence of love. The thought of Bai Ningbing's legs suddenly inspires a bold idea within me. Please do not imitate. On the other side, in the study, are you suggesting that he has sought out that individual once more? Bai Ningbing gazed at the rose inserted in the flower pot, closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her gaze swirled with an inky hue. Jiang Han concluded the work report, ultimately unable to contain herself, and divulged my matters to others. Please do not imitate. I recall the fervent and sincere gaze of those eyes. My fingers involuntarily curled and clenched. She detested deceit. The sound of knocking shattered the profound silence of the study. As I entered, two piercing gazes immediately locked onto me, and I too realized what was unfolding. Please do not imitate. For the sake of not imitating. Mr. Bai, I shall take my leave to attend to my duties. Jiang Han, please ensure the documents are secured. With his head lowered, he hurriedly slipped out. Listening to the sound of the study door closing, Bai Ningbing took a deep breath. Where have you gone? Please refrain from imitation. I want to handle a matter. Upon observing Jiang Han's demeanor, I surmised something. I retrieved the card from my pocket and placed it upon the table. Inside it was 200,000. Bai Ningbing cast a bewildered glance at the card. Do not misunderstand. This is the comic that Huya has returned to you. I am aware that it may not suffice, but I have already engaged a lawyer. Do not imitate. As I gazed at that card, Bai Ningbing leaned back slightly. After a moment's pause, she suddenly let out a laugh. You wish for me to forgive her, to ensure that Huya does not face imprisonment. I realized that the other party might have misunderstood my intentions. I quickly shook my head. Her fate shall be left entirely to the judgment of the law. Zigung glanced at the man's beautiful eyes, filled with a sense of inquiry. Please do not imitate. I too have erred. Thus I have faced my own consequences. I lifted my injured hand. Very well. I shall address this matter in accordance with legal procedures. The voice of the self-congealing ice remains as frigid as ever. My gaze fell upon those legs draped in a blanket. Do not imitate. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows slightly, subconsciously turning her body to conceal her legs beneath the desk. She is cold, yet also profoundly sensitive. Man. I approached and crouched down. The self-congealed ice leaned back slightly. What is it doing? Please do not imitate. I gently touch her leg. The air abruptly falls silent, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. As my hand reaches out, it suddenly freezes, for I momentarily forget that I am no longer a doctor. A pang of realization strikes my heart. I parted my lips slightly, revealing a smile that I believed to be sincere. Bai Ningbing's lips moved twice, yet no sound emerged. Please refrain from imitation. Shouldn't there be a private physician at home? Has she ever mentioned it to you? Your legs require AM inhibition to prevent atrophy. She mentioned that, due to certain reasons, her doctoral studies have been extended. Please do not imitate. As for the request, not to imitate, I find myself at a loss for words, scratching my head in contemplation. I have previously studied some AM techniques, which may prove effective for your legs. Bai Ningbing tilted her head slightly, the light flowing around me as she said to Sure, your hand. Please do not imitate. There is no issue. It is possible with one hand as well. I let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was not mistaken for. I gently lifted the blanket. I reached out my hand. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched slightly, her delicate pink petals pressed into a straight line. Instinctively, she raised her gaze towards the ceiling. Please do not imitate. Upon encountering those legs, the skin stirred with a wave of pale flesh. Faced with such a visual shock, my brow furrowed tightly. This is not a favorable phenomenon for the body. Atrophy of disuse. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Had I delayed further, these two legs would likely have succumbed beyond even the healing touch of Hua Ta. I exhale slowly, beginning to massage several key acupoints on my thigh with my hands. Please do not imitate. The self-congealing ice has damaged my nerves, rendering me unable to perceive the strength of my own massage. Yet I cannot help but lower my head, gazing down at the man striving beneath me. Due to the exertion of using only one hand, a fine sheen of sweat has begun to bead upon my forehead. Do not imitate. For the sake of not imitating. Heaven, the man before me, once so consumed with the desire to devour a stranger, now behaves like a gentle and considerate husband, caring for the very legs he once regarded as venomous. Is it not the arm that is injured, but rather the mind? Sensing the gaze upon me, I slowly lifted my head and broke into a grin, somewhat foolishly. Do not imitate. In the presence of my smile, the once self-possessed being felt a sudden unease. prompting him to raise his gaze once more towards the ceiling. Unbeknownst to him, his heart seemed to quicken its rhythm. After a brief period of activity, I distinctly sensed a wave of fatigue wash over me. I cannot help but lament the fact that the original owner of this body possesses rather poor physical capabilities. My title during clinical practice was none other than the illustrious Kato Takashi from the second hospital. Please do not imitate. It's all right. As I was lost in my thoughts, a woman's voice as crisp as wind chimes resonated. Bai Ningbing tucked her legs back beneath the table. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to utter a few words. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you. I shook my aching hand and uttered the phrase that every man has spoken at some point. How do you feel? Well, today I find myself in less than optimal condition, feeling rather sluggish. Next time, I assure you, I shall perform admirably. Do not imitate. The self-congealing ice remains silent, as if it has not heard a word. The air hangs in an awkward stillness, and I, feeling the embarrassment, merely smile awkwardly. At this moment, I find myself playfully indulging in the awkwardness. The self-congealing fingers of ice pinched slightly, nodded gently, and emitted a soft murmur of acknowledgement. Please do not imitate. Being able to provide feedback is a positive aspect. Kindly refrain from mimicking. In that case, I shall. I am filled with excitement. Suddenly, I stood up abruptly. I had not finished speaking yet. All of a sudden, I felt a darkness enveloping my vision. I was so caught up in my joy that I became anemic. A darkness enveloped my vision, and I lost control of myself, toppling towards the direction of Bai Ningbing. As the self-congealing ice unexpectedly crashed down upon me, I momentarily felt a pang of regret, instinctively maneuvering my wheelchair. Please refrain from imitation. In my readiness to tumble headlong into the ground, I prepared myself for a jarring impact. Yet to my astonishment, I collided with a cocoon of warmth. The soft sensation momentarily clouded my thoughts, as I found myself encased in the embrace of a fitted shirt. So close was our proximity that I could glimpse through the buttonholes, catching sight of a hint of fair skin. How do you do? I turned my gaze towards the source of the voice, and found myself locked in the gaze of a pair of crystalline eyes. Lowering my head to examine the spot I had just leaned against, a shiver ran down my spine as I stood before this revered female CEO, who commanded the admiration of countless individuals. I hurriedly retreated as if electrified by the enchanting couple, stepping back several paces until my body came to a halt upon colliding with a bookshelf. Please do not imitate. As someone who has never experienced romantic feelings between men and women, I am merely a. Though I have encountered countless women, it has only been on the operating table. I apologize, my tongue seems to have been silenced. Even self-congealing ice could not have anticipated the magnitude of my reaction. The once invincible man now resembles a child who is aired, rendered speechless, and taken aback. Do not imitate. Please refrain from imitation. Be aware of your emotional fluctuations. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows. She sought to dispel the thoughts swirling in her mind. Are you all right? I also believe my reaction was somewhat exaggerated. I quickly waved my hand, reassuringly saying, It's nothing. Please refrain from imitation. Take a rest. Tend to your injuries. After uttering these words, the wheelchair turned back. It seemed that President MN had no intention of continuing the conversation. I yearned to swiftly conclude this awkward scene. Just as I was about to turn away, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. That is, I shall assist you with your AM application from now on. How does that sound? The slender fingers of the self-fibbing gently pinched the pages of the book, uncertain of how to respond, merely gazing at me in this manner. Perceiving the contemplation in his gaze, I gritted my teeth and took 2 steps forward, determined to fulfill my duties as a husband, if only to a minimal extent. Please do not imitate. The moment the word husband escaped his lips, Bai Ningbing's gaze faltered noticeably. Her grip on the page tightened, and one could even hear a faint tearing sound. She remained silent for quite some time, finally releasing the poor page of the book. We shall speak of this when your arm has healed. All right. The weight that had been hanging over my heart has finally been lifted. With a sense of relief, I turned and walked away. I had initially thought that this wife would be difficult to deal with. Yet, to my surprise, she proved to be remarkably understanding. Please refrain from imitation. The door to the study has closed. Her body once rigid like a frozen statue, gradually begins to relax, bending slightly. She reaches down to touch her leg. The area that had just been pinched still retains a hint of warmth. Suddenly, the door swings open once more. Her recently relaxed form tenses up again, reverting to the poised demeanor she had just displayed. She tilted her head, glancing at the figure at the door whose face seemed almost to burst with laughter. "Is there something you need?" "No, nothing at all." I grinned, revealing my large white teeth. "I simply forgot to mention one thing. Your smile is truly beautiful." Bai Ningbing's body stiffened. "Please do not imitate." The door closed once more. This time, I have truly departed. Yet, at this moment, the study resembles a vast cavern. My final words resonate incessantly. The painting, self-congealed, ice lifted a hand, gently caressing its own visage. A slight twitch of the lip, and then a smile emerged. "Is it beautiful?" I dragged my weary body into my room, longing to remain. To establish my worth, I must present my value. Currently, I possess neither a license nor a medical degree. Thus, I must rely solely on the identity of the original owner. Please do not imitate. The original protagonist specialized in jewelry design. Upon graduation, she was assigned to her family's company. However, due to her status as an illegitimate child, she faced constant oppression from her two elder brothers. Lost in thought, I drifted into slumber. When I opened my eyes, it was already past 7 in the evening. Please refrain from imitation. When one opens the refrigerator, residing within is a household of immense wealth. What to be found inside the refrigerator? Instant rice. I knocked on the door of the study. "Have you dined?" "Please do not imitate." Bai Ningbing remained seated at her desk, her posture impeccably straight. She uttered a soft HM, perhaps feeling that such a sound was somewhat impolite. With that thought, she gently prodded the jar beside her, which contained water infused with chia seeds, ready for her consumption. "The maid at home, where is she?" "Please do not imitate." "The workday has concluded." She spoke these words, lifting her cup and taking a sip. "May I inquire, rather presumptuously, about the remuneration for our household servant?" "Please do not imitate." Upon uttering the 3 characters of our family name, a flicker of surprise danced in Bai Ningbing's eyes, akin to the sheen of ink on jade. Yet it is fleeting, from 9 in the morning to 4 in the evening. A comic strip, with a salary of 20,000. In moments of profound bewilderment, one may find themselves laughing. I feigned composure and shook my head, then turned and exited the door. Please refrain from imitation. Approximately 10 minutes later, I re-entered, accompanied by a waft of fragrant air. Dining in the study is not advisable. Let us proceed to the restaurant. Upon sensing the aroma, the self-congealed ice instinctively understood. With a gentle wave of the hand, it dismissed the notion. "No need for that. I'm not hungry. I have prepared everything." Without further ado, I circled around her back, and thus, Bai Ningbing was ushered to the dining table by my insistence. Upon the table, there lie 2 bowls of noodles. One is adorned with a delicate egg drop. I wonder which one you would prefer to savor. Please, make your selection first. Please do not imitate. Bai Ningbing initially intended to continue saying that she wasn't hungry, but before the words could escape her lips, her stomach audibly protested at the most inopportune moment. The delicate features of her face gradually blossomed with a subtle flush of crimson. In a flurry of embarrassment, Bai Ningbing hastily pressed her hand against her abdomen, her movements betraying a hint of panic. She managed to tug at the corners of her mouth, revealing a row of petite teeth. I cleared my throat. "Eat," I urged. "You are a human, not a machine." As I spoke, I delicately extracted the fried egg and placed it into the bowl of noodle soup adorned with egg flowers, sliding it before the woman who was blushing and rendered speechless. Please do not imitate. My stomach is in disarray. To refuse oneself is merely a pretense. Bai Ningbing lowered her head, softly murmuring a phrase. There is nothing of significance. I'm truly famished. I take a hefty chopstick full and shove it into my mouth. Leisurely. A family. What is there to thank for? Please refrain from imitation. In contrast to my ravenous consumption, she displays a far more refined demeanor. With deliberate slowness, she savors each morsel, occasionally casting a seemingly casual glance at the man seated across from her. When her gaze meets those somewhat dazed and vacant eyes, she hastily diverts her attention back to the bowl, stirring the contents with her chopsticks. After finishing the meal, I found myself searching for conversation. Speaking of which, why does our family's servant seem so different from others? It feels quite relaxed. Self-congealed ice remains silent for a moment, for they yearn for acknowledgement. Please do not imitate. I find myself engulfed in perplexity. Suddenly, a thought crosses my mind. Do you recall the day we arrived at the villa? There wasn't a whisper in the garden. Could it be that the servants in the house, like her, are similarly afflicted? It seems that the responsibility of cooking will henceforth rest solely upon my shoulders. With that thought, I disregarded all else and seized the bowl from Bai Ningbing's hands, heading to the kitchen to wash it. Bai Ningbing gazed at the tall figure of the man in the kitchen, her eyes filled with curiosity. Who are you? She finally posed a question. Since his return today, he seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. I felt my body stiffen momentarily, yet I swiftly adorned my face with a relaxed smile. I am indeed Lu Yuan. What seems to be the matter? I have always been called Lu Yuan, that is not an error. Bai Ningbing, having encountered countless individuals, discerned that the other party exhibited no signs of deceit. She could only suppress the doubts that lingered in her heart. I apologize, I harbor no ulterior motives. Do not imitate carelessly. Refrain from incessant apologies. I exhaled with relief. I approached and gently crouched down, aligning myself with her. I understand that my transformation may be difficult for you to accept at this moment. Yet my intentions are sincere. Confronted by a gaze that met her own unexpectedly, Su Ningbing felt a twinge of discomfort. The dim, yellowed lights of the restaurant cast a hazy and ambiguous ambience throughout the space. Do not imitate. For the sake of not imitating. My Adam's apple involuntarily stirred. I clear my throat. You may consider the former version of myself as deceased. What remains now is a completely renewed self. Bai Ningbing found herself at a loss for words, merely nodding in response. Had a man been confronted with such remarks, he might have retorted with a phrase akin to that of the Northwest Hammer King, saying, "You have been excessively kind to the goose, even the goose must strike back to uphold its dignity. Please do not imitate." Yet women are different. When their tender hearts are touched, most often they find themselves at a loss. This is exemplified by Songbing. She ceased to utter a word, navigating her wheelchair back to the study. I heard the study door click shut. After a minute or two, my tense body suddenly relaxed. The painting, a PG, sat on the floor, her face slowly transforming. Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, your audacity is truly remarkable. Is there any distinction between this and a direct confession? However, I was not rejected. This marks a promising beginning. I remained composed for quite some time before gradually rising from the ground. I dusted myself off. Please do not imitate. Just at the moment I ascended the stairs, I suddenly noticed a ring of red dots in the shadowy corner by the wall. A shiver ran through me. I thought, could it be? When did surveillance cameras get installed in my living room? It is likely a precaution against Huya. I silently pray within my heart that Huya has been apprehended. If that is the case, then this surveillance must be rendered useless. Ha! It certainly must be of no use. Please do not imitate. Meanwhile, in the study, gazing at the computer screen, displaying a face that seemed to be crumbling, the corners of Ji Ningbing's lips quivered. Her features strained with effort. Jiang Han held a stack of documents. Mr. Bai, do you not feel that Mr. Lu appears to be somewhat different? As if indifferent, Manzi Ningbing pretended not to care. Perhaps it was merely your illusion. No one truly knows her. Just yesterday, she searched a question on Baidu. Can falling downstairs damage one's brain? Subsequently, Bai Ningbing was ushered out of the study. She leaned against the back of the chair, tilting her head to observe the bustling figure in the kitchen. 4 exquisite dishes were swiftly arranged upon the table. I extended a pair of chopsticks. Do not imitate. Bai Ningbing picked up her chopsticks, glancing at the dishes on the table. She then looked up at the man seated opposite her, whose face was alight with anticipation. The sparkle in my eyes, which yearned for praise, seemed to radiate upon her face. With a delicate grasp, she lifted a succulent shrimp and placed it in her mouth. The sweetness blossomed on her tongue. She nodded in approval, delighted by the flavor. Hee, as long as it is delicious. If it is tasty, indulge in it. Instantly, I was filled with joy and delight. Without hesitation, I lifted the plate and began to serve food into the dish before her. Bai Ningbing observed my bold manner of serving and blinked, perhaps thinking I was treating her like a pig. Do not imitate. In the past, I could not comprehend why my family would fervently serve dishes into my bowl during meals. Now I understand. To love someone means never allowing tears to fall from their eyes. It should delight her palate. A masterpiece, causing her mouth to water. By the way, may I inquire? After much hesitation, I finally directed my attention to the surveillance camera hanging in the living room. Are you still utilizing that camera? Do not imitate. Bai Ningbing cast a glance at the surveillance monitor, shaking her head, and hastily lowered her gaze. Her entire being was tense with effort. Haha, that is good, that is good. I felt a sense of relief wash over me, chuckling awkwardly to myself a couple of times. Satisfied, I began to eat my meal, which had previously tasted insipid. Suddenly, the food became delectable. The self-hibbing gently lifted her eyelids, gazing at someone amidst the tumultuous winds, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Please refrain from imitation. After dining, I found myself unburdened and increasingly cheerful. Could you lend me a few books? I wish to deepen my understanding of the intricacies of jewelry design. Much of what I learned has faded from my memory since graduation. The intrigue of self-congealing ice has been awakened. What prompts this sudden desire to learn about it? Please do not imitate, for I harbor a dream. I declare, rising with an air of youthful exuberance, lifting my chin, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, yearning to become worthy of you, deserving of me. Bai Ningbing echoed the words, lowering her gaze to her legs, instinctively wishing to shift her body to conceal them. Please do not imitate. Tree. Otherwise, the outside world will say that my husband is a freeloader. My whimsical tone appears quite comical. The expression of the self-congealed ice, once frozen, has noticeably softened. She shook her head, and no one dared to speak. They would undoubtedly refrain from speaking in your presence. Yet behind your back, they certainly whisper. As they converse, I find myself clutching my heart, displaying a visage of profound sorrow, as if I have been grievously scorned. Thus, as I spoke, I approached the self-congealed ice, gradually kneeling beside it. The exquisite and graceful presence of the self-portrait unveiled itself. Surely, you would not wish for your man to be scorned and ridiculed by others, would you? Please do not imitate. Gazing upon the exquisite visage, so near yet so distant, Bai Ningbing's eyes wandered. With a deft maneuver of her wheelchair, she retreated a step, creating a space between them. You shall come to the study shortly to retrieve it. My eyes sparkled. When I massage your legs later, I shall do so with care. Please refrain from imitation. Yesterday, as I lay atop her, I distinctly felt a warmth creeping up to my ears. I composed myself, wearing a serious expression. Let's discuss this later. My gaze instantly dimmed a few shades. Very well. Please do not imitate. Observing the desolate expression upon my countenance, my fingers stiffened like ice. As I turned to leave, I inadvertently murmured, "If your arm does not ache." My eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. "Doesn't hurt," I uttered, as if to affirm some unspoken truth, when two colossal robotic arms came crashing down with a resounding clatter. The self-concealed ice gracefully maneuvered the wheelchair, turning to close the door of the study, and a subtle smile began to play upon the corners of her lips. During dinner, the small mountain of food on my plate was finally conquered, only to be swiftly replenished by 2 pairs of chopsticks. Gazing at this heap of sustenance, for the first time, I found myself at a loss. Please do not imitate. I glanced up once more at the individual seated across from me. This fellow, while indulging in his meal, remained engrossed in his own world, oblivious to the laughter that danced upon his lips. What could possibly amuse him so? It is perplexing, especially considering that shortly he must delve into the tedious and monotonous realm of gemology. After dinner, Xening was explaining while sketching simple outlines on the drawing board. The two of them were seated closely together, and a faint floral fragrance wafted through the air, almost imperceptible. My gaze began to wander restlessly. Please do not imitate. Bai Ningbing sensed the increasingly fervent gaze beside her. She slightly turned her head and caught sight of me staring at her, a foolish grin lingering on my lips, reminiscent of ahem. 2 soft coughs brought someone's wandering thoughts back to reality. I hastily wiped my mouth, forcing a dry laugh, and redirected my gaze to the drawing board. After becoming a designer, you pondered, gently pinching your nails. You tentatively asked, "Are you returning to lose jewelry?" Please do not imitate. Noticing the discord in her tone, I wore a nonchalant expression. Even dogs would turn away. Please refrain from imitation. The atmosphere between the two of us instantly plummeted to freezing point. I remained silent, my words unspoken. Suddenly, I extended my hand, grasping by Ningbing's hand, which had turned a pale blue from the exertion. The delicate hands, which were once exerting effort, suddenly froze. The eyes that had just avoided contact now trembled as they turned back. Yu. I grasped that small hand, which yearned to break free, tightly. Taking a deep breath, I wore a serious expression. You're all I have left. Please do not imitate. The warmth emanating from that large hand seems to have intensified into a blazing heat. Bai Ningbing distinctly felt a surge of fire creeping up from her fingertips. Her face suddenly became exceedingly hot. You let go. Her voice grew hurried. I gazed upon that bewildered little face, blushing a deep crimson. My own resolve has also grown thicker, unyielding. Please do not imitate. Observing the seriousness etched upon that handsome face, Zining bit her lip gently, her expression a tapestry of complexity. My strength was formidable. No matter how fervently she struggled, she could not extricate her hand. With no alternative, she gradually relinquished her fight. Finally, he has become honest. I smirked slightly. I harbor no emotions for the Liu family. I am merely an illegitimate child, the proverbial rat in the eyes of others. In this world, the only one who might regard me with esteem is perhaps you. Please refrain from imitation. Naturally, the illegitimate child is a perpetual source of anguish for the man before me. The mere act of daring to unveil this scar to her speaks volumes. I harbor no ulterior motives. I say if. Please do not imitate. There are no ifs. I speak with absolute certainty. I reiterate once more. You're all I have left. Comic. If you do not want me, then I shall truly be left without support. What I have uttered is indeed accurate, to the extent that as I spoke these words, a sorrowful smile involuntarily graced my face. This self-mocking smile fell into Bai Ningbing's gaze. She felt an inexplicable surge of anger rising within her. Impossible. Please do not imitate. I was taken aback. The volume of that voice was quite loud, so much so that it seemed inconceivable for it to emanate from the lips of the seemingly aloof female CEO before me. Zi Ningbing, too, quickly realized her own loss of composure. Her flushed face hastily averted. What I meant to convey is that Zi's jewelry will certainly not tear away talent. Absolutely not. I am not yet a talent. Please do not imitate. Bai Ningbing turned her head, her gaze intertwined with a pair of eyes brimming with mirth. She hastily glanced away, muttering softly, You will, though she tried her utmost to turn away. Please do not imitate. That originally petite ear had long been tinged with a rosy hue. Blushing softly, it appeared quite endearing. Please do not imitate. I gently squeezed the small hand that had long since ceased to struggle. And what about you? What you mentioned is that the company requires me. You have yet to speak of yourself. Do not imitate. The self-congealed ice can distinctly feel its heartbeat momentarily halt, followed by a rapid resumption, and its face grows even warmer. Chapter 13. Do you like cats? Luwei's voice was barely a whisper, and she found herself at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, the grip on her hand suddenly loosened. Jiang Yifeng released her hand, rising slowly as if nothing had happened, stretching his waist. Time had indeed flown by, and after such an extended period of learning, he sensed it was time to refrain from further inquiry. Probing deeper might induce unnecessary anxiety in this seemingly strong yet delicate woman, and her flushed cheeks spoke volumes. Despite his inexperience in romance, he understood that in matters of the heart, one must maintain a balance of tension and ease, a dance of shallow and deep. Luwei, having reached her limit, felt a wave of relief wash over her as the conversation shifted unexpectedly. She quickly withdrew her hand, concealing it between her legs, still acutely aware of the lingering warmth from his firm grip. Rubbing her hands together, she nodded hesitantly, Jiang Yifeng turned his gaze toward the window, where dusk had settled in. The late summer night was enchanting, the oppressive heat dissipating, creating a perfect atmosphere for a leisurely stroll. Shall we go out for a walk? Luwei lowered her head, murmuring, I still have work. How long has it been since you last stepped outside? The man standing there seemed oblivious to her reluctance, blinking as he stared out the window. In her memory, she realized that due to her leg condition, she rarely frequented public places unless absolutely necessary. The last time she had ventured out was, well, It felt so long ago that it could only be referred to as the last time. Imitating him, Luwei gazed out the window. The evening breeze playfully stirred the branches obscuring the streetlights, casting a golden hue upon the fluttering leaves. And she could almost hear the gentle rustling of the foliage. Jiang Yifeng observed her expression and chuckled softly. I wish to take a stroll. Would you do me the honor, Ms. Yi? I. Luwei hesitated, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. I'll tidy up and come to fetch you shortly, he declared, not allowing her the chance to refuse, and turned to exit the room. With a soft thud, the door closed behind him. Luwei remained seated, lost in thought as she glanced at her hands, then out the window for what seemed an eternity. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her long lashes to lower, her hands entwining involuntarily. After a while, she exhaled deeply, straightened her back, and turned toward the nearby vanity mirror, brushing aside the wisps of hair that had fallen across her face. 15 minutes later, Jiang Yifeng emerged from his room, patting his slightly flushed cheeks with damp hands, muttering to himself about his lack of composure. Was it merely a hand-holding that warranted such prolonged embarrassment? Even after washing his face 4 or 5 times, the heat still lingered. Uncertain if Luwei was prepared, he adjusted his collar and hair in the corridor mirror. 7:10. 7:11. Luwei had lost count of how many times she had glanced at the clock. Why did time seem to crawl? She sighed heavily, resting her chin on one hand while the other idly twirled a pen from her desk. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of knocking at the door echoed. Luwei hastily set down her pen, straightened her back to restore her usual posture, and adjusted her bangs. Are you ready? Jiang Yifeng's head peeked in. All set. Let us embark. The capital city, renowned as the most bustling metropolis in this territory, is often referred to as the City of Dreams. Here lies the genesis of countless aspirations, as well as the demise of many dreams, earning it another moniker, the City of Sin. Yet, this does not deter the throngs of people drawn to its allure, for its beauty is undeniable. The neon lights at night illuminate the sky, while the bustling traffic creates a dynamic tapestry. Jiang Yifeng guided Luwei along the street. Being mindful of her aversion to crowded places, he chose a relatively secluded path. One of the greatest joys is to stroll aimlessly with someone dear. Isn't it comfortable? Jiang Yifeng inquired. Luwei kept her head bowed. Despite her anticipation, once outside, her head instinctively lowered as if to nestle into her chest. At the sound of his question, she slowly lifted her gaze. Isn't the evening breeze much more refreshing than being cooped up in the study? Jiang Yifeng pointed. Look, there's a little cat over there. Luwei followed the direction of his finger. The streetlight cast the shadows of branches onto the wall, swaying gently in the wind, while a small orange kitten playfully pawed at the shadow, exuding an adorable charm. In this frenzied, fast-paced society, such seemingly trivial scenes are profoundly soothing. It's rather cute. Luwei squinted her eyes. Meow, people often call cats they don't know this way. Jiang Yifeng squatted down, calling to the little feline. The orange kitten, hearing his voice, sauntered over leisurely, circling the two of them. As Jiang Yifeng beckoned, the kitten nuzzled against his hand, purring contentedly. It's not afraid of people at all, huh? Luwei nodded, her gaze softening at the small creature. Humans possess little resistance to fluffy and adorable beings, even someone as esteemed as General Yi. Would you like to pet it? Jiang Yifeng picked up the kitten and offered it to her, initially intending to decline. Luwei hesitated as she gazed into the kitten's big, watery eyes and the expectant expression on the man's face. Eventually, she extended her hand. The little orange cat dutifully rubbed against her delicate fingers, melting hearts with its adorable demeanor. Luwei pressed her lips together, yet could not suppress the smile creeping at the corners. Suddenly, Jiang Yifeng asked, Do you like cats? Luwei nodded. Meow. The moment her hand froze in mid-pet, the kitten also paused, and both the girl and the cat turned to look at the man who had just mimicked a cat's meow with astonishment. What do you think? Do you like it? Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his face. He then turned the kitten towards him, bringing his face closer. You are a cat. And I am a cat. Meow, meow, meow. To everyone's surprise, the obedient little orange cat began to squirm, playfully stepping towards his face. As the little cat scampered away, Jiang Yifeng found his face adorned with 2 patches of gray, distinctly resembling plum blossoms upon closer inspection. With a sudden burst of laughter, Luwei, unable to contain herself at his bewildered expression, quickly covered her mouth, though her body trembled with mirth. Jiang Yifeng awkwardly tugged at the corners of his lips, muttering, This cat. Haha. I retract my earlier statement about its cuteness. Who prompted you to make such a noise? Luwei pressed her lips together. Her previously somber mood considerably lightened by the antics of the man and the cat, prompting her to engage in conversation. Did you not claim to be fond of cats? Jiang Yifeng replied with an innocent expression. Quick, wipe it off. Luwei handed him a handkerchief she always carried. However, Jiang Yifeng refused to take it, instead crouching down and leaning closer, saying, You help me wipe it. Instinctively, Luwei recoiled at his sudden approach. Yet her limited mobility in the wheelchair rendered her evasion ineffective, and his face drew nearer regardless. Noticing her retreat, Jiang Yifeng deliberately leaned in closer, clearly indicating that he would not relent until he was cleaned. With a complex expression, Luwei felt her cheeks flush uncontrollably as she bit her lip and questioned. Are you not afraid I might react like it? Like it? Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow, feigning indifference. A mere kitten wouldn't dare scratch me. Do you think my wife would be so cruel as to mar this handsome face? His response was both charming and audacious, leaving no room for rebuttal. Although his face bore remnants of recent misadventures, his features were striking, and the scrapes only added to a rugged allure. Luwei huffed softly, muttering about narcissism. Yet her hand involuntarily lifted, compelling her gaze to settle on the cat's paw prints as she began to dab at the plum blossom marks with the handkerchief. Do you still like cats? He inquired once more. Ignoring him, Luwei suddenly stuffed the handkerchief into his mouth. Chapter 14. He wants to divide the interaction between individuals is fundamentally a process of mutual adjustment. After spending numerous days together, both individuals have subtly transformed their perceptions of one another. Jiang Yifeng never anticipated that the affluent and powerful Mr. Yi would become uncontrollably bashful. His cheeks flushed in his presence, often stumbling over his words. Conversely, Luwei was surprised by his own audacity, occasionally uttering somewhat cheesy remarks. Although these comments were indeed cheesy, they were not off-putting. At times, they even evoked a delightful flutter within her. The most perceptive observer during their adjustment period was Secretary Jiang Han. As a bystander, she could keenly perceive the changes in Mr. Yi. The former Mr. Yi was a quintessential workaholic, singularly focused on his career, indifferent to matters beyond his professional sphere. The current Mr. Yi, while still devoted to his work, has evidently allocated some time to other pursuits, such as enhancing his appearance. Previously, his mobile phone served merely as a tool for communication, lying idle like a brick. Now, whenever it buzzes, she eagerly checks it. Should it be a promotional message, a hint of disappointment crosses her face. If it is a message from a particular individual, she cradles her phone, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Jiang Han inadvertently caught a glimpse of Luwei's responses, observing her typing, deleting, and retyping words several times before finally managing to convey a few. This scenario was all too familiar to her. She had experienced the same meticulousness when conversing with her own crush. Could it be that Mr. Yi is in love? If that is the case, should she still report her recent investigation? Luwei was engrossed in her paperwork when she caught a glimpse of Jiang Han fidgeting beside her. Raising her gaze, she noticed an expression of evasiveness on her face. Is something the matter? No. Nothing, Jiang Han replied through clenched teeth, suppressing herself. If she didn't speak now, she might never have to. Luwei frowned slightly. She was decisive, and her personal secretary should not be so hesitant. Sensing her displeasure, Jiang Han bit her lip and said, Ms. Yi, Mr. Jiang has been frequently consulting a lawyer in recent days. Previously, Jiang Yifeng mingled with unsavory characters who might jeopardize the company's interests, prompting her to discreetly investigate him. However, since his fall, he seemed to have transformed, behaving with newfound restraint, and Luwei had forgotten about the ongoing surveillance. Hearing now that Jiang Yifeng was repeatedly seeking a lawyer, she felt a sudden jolt of unease. What could he need a lawyer for? Jiang Han hesitated. It's regarding the division of assets. Luwei paused her perusal of the documents. Division? Yes, the lawyer is quite tight-lipped. No matter how one inquires, he only confirms the matter of division. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Jiang Han distinctly felt the atmosphere around them grow heavy, causing a thin sheen of sweat to form on her back. Mr. Yi, I will inquire further. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding. She wished to articulate more, yet was interrupted as Luwei closed the document, stating, If there is nothing else, you may return to your duties. Then I shall take my leave, Jiang Han replied, feeling as though she had been granted a reprieve. She swiftly gathered the papers from the desk and practically fled the office in a hurried two-step. Upon exiting, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to pursue her. and passing colleagues regarded her with curiosity at her flustered demeanor. Enough with the inquiries. Relay the message. Each department must work diligently today. It is imperative, no? It is absolutely essential that there be no errors. If Mr. Yi faces troubles personally, the workplace must remain unblemished, lest we all face dire consequences. Mr. Jiang, why choose such a troublesome inquiry? Consulting about separation? Is that not merely seeking trouble? In the office, Luwei turned her gaze to the bustling cityscape beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, her cool, striking eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, anger, regret, mockery, a fierce chill emerging from their amalgamation. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng, engrossed in his sketches, suddenly shivered, rubbing his arms against the unexpected chill that permeated the air. How curious, he thought. For it was but early autumn, and yet the wind carried an unusual coldness. Just then, the alarm clock chimed, signaling it was time for him to prepare dinner. He planned a sumptuous meal of 6 dishes, but as he arranged the table, an inordinate amount of time passed without any sign of Luwei. His timing was usually impeccable. She would typically arrive just as he set the dishes. But today, her tardiness was alarming. He retrieved his phone, sending a message that remained unanswered. A call yielded no response. Was she in a meeting? If so, surely she would acknowledge his messages. His normally tranquil heart began to stir with unease, as restless visions of potential scenarios danced in his mind. By 8 o'clock that evening, Jiang Yifeng could no longer remain seated. He donned his coat and stepped outside, determined to uncover the truth at the company. Just as he exited, he heard the sound of an engine. A Maybach GLS smoothly parked at the entrance of the villa. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The man was unfamiliar to him, robust in stature, while the woman was Jiang Han. Jiang Yifeng was acutely sensitive to the scent of alcohol, and in an instant, he detected the heavy aroma emanating from them. How could the personal secretary indulge in such excess? Jiang Han, he called out, striding toward them with a frown. Where is Mr. Yi? Mr. Jiang. Jiang Han replied with a tipsy laugh. She attempted to speak, but suddenly doubled over, retching aside, prompting the man to rush to her aid. Jiang Yifeng cursed under his breath and peered into the car, where Luwei sat in the back seat, her head bowed. Her complexion was flushed, clearly the result of too much drink. Luwei? He called, gently tapping her shoulder. No response. What is happening? Jiang Yifeng nearly shouted at the two still attending to Jiang Han's distress. Jiang Han wished to articulate something, yet words eluded her. It was the man who finally broke the silence. Mr. Jiang, greetings. I am her boyfriend. Who inquired about you? Jiang Yifeng, losing his patience, nearly uttered a curse. I demand to know what transpired. The sharp contours of his face were illuminated by the car lights, revealing a cold and stern expression, with veins protruding from his forehead. Jiang Han's boyfriend stiffened, and I am uncertain about the situation. By the time I arrived at the bar, they were both in this state. A bar? Who escorted them there? Bars are infamous for being hotspots for incidents. Jiang Yifeng's heart trembled, silently hoping that nothing untoward had occurred. Should he discover who took Luwei there, he would undoubtedly confront that individual with great severity. Meanwhile, Jiang Han wiped her mouth, her tongue stumbling over words. Yes. It was President Yi who took me there. What on earth? Chapter 15. We are getting a divorce. What on earth? Jiang Yifeng exclaimed, his astonishment tinged with a northeast accent. President Yi is taking you to a bar? His disbelief was palpable. He knew all too well the nature of Luwei. How could she possibly frequent such a place? The cold wind and the shout jolted Jiang Han's senses, and she hesitated to raise her head, stammering, after work, President Yi suddenly asked me if there was a place to vent, and I casually mentioned a bar, and then she insisted that I take her there. You can vent there, but you actually took President Yi with you? Jiang Yifeng felt his blood boil, pointing at Jiang Han, rendered speechless, and could only direct his ire toward her boyfriend. What kind of management is this? I'm sorry. I'll have a serious talk with her, the man apologized, pulling the timid girl behind him. Jiang Yifeng recognized that his emotions were spiraling out of control. He took a deep breath, suppressing his voice. Did she mention why she was drinking? Jiang Han's voice was barely audible. President Yi has been drinking nonstop. She didn't say a word. Mr. Jiang, please don't be angry. Henin doesn't understand. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the silent woman sitting in the car and shot another glare at Jiang Han. Without further words, he approached the unresponsive Luwei, but her body was too limp for him to manage any other way than to lift her entirely. Jiang Han hurriedly retrieved a folding wheelchair from the trunk. You two go ahead. Jiang Yifeng felt exasperated at the sight of them. Luwei sensed the movement, fluttering her long lashes and slowly opening her eyes. In her blurred vision, she saw a long neck and a prominent Adam's apple. Jiang Yifeng. The soft voice emanating from his embrace caused him to lower his head, his brows furrowing, yet he managed to rein in his emotions. We will be in the room shortly. Let go of me. Let go. Suddenly, she began to struggle, pushing against his firm chest with both hands. But her strength was insufficient. Her feeble attempts felt more like a playful protest. Be good, we'll arrive soon. Jiang Yifeng quickened his pace and pushed open the door to the study. Yi Luowei's bedroom was adjacent to the study, separated only by a single wall. It was Jiang Yifeng's first time entering her private sanctuary, elegantly decorated, with a subtle scent of lavender permeating the air. Gently placing the restless woman on the bed, she finally ceased her struggles, leaning against the headboard, her eyes warily fixed on him. Why are you looking at me like that? Her petite face was as flushed as a blooming peach blossom, yet she remained silent, simply staring. Noting that she was still in a daze, Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow. Why were you drinking? Why did you lie to me? The abruptness of her question left Jiang Yifeng taken aback. What? Why did you lie to me? Yi Luowei raised her voice, unable to control her emotions like any inebriated person, even striking the bed forcefully with her hand. What did I lie to you about? Jiang Yifeng looked innocent, leaning closer to touch her forehead. But when her hand reached into the air, she grasped it firmly. And a surge of intense pain radiated from the back of his hand. A sharp intake of breath escaped Jiang Yifeng's lips. Her bite was fierce. And the momentary agony was truly heart-wrenching. He dared not struggle, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, until Yi Luowei, gasping for breath, was compelled to release her grip, allowing him to withdraw his hand. A neat row of small bite marks adorned his skin, with a few even oozing crimson droplets. Suddenly, Yi Luowei's eyes glistened with tears, the corners of her eyes drooping slightly, as if they held a shallow pool of sorrow. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback, but upon seeing her red-rimmed eyes, he dismissed the pain in his hand and hastily retrieved 2 tissues from the bedside, offering them to her. Yi Luowei sniffled, turning her head away from him, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yifeng felt an overwhelming tension in his scalp, his heart brimming with agitation, yet he restrained his emotions, striving to keep his voice as gentle as possible. What is the matter? Yi Luowei inhaled sharply, her throat moving. We are getting a divorce. What? Jiang Yifeng froze. We are getting a divorce. The pent-up negativity surged forth, and in that fleeting moment of turning away, her beautiful eyes, now bloodshot, overflowed with crystalline tears that cascaded down her cheeks, her exquisite features contorting in anguish. She held a position of power, radiating an aura that commanded respect. Even with her face streaked with tears, there was no hint of weakness. Jiang Yifeng's expression tightened, showcasing immense restraint as he reached out to wipe her tears. You've had too much to drink. I have not, she retorted, her voice rising. I do not consent. Jiang Yifeng nearly roared. Yi Luowei's sudden increase in volume startled him. Her trembling lips released a cascade of tears, resembling a string of pearls breaking free. She gazed at him with a look of profound grievance, resembling a wounded kitten. Jiang Yifeng's heart ached at her gaze. As he dabbed at the corners of her eyes with the tissue, lowering his voice, I'm sorry. The tears flowed unceasingly, soaking both tissues. I do not know what has transpired, but I will not deceive you, will I? She appeared like a mere wooden figure, devoid of any response save for the tears streaming down, her vacant expression evoking a deep sense of compassion and stirring the protective instincts within Jiang Yifeng. He took a deep breath and gently wrapped his arms around her trembling shoulders, drawing her into his embrace. In response, she forcefully pushed him away, only to be drawn back again in the next moment. This back and forth occurred several times until she finally succumbed to fatigue. Their physical contact shifted the argument from a state of fervor to one of calm. Jiang Yifeng rested his chin lightly on the crown of Yi Luowei's head, holding her shoulders tightly, his voice a mere whisper. Tell me, what has happened, may I? I will not speak. She was obstinate, attempting to struggle. Please, say something. I will not. At least let me understand why. Jiang Yifeng nuzzled her head gently with his chin, as if soothing a child. The Biwi point is located at the crown of the head. Massaging this area serves to calm the mind and soothe the spirit. As anticipated, Yi Luwei became considerably more subdued, her sobs dissipating into silence. Why do you seek a lawyer? She whispered, her voice barely audible. She was caught in a conflict, yearning for answers yet fearful that they might align with her worst fears. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. You investigated me? I. Yi Luwei faltered, her eyes cast downward, recalling the past. Jiang Yifeng released his hold on her shoulders and sat facing her. I intended to discuss this with you tonight. But since you are already aware, I shall speak plainly. Luwei clenched her fists uncontrollably, a glimmer of tears beginning to well in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to brace herself. I wish to sever ties with the Jiang family. Chapter 16. Where have the clothes gone? Upon uttering the phrase severing ties, Luwei's expression momentarily froze. Over the past few days, I had sought legal counsel, hoping to secure some advantage during this disconnection. Jiang Yifeng spread his hands. After all, being an illegitimate child for so many years should not result in a complete lack of recompense. In films and dramas, protagonists who sever ties do so with unyielding righteousness, demanding nothing and cutting all connections with admirable decisiveness. Yet, Jiang Yifeng perceived such individuals as foolish. Why relinquish what rightfully belongs to oneself? He desired both, a clean break and to claim what was his. The crystalline tears that had nestled in the corners of Luwei's eyes finally betrayed her, cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. She blinked several times, forcing herself to focus on the man before her. Aren't you going to separate from me? Gently wiping away her tears, Jiang Yifeng squinted slightly. Why would I want to separate from you? The man's gaze was particularly tender, leaving Luwei in a daze as she instinctively lowered her head, her fingers nervously tracing the bedspread. I think I overreacted. Though Luwei was a formidable figure in the capital, capable of wielding immense power, she was not immune to the sensitivity inherent in womanhood. She feared betrayal and the anguish of loss. Thus, upon hearing the notion of separation, she lost her capacity for rational thought. Just as she was engulfed in self-reproach, she suddenly felt a weight upon her head as a large hand gently ruffled her hair. You mustn't indulge in such wild thoughts anymore. His eyes seemed to shimmer with the crushed light of stars. All right. Luwei bit her lip, hesitating. Can I retract what I just said? She had truly felt despondent. Extreme measures had crossed her mind, quite extreme indeed. Yet her heart ultimately could not bear the weight of such resolve, and she resorted to alcohol to vent her frustrations, finally uttering the word divorce under its influence. With her gaze lowered, her cheeks flushed a delicate hue, she tentatively lifted her eyes to glance at him, only to quickly drop them again. There was not a trace left of the domineering CEO. She resembled more of a shy neighbor girl. No, not just any neighbor, but someone from my own home. Jiang Yifeng arched an eyebrow. Ms. Yi, what position do you hold? A word once spoken cannot be taken back. At his remark, Luwei straightened abruptly. Her expression flustered as she attempted to explain, but upon seeing his teasing countenance, she softened once more, her gaze fixed on the bedspread. She was nearly wearing it thin with her anxious fiddling. The stark contrast of the aloof CEO elicited a smile from Jiang Yifeng, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Perhaps it was best to spare her further teasing. The blush on her cheeks was deepening, and he feared that continuing would lead her to tears. He could not abide by a woman's tears, especially those of a beautiful one. Clearing his throat, he feigned seriousness. This is the last time. Those 4 brief words acted like an exhilarating stimulant, and Luwei, who had just moments before appeared despondent, immediately straightened her posture and nodded vigorously. The last time. She echoed. As if to assert her stance, she added, from now on, I shall refrain from drinking. Very well, Jiang Yifeng nodded, gradually rising to his feet. I will prepare some honey water for you. Please wait. Consuming honey water after drinking can effectively prevent a headache the following day. Upon returning with the honey water, he found that Luwei, who had been exuberant just moments ago, had succumbed to slumber. It seemed that with the emotional barriers lifted, the effects of the alcohol had taken hold. Sighing, Jiang Yifeng shook his head, placing the honey water on the bedside. He reached out to cover her with a blanket. But as his hand extended, his gaze abruptly sharpened. Due to the heat, Luwei had carelessly undone 3 buttons of her white shirt, exposing her delicate swan neck and the alluring dip of her collarbone. Jiang Yifeng's eyes, as if released from a lock, uncontrollably wandered towards the softness concealed beneath the fabric. Such impropriety. Oh, merciful Buddha. He hastily turned his face away, pulling the blanket over her. However, she promptly tossed it aside. It's hot, she murmured, her soft voice mingling with her gentle breaths, exuding an unexpected allure as her hand unconsciously tugged at her shirt. The alcohol had tinted her fair skin a delicate pink. Forcing himself not to gaze further, Jiang Yifeng resolutely stood up. Oh, merciful Buddha. Taking advantage of others is unbecoming of a gentleman. He rose to close the window. Jiang Han approached with a sense of trepidation to fetch Luwei. She stealthily opened the villa door, peeking left and right. A cough from a man startled her, causing her to stiffen as she turned towards the sound. There stood a tall figure, his cold gaze fixed intently upon her, a gleaming knife in hand. "Mr. Jiang, good morning. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Jiang Han attempted to slip away, but a firm command to come back halted her. Reluctantly, she lowered her head and entered. "You have quite the tolerance to drink like this and still rise early the next day," Jiang Yifeng remarked with a smile. Jiang Han scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment coloring her smile. "I've trained for it, haha." Yet, under Jiang Yifeng's penetrating gaze, her smile gradually faded. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I won't dare again." Jiang Han's voice dwindled to a whisper. Jiang Yifeng appraised the woman before him, head bowed. "Let this be the last time." "Very well. Ms. Yi should be awake by now. You may go." "All right." Jiang Han exhaled in relief, darting towards the study. Yi Luwei's biological clock was remarkably resilient. Even the effects of alcohol could not suppress it, and she rose promptly, though with a pounding headache and an intense thirst. Reaching for the honey water on her bedside. Still warm, she drank it down, feeling invigorated. Stretching her limbs, she suddenly sensed something amiss and began to feel around her body. "Where are my clothes?" she wondered, realizing she was clad only in 2 pieces of lingerie, while her white shirt and trousers lay quietly beside her. Last night, she remained conscious for the initial part, only recalling Jiang Yifeng explaining the division of their families, followed by a reconciliation of sorts, and then, what happened next? She vaguely remembered not having removed her clothing. The warm honey water on the bedside came to mind, along with her mysteriously vanished garments. And even someone as dim-witted as Yi Luwei could piece together the implications, a flush of heat swiftly spreading behind her ears. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was rapped upon. Yi Luwei hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. "Who is it?" "President Yi, it's me, Jiang Han." "Just a moment." Yi Luwei quickly grabbed a white shirt nearby, in her flustered state, even fastening the buttons incorrectly. "Come in." Jiang Han entered. "President Yi, are you all right?" Yi Luwei adjusted her collar, feigning nonchalance as she turned her head away. "No, I'm fine." "Then why is your face so flushed?" Chapter 17. Blow for me with Jiang Han's assistance. Yi Luwei donned a fresh white shirt and tailored trousers. Her mobility was limited, necessitating the care of her devoted secretary for daily living. As she slipped into her trousers, an uncontrollable image flashed through her mind, someone stealthily removing her clothing. The thought of the upper garment, trousers, and socks being stripped away sent a rush of crimson to her cheeks. Oh no, was she not exposed to the gaze of others? "Are you all right, Missy?" Jiang Han inquired, a hint of concern in her voice. "Do you have a fever?" The flush on her face and her trembling limbs were classic symptoms of illness. If her indulgence in alcohol with Jiang Han had led to Ye's fever and subsequently disrupted company operations, the burden of such an error would be too great for her to bear alone. And no, Yi Luwei hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel the uninvited imagery from her mind. Since when had she begun to contemplate such matters? Her thoughts should solely revolve around work. Is there anything crucial happening at the company today? She diverted the conversation. "There is a design meeting scheduled," Jiang Han replied. "What time?" 1:30 this afternoon. Jiang Han looked up with a smile, adding, "You can spend the morning with Mr. Jiang, especially considering last night." The memory of his insatiable demeanor lingered in her mind. She was not naive. Jiang Yifeng's anger stemmed from 2 reasons: bringing Miss Yi out for drinks and interrupting their intimate moments. After all, the 2 of you did not have a chance to bond last night, so this morning could serve as an opportunity for reconciliation. Though she intended to elaborate, her words were abruptly interrupted by a loud exclamation. Nothing happened last night. Yi Luwei's teeth were clenched, and the blush on her face deepened, even coloring her alabaster neck. "I'm aware that nothing occurred, so," Jiang Han began, but suddenly a realization struck her, her previously puzzled expression transforming into one of astonishment. Her mouth forming an O. "Well, it seems you are not the sinner, but rather the catalyst for their relationship. No wonder Mr. Jiang has not pursued the matter with me today." Yi Luwei's face flushed further at Jiang Han's gleeful expression, and she feigned irritation. "What kind of expression is that?" "Nothing, Miss Yi, nothing at all." Jiang Han helped her into her shoes, standing up with an even broader smile. Yi Luwei, slightly unnerved by her beaming demeanor, averted her gaze. "By the way, please retract the investigation into Jiang Yifeng." "Of course." Yi Luwei furrowed her brow, wondering why this girl was so exuberant. "Let us head to the dining hall." Jiang Yifeng reheated the dishes from last night, embodying the virtue of thriftiness. Even amidst his billion-dollar status, he despised wasting even a morsel of food. 6 dishes accompanied by white congee awaited them. Awake now? He greeted as Luwei emerged, handing her a pair of chopsticks. Yes, good morning. Neither of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere, at first glance, appeared quite serene and tranquil. Are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? It's bearable. Did you drink? Yes. Luwei might have perceived this as somewhat perfunctory, smiling lightly. Indeed, I feel much better after drinking. Last night, it must have been arduous. Although her clothes had been removed by him, she had wrapped herself snugly in her blanket upon rising, clearly indicating she had not been taken advantage of. At most, she had merely been observed. Upon this thought, Luwei unconsciously bit her lip. The honey water at her bedside was still noticeably warm when she got up. A clear indication that Jiang Yifeng had ensured she would have warm water to drink upon waking, a conclusion drawn from the faint dark circles under his eyes. A fleeting look of discomfort passed through Jiang Yifeng's gaze as memories of that pale skin flashed in his mind. He quickly lowered his head to stir the congee, muttering, "It's nothing. It was the least I could do." The two exchanged casual pleasantries as usual. But Jiang Han nearby felt as if the wheels of a car were rolling over her face. What on earth is happening here? She covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed, struggling to suppress her laughter. Yet, the heart of an avid fan could not be restrained. She burst into laughter despite her efforts. 2 pairs of eyes turned sharply towards her. She hastily covered her mouth, stammering, I should be going now. I'll return for the meeting later." With that, she fled the dining room as if escaping. "Is she all right?" Jiang Yifeng blinked. "Perhaps she is fine," Luwei responded uncertainly, puzzled by the girl's unusual demeanor, which seemed to be in a state of euphoric confusion. "The dishes from last night weren't touched, so I just warmed them up. I hope you don't mind," Jiang Yifeng said, serving her a piece of fish. Luwei noticed the bite marks on the back of his hand, her brow furrowing slightly. "Your hand." Several deep bite marks had begun to scab. "It's nothing." Jiang Yifeng chuckled. "A bit of ointment will suffice." Seeing his nonchalant smile, Luwei lowered her head, stirring her congee. "I'm sorry about yesterday. It's all in the past." A piece of meat appeared on her plate. "I was wrong as well. I shouldn't have kept things from you. Next time, I will certainly consult you first." Often, conflicts between individuals arise from a lack of communication, and this time, he had truly learned his lesson. "Let us consider this matter closed, shall we?" Jiang Yifeng actually detested discussing unpleasant topics at the dining table. Sharing a meal should be a joyous occasion. If one were to incessantly dwell on a single issue, not only would the meal be unenjoyable, but it could also create unnecessary barriers. Luwei obediently nodded, adding, "I'll help you with the ointment later." Jiang Yifeng gazed at her earnest expression, his eyes smiling. "All right, let us eat. You should eat too." She reached out to serve him a piece of meat, which Jiang Yifeng promptly placed in his mouth. The premium beef from the wealthy truly is exceptional. It's not only savory, but also sweet. After the meal, Jiang Yifeng enjoyed a taste of royal treatment. One must ask, who in the capital could command the attention of the formidable Luwei from the jewelry industry? Luwei gently grasped his hand, carefully applying iodine to the bite marks with a cotton swab. Her expression was serious, no less focused than when she was working on design blueprints. "Does it hurt?" Luwei lifted her delicate face, her beautiful eyes brimming with remorse. No man can withstand the gaze of a pair of pitiful, watery eyes. Jiang Yifeng pressed his lips together, feeling pain. In truth, there was nothing serious. After all, the human bite force was a given. To put it bluntly, had the medication been administered a day or 2 later, the wound might have already healed. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, in this moment, he only wished to appear vulnerable, to elicit a semblance of compassion from her. "Then be gentle." Luwei once again carefully applied the cotton swab to the wound. She raised her gaze once more, her amber-like eyes swirling with hope. "How about now?" Jiang Yifeng felt his heart unmistakably jolted by something, his Adam's apple uncontrollably shifting. It hurt. He maintained a stoic facade as he lied. "Ah?" Her lashes fluttered as she became flustered. Uncertain of how to proceed with the cotton swab in hand, she had already exerted the lightest touch. What should she do now? At that moment, a large hand gently grasped her uncertain wrist. A deep voice whispered near her ear, "Perhaps, if you blow on it, it won't hurt anymore." Chapter 18. The Boundless Yellow. "Are you serious?" Luwei raised her head, her gaze laden with a hint of confusion. Jiang Yifeng arched an eyebrow, his expression more genuine than gold. After all, in childhood, when one suffered an injury, parents would often blow gently and caress the hurt area. At that moment, the pain would noticeably diminish. Adults are merely grown-up children. This method must surely be effective as well. Luwei narrowed her eyes slightly, fixating intently on his. After a moment of silence, she lifted his hand and pressed it against the wound. The sensitive area where the skin had broken felt the warmth of the breath. He could even perceive the moisture carried by the wind. A tingling sensation surged from the wound, ascending directly to his mind. He involuntarily shivered, goosebumps erupting all over his body. When he lowered his gaze slightly, he found a face tinged with a faint blush looking up at him, her large, dewy eyes blinking innocently. Is it truly like this? Jiang Yifeng maintained a composed demeanor. Their gazes met, rising and falling. How absurdly intimate. Her lips moved closer once more. A jolt of electricity coursed through him again. Heat rapidly pooled in one particular area of his body. He hastily withdrew his hand, startling Luwei. What's wrong? Does it hurt terribly? No, no, no. Jiang Yifeng shook his head repeatedly, his cheeks slightly flushed, his gaze trembling. Should we continue? She seemed utterly oblivious. He averted her innocent gaze, cursing silently within. It doesn't hurt anymore. I think I'll head back to my room now. With that, he hunched over and slipped away from the sofa as if fleeing. How peculiar. Luwei watched him retreat with a posture akin to that of a thief, feeling utterly bewildered. Jiang Yifeng let out a deep sigh. He had a unique way of releasing his pent-up energy. He enjoyed singing while showering, allowing the cascading water to wash away his restlessness. By the time he emerged dressed, Luwei had already left. Though the meeting was scheduled for the afternoon, she had departed in the morning without explanation. Jiang Yifeng made a phone call and stepped out alone. At the Jiang family estate, in the living room, 2 men and 2 women were engrossed in a game of mahjong. The 2 men were Jiang Beicheng, the eldest son, and Jiang Linan, the second son. The women were Jiang Ting, the matriarch, and Fu Jia, the eldest daughter-in-law. Jiang Ting pushed aside the mahjong tiles, her heavily made-up face beaming with joy, as if some powder had fluttered down from her smiling visage. Wow, Mom, your luck is incredible. How many times have you won already? Fu Jia remarked, blinking in astonishment. Ha ha ha, it's just that I'm having fun with you all. When I'm happy, my luck improves. The atmosphere was one of familial harmony. However, this harmony was swiftly disrupted as a servant rushed in, announcing, the 3rd young master has arrived. The sound of mahjong ceased abruptly. The 4 exchanged glances. Jiang Ting's gaunt face twitching. What does he want? She has always harbored a deep disdain, even aversion, towards Jiang Yifeng. As an illegitimate child, he has inexplicably garnered the affection of the esteemed elder Jiang, to the extent that the old man stipulated in his will that the family fortune be divided into 3 parts for his 3 grandsons. In Jiang Ting's eyes, Jiang Yifeng is nothing more than a despicable wretch, yet he receives the same treatment as her 2 beloved sons, which she deems utterly unjust. How could her children be equated with this bastard? Countless times, she has contemplated eliminating the scourge, yet the boy miraculously survives each attempt. The mere thought of his face sends shivers down her spine. Mom, please don't be upset. He is probably here for money again. I will handle it, Fu Jia remarked, demonstrating her perceptiveness as she quickly rose and made her way outside. Jiang Yifeng had already entered the villa when he encountered a woman exiting. Yifeng, what brings you here? Fu Jia's voice was sweet and somewhat juvenile. However, it is well known that behind such a voice lurks a figure resembling a burly tank. Fu Jia's physique was excessively ample. If she were to attend a cosplay convention, a simple haircut could allow her to impersonate Jackie Chan at no cost. Upon catching sight of her, Jiang Yifeng couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He held no bias against appearances. Yet when one's actions are correlated with their looks, prejudice inevitably follows. This sister-in-law had, on multiple occasions, invaded his room when no one was home, attempting to engage in a wrestling match with him. After all, Jiang Yifeng was far more handsome than his 2 brothers. However, valuing his dignity, he had always fought back fiercely, ultimately enduring a beating but managing to preserve his innocence. Just the sight of her form was enough to trigger his PTSD. Out of courtesy, Jiang Yifeng nodded. Fu Jia scrutinized the tall man before her, narrowing her eyes slightly with a smile. It's been a while since we last met. You've grown stronger. It seems Luwei treats you quite well. The insinuation in her words was unmistakable. Jiang Yifeng returned her smile gently. You flatter me, sister-in-law. Your own figure is quite impressive as well. It seems you become even more prosperous. Fu Jia was about to commend his sweet words when she noticed his gaze mockingly assessing her rotund belly, leading her to realize he was insinuating she had gained weight. Hey, how dare you speak like that? Before she could finish, Jiang Yifeng sidestepped her and pushed open the door. Stop right there. A hefty figure charged in from behind, attempting to seize him. Jiang Yifeng remained unfazed, smoothly evading her grasp, causing Fu Jia to stumble several steps before regaining her balance due to her momentum. All eyes in the living room turned towards them. Jiang Yifeng scanned the room. Oh, everyone is here. Jiang Beiqing hurriedly rose to support his wife, frowning in disapproval. Third brother, what do you think you're doing? Jiang Yifeng shrugged innocently, looking at Fu Jia with a feigned reproach. Sister-in-law, I've grown up now. Why do you still pounce on me like when we were children? Look at the commotion you've caused. Even Big Brother is here. Jiang Beiqing's expression darkened. Fu Jia quickly stood upright, pointing her plump finger. Who pounced on you? What nonsense are you spouting? I was merely stopping you. Stopping me? Jiang Yifeng nonchalantly made his way to the sofa and seated himself, remarking that he would return to his own home and questioning why he was being obstructed. Zhang Ting furrowed her brow, slapping her mahjong tiles with a sharp sound, exclaiming about the lack of manners displayed by the individual who failed to greet her. Jiang Yifeng, perplexed, sat up straight, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the situation. Suddenly, a look of realization dawned upon him. Oh dear, Aunt Zhang, when did you arrive? Zhang Ting frowned, retorting, what do you think? My apologies, Aunt Zhang. I truly did not notice you. With that makeup, I mistook you for my second sister-in-law. Meanwhile, Jiang Linen's expression darkened. Third brother, whom are you insulting? Chapter 19. Do not blame me for disregarding kinship as these words left his lips. Jiang Linen felt a piercing gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent fall upon him. No, mother, that is not what I meant. Indeed, Aunt Zhang. I believe second brother did not intend that, Jiang Yifeng interjected, tossing an orange casually. This is all my fault. Yes. Why do you speak without thinking? Jiang Linen swiftly redirected the blame, glaring furiously. This instinctive reaction seemed habitual. As before, he would unconditionally place the blame on his third brother at the slightest provocation. Jiang Yifeng cast a languid glance. How could you compare yourself to second sister-in-law? At least she wouldn't let her emotions cloud her judgment. With a sudden motion, Zhang Ting pushed the mahjong tiles aside and rose, her voice sharp. You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? This young man had managed to offend everyone present within mere moments of entering. Was he deliberately seeking a beating due to his recent rebelliousness? Jiang Beiqing, as the eldest and future heir, knew he must maintain composure. He attempted to soothe the enraged Zhang Ting while casting a cold glance in Jiang Yifeng's direction. Third brother, refrain from your nonsensical chatter. What brings you here? Zhang Ting plopped back down, scoffing. I presume you're here to ask for money again? Previously, Jiang Yifeng had a tendency to frequent the Jiang household, where the elderly patriarch would take pity on him and provide financial assistance. However, since the passing of the old master, his visits had significantly diminished. Yet, this time, he appeared unusually brazen, strutting in as if he were a creditor. As Jiang Yifeng peeled the orange, he regarded her with admiration. Truly, Aunt Zhang, you are correct. I am indeed here to ask for money. How much do you want? Jiang Beiqing frowned, eager to dismiss this harbinger of misfortune swiftly. Just as Jiang Yifeng stuffed an orange slice into his mouth, he raised 3 fingers in response. Not even 300? It seems the Yi family treats you poorly, Fei Jia chuckled, casually retrieving a wallet from Jiang Beiqing's bag, pulling out several red bills, and carelessly tossing them to the ground. Take the money and scram. Observing the 3 bills fluttering down, Jiang Yifeng rubbed his hands together and promptly bent down to collect them. The others cast mocking glances his way. Useless, Zhang Ting muttered, perplexed by the old master's fondness for this young man. After confirming the bills were genuine, Jiang Yifeng tucked them away with care and returned to the sofa. What are you waiting for? Why don't you leave? Zhang Ting had lost all patience. I wasn't referring to 300, Jiang Yifeng said, wiping his hands. I meant 1/3. As soon as the words left his mouth, silence enveloped the room, and the previously mocking expressions of those around him froze. Jiang Yifeng smiled. What's wrong, everyone? Why the long faces? 1/3 of what? Jiang Linen feigned ignorance, though he already knew. What else could it be but 1/3 of the inheritance? Zhang Ting finally grasped the implication. 1/3 of the inheritance? How dare this insolent brat speak so boldly? Jiang Yifeng, have you taken leave of your senses today? To demand 1/3 of the family fortune so brazenly, why not claim it all? Jiang Yifeng's eyes gleamed with respect. Is it truly feasible? Who do you think you are? Fu Jia bellowed, her chubby face quivering. Jiang Yifeng cast a cold smirk in her direction. Much like your husband, he is a young master of the Jiang family. Young master? You are nothing but a bastard. Zhang Ting immediately stepped forward, embodying the role of the matriarch, asserting that this was the Jiang family, governed by its own rules. Was this truly a place for your insolence? In response to the scorn, Jiang Yifeng smiled rather than fuming. According to the Jiang family's rules, outsiders cannot interfere in family matters. Who, I ask, is truly being audacious? Prominent families typically uphold this unspoken rule that outsiders should not meddle in familial affairs. Zhang Ting fell silent, having intended to ensnare this audacious boy with the notion of rules, only to find herself ensnared instead. Third brother, how dare you speak to mother in such a manner? Jiang Beiqing, the eldest brother, could no longer contain himself and shouted angrily. Jiang Beiqing, being 15 years older than Jiang Yifeng and the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, exuded an oppressive aura typical of someone in a position of power, which was undeniably intimidating. In the past, Jiang Yifeng would have scuttled away, tail between his legs, at such a roar. However, the Jiang Yifeng of today had grown accustomed to the specter of life and death, and with Luwei beside him, he felt no fear. When did I ever acknowledge her as my mother? Leaning back on the sofa, Jiang Yifeng intertwined his fingers, meeting the furious gaze with unwavering poise. Eldest brother. Grandfathers will clearly state that the Jiang family's assets are to be divided equally among the three of us. That is indisputable, correct? Indeed. Jiang Beiqing clenched his fists. Yet that was during the time of the division. I demand the division now. Outrageous. A fierce gust of wind swept through as Jiang Beiqing finally made a move. Yet his hand was effortlessly caught mid-air before it could land. Jiang Yifeng slowly rose to his full height, towering over his elder brother. And the sudden shift in demeanor forced Jiang Beiqing to retreat a step involuntarily. Over the years, I have chosen not to hold you accountable for how you treated me. His voice was laced with a chilling edge, but if you seek to annex my rightful portion, do not blame me for disregarding the bonds of brotherhood. With that, he flung away the hand that had aimed to strike him. Jiang Beiqing felt a searing pain shoot through his wrist. The sensation from his third brother was markedly different from before, the coldness reminiscent of the last time he had seen grandfather in the morgue. There is little left for me to say. For specifics, I shall have my lawyer discuss matters with you, Jiang Yifeng proclaimed, turning to leave. The once tranquil villa erupted into chaos. What blasphemy is this? He dares to demand a division of the family. Truly, he has lost all sense of reason. Eldest brother, what is that attitude? I will bring him back at once. Silence. A thunderous shout from Jiang Beiqing resonated, plunging the room into an immediate silence. Allow me a moment to contemplate, he mused, surveying the three individuals around him while gently massaging his aching wrist. The earlier sharpness in his demeanor faded away as he sank into the sofa. The division of the family was undeniably out of the question. Such a separation would signify a severance of ties with the Yi family, and Jiang's jewelry business still required the support of Yi Luwei. He needed to devise a flawless solution. Chapter 20. I have given you all. Jiang Yifeng prepared a lavish banquet, all funded by the 300 yuan he had found today. It was astonishing how some individuals could indulge so extravagantly, discarding money as if it were refuse. As he dined, he couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of it all. Some people subsist on meager rations to save a few coins, while others treat money as mere litter, casting it away without a second thought. The world seemed almost surreal. You should have informed me, Yi Luwei suddenly remarked. Jiang Yifeng lifted his gaze from his musings. If they were to engage in unscrupulous acts for profit, it would ultimately prove unwise, she added, her understanding of the intricate dynamics of high society evident in her words. Every action taken and every statement made was akin to a game of chess. One misstep could lead to utter defeat. I comprehend your perspective, yet I yearn to assert myself, Jiang Yifeng replied, setting down his chopsticks. He recalled a famous line from the renowned film A Better Tomorrow, uttered by the iconic actor. I want to reclaim my dignity, not to showcase my greatness, but to convey to others that I shall recover what I have lost. He was uncertain if the original owner of this body had shared similar sentiments, but the power of his current feelings resonated strongly as he spoke. Yi Luwei paused, a flicker of amusement gracing her features moments later. However, this matter is not as straightforward as you might believe. It may very well be in vain. Her rationality compelled her to elucidate the stakes involved. I understand, Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile, regaining his composure after the fervor of his earlier declaration. Yet, he mused, some battles must be fought. Otherwise, one may never see resolution in a lifetime. Without hope, there can be no disappointment, a sentiment Jiang Yifeng held in disdain. If I had not fought for what I wanted, who knows, I might be scrounging for bottles under a bridge now. He raised his eyes, contemplating how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. Her gentle gaze sparkled like stars. Perhaps his intense gaze was too fervent, for Yi Luwei's eyelashes fluttered uncontrollably, prompting her to lower her head. "Don't forget, we still have that 30-day divorce agreement," she retorted playfully. Yet, the blush creeping across her cheeks betrayed her true feelings. "Only 12 days remain," Jiang Yifeng corrected her. "Do you harbor other thoughts? Focus on your meal." Yi Luwei quickly placed a piece of rib onto his plate. "Very well." Jiang Yifeng acquiesced, delighting in his morsel. "Ah, it seems there's a tad too much sugar." After their meal, Yi Luwei retreated to her study, instinctively opening a book on jewelry design, though her mind wandered elsewhere. Her gaze drifted uncontrollably towards the door, as if she wished to glimpse the figure bustling in the kitchen. She propped her chin on her hand, shifting her attention to the rose on the windowsill, one that Jiang Yifeng had gifted her. If this rose were in a garden, it would have long succumbed to the autumn winds, yet it was fortunate to have arrived here, nurtured with care. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the door was rapped upon. Yi Luwei withdrew her hand from the rose petals. "Come in." Jiang Yifeng's head peeked in. "Are you busy?" "No. What is it?" "Some matters regarding jewelry design." Jiang Yifeng entered, holding several sketches in hand. He pulled over a chair, sat down, and spread the drawings before him. Yi Luwei cast a glance at the designs, and a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. "Did you draw these?" "Of course." Jiang Yifeng instinctively straightened his posture. Over the past few days, he had fervently immersed himself in the knowledge of jewelry design, delving deeply into the sales rankings for inspiration. Simultaneously, he incorporated some of his original design concepts into his work. By ingeniously blending two entirely distinct design styles and adding his own interpretations, he created something entirely new. One of the sketches depicted a necklace. The centerpiece of the pendant was a blooming rose, with three-dimensional artistry that rendered the petals distinct and vivid. Tiny diamonds, symbolizing dewdrops, adorned the edges of the petals, while the heart of the flower housed a delicate pink sapphire, representing the core of the rose. The most creative aspect was the small leaf design beneath the rose, crafted with green enamel to enhance the natural essence while accentuating the pendant's delicate beauty. Every detail, from the pendant to the chain and clasp, was meticulously rendered. A flicker of admiration crossed Yi Luwei's eyes. This was on par with the craftsmanship of the company's top designers. The rose in the pendant is inspired by the Diana rose, borrowing its meanings of eternal love and elegance, Jiang Yifeng explained, pointing to his design. "Eternal love and elegance," Yi Luwei murmured, "a lovely sentiment." She gazed intently at the design for a moment before turning her head. "This is already a complete drawing. What more can I do for you?" She meant no flattery. Even she was at a loss for what else could be done. The necklace was inherently perfect, and altering it even slightly might compromise its original beauty. "I would like you to set a price for this necklace." Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes. "What might be its estimated value if it were produced?" "If crafted by the artisans of Yes Jewelry, it would likely range between 150,000 to 200,000. Yes Jewelry is known for its exquisite craftsmanship and fine materials. This price is quite reasonable." "Well, such a substantial profit?" Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. "The reputation of Yes Jewelry speaks for itself," Yi Luwei said, her tone unconsciously revealing pride. Jiang Yifeng stroked his chin. "What qualifications do the designers at Yes Jewelry need? Are there requirements regarding education or awards?" "As long as one possesses talent, Yes Jewelry will extend an olive branch." "Oh, I see." A sly smile suddenly appeared on Jiang Yifeng's face. Yi Luwei's heart skipped a beat as she glanced at the design again, then at the man beside her, whose eyes sparkled with mischief. "You wouldn't." "Thank you, Ms. Yi. I look forward to our collaboration." Jiang Yifeng extended his hand. As she gazed at the outstretched hand, Yi Luwei blinked in disbelief. "Are you serious? Am I jesting?" Jiang Yifeng suddenly lowered his gaze, his voice tinged with a husky timbre. "Or perhaps, do you think I am inadequate?" Observing his despondent demeanor, Yi Luwei felt a pang in her heart and hastily clarified. "How could that be? I merely fear you might regret this." Jiang Yifeng lifted his head, and the anticipation and excitement in his eyes seemed to burst forth with palpable fervor. "I have given myself to you. I have no regrets." "You. This must be the most forthright method of job seeking in the world," she mused, noting the impossibility of rebuttal. A pleasant collaboration. Before she could fully register his words, a warm hand clasped hers. Yi Luwei felt as though she were in a dream and awkwardly responded, "A pleasant collaboration." Jiang Yifeng, brimming with enthusiasm, stood up, nearly bursting into jubilant exclamations. Deep down, he felt uncertain, for his primary field was medicine. However, The original persona possessed a solid foundation of knowledge and ability, coupled with insights that surpassed contemporary understanding. Thus, devising designs that transcended the current timeline was not an insurmountable task. In this era, design still languished in opulence. His aim was to carve a niche, or perhaps, to elevate the collective aesthetic sensibility. You must keep this blueprint safe, Jiang Yifeng remarked suddenly as he turned back upon exiting the study. Yes, I shall commence production in the coming days. No, I mean, this blueprint is solely yours. Luwei was momentarily taken aback, still processing his words, and it was not until the door of the study closed that she truly comprehended. The language of the Diana rose symbolizes eternal love. Chapter 21. Addressing each other by title in the story of rebirth. Working at my CEO wife's company, Jiang Yifeng. After a hiatus of several days, returned to the bustling world of work. However, this time, he was devoid of any resentment and, for the first time, felt a genuine joy in his profession. The reason was simple. He found himself seated in the spacious confines of a Maybach GLS alongside the beautiful CEO, Luwei, who was engrossed in reviewing documents. Originally, Luwei intended to place Jiang Yifeng directly into the core design team of the company, but he respectfully declined. He believed that his experience in jewelry design was still too limited and wished to start from a grassroots position. This approach would not only allow him to build connections, but also deepen his understanding of market trends. His aspiration was not to become a top-tier designer, but rather to be Luwei's reliable right-hand man, capable of alleviating her burdens. As he gazed tenderly at the woman beside him, who was furrowing her brow while diligently working, he noted that apart from meal times, she was perpetually engaged in company matters. Even in the car, she was preoccupied with her files. What's wrong? Luwei turned her head, her gaze meeting his complex eyes. Nothing, Jiang Yifeng averted his gaze, fixating instead on the towering skyscrapers retreating outside the window. After a brief silence, he added, I will work hard. Luwei paused, a smile gradually spreading across her lips. I know. In the driver's seat, Zhang Han was nearly driven to distraction by their conversation. Who could comprehend the profound trust encapsulated within those 3 words, I know? Yi and Jiang had only reconciled a few days prior, yet their rapport resembled that of a couple married for years. Oh, but they had indeed been married for years. It seemed that the online couples could not compete with the genuine chemistry of real spouses. She turned on the music, and melodious tunes filled the air. You transformed my world into shades of pink from that moment onward. You made me desire your cooperation in my life from then on. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this song. Zhang Han certainly had an eye for selecting music. Yi Jewelry was the largest jewelry design company in the capital, boasting a sprawling campus in the city's most bustling area. From raw materials to design, production, and sales, everything transpired within this expansive estate. It was no exaggeration to say that in the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, several small goals could be achieved in succession. Qianghua Tiangong was the brand image of Yi Jewelry. The audacity to use the term Tiangong to describe their brand reflected the confidence Yi Jewelry had in its designs. Is this the headquarters of Yi Jewelry? Jiang Yifeng exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, this will be your workplace from now on, Luwei smiled. Understood, CEO Yi. Upon saying this, Zhang Han was taken aback, glancing over in surprise. Mr. Jiang, you have embraced your role so quickly? You call her wife at home, yet you shift the titles the moment you step out? Jiang Yifeng replied with utmost seriousness. One must address their titles while at work, correct, CEO Yi? The earnestness in his demeanor elicited a soft chuckle from Luwei. She cleared her throat and affirmed, yes, titles matter. Also, Secretary Jiang, you need not call me Mr. Jiang. Just refer to me as Xiao Jiang. Ah? Jiang Han's mouth gaped wide as she looked up at General Manager Yi beneath her, who covered her mouth, seemingly stifling a laugh. Xiao Jiang. Yes. Luwei could no longer suppress her amusement and waved her hand. Jiang Han, please assist him in arranging his position in the RD department. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han hesitated. General Manager Yi, are you serious? The people in the RD department. Luwei squinted her eyes. What else would a designer do if not join the RD? All right then. Jiang, never mind. Please follow me. Understood, General Manager Yi. See you after work. Observing the seamless transformation of their relationship from intimacy to hierarchy in mere minutes, Jiang Han felt utterly bewildered. Is this part of your play as well? The head of the RD department was Ma Shua, a robust man. Old Ma. This is Jiang Yifeng, who has come to learn from your marketing department. Jiang Han's voice faltered. Xiao. Jiang, This is Supervisor Ma, who will be your superior henceforth. Jiang Yifeng sized up Ma Shuo, extending his hand with a smile. Hello, Supervisor Ma. Ma Shuo enthusiastically shook his hand, surveying him with satisfaction. Finally, the RD department has another handsome face like mine. We shall be the two blossoms of the RD department from now on. Jiang Han rolled her eyes in disbelief. You really know how to flatter yourself. Well, I'm leaving him in your care. You must treat him well. She emphasized the importance of treating him well. Oh, don't worry. Ma Shuo gestured with a thumbs up. Jiang Han nodded slightly and turned to leave. Jiang Yifeng's first impression of Ma Shuo was quite positive, his initial nervousness easing considerably. Come, everyone, gather around and meet our new colleague. With a shout, people flocked around Jiang Yifeng. A glance around helped him understand why Ma Shuo claimed they were the two flowers of the RD department. In the entire RD department, they were the only two men. If they weren't the flowers, who else would be? Hello everyone, I am Jiang Yifeng, a graduate of Central St. Martin's College of Art and Design, majoring in jewelry design. I look forward to our time together. Jiang Yifeng introduced himself briefly, and as he bowed and raised his head, he felt various gazes focusing on him. Wow, he graduated from Central St. Martin's at such a young age. Finally, a handsome face has arrived. Work just got a lot more motivating. To get into Yes at such a young age, he truly is a young talent. Surrounding chatter varied in tone, but collectively they could be summed up with a four-character idiom, like wolves and tigers. Jiang Yifeng felt a bit stiff, glancing towards Ma Shuo for assistance. What are you all standing around for? Welcome him. His words instantly elicited thunderous applause. Thank you, everyone. Under their watchful eyes, Jiang Yifeng made his way to a corner workstation. All right, everyone, get back to work. I'll help Brother Jiang get acquainted. The RD department was undoubtedly a crucial sector of the company, tasked with an array of complex responsibilities. The development of new products, technological innovations, sample production, and testing. Cost control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng felt somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, Ma Shuo exhibited great patience, guiding him through each step with care. As a newcomer still in the exploratory phase, his current responsibility was to synthesize the results of market research into tables, analyze market trends, and determine the direction of design. This task was relatively straightforward, and it was precisely what Jiang Yifeng needed to comprehend. Just as he was diligently compiling and analyzing his tables, several individuals suddenly surrounded him. The unexpected proximity of others startled him, and he gazed at the encroaching group with a hint of trepidation. Excuse me, is there something you need? Chapter 22, The Glasses Girl Indeed. Suddenly surrounded by several individuals of the opposite sex, Jiang Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine. We can call you Xiao Jiang, right? Inquired the woman with round-framed glasses, her name tag reading Luwei. She appeared to be of a similar age, yet emanated an aura of mature femininity. Indeed, the glasses girl. Jiang Yifeng averted her smiling gaze and nodded. You are all seniors, so of course. Is there anything you are unsure of? We can teach you, offered the others, their giggles punctuating the air. No, no, he shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the notion. In that moment, he truly felt akin to Tang Sung wandering into the spider spirit cave. Their laughter, accompanied by various subtle scents of perfume, filled the air. Perhaps due to the lack of ventilation, Jiang Yifeng sensed a noticeable rise in temperature around him. He hurriedly bent over to type on his keyboard. Suddenly, Luwei extended her finger and tapped the computer screen. Xiao Jiang, you've made an error here. The chain of this necklace should be 18K gold, not 14K. My mistake. I apologize. Jiang Yifeng quickly corrected himself, complimenting her. It's impressive how you can spot mistakes without even looking at the report. The others chimed in. That's because this necklace was designed by Sister Luwei. No one knows it better than her. This butterfly necklace is currently a top-selling item of the quarter, with 500 units sold out within 5 minutes of its launch. Jiang Yifeng took a moment to admire the necklace's design, which featured a vintage style with rose gold-polished butterfly wings, intricately inlaid with numerous small gemstones, paired with a moderately thin 18K gold chain that enhanced its vibrant colors while adding a sense of dynamism. What a splendid design, he exclaimed. You flatter me. Luwei replied with a smile, her modesty failing to conceal the pride on her face. If you have any questions regarding design in the future, feel free to ask me. Jiang Yifeng nodded. I certainly will. This experience opened his eyes. Merely a design from an ordinary employee in the RD department could be so exceptional. How extraordinary must the designs from the core design team be? What caliber of individual must lead them, like Luwei? Xiao Jiang, it must be quite something to join Yes. You must have a remarkable background. Which design team were you part of before? Luwei blinked playfully. Jiang Yifeng recognized that all prior discussions had been a prelude to this inquiry. They were probing into his background. I haven't been part of any significant design team. I merely dabbled in design during my school years and was referred here. He replied. Oh, Luwei raised an eyebrow thoughtfully. Someone must hold a considerable position at Yes to have recommended you. Not really. Just the president of Yes Jewelry. He downplayed it. Now that I'm at Yes, I must work diligently. Luwei's words trailed off with a light laugh. You understand, right? Jiang Yifeng nodded. Rest assured, I fully comprehend. Are you free at noon? When new members join the department, we usually have a small gathering. She extended an invitation for a meal. Jiang Yifeng glanced at his phone, finding no messages. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. Let's have lunch together then. Luwei had approached the morning meeting with a somewhat absent-minded demeanor. Upon finally exiting the meeting, her first question was, how did he perform? He did quite well. Showing no signs of discomfort, though. Jiang Han smiled wryly. The enthusiasm of his colleagues might be a bit overwhelming. Is that inappropriate? Luwei was somewhat aware of the fervent nature of the women in the RD department. After all, spending 8 to 10 hours a day in the company surrounded by female colleagues in their 20s and 30s, it was understandable that some level of sexual tension might arise. Perhaps we should consider transferring Mr. Jiang to another department? Luwei shook her head. This is something he must navigate on his own, if he cannot manage this boundary. It would make no difference which position he occupies. Please order 2 meals and have them delivered directly to my office. Just then, a notification pinged on her phone, revealing a message from Jiang Yifeng. Colleagues are gathering for lunch. I wanted to inform you. Luwei furrowed her brow slightly, then waved her hand after a moment. Just 1 meal then. The basement of Yes Jewelry housed the staff cafeteria. As the workplace attracted elite professionals, the dining area rivaled that of a 5-star hotel. Today's gathering in the RD department was particularly lively, with Jiang Yifeng seated amidst a circle of women who regarded him like a star. Not only under the scrutiny of their gazes, but also those of passing male colleagues. This young man, did he save the world in a past life? Even the work lunch resembled a royal banquet. Indeed, as he sat there, his plate was continually replenished with signature dishes from various dining stations. Ma Shuo waved his hand. Xiao Jiang, don't be so reserved. Our RD department has no stringent rules. We are both colleagues and friends. Eat up. All right, thank you. Jiang Yifeng was aware of the department's warmth, but was taken aback by its intensity. He remained somewhat restrained. In contrast, Ma Shuo reveled in the atmosphere, raising glasses with different female colleagues, transforming mere beverages into a celebratory affair. You'll get used to it, Luwei offered him a glass of juice with a smile. When I first joined, I felt out of place too, but then I realized it's far better than a dreary workplace. Thank you, Jiang Yifeng replied. Ma Shuo's carefree demeanor was likely the envy of all the men in the company. Surrounded by beautiful colleagues at work, dining, and even during overtime, he was indeed working in a paradise of gentleness. What was once his unique situation now seemed to be shared with another. Luwei smirked knowingly. Jiang Yifeng understood the implication behind her words, took a sip of juice, and chuckled. I don't possess the same fortune as Supervisor Ma. Worried about your girlfriend knowing? More like concerned about my wife finding out. Luwei raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're married at such a young age, an early marriage indeed. Jiang Yifeng nodded in affirmation. Luwei shook his head, realizing why you seemed so reserved. It turns out you were already taken. Alas, it appears that some of the ladies in the department may have to abandon their hopes. Haha, new faces will always emerge. As the gathering in the RD department thrived with vigor, Jiang Yifeng noticed a group of individuals approaching them with a focused intensity. In stark contrast to the relaxed and casual attire of the RD team, this group was clad entirely in black suits, a cluster of 5 or 6, moving with an audacious disregard for their surroundings, reminiscent of characters from old television gangster dramas. Beside him, Luwei observed the approaching group, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He gently nudged his elbow against Ma Shuo. Old Ma, we have trouble. Oh, the RD department seems to be enjoying itself. I can hear your laughter from quite a distance. Chapter 23. Is it considered an indirect kiss? Life in the design department was rather pleasant. The speaker was the leader of a team clad in black suits, a robust man with a buzz cut. A smile graced his face, yet his triangular eyes betrayed a hint of ruthlessness. Jiang Yifeng slowly narrowed his eyes, sensing hostility. Could it be that factions existed even within a large company like Yes Jewelry? Ma Shuo noticed the group approaching, and the excitement that had previously illuminated his face began to fade. He set down his cup and gradually rose to his feet. Lu Tao, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Luo Wen lowered his voice. They are from the marketing department. They are not on friendly terms with us. The seamless operation of the company necessitated cooperation among various departments, especially in a vast enterprise like Ye's Jewelry, where friction was inevitable amidst the continuous exchanges. However, in most instances, conflicts were handled discreetly, as everyone was there to earn a living and nobody wished to invite trouble upon themselves. The direct approach adopted by these individuals indicated that grievances had festered for quite some time. Lu Tao's gaze swept over the food on the table, and he chuckled coldly. Oh, it's nothing. Just came to greet you all. The meals here are quite decent. You brought this many people just to say hello? Ma Shao retorted with a scoff. This is cafeteria food. If you want some, you can help yourselves. No one is stopping you, right? Our marketing department has projects to handle. Unlike certain departments that can't finish their own work and drag others down while indulging in lavish meals, Lu Tao remarked, deliberately emphasizing certain departments. Who are you referring to? Ma Shao's expression darkened as he approached. Lu Tao showed no fear, stepping forward instead. Whoever it is knows quite well. Lu Tao, I've told you before. We cannot meet your timeline. You either adhere to my schedule, or you handle it yourself. Yet you still gather here when you have no time? What position are you in anyway? If your design department cannot manage, then speak to Mr. Yi about a replacement. Tension escalated swiftly between the two parties. The two leaders almost face to face, the atmosphere charged with the potential for conflict. Many in the cafeteria paused, their chopsticks lowered, watching the scene unfold. Manager Ma, remain calm. Jiang Yifeng interjected, fearing the situation would escalate further. Lu Tao's gaze flicked towards him, assessing him from head to toe. Are you new here? Ma Shao pulled Jiang Yifeng behind him, shielding him from Lu Tao's scrutinizing gaze. What is it to you? Lu Tao chuckled derisively, waving his hand as he turned away, his entourage of black suits following suit. Kid, you've drawn the short straw, entering a department that hinders progress. I suggest you switch departments while you still can. What nonsense are you spouting? Ma Shao could hardly contain his temper at such blatant poaching, cursing loudly as he prepared to confront Lu Tao. Jiang Yifeng exerted considerable effort to restrain the stubborn man. Old Ma, take it easy. Luo Wen timely offered a drink. That scoundrel only knows how to pressure others. Is he the only one in a rush? Ma Shao drained the water in one gulp, tightly clenched the paper cup, and tossed it onto the table. The once lively atmosphere dimmed instantly due to this action. Everyone lost their enthusiasm and hurriedly resumed their meals. Jiang Yifeng casually found an excuse to leave the dining table and stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the top floor. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Luwei was furrowing her brows while perusing through documents when a knock echoed at the office door. Come in. Jiang Yifeng's head peeked through, glancing around. Is anyone else here? His stealthy demeanor was amusing, causing Yi Luowei's frown to soften slightly as she shook her head. He swiftly slipped inside, carefully closing the door behind him. What are you sneaking around for? Once inside, Jiang Yifeng relaxed and strode over, clearly unconcerned about being seen. Have you had lunch? Yes. Yi Luowei replied with a gentle nod, her gaze drifting to the lunchbox beside her desk. The set meal, comprising 4 dishes, still had 2/3 remaining. Only that much? Jiang Yifeng remarked, shaking the box. I lack an appetite. I knew you wouldn't eat properly, he said, placing a plastic bag on the table, inside which lay a rice ball. This pork floss rice ball is quite delicious. I specifically brought it from the cafeteria for you. Yi Luowei touched the rice ball, feeling its warmth. You. Before she could finish, Jiang Yifeng seemed to anticipate her question, responding directly. Work went smoothly. I couldn't decline the welcome lunch with my colleagues, and they were all very nice. Although they were all women, I had no ulterior motives. Moreover, I mentioned my marital status to prevent any unnecessary situations. Do you have any questions, Director Yi? He delivered this lengthy explanation in one breath, the fluency astonishing. Yi Luowei blinked, stunned for a moment. I didn't intend to ask that much. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head and smiled, but I wanted to share. He had sent a report about the lunch gathering but received no response, indicating to him that someone might be displeased. Hence, he summarized everything that had transpired that morning while in the elevator. Brother, as always, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. All right, enough of the gloominess, Jiang Yifeng said, unwrapping the package and offering the rice ball. Hurry and give it a try. Yi Luowei accepted the rice ball, mumbling softly, I hardly. Your little face was just so stern. What was stern? The beautiful CEO shot him a warning glance. Just beautifully stern. Humph. Luwei huffed softly, taking a bite of the rice ball. The pork floss and ham rice ball was perfectly seasoned. Delicious, right? Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Luwei shook her head, preoccupied with her bite. Initially lacking any appetite, she found her desire for food sparked by the taste of the rice ball. Indeed, our company as chef is remarkable. Then I shall take care of this. We cannot waste it. Jiang Yifeng reached for the nearby set meal box, knowing that during their gathering, they had only drunk water and scarcely eaten anything. Wait, I've had that before. Luwei quickly raised her hand to stop him. I know. What's wrong? The one being stopped looked perplexed, even startled by her reaction. I've eaten it. Luwei's cheeks flushed a soft pink as she murmured, it's dirty. What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly. You're not dirty, so don't say that again. Saying this, he opened the lunchbox and began to eat heartily with his chopsticks. Luwei's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the man engrossed in his meal, her lips pressing together slightly. You know, this food actually seems tastier than what I make. After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Jiang Yifeng lifted his head. Luwei instinctively averted her eyes, giving a gentle nod. She had eaten already. Now he was eating. Did that count as an indirect kiss? Probably not. How irritating. Why is my face suddenly so warm? Chapter 24. Do you believe she is watching me? Jiang Yifeng ceased his casual banter with Luwei and returned to his workstation after she finished her rice ball. The unpleasant incident that transpired at noon had cast a noticeable pall over the entire design department. Luwei, what seems to be the issue between the marketing department and us? It feels as though we are meeting adversaries, Jiang Yifeng inquired, lowering his voice. With the Qixi festival approaching, the marketing team has been pressuring us for a design proposal to boost sales, Luwei explained. Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow. And then? It's quite normal, really. Lu Tao believes that the sooner we enter the market, the more market share we can capture. However, Lao Ma insists that design must be meticulous and cannot overlook craftsmanship in detail. This led to a significant divergence in their views, Luwei remarked. Glancing towards Ma Shua's workstation, where documents were piled high. Do you see? All of our designs are languishing there. Yet Lao Ma feels they lack something, she continued. The R&D department submits a design every few days, which is an exorbitant workload. Jiang Yifeng approached and perused the designs. A cursory examination revealed why Ma Shua had yet to submit his drawings. Although the designs from the R&D team were finely crafted, they displayed a high degree of redundancy and bore striking resemblance to previous Valentine's Day offerings. As the head of the R&D department, Ma Shua undoubtedly aimed for product innovation. The designs needed not only to be of high quality but also distinct. At that moment, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Xiao Jiang, grab some paper and a pen. We have a meeting to attend. Ma Shua had returned, his smile seemingly forced. Jiang Yifeng did not ask further questions, merely taking a notepad and following him. The conference room was filled with personnel from various departments, convening to discuss strategies for the upcoming Qixi festival events. Executives from Yi Jewelry were gathered, with Luwei sitting at the center as the president. She naturally noticed Jiang Yifeng trailing behind Ma Shua, her gaze subtly following his movements. President Yi, Jiang has only just started and is already attending a meeting with Ma Shua. It appears he is being groomed for significant responsibilities. Jiang Han leaned in, lowering his voice. Luwei did not respond, but a faint smile graced her lips. Seated in the R&D section, Jiang Yifeng curiously surveyed the conference room. Look over there. Seated at the center is our president Yi. Ma Shua nudged him. Though Jiang Yifeng had already noticed Luwei, the crowded room made it inappropriate for him to stare directly. Only upon Ma Shua's remark did he dare to turn his head. President Yi is quite attractive, he remarked with a smile. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also exceptionally capable. A woman managing such a large company on her own is truly impressive, Jiang Yifeng mused, casting a surprised glance at the man beside him. Brother, while your sentiment holds truth, your expression could use some refinement, he noted. But why does she keep glancing our way? Ma Shua scratched his head. Jiang Yifeng pressed his lips together, a mischievous smile playing on his face. I said she was looking at me. Do you believe that? Looking at you? Ma Shua raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. You are far too self-important. Why would she look at you? Jiang Yifeng shrugged nonchalantly. Perhaps, because I am handsome? We might be equally attractive. She could very well be gazing at me. As he spoke, he straightened his posture, adopting an exaggeratedly dignified demeanor. The meeting was conducted by the head of the sales department. In various industries and brands, the key to boosting sales hinges on leveraging different holidays. For instance, during the Spring Festival, the focus lies on clothing and food, while the Mid-Autumn Festival is centered around mooncakes and hairy crabs. The jewelry industry, on the other hand, relies on romantic occasions such as Valentine's Day, Mother's Day, and the Qixi Festival. Consequently, all departments place significant emphasis on this upcoming event. The sales department head spoke fluently and logically, utilizing past successful cases and a series of data to elevate expectations for the Qixi Festival event, earning thunderous applause. When it was the turn of the marketing department head, Lu Tao, despite his casual demeanor, showcased exceptional market analysis skills. With just a few pages of a PowerPoint presentation, he adeptly addressed intricate matters such as market demand and consumer preferences. For this Qixi Festival event, we should swiftly penetrate the market, seizing design elements that align with the public's aesthetic to capture market share as quickly as possible, he declared passionately, even prompting the usually silent Yi Luwei to nod in agreement. Suddenly, the company executive, Mr. Zhang, interjected, "Lu Tao, your plan sounds ideal, but what progress have you made?" "Currently, we are still in the planning stage, primarily due to..." Lu Tao smirked, directing his gaze toward the upright Ma Shuo. All eyes turned to the research and development department. "Please explain," Mr. Zhang said, his expression darkening. "According to our marketing department's research, in recent years, the jewelry styles purchased by consumers during the Qixi Festival predominantly feature heart and star elements. I advocate for designs that resonate with the general aesthetic." But Supervisor Ma outright rejected my proposal. "I would like to know the rationale behind the R&D department's stance." Lu Tao directly posed the question. Ma Xuan narrowed his eyes, rising to his feet. "The reason I dismissed the marketing department's proposal is straightforward. Jewelry design demands artistry and uniqueness. We cannot simply cater to the market at the expense of our own style. If we solely pursue sales, what differentiates us from street vendors?" "Street vendors?" Lu Tao retorted. "I fear we might miss the opportune moment. The artistic pieces your R&D department designs may end up gathering dust." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. "This company is not a charity, nor is it a place for your R&D department to cultivate hobbies." Lu Tao's words ignited a powder keg, and Ma Shuo erupted, slamming his hand forcefully on the table. The sound reverberated through the quiet conference room, startling even the company executives. Yi Luwei frowned. Ma Shuo gritted his teeth. "Lu Tao, be mindful of your words. Without our research and development, what would your marketing department have to sell?" Lu Tao's smile not only remained, but deepened, laced with a hint of sarcasm. "Then by all means, develop something." "Enough." The ever-silent Yi Luwei finally spoke up. Her voice, though soft, cut through the tension like ice. Instantly, the two previously feuding individuals calmed down. "Manager Ma, what is the current status of the design?" Ma Shuo gritted his teeth. "Yi." "Due to the complexity of the design, at present." Yi Luwei interrupted him. "With only 10 days remaining before the Qixi Festival's promotional activities, how long will you require?" Her tone was flat, yet it was evident that her dissatisfaction with the sluggish progress was palpable. This served as a stern ultimatum. If the design was not delivered by the deadline, there would be consequences. Meanwhile, Lu Tao leaned back in his chair, watching the flustered Ma Shuo with keen interest, unable to conceal his derision. Just as Ma Shuo stammered, caught in a predicament, the previously silent Jiang Yifeng suddenly stood up. 5 days. Chapter 25. His courage soars to the skies. No one anticipated that amidst this suffocating atmosphere, Jiang Yifeng would rise to his feet, not even Yi Luwei. Observing the man standing, her brow furrowed in concern. "Xiao Jiang, what are you doing?" "Sit down." Ma Shuo shot a glare at the standing Jiang Yifeng, signaling him to take his seat promptly. The others in the conference room turned their attention towards him, casting curious glances at this unfamiliar face. "Oh my!" Lu Tao exclaimed dramatically, clapping his hands. "Manager Ma, your newcomer from the R&D department exhibits quite the audacity." It was indeed a bold move for a novice to speak before the senior executives of Ye's Jewelry, let alone to voice his thoughts under the pressure of Ye's formidable presence. One must remember that the R&D department had been working on the upcoming Qixi Festival event for over 2 weeks without yielding any results. Thus, Jiang Yifeng's sudden emergence after only 5 days seemed rather exaggerated. "Sit down." Ma Shuo contemplated using his hand to push Jiang Yifeng back into his seat. He had initially thought the young man was clever enough to merit bringing him to the meeting, yet now, at this critical moment, he appeared to have acted foolishly. Jiang Yifeng grasped Ma Shuo's hand firmly. "Manager Ma, allow me to finish." His expression was solemn, devoid of jest, and there was an unmistakable intensity in his gaze, as if he possessed an innate confidence. "Let him speak," Yi Luwei interjected, resting her chin on her hands, her interest piqued. With no other option, Ma Shuo sighed and retook his seat. The entire focus of the conference room now rested solely on Jiang Yifeng. He slightly inclined his body and introduced himself. Hello. General Manager Yi, I am Jiang Yifeng, the newcomer from the R&D department. Yi Luwei's demeanor softened as she smiled and nodded. Hello, Jiang Yifeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, seated nearby, covered his forehead, exhaling a sigh. Go on, say what you wish to express. Jiang Yifeng nodded. Currently, the primary conflict between our R&D department and the marketing department lies in the latter's desire for swift market entry, whereas we aim to ensure the innovation and perfection of our designs. Therefore, I pondered whether a balance between the two could resolve these issues seamlessly. Isn't that stating the obvious? Isn't it currently your? Lu Tao began to speak, but was abruptly halted by a piercing gaze that felt as chilling as ice. Yi Luwei's mere glance prompted him to immediately silence himself. In fact, our R&D department has already devised a design for this Qixi festival, he continued. But adhering to the principle of striving for perfection, we are still in the process of refining it. Ma Shuo felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, tugging at the shirt of the man who was eloquently speaking. For heaven's sake, what are you saying? Jiang Yifeng brushed aside his hand, maintaining his smile. We will deliver the perfected design on the 5th day, providing the company and our colleagues in the marketing department with a satisfactory resolution. Throughout his discourse, Yi Luwei's unwavering gaze remained fixated upon him, not a fraction of her attention wavering. He stood there speaking with an air of confidence in every gesture, completely unlike a newcomer in the workplace. Yi Luwei pressed her lips together. 5 days. Are you certain you can refine this innovative design? Certainly, he replied. She hesitated for a moment, considering that if the task proved too daunting, a modest extension of 2 days might be warranted. Her words were already quite tactful. Yet Jiang Yifeng maintained his unflinching smile. We also need to allocate some time for publicity with our colleagues from other departments, so 5 days will suffice. Yi Luwei was uncertain of his thoughts, but seeing the confidence radiating from his eyes, she nodded. Very well, I shall grant you 5 days. However, if there are no results after that, she faltered. I will surrender my work badge, Jiang Yifeng replied without a moment's hesitation. The room erupted in astonishment. Was this newcomer so audacious as to wager his employment? It was well known that no jewelry company in the entire capital could rival the Yi Corporation. Ma Shuo clenched his fists and stood up abruptly. If there are no results, I too will surrender my work badge. His voice rang with conviction. Jiang Yifeng turned his head in surprise, meeting a pair of resolute yet resigned eyes. All right. Yi Luwei nodded, her voice clear and deliberate. If you submit a flawless proposal, the company will reward your research department. The promise from President Yi was not a trifling sum. After that day's meeting, a legend began to circulate within the company. A newcomer in the research department had dared to make a solemn vow before President Yi during the meeting, displaying remarkable audacity. On the way back from the meeting, Jiang Yifeng posed a question. Manager Ma, why are you following me? You need not surrender your badge. Ma Shuo forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Now that you are part of the research department, you are under my purview. Would I allow you to bear this burden alone? In contrast, other leaders often let their subordinates take the fall. This was a first for him to share both the joys and tribulations with a subordinate. This time, you've really put me in a predicament, Ma Shuo chuckled bitterly, already envisioning the long nights of overtime ahead. Jiang Yifeng patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, I am not speaking idly. Really? Do I seem like the sort to speak nonsense? Jiang Yifeng continued to smile. Then tell me, how do you plan to design it? Hope flickered in Ma Shuo's eyes. The queried one stroked his chin. I need to ponder this carefully. I will inform you tomorrow. You're still contemplating? The spark of hope dwindled as Ma Shuo stamped his foot, almost squeezing out the words through gritted teeth. What a calamity. Before the end of the workday, Yi Luwei was called into an urgent meeting, leaving Jiang Yifeng to return home alone. Upon arriving, he immediately retreated to his bedroom, retrieving his drawing board to begin sketching. When Yi Luwei returned home, it was already past 7. On the dining table lay 2 dishes, covered with plates, still warm. Dinner is in the pot, read the note left by Jiang Yifeng. The meal lay untouched, indicating that he had promptly embarked on fulfilling the commitments made during today's meeting upon returning home. Seated alone in the dining area, Yi Luwei suddenly felt a sense of desolation. She lifted her gaze towards the brightly lit bedroom on the 2nd floor. After a moment of hesitation, she maneuvered her wheelchair into the elevator and pressed the button for the 2nd floor. Knock, 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 come in. Yi Luwei pushed the door open. I'm back. Dinner is on the table. Jiang Yifeng was engrossed in his work, diligently sketching on the drawing board. So, how's the progress? Luwei inquired tentatively. Noting his concentration. Not bad, he replied succinctly. Do you need any assistance? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng paused, turning his head slightly. No. You'll be pleasantly surprised when I'm finished. Are you not going to eat? Luwei asked again. This time, he did not even lift his head. You go ahead and eat. I'll join you once I'm done with this. Luwei bit her lip. Well, all right. I won't disturb you then. After uttering these words, she maneuvered her wheelchair to turn and leave. Just as she was about to exit, Jiang Yifeng suddenly approached and grasped the armrest of her wheelchair. Luwei looked up in confusion, only to feel a gentle brush on her nose. A knowing smile danced in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. Forget it. I'll finish my meal first, or some people might neglect their dinner again. Chapter 26. Do you need help undressing? Today, time was rather tight. Resulting in only 2 dishes, Jiang Yifeng served the meal and handed it over, urging her not to find it insufficient. The 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, consisted of garlic, oil, wheat, and stir-fried beef, thus achieving a commendable balance of nutrition. Not too little, Luwei remarked, her smile noticeably broader. As someone who relished ready-made meals, she was certainly not one to be picky. You've worked hard. It's merely a trivial matter, Jiang Yifeng replied as he took a seat, promptly placing a generous portion of meat onto her plate. He always made it a point to serve her first. The stir-fried beef was flavorful, tender, and thoroughly satisfying. Jiang Yifeng immersed himself in his meal, while Luwei savored her slowly. Perhaps we should hire a cook for tomorrow. It would ease your burden, she suggested. No need. He replied, lifting his head from his meal. I can manage after work. But you will tire yourself. Today, his words were notably fewer than usual. He typically filled the table with chatter about his day. The difference was palpable. I'm not overly fatigued, besides. Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly. I take pleasure in preparing meals for you. After days of such nurturing, Luwei's complexion had visibly improved, her face fuller, no longer appearing so gaunt. The immediate results fueled Jiang Yifeng's desire to continue nurturing her, aiming to ensure she flourished. To win a person's heart, one must first satisfy their appetite, he mused. Raising an eyebrow. Your stomach is well fed. Now, it's time to capture your heart. Luwei felt a flutter at his teasing gaze, scoffing lightly at his smooth words. She began to sense something amiss within herself. Previously, she had never experienced the feeling of emptiness. Her life had revolved solely around work. Now, however, it seemed a void had emerged, one specifically reserved for this wayward husband's return. As long as he was nearby, that emptiness would be filled, and joy would blossom. Luwei contemplated inquiring about the design for the Qixi festival, but decided to suppress her questions, resolving that mealtime was for dining, and discussions of work could wait. After the meal, Jiang Yifeng naturally took the empty bowls to wash, simultaneously starting the herbal teapot, filled with a blend he had prepared at the pharmacy. Remember to drink it later. I'll head upstairs now, he called as he bounded up the stairs. Watching him ascend, Luwei pinched her fingers, wishing to converse further. For a fleeting moment, she pondered whether bringing Jiang Yifeng into the company was indeed the right choice or a grave mistake. In her study, Luwei rested her chin on her hands, erasing and redrawing on her design board. Designing was an endeavor fueled by inspiration. Sometimes, a flash of brilliance could yield exceptional results, while impatience often led to a pile of discarded drafts. Even as the president of Yes Jewelry, one could not rush the creative process. Reflecting on Jiang Yifeng's resolute demeanor during the meeting, she pressed the pen more firmly against the drawing board. Seeking the spark of creativity she so desperately needed, a sense of inexplicable agitation surged within him. In stark contrast, Jiang Yifeng was brimming with inspiration, his pen dancing across the paper as he swiftly sketched the designs. The incessant beeping of the alarm clock abruptly interrupted his train of thought. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, the appointed time for him to assist Luwei with her massage. Luwei's legs had begun to suffer from disuse atrophy, and his task was to stimulate her acupoints to promote blood circulation, laying a foundation for subsequent treatment. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Han. Good evening. Mr. Jiang, she greeted, reverting to a respectful demeanor, as she dared not address him casually outside the office. Is there something you need at this late hour? I had some matters to attend to, which is why I'm late. I'm here to assist President Yi with her evening routine. Luwei had limited mobility, and Jiang Han usually arrived at 8:30 to help with her daily hygiene. Jiang Yifeng nodded slightly. You may leave. I will assist her tonight. Jiang Han paused, as if suddenly grasping something, and nodded. I understand now. Thank you for your help. With that, she turned and left, as if resolute in her decision. Jiang Yifeng scratched his head in confusion. What had she understood? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Luwei was preoccupied and did not notice the person entering. Dispose of these sketches, she instructed, casually pushing aside a dozen or so drawings on the table. Though labeled as discarded, Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow upon inspecting them. The sketches encompassed 5 or 6 different pieces of jewelry, the intricate designs evidently linked to the Qixi festival. What is it? Noticing the other person remained still, Luwei frowned and looked up, meeting his gaze, which shimmered with gentle warmth. To regard these as waste is rather extravagant. These sketches could easily be tossed into an external studio. Replacing the chief designer would pose no challenge. Swish, upon recognizing Jiang Yifeng, Luwei's expression shifted, and she swiftly snatched the drawings from his hands, pressing them down beneath the drawing board. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. When did you come in? You invited me in just now, Jiang Yifeng replied, glancing at the drawing board. Are you simply doodling? She quickly responded, just doodling, as she pressed down firmly on the board. Or are you attempting to assist someone? Jiang Yifeng unflinchingly exposed her pretense. Luwei fell silent, avoiding his gaze. What brings you here? Jiang Han had an unexpected matter to attend to, so I came to assist you with your hygiene. Oh, suddenly, realization dawned upon her, and she looked up sharply. You are going to help me with my hygiene? Is there a problem? Jiang Yifeng inquired as he made his way toward the bedroom within the study, which included a bathroom. I will prepare the water for you. Wait, no need for that. Luwei exclaimed, hastily maneuvering her wheelchair to follow him. Jiang Yifeng adjusted the water temperature to a suitable level, filling the bathtub. What a contrast to the earlier frustration she had expressed over the designs. The female president now radiated a blossoming beauty, her eyes sparkling, while her delicate hands fidgeted nervously. This is hardly a matter of etiquette. As Jiang Yifeng playfully splashed water, he was belatedly aware of the situation, his fingers teasing the faucet momentarily halting. What I mean is this is precisely what I ought to do. His mind had been consumed by that damned design drawing, rendering him somewhat dazed. Pondering that it was merely a matter of assisting with the bath. Now, stimulated by the water, his dazed thoughts abruptly snapped back into focus. Turning to glance behind him at the individual in the wheelchair, he noticed the blush blooming on her cheeks, her flustered gaze darting around him. The air in the bathroom grew thick with tension, the only sound being the persistent patter of water, droplets striking the surface of the tub and echoing in the hearts of both individuals. Jiang Yifeng's legs began to tremble. However, with the arrow knocked, it must be released. In an effort to convey his honorable intentions and assure her of his propriety, Jiang Yifeng maintained a composed demeanor and earnestly inquired, Do you require assistance with your garments? Chapter 27. Allow me to show you a precious treasure. Jiang Yifeng believed that his expression at that moment was sufficiently virtuous. Yet, he was still unceremoniously expelled. Am I not perceived as a good person? He gazed into the mirror within the study. Do you require assistance in removing your garments? Well, perhaps I do not resemble a good person. Luwei reclined in the bathtub, water cascading over her jade-like skin, washing away the fatigue of the day, yet failing to alleviate the hidden fervor within. The memory of his resolute gaze made her cheeks flush even more, prompting her to splash water on her face in an attempt to regain composure. He always spoke such embarrassing words with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Yifeng wandered about the study, feeling a fire igniting within his heart. The bathroom was well soundproofed, yet he could still hear the phantom sounds of rushing water. And visions of her fair form from that night when she was intoxicated flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Bah! He randomly pulled a book on design concepts from the shelf, hoping to dispel the impure thoughts clouding his mind with knowledge. An hour later, Luwei emerged from the bathroom. The intelligent bathing system allowed her to enjoy a completely independent washing experience, albeit with some effort, significantly enhancing her quality of life. Jiang Yifeng had been reading to the point of drowsiness, only rousing himself when he heard movement. Finished? He asked, rubbing his eyes. Yes. Luwei averted her gaze awkwardly, having spent extra time drying her hair. Let us head to the bed. Jiang Yifeng stood, stretching his waist. It's time for my daily invigorating massage. Luwei wrinkled her nose. Why did everything he said sound so peculiar? When will the family doctor return? Jiang Yifeng inquired while pressing on the acupoint Zhu. The family doctor was presumably the most knowledgeable regarding Luwei's health, possessing various metrics about her legs. Luwei, during each massage, dared not glance at the man diligently working beneath her. Although she felt nothing, an odd sensation loomed over her. She tilted her head back. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps after her thesis defense, she will return. Could you provide me with her contact information? Why do you need her contact? Luwei asked, staring at the light above. To learn some medical knowledge, Jiang Yifeng replied, his voice strained from exertion. What if she is unavailable later? I will still be here. After all, outsiders are ultimately outsiders. A flimsy excuse could lead to departure, but in critical moments, one can rely on kin. He pressed firmly, attempting to see a hint of color on her long, fair leg. But alas, only a shallow indentation remained. The road ahead is indeed long, he lamented. Luwei caught the slight shake of his head from the corner of her eye, and her fluttering heart felt as if it were tugged by some unseen force. Jiang Yifeng. She suddenly murmured his name, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a dreamlike murmur. Jiang Yifeng looked up. Will you truly not leave me? Luwei continued to gaze at the light. Why do you ask such questions? He paused his actions, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. It all feels so surreal. Luwei reached out to grasp the light cascading from the crystal chandelier above. It seemed as though she held it, yet upon extending her hand, she found only emptiness. A clap echoed as her gaze began to drift, but at that moment, a large hand enveloped hers, which had grasped nothing. The warmth of reality surged from the cold tips of her fingers. Another hand gently cupped her chin, tilting her face to reveal a handsome visage within her blurred vision. He chuckled softly, his eyes radiating a blend of exasperation and tender affection. Every day you speak nonsense. What is not real? Am I suddenly going to vanish? I'm afraid. What if there is no what if? Before she could finish her thought, his fingers slipped away. Just as Luwei was about to continue, she noticed Jiang Yifeng hesitantly retracting his hand, an awkward expression crossing his face. I think I used this hand to give you a foot massage earlier. Luwei's eyes widened in shock. As she registered this, Jiang Yifeng chuckled, just kidding. I haven't even massaged your feet yet. Are you really so critical of yourself? The gloom that had previously enveloped Luwei vanished, replaced by the embarrassment of being teased. Who wouldn't he be critical? I'm not, he replied without hesitation. Luwei stumbled over her words, her cheeks flushing a bright red as she finally managed to retort, you pervert. The usual 30-minute massage session inexplicably stretched to an hour today. A remarkable deviation from the norm. As they prepared to leave, Jiang Yifeng suddenly turned back. Thank you. Luwei blinked, puzzled. What for? The design sketches, he smiled. I want to create something myself. Don't worry, I'll deliver a flawless outcome. The fervor ignited in his eyes was palpable. I aspire to be the one who alleviates your burdens, not adds to them. Luwei paused, and by the time she processed his words, the door to the room had already closed. After a prolonged silence, her tightly pressed lips finally relaxed, curving into a gentle smile. The legend of Jiang Yifeng began to circulate within the company. Many were aware of this audacious newcomer, and numerous whispers about him filled the air. Upon entering the office, he was met with many scrutinizing gazes. A few bolder young women approached him, attempting to add him on WeChat under the pretense of friendship, but he politely declined, citing inconvenience. The sensation of being the center of attention was rather enjoyable. Whether the gazes were approving or critical, he relished the experience. Initially believing himself to be socially anxious, he later realized it stemmed from a lack of vanity. When the focus on him became sufficiently pronounced, even the most socially anxious individuals could transform into social butterflies. Jiang Yifeng strode into the research and development department with a refreshing demeanor. The atmosphere in the R&D department was as lively as ever, except for Ma Shuo, who was typically the most animated but now sat lifelessly at his workstation, staring blankly at his computer screen. It seems that old Ma did not return home last night. Luo when approached, signaling Jiang Yifeng to hasten and check on him. Ma Shuo had tirelessly designed 5 illustrations throughout the night, yet he found himself confined within the same limited mindset. Often, the more one strives to transcend a particular level of thinking, the more one becomes ensnared within it. His mind was still cluttered with those outdated concepts. Good morning. Manager Ma, Jiang Yifeng greeted. Good morning. Ma Shuo responded weakly. He appeared to be present, but had actually been absent for quite some time. Jiang Yifeng understood that the root of his anxiety stemmed largely from himself. Who can come to my rescue? Ma Shuo lamented, raking his fingers through his hair, on the verge of tears. A fifth of the allotted time had already elapsed, yet his progress remained at a standstill. Was he truly destined to surrender his work badge and return home? Manager Ma, do not despair. Allow me to show you a magnificent treasure, Jiang Yifeng remarked as he deftly unbuttoned his coat. Chapter 28. A transformation without a cost. Ma Shuo had spent a sleepless night, his mind now adrift. Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng mention a grand treasure, he mustered a flicker of interest. Oh, Xiao Jiang, what grand treasure could you possibly have? I hope it's not just the contact information of some intern from a department you joined today. Haha. Truth be told, he held little hope. After all, it had only been one night, and he did not believe this newcomer could deliver a design. Unless, of course, the lad had an esteemed designer backing him. What was he thinking? It was merely a design draft. Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes and retrieved his tablet from his bag, turning it around. Design? Let me have a look. Ma Shuo casually glanced at it, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Within mere seconds, his demeanor transitioned from nonchalance to astonishment and then to seriousness. Jiang Yifeng helplessly rubbed his forehead, muttering, "What a transformation without a cost." Displayed on Jiang Yifeng's computer screen was a design for a ring, distinctly different from those available on the market. The ring's face was inspired by the circular wheel of a spinning wheel, featuring a cascading, interwoven design of hollow rings that mimicked the rotation of the wheel. With a round-cut moonstone at its center, symbolizing a full moon. The band extended into a streamlined wave pattern, reminiscent of flowing silk during weaving, complementing the spinning wheel motif and evoking imagery of spinning and entwining threads. Colleagues in the R&D department, concerned about Ma Shuo's state of mind, hurriedly gathered around, curious to witness his rapid emotional transformations. Upon seeing the design on the computer screen, they gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths. As seasoned designers, they could readily appreciate the ingenuity behind the work. Noticing their reactions, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Many had become accustomed to equating the Qixi festival with Valentine's Day, focusing solely on romantic expressions of love. However, it was essential to remember that Qixi, in ancient times, was also known as the Qiqiu festival. By broadening the conventional notions of love and emphasizing the festival's original significance, he seamlessly combined classical aesthetics with modern craftsmanship, elevating the meaning of Qixi to a new level. Xiao Jiang. Ma Shuo gradually rose, his expression solemn. "What's wrong, Manager Ma? Is there something?" Jiang Yifeng's words were interrupted as Ma Shuo suddenly pulled him in for a vigorous embrace. "You are truly a genius." The once quiet R&D department erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and applause echoing, as if they might lift the roof off the building. Many passers-by shook their heads at the commotion. It seems the design pressure has driven everyone in the R&D department mad. Indeed, the department was enraptured, celebrating the newcomer with fervor. Jiang Yifeng's image among his colleagues had transformed dramatically, succinctly summarized by the phrase, "A little sparrow pecks joyfully at an ox." This ring is merely a starting point. What I wish to convey is that we must not confine our thinking. Let us expand our minds and collectively strive to bring this year's Qixi festival design to fruition. Let us do it. Jiang Yifeng raised his fist, and the entire R&D team echoed his enthusiasm, raising their arms in unison. Let us do it. In a mere morning, the R&D department submitted a total of 12 design sketches. The designs encompassed a range of items including, but not limited to, rings, earrings, necklaces, and bracelets. The team, already esteemed in the realm of design, found their creativity ignited by Jiang Yifeng's innovative concepts, flooding in like a tide. "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of my chain design paired with some small pearls?" Ma Shuo inquired, presenting his sketch. Jiang Yifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I believe pearls may not be as fitting as small diamonds, for pearls are rather bulky, which makes them less suitable to symbolize the stars." You have a point." Ma Shuo conceded. "I shall make some adjustments." Observing the fervent enthusiasm radiating from the R&D team, Jiang Yifeng leaned back in his seat, a smile gracing his lips. "What are you grinning about, you fool?" "I was pondering whether 5 days might be too long," he replied, turning his head with an audacious grin. "I feel we could complete this project in 3 days." Ma Shuo rolled his eyes. "You are overly ambitious, though I share the same sentiment." The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Luwei forwarded the contact information of a family doctor. Yu Qi, a graduate from the esteemed Capital Medical University, specialized in neurology. She obtained her Master's degree, a feat that typically requires 8 years of rigorous study, at the tender age of 21, and is currently pursuing her doctorate at a prestigious university abroad. Despite her prodigious talents, circumstances had led her to an extended graduation. This reminded Jiang Yifeng of a saying he had heard during his own doctoral studies: "The 3 years of your doctorate will be the most fulfilling 4 years of your life." 5 years hence, reflecting on your 6 years of study, you may regret choosing this path. Jiang Yifeng perused her previously published journals online. Each page was devoid of substance. Yet amidst the academic detritus of the site, Yu Qi's papers stood as exemplary works. In reality, an extended graduation is not necessarily detrimental. especially in the field of medicine, where this period serves as an opportune time for deep reflection. Rather than directly adding Yu Qi's contact information, Jiang Yifeng opted to create a secondary account to reach out to her. Yi Luowei's leg ailment was certainly not a matter for experimentation. Even if the individual were deemed a genius, he needed to assess her capabilities thoroughly to ensure absolute certainty. Throughout lunch, he had been preoccupied with his phone. Yi Luowei, sensing his distraction, asked, "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought." Jiang Yifeng finally lifted his gaze from Yu Qi's English-laden thesis. "Oh, it's nothing. Just reading some articles about jewelry, hoping to find inspiration." "Are you facing a creative block?" "Not at all. Everything is progressing smoothly," he assured, as he deftly picked up a shrimp from his lunchbox and offered it to her. "I will certainly deliver a flawless outcome." Having grown accustomed to his habit of sharing food, Yi Luowei accepted the shrimp and chewed silently, saying nothing more. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "No," she replied, her eyes cast down at her meal. "Your brow is furrowed quite tightly," Jiang Yifeng observed, narrowing his eyes. Yi Luowei instinctively touched her brow, her fingertips grazing the creased skin that seemed to respond to her touch. "Is it about me?" If it were a matter concerning the company, Yi Luowei would exhibit no signs of distress, for she had weathered countless storms. The only person capable of eliciting such a frown from her was him. The Jiang family? Yi Luowei set down her chopsticks. Grandfather called, expressing a desire to meet and to discuss matters pertaining to the Jiang family. Jiang Yifeng, upon hearing this, pressed his lips together. That rascal Jiang Beiqing has managed to connect with the old master of the Yi family. Observing Yi Luowei's troubled expression, Jiang Yifeng suddenly reached out, gently massaging her furrowed brow, smoothing away the lines that had persisted for far too long. "Very well, then, let us go and pay a visit. It feels like ages since I last saw grandfather." Chapter 29. A pleasant sensation, Yi Luowei's brow unfurled as she gazed upon the gentle features of the man before her. "Are you not vexed?" she inquired. This matter had troubled her throughout the morning, even provoking an unusual display of anger during the meeting. She was adept at concealing her emotions, a requisite trait for one in power. Yet, for reasons unknown, her heart became tumultuous whenever Jiang Yifeng was involved. It seemed her feelings could be easily swayed by him. Why should I be troubled? The principal character in this affair picked up his chopsticks and resumed his meal, savoring it even more. "An ugly son-in-law will eventually meet his in-laws," he remarked with a carefree smile, adding, "Besides, I am not unattractive." His smile was as audacious as ever. In truth, when the division agreement was handed over to the Jiang family, he had already anticipated the general outcome, though he did not foresee the situation escalating in such a manner. Despite his irritation, he refused to exhibit it, unwilling to allow trivial matters to affect his mood. "I shall postpone this issue." Observing his calm demeanor, Yi Luowei's emotions stabilized. "I propose we address this after you complete the Qixi festival planning." This decision was made after careful consideration. Though it might seem impolite to delay after receiving an invitation from the elders, arriving empty-handed would only exacerbate the situation. Empty-handed referred not to physical gifts. The Yi family sought not mere trivialities wrapped in boxes, but rather capability. The primary criterion for the older generation regarding their descendants' partners is their competence, especially for a prominent family like the Yes. If he could achieve results this time and prove his worth, he could stand before the elder Yi with confidence, just as I had envisioned. A smile graced Jiang Yifeng's lips. Having a perceptive wife was a dream cherished by many men, and he considered himself fortunate to possess one. "I believe in you," Yi Luowei affirmed with a supportive glance. "I also believe in myself. Now eat." Yu Qi accepted a friend request from a stranger. Golden Wind and Jade Dew, a rather cliché name, seemingly no different from Prosperity in Bloom. She currently used a private account, known only to family and friends, which explained her acceptance of the stranger's request. "Why? Hello, may I ask who you are?" The reply came swiftly. "Golden Wind and Jade Dew, a friend recommended you. I have long heard of Dr. Yu's esteemed reputation, and it is an honor to make your acquaintance today." This individual spoke rather politely. "Why, may I inquire what you need?" "Golden Wind and Jade Dew. I would like to learn about the repair of spinal cord neural stem cells. Would Dr. You be willing to enlighten me?" Yu Qi furrowed her brow upon reading the message. Who exactly was this person? "Why, the repair of spinal cord neural stem cells is relatively complex. Currently, it primarily involves activating endogenous stem cells or transplanting exogenous stem cells for repair. For specifics, you may refer to my latest published article. Jin Feng Yu Lu, I have perused the journal you published. However, Have you considered that allogeneic stem cells require prolonged immunosuppression, which may lead to aberrant differentiation and incomplete functional connections between new neurons and the host's neural network? Jiang Yifeng, might the combination of cellular replacement and microenvironment reconstruction, along with gene editing, rectify these issues? This brief exchange resonated in Yuqi's mind like a thunderclap, compelling her to abandon her nonchalance and adopt a serious demeanor. She had initially assumed her interlocutors sought her guidance, but as the conversation unfolded, her own inquiries were progressively ignited. Why? I hope for your enlightenment. Do remember to rest. During work hours, Luwei unexpectedly uttered this remark. Jiang Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. He had been quite fatigued lately. Juggling the planning of the Qixi festival activities during work and engaging in academic exchanges with the distant Yuqi after hours, all while attempting to prepare a meal. Not even a donkey in a production team would endure such a schedule. In just 3 days, dark circles had formed beneath his eyes. Luwei observed all of this, torn by conflicting feelings regarding Jiang Yifeng. On one hand, she recognized his ambition and glimpsed a promising future. On the other hand, his weary appearance was indeed heart-wrenching. Luwei contemplated intervening to encourage this exhausted man to rest and unwind. Yet she was acutely aware that such an act might dampen his motivation. The drive to achieve requires a certain fervor. I'm not tired. I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Yifeng replied with a grin, yet he distinctly felt his eyelids growing heavy. No matter how resolute one might be, the body remains honest. Perhaps you should sleep. Luwei concealed her compassion beneath a calm facade. May I rest my head on your lap? Jiang Yifeng suddenly shifted closer, finding the car seat uncomfortable. Sure. As soon as her words fell, Jiang Yifeng's head found its way onto her lap, seemingly premeditated. You smell delightful, he mischievously nuzzled against her. Chuckling softly, Luwei's pupils constricted slightly as she gently pressed down on his head, urging him to behave. Jiang Yifeng opened his eyes slowly, gazing upward. The car window was ajar, and a playful breeze lifted her bangs, revealing her luminous eyes beneath. She stared out at the fleeting scenery, occasionally blinking her long, thick lashes, creating an atmosphere of tranquil bliss. Are you going to sleep? Luwei suppressed the heat of his gaze and feigned annoyance. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Jiang Yifeng immediately turned his head and shut his eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. How wonderful, he murmured, although he could not articulate what exactly was wonderful. He simply felt it was so. His breathing gradually steadied, indicating he had succumbed to slumber. Luwei gently raised the car window, gazing down at the man resting on her lap. His breaths were shallow, and his eyelids trembled slightly, as if he were dreaming. He looked rather endearing in his sleep. His usual brazen demeanor resembled that of a cynical young master, yet in this moment of quietude, he appeared akin to a child. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a warm glow upon his hair, which shimmered softly. Luwei pursed her lips and reached out to touch him, only to retract her hand swiftly. There was no response. She then glanced at Jiang Han, who remained diligently focused on driving, oblivious to her actions. The ever-upright general manager Yi, for the first time, experienced the thrill of secrecy. This unconventional sensation sent a shiver through her fingertips. With a slight bite at the corner of her lip, her fingers curled involuntarily. She raised her gaze casually towards the window, yet her hand, driven by impulse, reached out once more. Soft and fluffy, the texture was delightful. Chapter 30. Do you comply, my brother? 5 fleeting days have passed. In the conference room on the 26th floor of Ye's Jewelry, a seminar for the planning of the Qixi Festival event is set to commence. The marketing team arrived early, with Lu Tao lounging comfortably, his legs crossed, watching the entrance with a look of amusement. Lu, do you think the R&D department can come up with a design in 5 days? A curious member of the marketing team inquired, having anticipated that the R&D team would toil day and night. To their surprise, they maintained their usual schedule, clocking in and out punctually, without a moment more spent in the office. Lu Tao was well aware of this. In light of their current pace, not only 5 days, but even 50 would not yield an innovative design. Had it not been for that newcomer's bold proclamations, the R&D team might have submitted a few half-hearted designs to appease the situation. Lu Tao tapped his leg, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The newcomer still needs to be tested in the crucible of the workplace. Other departments had also arrived early, buzzing with chatter. The R&D department enjoyed decent rapport within the company, and many felt apprehensive for Ma Shuai and his team. We all know their capabilities. Yet what if the designs fail to meet Ye's expectations? Would they truly have to surrender their badges? In front of all departments, such threats were made. It felt somewhat plausible. The principle of punishing the chicken to warn the monkey is not lost on you. But perhaps it is more likely that the newcomer would bear the brunt of the consequences, considering how many years old Ma has devoted. That newcomer, a fresh face, arrived with such arrogance. Could they possibly be a relative of some high-ranking official? No one should dare to show off in front of Yi unless they are related to him. Haha. The murmurs from the audience continued, with most attending the meeting as mere spectators, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yi Luwei sat at the podium, observing the crowd with a stoic expression. Though she was internally tormented, Jiang Yifeng had yet to show her the design sketches, claiming he wanted to surprise her. Was it truly a surprise or a shock? After all, this matter not only pertained to the company's interests but also to her ability to hold her head high when meeting with family elders in the future. Like everyone else, she fixated on the door of the conference room. Where were the RD personnel? Lu Tao glanced at the clock. With only 2 minutes until the meeting was set to begin, he jested. Perhaps they were too embarrassed to show up, having produced nothing? Just as his words faded, a deep voice resonated from outside. If you have the audacity to come, why should we be ashamed? Ma Shao led the entire RD team into the conference room, defying the notion that the protagonists always make a late entrance. The once chaotic room fell silent, all eyes drawn to them. Ma Shao stood tall, shedding his previous dejection. Exuding confidence, and his team mirrored his demeanor. They appeared less like attendees and more like models on a runway. Huh. Lu Tao squinted, turning his face away. Yi Luwei's gaze fell upon Jiang Yifeng, her delicate lips pressed into a thin line, her fingers interlaced tightly together. Xiao Jiang, please proceed with the presentation. After Ma Shao took his seat, he gestured for him to begin. Jiang Yifeng paused momentarily, surprised. Aren't you the one presenting? Typically, such discussions are led by the supervisors. This design concept was your contribution. You possess a deeper understanding than any of us. Ma Shao lifted his chin slightly, adding that the company's executives were present, making it an excellent opportunity for you to showcase yourself. Jiang Yifeng cast a profound glance at his colleagues in the RD department and nodded. The computer connected to the projector. He slowly rose, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. As he turned his head, he met a particularly intense gaze and gradually smiled. Yi Luwei noticed the glimmer of mirth in his eyes, and her tightly clasped fingers relaxed slightly. Good morning, esteemed leaders and colleagues. I am Jiang Yifeng from the RD department, here to elucidate our department's product design. His voice resonated with confidence. The PowerPoint presentation illuminated the screen. The Qixi Festival, primarily rooted in the love tale of the cowherd and the weaver girl, is often hailed as the Eastern Valentine's Day. Nowadays, many jewelry designs revolve around themes of love, leading to a conflation of the Qixi Festival with Valentine's Day, resulting in similar designs that blur the distinctions between the two occasions. Yet, the essence of Qixi extends beyond mere romance. It encompasses another significant aspect, qiqiao, or the art of skillful needlework. With a gentle touch, he articulated the concept of qiqiao on the screen in simple, comprehensible phrases. Given that the primary audience for jewelry is women, we will approach the design from a feminine perspective, merging jewelry design with the ancient practice of women praying for skillful craftsmanship, thus creating a series that transcends mere romantic motifs and elevates the self-worth of women. We intend to name this collection Xiao Qi Tong Xin. Upon his conclusion, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. This innovative design approach had not crossed anyone's mind. And even more surprising was that the RD department had transformed this abstract concept into tangible designs in merely 5 days. Remarkably, they had crafted an entire series. The PowerPoint unfolded, showcasing a total of 25 designs, ranging from necklaces and rings to earrings and bracelets, covering a diverse array of adornments. Each design could be described as novel, with annotations indicating the designer and the rationale behind each creation. Every member of our RD department designed a piece based on this theme, interpreting the folk custom of qiqiao through a romantic dialogue between needlework and jewelry design. Jiang Yifeng stood there. No further words were necessary. The designs spoke volumes, silencing all skeptics. This series not only exemplified originality but also beautifully embodied the craftsmanship that the Yi family jewelry brand is renowned for, achieving an extraordinary duality. Yi Luwei's gaze had remained fixed on him since the moment he stood. Now, witnessing his spirited demeanor, her previously clasped fingers gradually loosened. Lu Tao, who had been lounging with crossed legs, lowered them in disbelief as he scrutinized the comprehensive design plans displayed on the screen. Ma Shao cast a challenging glance his way. seemingly engaging him in a silent conversation. Are you convinced now, my friend? Applause erupted as Luwei took the lead. The entire audience joined in the ovation. Jiang Yifeng, basking in the applause, turned his head slightly to raise an eyebrow at the woman seated at the head of the table. She responded with a gentle smile, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of pride. Are there any further questions? Luwei scanned the remaining senior members. No, no, no. Each responded in turn. Then I hereby announce that the Qixi Festival planning proposal from the RD department has been approved. It will be immediately put into production at the factory, with all departments coordinating closely with the RD team. Yes. Chapter 31. A gentle kiss. The research and development department has garnered significant attention this time. As Ma Shuo exited the conference room, his posture was more erect than that of a soldier on parade. Xiaojiang, we have truly excelled this time. Did you hear President Yu instructing all departments to cooperate with us? The distinction between being assisted and offering assistance is profound. The RD department now occupies a central and proactive position, greatly enhancing Ma Shuo's standing among the other department heads. Jiang Yifeng, of course, understood the source of his elation. In no time, Ma Shuo strutted over to Lu Tao, who had just left the conference room. Old Lu, your marketing department needs to expedite the promotional efforts. We wouldn't want to hinder other departments and make it difficult for everyone. This remark mirrored Lu Tao's earlier comments in the cafeteria, now returned to him by Ma Shuo. The marketing team wore solemn expressions. Wishing to retort, but recalling President Ye's words, they restrained their responses. Lu Tao, lacking his previous sharpness, pressed his tongue against his molar. Old Ma, I truly didn't expect you to have a design. All right, this time I concede. Conceding is good. Ensure the promotion is executed well, so we don't end up with wasted efforts. As the marketing team departed, Lu Tao glanced at Jiang Yifeng with scrutiny. But Ma Shuo's sturdy frame quickly blocked his view. What are you looking at? Move along. Is it wrong to take a look? Such a treasure. Lu Tao rolled his eyes and stormed off, his face tinged with green. Jiang Yifeng watched the marketing team vanish around the corner and shrugged. I never anticipated he would concede. Ma Shuo scoffed. That guy demands efficiency, which is quite normal in the company, but he has got a sharp tongue. Otherwise, I might actually like him. At that moment, Luwei approached. Lowering his voice, Old Ma and Lu Tao had been adversaries since their acquaintance, constantly bickering, yet they've never truly fallen out. Jiang Yifeng scratched his head in resignation. Perhaps this is what one might call a love-hate relationship? Observing the jubilant faces of the RD team, he exhaled in relief. A significant task had been accomplished, allowing everyone a moment to unwind. Luwei was perusing the design drafts for a harmonious union. A rare smile graced her typically composed features. President Yi, Mr. Jiang has certainly made his mark this time. Did you see those covetous gazes? Akin to wolves eyeing their prey, the wolves referred to the other executives in the company. Jiang Yifeng's impressive performance during the meeting, coupled with the series of inventive designs, had indeed piqued the interest of those cunning old foxes who wished to recruit such talent for their own teams. Yet their ambitions would likely be thwarted. The corners of Luwei's lips curled upward. At Yi's jewelry, no one dared to vie for her talent, especially since this individual was rightfully hers. It's unlikely they could fathom that Mr. Jiang is part of her household. Jiang Han chuckled at the thought. Grateful that you did not divorce Mr. Jiang. Otherwise, the loss would have been considerable. He has changed. Not only has he changed, but you have as well. Luwei lifted her head. Me? Jiang Huan smiled silently, picked up the documents on the table, and said, I'll be busy now, before stepping out of the door. Before she could inquire about what exactly had changed, the office door had already closed. This girl, when did she become such a riddle? Luwei rummaged through her bag for a compact mirror and began to examine herself. If one were to speak of change, perhaps it was the color on her cheeks, which no longer appeared so pale. And perhaps she had gained a little weight. Of course, all of this was thanks to Jiang Yifeng's daily nutritional regimen. The image of him bustling in the kitchen and his eager anticipation for her feedback during meals flashed through her mind, causing her to smile involuntarily. Suddenly, she realized. When had he become the first person to occupy her thoughts? Upon seeing some design sketches, she found herself unconsciously comparing them to Jiang Yifeng's designs. Tasting certain dishes made her uncontrollably rate them against his culinary skills. Even the image of the company spokesperson was subject to comparison. It must be an illusion. Surely just an illusion. Staring at the Qiao Qitong Xin design on her desk, his figure in the conference room today resurfaced in her mind. Exuding confidence in every gesture. How infuriating. Stop thinking about it. Luwei shook her head. attempting to dispel that image, yet his every smile became all the more vivid. At noon, the Research and Development Department held a celebration banquet. The star of the event, Jiang Yifeng, made an excuse and slipped away after a brief appearance. Leaning against the doorframe of Yi Luwei's office, he crossed his arms, wearing an expression that seemed to beckon for praise. Yi Luwei glanced at him. "What are you standing there for? Come eat." Jiang Yifeng approached, circled around to her side, and poked at the design draft on the table. "So, how did I perform today?" In today's conference room, he was undoubtedly the dazzling star. Yi Luwei nodded slightly. "Not bad. Just not bad?" Jiang Yifeng pouted. "Come on, Yi. Do you really have to be so stingy with compliments?" His voice carried a tinge of grievance. Yi Luwei turned her gaze toward him. Indeed, he was different from the others. He was truly worthy of being mine, effortlessly accomplishing what others struggled to achieve. What a genius. Jiang Yifeng spoke with pride, then tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. "Is that what you think?" He was astute, recognizing her reluctance to express herself, and thus provided her with an easy way out. Yi Luwei averted her gaze. Her silence, without a rebuttal, served as the best response. Leading the research and development team to produce a series of innovative designs in just 5 days was nothing short of genius. Jiang Yifeng leaned closer. "I recall you mentioning, Yi, that as long as we deliver satisfactory results, there would be rewards, correct?" "Yes," Yi Luwei nodded. "The finance department will allocate a reward for you." Ye's jewelry never delays rewards, nor does it offer excuses to evade them. "Can I opt out of the money?" He inched closer once more. As the arms of the two individuals brushed against one another, Yi Luwei turned her head, her gaze uncontrollably lingering upon that handsome visage. Jiang Yifeng's features were undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, the kind that could effortlessly capture attention even amidst a crowd. "So, what is it that you desire?" "First, promise me you won't refuse." His eyes brimmed with anticipation. The glimmer of hope within his gaze caused Yi Luwei's cheeks to flush slightly. She turned her face away, as long as it was not excessive. "Rest assured, given the nature of our relationship, it certainly won't be excessive." Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his thick lashes concealing a fleeting glimmer of mischief. He leaned closer. "Just give me a kiss." Chapter 32. If you do not kiss me, I must kiss you. Yi Luwei had made extensive preparations, including her role within the company and the authority of her department head. Little did she expect that his desire was merely for a kiss. Yet, that singular request was enough to send her heart racing beyond its limits. His face drew near, the faint, refreshing scent of men's shampoo wafting from his hair, stirring an inexplicable impulse within her. Was such a request unreasonable? A glint of mischief sparkled in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. For anyone else, such a demand might indeed be excessive. However, as a legally married couple, it hardly constituted a demand at all. In the office, Yi Luwei's rosy lips pressed tightly together. It was not working hours, and besides, they were alone. Jiang Yifeng's heart was pounding, nearly leaping from his throat. In his 2 to 3 decades of life, he had never asked anyone for a kiss. Yet, he understood that in any relationship, there must be one who is bold and proactive. If both parties were too shy to lower their guards, relying solely on words to bridge their connection was utterly futile. Yi Luwei's fists clenched tightly. The proximity rendered the air between them thin, causing her breath to quicken uncontrollably, even suppressing her most basic thoughts. "If you are too shy, we can approach it differently." Jiang Yifeng observed her hesitation mixed with a desire to try. Deciding to stoke the flames of temptation, Yi Luwei, feeling a wave of relief, her flushed cheeks revealing a hint of relaxation, nodded repeatedly. However, her ease was short-lived, barely lasting 3 seconds. A soft peck, her face flushed with warmth. Yi Luwei froze, her eyes widening in surprise. Jiang Yifeng turned away, his voice muffled as he spoke. "If you do not kiss me, I can only kiss you. I have matters to attend to in the department, so I must take my leave." He fled the office in haste. Yi Luwei stood there like a marionette, stunned, before finally coming to her senses. Uncontrollably, she raised her hand to touch the spot where he had kissed her, the warmth lingering, not yet dissipated. Was he taking advantage of her? Ye's jewelry boasted a complete jewelry production line, characterized by remarkable efficiency. Soon, Crafted Hearts was set to launch its promotional campaign in the market. As anticipated, this innovative design, which seamlessly blended ancient embroidery techniques with modern craftsmanship, instantly captivated the public's attention, attracting countless admirers. However, Lu Tao faced a dilemma. The public had seen and discussed this jewelry series, yet the actual purchases only reached half of expectations. For instance, Lu Tao had planned to pre-sell 3,000 sets, but the actual pre-sale figures only reached 1,500. Despite nearly doubling the promotional efforts compared to previous marketing campaigns, the investment did not correlate with the returns. The data did not lie. The marketing department had failed this time. Old Lu, what do you think? Our new product is sure to sell like hotcakes, right? Ma Shuo pushed open the door to the marketing department, followed closely by Jiang Yifeng. The research and development department held a dominant position in this event, enjoying significant status. Lu Tao was already irritated, and upon seeing that grinning face, he felt his anger intensify, choosing to ignore him entirely. Ma Shuo raised an eyebrow, wondering why Lu was not cooperating. Was he not aware that he could report this to President Yi? His demeanor was that of a petty individual reveling in small victories, as if he had come solely to vex his adversary. What utter nonsense, Lu Tao muttered under his breath, rolling his eyes and turning the screen away. You can look at the data yourself. The previously cheerful Ma Shuo appeared momentarily taken aback upon viewing the screen, his expression darkening. How did you market this? He inquired. It's the same as before, but we've actually increased our efforts. However, the feedback is far from satisfactory. This time, it was Lu Tao's turn to smile. Perhaps your design simply does not resonate well. Nonsense. Have you not seen how everyone is discussing this batch of designs? Ma retorted. Then explain to me how. Despite employing the same marketing strategies, the data is so different this time? Clearly, there's a flaw in your approach. Nonsense. The two sworn enemies once again found themselves at an impasse. Jiang Yifeng let out a wry smile, bemused at how these two could barely exchange 10 words before launching into a heated debate. While they bickered, he began reviewing the investments and feedback across various channels within the marketing department. Currently, mainstream brands were primarily investing in offline advertising, such as outdoor billboards, television commercials, cinema ads, and radio spots. The feedback from these offline channels had been rather mediocre. Supervisor Lu, have you considered online advertising? Jiang Yifeng posed a pertinent question. Lu Tao, momentarily diverting his gaze from Ma Shuo, replied, we have invested in it, but the results have not been very promising. He pulled up another data chart, indicating that the primary advertising channels were major search engine ads. Your investment is predominantly in offline channels, correct? Jiang Yifeng asked. Lu nodded, acknowledging that the higher exposure rates naturally favored offline strategies. However, a high exposure rate does not necessarily equate to strong customer loyalty, Jiang Yifeng pointed out, succinctly identifying the crux of the issue. Lu furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting a change in marketing strategy? Jiang Yifeng smiled slightly. I have a suggestion that you may wish to consider. Lu noted the newcomer from the RD department had a vibrant thought process and exhibited commendable politeness, leaving a favorable impression on him. May I suggest reallocating the majority of your advertising budget to online platforms, particularly social media and e-commerce sites? Social media platforms, especially short video platforms, present untapped potential. Short videos? Those are platforms used by all sorts of people, Lu Tao replied dismissively. Young folks often record trivial matters on them. I do not see this as a viable advertising avenue. Supervisor Lu, do you regularly check your friend circle? Jiang Yifeng unexpectedly asked, veering off topic. Lu was taken aback but responded, of course. It's a way to see others' life updates and gather information. Short video platforms are essentially an enlarged version of a friend circle where sharing occurs continuously. This sharing simultaneously disseminates information to individuals worldwide, boasting extensive reach and strong interactivity. The circle of acquaintances one possesses can at most encompass a few hundred individuals. In contrast, a brief video lasting merely seconds may reach millions. The disarray you perceive stems from your tinted perspective. Were you to reassess from a vantage point devoid of your current status and elevation, would you still find it chaotic? Instead, you might discover it to be rather intriguing. Jiang Yifeng's statement may come across as somewhat harsh, yet it undeniably holds truth. Offline investments can only engage a small audience within the confines of Beijing, while the online realm extends to the entire globe. Do you grasp my meaning? If the purchase rate stands at a mere 50%, the disparity between 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 is monumental. Lu Tao, stroking his chin, mused that there is indeed something captivating in this. Jiang Yifeng, with a sense of eloquence, continued, the sales strategy has evolved from a singular offline approach to a hybrid of online and offline, thereby broadening the market reach and enhancing the purchase rate. Lu Tao's interest was piqued, and he straightened in his seat, eager to learn how online engagement could be elevated. Have you heard of live streaming commerce? Chapter 33. Why is it so hot? Luwei noticed that Jiang Yifeng had once again become absorbed in his work. Their professional paces had synchronized. Both tirelessly engaged throughout the day, with only the midday and evening meals providing fleeting opportunities to see one another. Despite having completed the design, he continued to seclude himself in his room, lost in activities that remained a mystery to her. Several times she felt compelled to inquire. Yet before she could voice her questions, Jiang Yifeng would effortlessly divert the conversation. By the time she mustered the courage to ask again, he had already slipped away. It seemed as though he possessed some enchanting power that led her thoughts astray. When Luwei finally concluded her last project proposal, the clock struck midnight. Venturing from her study in search of water, she noticed the light still illuminating the second floor. Jiang Yifeng had not yet retired for the night. What could possibly keep him awake at such an hour? She mused, balancing a cup of milk as she maneuvered her wheelchair into the elevator. The villa was eerily quiet at night. Upon reaching the door, just as she was about to knock, a woman's voice wafted from within. "Welcome, everyone, to my live stream. This is the pure-hearted little wildcat. Pepe, a sports car is all it takes to obtain my contact information. Dear brothers, if you'd like to request a wake-up service, feel free to reach out." The sultry, lilting tone resonated through the night, unmistakably alluring. Luwei furrowed her brow, gripping the cup of milk tightly. She rapped on the door, and instantly the woman's playful voice ceased, followed by a cacophony of sounds before Jiang Yifeng opened the door. His face bore a faint flush, and he appeared somewhat flustered. "Is there something you need?" Luwei scanned the room, ensuring no one else was present before asking. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I was just about to sleep," he replied, a hint of defensiveness in his tone. "Here, drink this. It's beneficial for sleep." Luwei offered the milk coolly. "Haha, how considerate." Jiang Yifeng accepted the milk and downed it in one swift motion, his demeanor dismissive. "Nothing urgent. I shall take my leave then." As she prepared to exit, Luwei halted her wheelchair, lingering in silence before finally stating, "Take care of yourself." Jiang Yifeng found the tone of her words peculiar, unable to pinpoint what fell off. He merely nodded in response. Once Luwei had departed, he let out a sigh of relief. He had narrowly avoided being discovered. He reclined back onto his bed and opened the live streaming application, scrolling through the feed. "Oh, this figure is quite appealing, though rather unattractive. This one is not bad, but too flat. Why is it so hot?" The following day was Saturday, a rare day of respite. During breakfast, Luwei observed the pallor of the man seated across from her, the faint bluish tint beneath his eyelids causing her to furrow her brow. "What time did you sleep last night?" "Oh, not too late," he replied nonchalantly, sipping his porridge. "Busy with work?" Luwei raised her gaze. Yes, work," Jiang Yifeng replied, glancing at her with a grin. "How exhausting." "Oh," she responded indifferently, reaching for a boiled egg, and with a decisive motion, she tapped it against the table. Not a mere knock, but a definitive strike. The force was considerable, causing the eggshell to crack and revealing the pristine white of the egg white within. "Thank you for your hard work. Enjoy an egg to replenish your nutrients." Since last night, her demeanor had been somewhat peculiar. Jiang Yifeng took the egg and discreetly cast a glance at her face, which bore no signs of change. Could it be that he was overthinking? Just then, his phone rang, and upon checking it, his expression shifted slightly. "I need to take this call." "All right," he replied. Jiang Yifeng exited the dining area, and Luwei's gaze followed him. "You seem quite cheerful," she remarked. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yifeng returned, his face aglow with apparent elation. Completely oblivious to the scrutiny. "I need to step out for a while to discuss a matter." "Go ahead," Luwei replied, maintaining her leisurely pace. "Aren't you curious about what it's regarding?" Her demeanor prompted Jiang Yifeng to react. "Isn't it about business?" Luwei smiled. "I don't pry into work matters. What if I'm meeting with another woman?" Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow, puzzled by her indifferent reaction. "That would still be work-related. And if it isn't?" Luwei's calm expression faltered for a brief moment. "Must you insist on knowing the details?" Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow, noting her beauty. The crack widened, and Luwei's expression finally darkened. This woman truly lacked a sense of humor. As her countenance turned as frigid as ice, Jiang Yifeng decided to drop the playful facade. "I'm not joking. I've arranged to meet an influencer to discuss live streaming sales." As he spoke, he opened his phone, revealing the photo of the individual in question and pushing it toward her. "Live streaming sales?" Luwei furrowed her brow, her hand moving uncontrollably to accept the phone. The girl in the photo had delicate features, a gentle makeup palette, and a radiant smile, reminiscent of a youthful Luwei. Live streaming sales is a new marketing strategy one devised. It involves collaborating with an influential figure whose style aligns with our products to promote jewelry through online streaming, thereby reaching audiences nationwide. Jiang Yifeng explained, glancing at Luwei, whose brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly grasping this abstract concept. Can I interpret this as akin to celebrity endorsements? As expected of you, General Manager Yi. He gave her a thumbs up. The concept is quite similar, except it has transitioned from offline to online, broadening the audience while simultaneously reducing endorsement costs. Luwei squinted at the photo and after a moment inquired, "Is this the little wildcat?" "Ah, what little wildcat?" Jiang Yifeng, just finishing his sentence, suddenly recalled the introduction of the flat-chested girl from the live stream he had watched yesterday. "Did you hear that?" Luwei remained silent. "No wonder you've been so aloof with me." Jiang Yifeng finally understood her unusual demeanor from last night to today, chuckling helplessly. "So you thought I was misbehaving outside?" "I wasn't," she firmly denied. "Then why the coldness toward me?" Jiang Yifeng mimicked her earlier expression, his face serious. "I don't pry into work matters." Their demeanor and gestures were strikingly similar. Though she feigned indifference with her words, Jiang Yifeng slowly rose and seated himself beside her, nudging her with his elbow, perhaps aware of the turmoil brewing within her. Luwei's expression darkened considerably. Fortunately, her friend had the audacity to speak. Otherwise, misunderstandings could have led to dire consequences upon his return. His voice, laced with playful arrogance, shattered Luwei's facade of calm. "No more talking," she exclaimed, flustered. "Go ahead and say it. Just hit me," he retorted, leaping aside with a playful dodge. His mischievous demeanor provoked a reluctant smile from Luwei, the corners of her lips curling in exasperation. "Why do you behave like a child? It's utterly juvenile." Jiang Yifeng, grinning broadly, replied. "Who has throwing a tantrum with eggs? Who has the real child here?" "I am not," she retorted loudly. "You are." "I am not." "You are." Chapter 34. No deal. Jiang Yifeng would never seek out those borderline women for live streaming sales, as such tactics not only fail to sell products but also invite unnecessary trouble. The internet celebrity, whose smile radiates like a blooming flower, is named Meng Yu, a somewhat renowned fashion blogger. The reasons for her selection are twofold. Firstly, her beauty and inherent sense of style as a fashion influencer make her an attention-grabbing choice for promoting jewelry. Secondly, she has accomplished a feat that has garnered the admiration of women across the internet. She publicly confronted her scoundrel boyfriend. Meng Yu had been in a loving relationship with her college classmate for 5 years, only to discover that he was a notorious womanizer. It was not until she received a notification of a hotel charge during a live broadcast that she unearthed the truth, prompting an extensive live-streamed confrontation. To her shock, the individual her boyfriend was with was an underage girl who had been intoxicated, with a camera positioned nearby to capture the event. Jiang Yifeng still vividly remembers the sound of that scoundrel's arm breaking, a haunting crack that echoed in his mind. The combination of trending topics and her undeniable qualities made Meng Yu the ideal candidate for his sales endeavors. Additionally, she was an affordable choice as a small internet influencer. Meng Yu was administratively detained for 15 days due to intentional harm, but she was released on the 7th day. The man responsible sat across from her. "I admire you. Would you be interested in collaboration?" he proposed. Meng Yu, her expression icy, replied, "No deal." Jiang Yifeng, puzzled, clarified, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am referring to a collaboration within our company." He presented her with a business card for Yes Jewelry. "What can I do?" Meng Yu questioned, bewildered as to why a prestigious jewelry company would seek her out. "Simply wear the jewelry and promote it during your live broadcasts," Jiang Yifeng responded succinctly. "I am not interested," Meng Yu said politely, rising to leave. As she reached for the door, the man behind her spoke languidly. "I have ensured that scoundrel is behind bars, and I have gathered evidence of his other vile deeds. He won't see the light of day for at least 20 or 30 years. Meng Yu turned to face him. Jiang Yifeng reclined in his chair, smiling. "The footage from your live stream has been wiped clean, and the intoxicated minor has left the city. No one knows her identity." Meng Yu felt no remorse for breaking that scoundrel's arm. It was the retribution he deserved. She did not regret her detention either, as it was a consequence of her actions. What haunted her was the fact that she had inadvertently recorded the plight of that innocent underage girl during her live broadcast. The naive girl, untouched by the world, had been easily deceived by the scoundrel's sweet words, and in her inebriation, she could not fathom being taken to a hotel. Nor could she anticipate that her body would be filmed in front of hundreds of thousands. As a fellow woman, Mingyu understood the significance of purity, and she felt she had tarnished that girl's innocence. Now, with all video evidence erased from the internet, even though people were aware that a minor had been taken to a hotel, her name, her home, and her appearance remained unknown. Mingyu's error had been rectified. Now, can we discuss the possibility of collaboration? Jiang Yifeng nodded and gestured for them to take a seat. Mingyu's return to her first live broadcast attracted over 3 million viewers. The incident of tearing apart a scoundrel had spread like wildfire in the realm of short videos. As people are always eager for juicy gossip, even though the original footage was nowhere to be found, the vivid descriptions in the comments were captivating enough. Everyone was curious to see what this young woman, who defended minors and confronted a rogue, looked like. The contrast was striking. Such a gentle lady could actually break someone's arm. Her noble act will save many young girls from the clutches of scoundrels. Sister, you're so cool. Please teach us your self-defense techniques. Mingyu's follower count skyrocketed from 200,000 to over 2 million within just 2 hours of the broadcast, multiplying by more than 10 times. Such a growth rate was astonishing, yet it held little significance for them. Lu Tao observed Mingyu, who was engrossed in lively discussions within the chatroom, feeling somewhat perplexed. Despite the live streaming, she had not promoted any products. Jiang Yifeng remained silent, merely tapping the keyboard gently. Amidst the casual chatter, several questions emerged from the barrage of comments. Sister, your ring is so beautiful. Where did you buy it? That necklace is lovely too. Could you share the link? Ah, you mean this? Both the ring and necklace are products from Yes Jewelry. But they are from previous collections and should have been discontinued long ago, Mingyu replied, her tone tinged with regret. What a pity. I was planning to purchase them. Yes Jewelry, let me search for it. The search volume for Yes Jewelry's e-commerce platform surged dramatically. The conversation in the live room shifted from gossip about scoundrels to discussions about jewelry and fashion. Their brand has some creative limited editions for Qixi Festival, highlighting female empowerment. Haha, sister, why haven't they approached you for endorsement? In the contemporary internet landscape, there is truly no stronger woman than you. Haha. How could such a large brand possibly consider me? Mingyu chuckled bitterly. Yes Jewelry has sent a rocket. The comments erupted with exclamations and inquiries. Yes Jewelry, here to check out the most formidable woman online and to make our presence felt. Thank you for the gift, boss. Ladies. The official account of Yes Jewelry has actually joined us. A few paid commenters sent rockets, and within minutes, the topic shifted from scoundrels to Yes Jewelry. Simultaneously, the follower count for both the official short video account and the e-commerce platform surpassed 100,000. The pre-sale volume for the Crafted with Heart series of jewelry also exceeded 10,000. Lu Tao and Ma Shuo were left in disbelief, with each page refresh yielding new record highs. Jiang Yifeng crossed his arms, stating, do not underestimate the purchasing power of the online community. In his former world, certain internet celebrities could earn millions overnight with just 2 words. Xiao Jiang, I increasingly believe you are a genius. Ma Shuo exclaimed, his eyes nearly overwhelmed by the rapidly changing numbers. Does your comment suggest you are insulting me? Lu Tao was nearly in stitches from laughter. With the online pre-sale volume soaring, the factory was likely to be in an uproar. An announcement has been made. Due to the overwhelming enthusiasm, the Chao Chi Tong Xian series will be available for limited sale, with only 100 pieces of each design released daily. Those who have already placed pre-orders will not be affected. Upon hearing this, both Lu Tao and Ma Shuo expressed their confusion. A glint of cunning flashed in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. What is unattainable is deemed the most desirable. If the designs become commonplace, who would still vie for them? Not only would the fervor dissipate, but a wave of refunds might ensue, potentially diminishing the brand's value. A large-scale opening of purchases would only extinguish consumers' desire, while a strategy of scarcity would invigorate demand, simultaneously reinforcing the high-end image of Yes Jewelry. Ma Shuo clicked his tongue and remarked, Xiao Jiang, I find myself increasingly grateful for the women in our R&D department. Oh, with your intellect, what kind of woman could possibly keep you in check? Wouldn't they merely be led around in circles? The image of a woman, her face pale, yet flushed with embarrassment as she feigned indifference when confronted, flashed through his mind. Jiang Yifeng lowered his gaze, unable to conceal the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Chapter 35. So shall we stay? At 4 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yifeng returned home. Upon entering the door, he was greeted by the sound of a girl's laughter and conversation emanating from the study. Upon closer inspection, it was Mingyu's voice. It was evident that Luwei was watching her livestream. He knocked on the door, and the broadcast was abruptly silenced, followed by a cool, distant invitation to enter after a brief pause. "I'm back." Jiang Yifeng peered into the room, raising an eyebrow. "Did you miss me?" Ever since that day he had kissed Luwei's cheek, his demeanor had grown bolder. After all, one must have a thick skin to bridge the gap. The most harmonious mode of interaction between a couple is not the overly formal approach of mutual respect, but rather a playful understanding of each other's concealed intentions. Luwei glanced at him sideways. "Why are you back so early?" "I missed you," Jiang Yifeng replied, closing the door behind him, his smile widening. "Your tone suggests you weren't eager for my return. I thought you might have sold me off to Ma Shuo and Lu Tao." "What nonsense." Jiang Yifeng sauntered over, casually leaning against the desk. "If anything, I have merely been sold to the company. But strictly speaking, the company belongs to you, so I suppose I am yours." He smiled mischievously. "My time and my soul are yours. If you desire my body, I could part with that as well." His words carried a teasing undertone, causing Luwei's lips to twitch. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to retort with a playful, smooth talker. "Are you hungry? Let us go out for dinner." With that, Jiang Yifeng moved behind her and grasped the handles of her wheelchair. We're suddenly going out?" Luwei was taken aback. "I helped the company achieve significant sales. As the boss, you should treat me to a nice meal, don't you think?" Without waiting for her response, Jiang Yifeng began to push her out the door. His motivation was not merely a craving for dining out. Rather, Luwei had spent the entire day at home, and she needed to breathe some fresh air. With autumn in full swing, it was the perfect time for a hot pot feast. Jiang Yifeng found a highly rated hot pot restaurant with private rooms. "Let us have a dual flavor pot, 2 servings of fresh-cut beef, 1 of ribeye, 1 of shrimp paste, a vegetable platter, and a portion of tripe." Luwei observed the man across from her as he enthusiastically ordered from the menu. He was always like this. The moment he opened his eyes each day, he would chatter endlessly. How many days had they been together now? Unbeknownst to her, she had long lost track. Habit is indeed a formidable thing. The dipping sauce was prepared by Jiang Yifeng. "How is it? Isn't the sauce remarkable?" He squinted his eyes in anticipation. Delicious." Perhaps it was the lively atmosphere of the hot pot, or perhaps it was genuinely tasty. Luwei offered a rare compliment, albeit brief. "It's quite simple. Sesame paste, chive flowers, red vinegar, sugar, crushed peanuts, scallions, and cilantro." He recited. "Did you remember that?" Luwei blinked. From now on, I'll prepare it." Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly and picked up a piece of beef glistening with enticing red oil, offering it to her. Experience in life is nearly non-existent. "What would you do without me?" He remained in his usual rambling manner. Luwei gazed deeply at him, her head lowered as she stirred the sesame sauce. "Then I shall not leave. Is that acceptable?" The last 3 words were almost drowned out by the bubbling sounds of the hot pot. Yet, Jiang Yifeng managed to catch that faint whisper. "Of course it is." He blinked. "As long as you don't find me bothersome." Luwei stuffed meat into her mouth and nodded. By the time they finished the hot pot, it was already 7 in the evening, and the number of pedestrians on the street had significantly diminished. They slowly pushed the wheelchair along, uncertain if they would catch another glimpse of that little cat. Luwei suddenly remarked. Jiang Yifeng gritted his teeth. "If I see it again, I will certainly teach it a lesson." It was truly an unpleasant memory. "But it's so adorable. How could you bear to do that?" Luwei lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling, the corners of her lips slightly upturned, as the dim streetlight cast a soft glow upon her face, as if veiled in a delicate gossamer. Jiang Yifeng averted his gaze, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. "It is indeed rather cute." As they passed by a beverage shop, the sweet aroma of milk tea tantalized the air. "Do you want to drink milk tea?" That sounds fine." She realized she had begun to stop refusing such offers. The milk tea shop was bustling with students from nearby schools. "You wait for me here." Jiang Yifeng maneuvered the wheelchair to the wall, a spot where no one and no vehicles would pass. "You must wait for me. Don't wander off, and don't talk to strangers." It felt as though he was admonishing a minor, watching him blend into the crowd. Luwei's features illuminated with a smile. Her gaze roamed, captivated by a nearby shop. She steered the wheelchair over and halted. In the display window, a pristine wedding dress hung on a mannequin, illuminated by warm light that accentuated the soft beauty of the snowy satin. Whenever a vehicle passed, the light glinted off the sequins of the dress, creating a twinkling star-like effect. The saying that a wedding dress is the most beautiful garment a girl will ever wear holds true. Even Luwei, accustomed to dazzling jewels, found herself drawn to the wedding dress in the window, designed by an unknown hand. She raised her hand, longing to feel its texture. The icy sensation of the glass met her fingertips, halting her motion. With a resigned sigh, she lowered her hand, biting her lip, slightly lost in thought. What are you doing here? Yi Luwei's unfocused gaze sharpened as she noticed Jiang Yifeng's reflection in the window, holding 2 cups of milk tea behind her. I had nothing to do, so I came to take a look. She offered an awkward smile. Did you finish your purchase? Jiang Yifeng handed her one of the cups, jasmine milk green tea with 7/10 sugar. The chill from her fingertips was replaced by the warmth of the drink. Shall we go then? She maneuvered the wheelchair, attempting to leave. Jiang Yifeng blocked her path, crouching down to match her eye level, his gaze drifting over the wedding dress. It is indeed quite lovely. Yi Luwei's gaze inadvertently fell upon her legs, and she remained silent. Jiang Yifeng, biting on the straw of his milk tea, chuckled. What do you think about me learning wedding dress design? That sounds good. Yi Luwei nodded. It should not be difficult for you. Designing a wedding dress of exceptional elegance, one that captivates at first glance, he gestured with his hands, seemingly sketching out a grand vision. Suddenly, his gestures faltered, and his hand came to a halt. Jiang Yifeng turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Luwei, his eyes shimmering with a hint of anticipation. Will you wear it for me when the time comes? Chapter 36. One must always harbor hope. Promise me you'll wear it for me when the time comes, won't you? Jiang Yifeng's gaze was filled with anticipation. Something within Yi Luwei seemed to be struck violently, and she grasped her milk teacup tightly, remaining silent. Though they were already married, they had yet to hold a formal wedding or even take wedding photos. The reasons were twofold. Firstly, their union was merely a product of familial arrangements. Secondly, Yi Luwei was physically challenged. However, the first reason had begun to transform. As time passed, their hearts drew closer, and their emotions quietly ignited sparks. But the second reason? Yi Luwei's eyes darkened, her fingers uncontrollably pinching her thigh, her nails digging into her skin. Yet, she felt nothing. Even the most basic pain had become a luxury. I do not wish to promise what I cannot fulfill, Yi Luwei spoke, her voice slightly hoarse. Jiang Yifeng gently grasped the fingers she had clenched against her leg. His expression was tender, filled with yearning as he looked at her. Yi Luwei dared not meet his gaze. That look felt like needles piercing her heart. In truth, it wasn't so bad. Not enough, he shook his head. The life I envision in my heart is not like this. The image of Yi Luwei maintaining a facade of calm in public, yet unable to conceal her insecurity amidst the veiled mockery hidden behind others' respect for her, had pierced Jiang Yifeng's heart more than once. She was so remarkable. She should not be subjected to such punishment. I have contacted Yuqi. She informed me of a new treatment plan abroad that might. He began. You only said might. One must always harbor hope, he replied. But, before Yi Luwei could articulate her argument, Jiang Yifeng's fingers pressed gently against her lips. I share this with you not to instill pessimism. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, however faint, we must strive for it. His voice was as gentle as a breeze caressing her face, yet the resoluteness in his words was unmistakable. Do not dwell on whether the outcome will be good or bad. Just know that throughout this journey, I will always be by your side. That is sufficient. The hardships that had formed a solid barrier in Yi Luwei's path were now being gradually melted away by someone willing to strive for her. Yi Luwei slowly lifted her gaze. What does the life you desire look like? A cozy home, perhaps a cat or dog, waking each day to the sight of the person I cherish, sharing meals together, and traveling wherever we wish without yielding to various constraints. Jiang Yifeng's eyes narrowed, his words flowing in a soft murmur. It was a simple life, yet one that many spend their entire lives yearning for. Yi Luwei seemed to envision that scene, a hint of a smile playing upon her usually composed lips, and it sounded rather enticing. Isn't it? Jiang Yifeng's eyes narrowed into slits. Thus, we must strive with anticipation. Before Yi Luwei, a pinky finger appeared. Let us make a pact to work towards this direction together. A pinky swear seemed like a child's game. Yet Yi Luwei's finger intertwined with his nonetheless. She was reluctant to commit to what she could not accomplish, yet now that she had made a promise, all that remained was to harbor hope and give her utmost effort. This was for herself, and for the life he envisioned. Jiang Yifeng pressed firmly on the other's thumb, marking the completion of their pact. It was decided. Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles. When he squinted and smiled, he appeared lively, as if no obstacle could pose a challenge. Let us go home. The scent about him had dissipated considerably. As he stood, Yi Luwei suddenly grasped his arm. Wait, I have something to say to you. Hmm? Jiang Yifeng leaned closer. A fragrant breeze brushed by, warming his cheeks with a hint of moisture. Jiang Yifeng's pupils trembled. What had just happened? The fervor within his veins surged, and he felt a rush of warmth ascend to his head. We're going home. Luwei lowered her head, her dark tresses falling to obscure her face, making her expression unreadable, though her delicate ear had inexplicably taken on a rosy hue. Ah, yes, home. Jiang Yifeng slowly rose, feeling lightheaded, as if the solid asphalt beneath him had transformed into cotton candy, soft and yielding beneath his feet. Yuqi was now captivated by this individual known as Jiang Yifeng. The depth of their expertise and the audacious hypotheses regarding future research directions piqued his curiosity. Who was this person with such an old-fashioned name? If they were a titan of the industry, why engage with him in this manner? Yuqi's thirst for knowledge far exceeded Jiang Yifeng's expectations. He had anticipated that the other would dismiss him, relying on their status as a high-achieving student. Yet upon switching accounts, her messages would promptly appear. She affectionately referred to him as senior and occasionally raised questions regarding issues encountered in research, while Jiang Yifeng assisted in his analyses. He deliberately guided her towards certain technical breakthroughs, also posing questions for her contemplation. Senior, regarding your suggestion about the repair of spinal cord stem cells, I believe we can employ a combined approach of stem cell transplantation and electrical stimulation. Here are the data I recently obtained from my experiments. The data was meticulous, and the conclusions were robust. Regardless of the questions posed, Yuqi could earnestly respond, integrating theory with practice. Through continuous probing, Jiang Yifeng found himself genuinely acknowledging Yuqi. Her sharp intellect indicated that he could no longer gauge her limits. The more he probed, the more he risked revealing his own. It was time for a proactive approach. Jiang, when do you have time for us to meet? I have a project I wish to collaborate on. Why, senior? Where are you currently? I'll plan accordingly. Jiang, in the capital. Yuqi grew increasingly intrigued by this Jiang. She knew most of the prominent figures in the neurology field of the capital, yet had never heard of this individual. Why? The Capital Medical University is my alma mater. I will return in 3 days for a freshman ceremony speech. We can meet then. Jiang, let us connect when the time comes. Jiang Yifeng closed the chat application and leaned against the headboard of his bed. What is the purpose of studying medicine? This was the question posed by his professor during the very first lesson at university. Most students responded with noble intentions of alleviating suffering and saving lives. The professor merely smiled without comment. However, as they delved into clinical practice and encountered real cases, the initial idealism of saving lives gradually faded, giving way to the pursuit of a stable job and a certain social status. Jiang Yifeng was no exception. He often found himself pondering in confusion. What is the true purpose of studying medicine? Today, after more than a decade of grappling with this perplexing question, he finally found his answer. He wished to exchange his extensive clinical experience for the radiant smile of the one he cherished. Chapter 37. Was it deliberate? The online sensation has garnered immense popularity, leading numerous influencers to ride the wave by posting videos, inadvertently providing free promotion for Yes jewelry. Not only has the limited edition for Qixi Festival been fervently sought after, but other hidden gems within the company have also been unearthed. Jiang Yifeng has emerged as a prominent figure within Yes jewelry. In merely 5 days, he crafted a blockbuster design and, through an unprecedented live-streaming sales format, achieved record-breaking sales for the holiday event. Given these two accomplishments, it would not be an exaggeration to label him a super newcomer. However, this super newcomer currently faces a vexing dilemma. He has been standing in the wardrobe for half an hour. Is this outfit too formal? That one seems overly casual. This attire appears excessively festive. One garment after another is cast aside, quickly forming a small mountain on the bed. Last night, the elderly patriarch of the Yi family extended yet another invitation for a family banquet. Initially, he intended to wait until everything had settled before making a visit. But due to the explosive success of, the old man has grown increasingly curious about his granddaughter's husband. Once, twice, but never a third refusal. When the old man speaks, declining would be seen as lacking appreciation. Jiang Yifeng spent a sleepless night, troubled. If it were merely the first meeting with the parents, he might not be so anxious. The issue lies in the fact that he is now bearing the consequences of the original owner's misdeeds, akin to having a criminal record when meeting the old man. Moreover, the primary purpose of this visit is to address matters concerning the Jiang family. Jiang Yifeng could easily surmise that Jiang Ting would undoubtedly be shedding tears before the old man, lamenting all his faults. If handled well, all would be harmonious. If not, he would be labeled a thankless wolf. Sigh, what a worry. Luwei reclined against the chair's backrest, watching with keen interest as the man tossed aside garments one by one. Jiang Yifeng turned his head and implored, "Sister, offer some suggestions." He had dragged her along to strategize, yet she remained silent, merely observing. "In truth, you need not concern yourself too much. Grandfather is not so superficial. In esteemed families like the Yes, only capability and background are valued." Luwei reassured him, "Your abilities have already been demonstrated. That is sufficient." "But I wish to score some extra points," Jiang Yifeng replied, retrieving a white shirt and turning his head. "This way, it would also reflect well on your face. Wouldn't it? Just imagine when the time comes, Grandfather would exclaim, 'Wow, this young man is not only capable but also handsome. He and my granddaughter are indeed a match made in heaven, haha.'" He initially intended for her to envision that scene, but as he described it, he found himself chuckling foolishly. Observing Jiang Yifeng lost in his own daydream, Luwei's lips involuntarily curled upward. "So, what do you think I should wear?" Jiang Yifeng added. "Or what would you prefer me to wear?" Luwei stroked her chin, pondering earnestly. A man's wardrobe often consists of a limited selection of items. Despite Jiang Yifeng appearing to have a mountain of clothes, most are merely variations of the same style in different hues. When meeting his grandfather, it is prudent to adopt a more formal approach. Thus one might opt for a white shirt paired with casual trousers. A splendid idea indeed. Jiang Yifeng selected a loose-fitting white shirt and, without a moment's hesitation, discarded the upper half of his sleepwear. As the garment fell away, his fair and lean torso was revealed, showcasing a smooth yet robust musculature. While not overly exaggerated, one could sense the latent power within. Little did Luwei anticipate that he would so brazenly remove his shirt. After donning the white shirt, he surprisingly proceeded to untie his trousers. This was her first time witnessing a man's physique so directly. She hastily attempted to turn away, only to remember her restricted mobility in the wheelchair. In her flustered state, she averted her gaze. Fortunately, he retained a modicum of modesty, using the wardrobe door to shield his lower half. "What do you think?" Jiang Yifeng inquired, seemingly oblivious. Quite good," she replied. "You didn't even look." He accused playfully. "I did." No, wait, I didn't." Luwei stammered, unsure how to respond. "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Yifeng approached and crouched down to her level. Her face flushed a deep crimson. "It's nothing, nothing." Luwei shook her head, attempting to dispel the hormone-laden images from her mind. "Why is your face so red?" he asked, his large, concerned eyes blinking at her, reaching out to touch her forehead. "It's nothing." You stand up. Let me see." Jiang Yifeng rose and turned twice, resembling a model on a runway. The elegance of a white shirt relies heavily on the wearer's physique. On a handsome man, it exudes a youthful charm, while on an average person, it might suggest a career in insurance sales. Fortunately, Jiang Yifeng possessed the ideal physique. The pristine white shirt paired with casual trousers conveyed a fresh, yet sophisticated aura. He gazed at his reflection in the mirror, pondering, should I perhaps add a tie? After all, it's a meeting with the parents, and formality is always appreciated. "Yes, that dark gray one should pair nicely," Luwei offered, providing clear guidance. Jiang Yifeng took the tie and fiddled with it. But the silk seemed to possess a life of its own, slipping loose with the slightest tug. In exasperation, he cast a pleading glance her way. We'll give it a try." Jiang Yifeng knelt before Luwei, tilting his head slightly upwards, as he folded the collar and wrapped the tie around. The proximity allowed their breaths to mingle. Luwei focused her gaze on the tie knot, yet her eyes, seemingly possessed by an uncontrollable force, flitted from the tie to the pronounced Adam's apple, then to the deep-set collarbone visible beneath the shirt. Unbidden, the image of his smooth, muscular lines flashed through her mind once more. She bit her lower lip, striving to maintain control over her fingers. As her breath quickened and the warmth of her exhalation brushed against Jiang Yifeng's exposed skin. With a gulp, his Adam's apple moved rhythmically. "Don't move." Luwei's ears burned bright red. What was that sudden noise? Jiang Yifeng stood with her back straight, her eyelashes fluttering slightly in the corner of her eye, her delicate visage resembling a cherry. She nibbled on her lip, her serious yet bashful demeanor undeniably captivating. Jiang Yifeng's Adam's apple moved involuntarily, earning her a warning glance. The tie needed to be wrapped several times, and Luwei's fingers would often graze against his skin, causing Jiang Yifeng to furrow her brow each time uncontrollably. "Are you doing this on purpose?" he suddenly inquired. You wear a tie every day, and now you can't seem to manage it, he began. But before he could finish, he felt a sudden tightening around his neck as the tie constricted. Her face flushed even deeper as she playfully scolded. I told you not to move. Chapter 38. Am I a man? Should I fear? Yi Jewelry stands as the largest jewelry design firm in the imperial capital, boasting a distinguished position in the business world. The craftsmanship of the Yi family has been passed down for centuries, with their ancestors serving as skilled artisans in the royal court, adept in the creation of gold and silver adornments. Amid turbulent times that led to a decline in their fortunes, Yi Luwei's grandfather, Yi Rong, relied on this ancestral skill to uphold the faltering Yi family, seizing opportunities to establish Yi Jewelry. Jiang Yifeng possessed only a superficial understanding of the Yi family. He knew that Yi Rong had 3 sons and 3 daughters, with Yi Luwei being the sole daughter of the second son. Before boarding the vehicle, Yi Luwei provided a brief overview of her family. But given the complexity of a prominent clan, it was impossible to untangle the intricate web of relationships in a fleeting moment. He chose to conclude the tedious topic with a simple phrase: I will call you by your name, and you will call me by mine. Much like the tradition of exchanging New Year greetings in childhood, where adults instructed him to address an elder as uncle or aunt, this method could never lead him astray. As they entered the car prepared to depart, Yi Luwei tugged at her seatbelt and let out a light chuckle. Are you feeling nervous? Not at all, he replied. Her gaze descended. If you're not nervous, then why have you fastened the seatbelt into my buckle? For safety reasons. Yi Luwei's vehicle was equipped with additional seatbelt designs in the back. Jiang Yifeng, feeling embarrassed, quickly extracted the seatbelt, muttering, I didn't notice. Though he claimed to be unperturbed, his heart raced inexplicably. After all, who remains unafraid when meeting the parents? Especially when the person in question is the formidable Yi Rong, the architect of their family's legacy. Merely envisioning the stern countenance of the man sent shivers down his spine. At that moment, he felt something warm press against his thigh. It was Yi Luwei's hand. With a radiant smile, she turned her head and reassured him, there's no need to be anxious. I am here. The mere utterance of I am here provided a sense of solace more profound than any promise. Jiang Yifeng gently grasped her delicate hand. Feeling a measure of his trepidation dissipate, he still feigned bravado, as if I were so feeble. I'm a man, why would I fear this? Yi Luwei cast him a sidelong glance, the corners of her lips curling in amusement. Due to the elder's preference for tranquility, the Yi family's old residence was situated in the suburbs. Far removed from the city's hustle and bustle, the air felt refreshingly pure. In contrast to the opulent villas often depicted in dramas about noble families, the old residence resembled a stately manor, with pavilions and towers exuding an antique charm. Everything seemed serene until they spotted 2 vehicles at the entrance, a Porsche Cayenne and a Lamborghini Urus. Such cars were unlikely to belong to a man in his 70s, indicating that the Jiang family had arrived earlier than expected. With Jiang Han's assistance, Jiang Yifeng helped Yi Luwei out of the car while also retrieving the supplements. Yi Zong. Mr. Jiang, I shall take my leave now. I will come to pick you both up later. As the two entered the old residence, it was evident that the elder had a profound affection for flora. The courtyard was lush with a variety of plants, their fragrances enchanting. Shall I help you with one? Yi Luwei reached out to take a plant. Jiang Yifeng evaded her gesture. No need, just guide the way. Though he had felt anxious on the journey, now that they had arrived, a sense of calm washed over him. Upon arriving in the courtyard, the sound of approaching footsteps caught my attention. Jiang Beiqing and Jiang Linan stood at the entrance. The previous discord left Jiang Yifeng with a profound dislike for these 2 individuals. However, upon seeing Yi Luwei, they greeted her with smiles. Miss Yi, it has been a long time, they said, hesitant to refer to her as sister-in-law, knowing she might not acknowledge the title. Indeed, it has been a while, Yi Luwei replied, slightly nodding, her gaze shifting to the interior. Is grandfather inside? He has been waiting for quite some time. Jiang Beiqing shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Yifeng, chiding, third brother, you always lack a sense of time. Before Jiang Yifeng could respond, Yi Luwei interjected, I overslept. After all, returning to one's own home means one can indulge in comfort. Her words deftly silenced any reprimands from the 2 brothers, for in the Yi family residence, only the surname Yi held sway. The brothers exchanged awkward glances, scratching their heads. Meanwhile, Yi Luwei maintained her serene smile. If you 2 have the time, could you assist us by carrying some items? Yifeng cannot manage alone. Of course, second sister, Jiang Beiqing commanded, prompting Jiang Linan to hurriedly assist. I cannot carry all of this alone. Brother, you shouldn't just stand by. Jiang Yifeng unceremoniously handed over an item from his other hand. Jiang Beiqing paused, observing Jiang Linen's flustered state, and reluctantly furrowed his brow to take over. There's no need to carry anything. Jiang Yifeng felt a wave of relief as he guided Yi Luwei past the two men. Darling, do you think grandfather will appreciate these supplements? He asked with a playful smile, leaning closer. Yi Luwei smiled gently. As long as they're from you, grandfather will surely be pleased. Their cheerful banter seemed to disregard the Jiang brothers entirely. Elder brother, look at him. Jiang Linen began, but was silenced by a sharp glance from Jiang Beiqing. Speak less. Under their current circumstances, they had to tread carefully, especially since they sought a favor. Yet, one thing puzzled them. When had the third brother and his wife become so affectionate? As they continued their conversation, they entered the grand hall. A few individuals were seated on the sofa, engaging in chatter. Zhang Ting was the first to notice them and quickly rose to her feet. Luwei, third brother. You have arrived. It has truly been a long time. Luwei, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. It is evident that our third brother takes excellent care of you. What a seasoned flatterer. She could not resist bringing the Jiang family into her compliments, enhancing her own image. Yes, I have been focusing on my skincare recently. Jiang Yifeng replied with a mild smile. After all, I do not wish for my wife to rely on heavy makeup to conceal wrinkles in 30 or 40 years. Zhang Ting's expression faltered momentarily. Yi Luwei gently tapped Jiang Yifeng's hand. Aunt Zhang, you too are exuding more grace. Haha, only Luwei knows how to speak so well. Yet, something about her tone seemed to carry an uncomfortable undertone. Luwei, a deep, resonant voice reverberated through the room, drawing everyone's attention. On the sofa, an elderly man clad in casual loungewear rose to his feet. His silvery hair was neatly groomed, and his striking features, accentuated by his sharp eyebrows, conveyed an undeniable air of authority that transcended his simple attire. Grandfather, Yi Luwei addressed him with utmost respect. Jiang Yifeng also composed his expression, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. Grandfather. Yi Rong gazed at Yi Luwei with a tender affection, his eyes then drifting to the man standing behind her. To be scrutinized by a pair of eyes that seemed to perceive the intricacies of the world was a profoundly unsettling experience. However, Jiang Yifeng met the gaze without flinching, maintaining his poise in the face of such scrutiny. Young man, you are not the same as before. Chapter 39. Preparing for the future. The last time he had seen Jiang Yifeng was 3 years ago. The image of that impetuous young man, brimming with defiance, remained vividly etched in his memory. Although Wei Wei faced physical challenges, given the Yi family's stature, there were certainly more suitable candidates. Yet, his granddaughter stubbornly opted for that boy from the Jiang family. The tenacity with which she pursued her choice was such that even he could not sway her. It was then he resolved that this union would ultimately culminate in failure. When that moment arrived, Wei Wei's heart would inevitably grow cold, and she would acquiesce to her family's wishes. To his astonishment, when he encountered the couple once more, they presented themselves in an entirely different light. The once headstrong young man had tempered his fierce demeanor and stood before him with a composed yet respectful poise. Upon hearing Yi Rong utter the words, "You are different," Jiang Yifeng felt a jolt within him, as the woman beside him gently grasped his hand. Indeed, things had changed. He offered a serene smile, squeezing her delicate hand, reflecting that had he remained the same, he would not have dared to seek this audience. Yi Rong's gaze fell upon the entwined hands of the couple, her stern expression softening somewhat. At that moment, the two individuals carrying gifts entered the room. Grandfather, Yifeng has brought you some nourishing supplements, carefully selected by us. Please have a look and see if you like them. Yi Luwei's voice lightened the previously tense atmosphere. Yi Rong held great affection for this granddaughter, nodding repeatedly, expressing her approval. Zhang Ting shot a disapproving glance at her two sons, forcing a smile as she approached. Old man, look. Everyone is here. Yi Rong withdrew his gaze from the gifts, contemplating for a moment. Yifeng, come with me. Yi Luwei furrowed her brow slightly. Grandfather, we have just arrived. Shouldn't Tiwi, it's fine. Jiang Yifeng reassured her, squeezing her hand. I will resolve this swiftly. Precisely, Luwei, your grandfather is not a tyrant. We are merely discussing a few matters, Zhang Ting interjected, eager to accompany them. It's just the two of us who will talk, a deep voice interjected, halting the eager woman in her tracks. She stood frozen, glancing around, uncertain of how to proceed. The study door closed behind them. Yi Rong took his seat with a sense of purpose, gesturing for Jiang Yifeng to do the same. They faced one another, one sitting upright with formality, the other reclining with a hint of nonchalance. Yirong narrowed his eyes. I heard from the company executives that the planning and marketing for the Qixi festival were your initiatives? Jiang Yifeng nodded. It was merely a stroke of luck to be in the right place at the right time. There is no need for modesty. Your foresight is commendable. And I have a great appreciation for that, Yirong remarked, surveying him thoughtfully. Why did you not present this proposal to the Jiang family? If this plan was intended for Jiang's jewelry, it surely would have yielded similar results, Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile. Furthermore, now that I am wed to Luwei, my primary consideration must be for her. Yirong chuckled lightly. Your response is quite formal. I sense you pondered over it for some time. Though he wore a smile, an aura of oppression emanated from him, sending shivers down one's spine. After much contemplation, Jiang Yifeng did not conceal his intentions. From the moment I resolved to submit the proposal, I had already made up my mind. His candor surprised Yirong, yet it was preferable this way, as his forthrightness spared them the unnecessary circumlocution. You do possess a degree of honesty. Now, pray tell, what drives you to pursue this course? Yirong referred, of course, to the matter of the Jiang family's branch. After all, the Jiang family had nurtured him for over 2 decades. Did he not feel a twinge of filial ingratitude in such actions? Jiang Yifeng's gaze remained tranquil. In the short term, my actions may be deemed unfilial. Yet in the long run, it is indeed the right choice. Oh? A single statement piqued the elder's interest. In the capital, the jewelry industry is dominated by Yes jewelry. Yet I have meticulously observed the data from recent years, noting that other jewelry companies are rising with vigor. It is highly probable that a formidable competition will emerge in the near future. Yes jewelry currently maintains its leading position due to traditional craftsmanship. However, as technology advances, talent is sprouting like mushrooms after rain, and the day will inevitably come when these skills are liberated. At that point, maintaining the position of industry leader will be no easy feat. Yirong narrowed his eyes. He had considered this matter long ago, yet due to his advancing years, he lacked the energy to navigate the complexities of the business world. In due time, it would be Luwei who faces these pressures. As her husband, it is my duty to share her burdens, even if it means bearing the brunt of public scorn. I must prepare for the future. The business realm, much like nature, demands that one eliminate threats before they can retaliate. Jiang Yifeng's sincerity was palpable. Whenever Luwei's name was mentioned, his eyes sparkled with starlight. Moreover, Luwei is not one to settle for mediocrity. She strives to be the largest and the strongest. I do not wish for her to feel psychological pressure in the future when confronting the Jiang family due to my actions. Yirong remained silent for a long while before cautiously speaking. Does Wei Wei know of all this? She is aware of only part of it. I do not want to burden her with excessive psychological strain. Gazing at the man before him, so different from the one he had known 3 years prior, Yirong's eyes burned with intensity, as if seeking to peer into the depths of his soul. Young man, you are perilously close to cornering yourself. Jiang Yifeng offered a serene smile. I have faith in her. He had long anticipated that today's conversation would not unfold as Zhang Ting had hoped. In a peacefully resolved manner. 1/3 of the Jiang family is a lucrative prize. Even a behemoth like Yes Jewelry would certainly not overlook it. The elder merely wished to seize this opportunity to gauge his own standing, to discern whether Jiang Yifeng genuinely intended to divide the Jiang family or merely wished to play a role in the Yi family's affairs. Yirong pinched the bridge of his nose, uncertain of how to proceed. On one hand, Jiang Yifeng spoke truthfully. Preparation for the future is essential. On the other hand, the Jiang family is, after all, a family by marriage, wielding considerable influence in society. He did not wish to escalate matters into an irreparable conflict. Grandfather, this situation arose because of me. Allow me to resolve it, if you will. However, the old gentleman's headache has begun anew. I pondered an alternative solution. Jiang Yifeng rose to his feet, declaring, allow me to address this matter. His demeanor was both sincere and resolute. Yirong sighed softly, nodding slowly, her gaze tinged with curiosity. The study door swung open, and Yirong emerged with a composed expression. Upon seeing the old gentleman, Zhang Ting hurried to greet him. Old sir, how are you? Yirong gestured. Yifeng, you speak. All eyes turned to Jiang Yifeng, standing behind him. Grandfather has shared much with me, imparting valuable insights. I realized that the notion of dividing our family was ill-considered, and thus, I have resolved to temporarily abandon the idea of partitioning. At this declaration, Yirong's expression momentarily faltered. In stark contrast, Zhang Ting's face radiated joy, her smile so broad that it seemed to dislodge the powder from her cheeks. Drawing a deep breath, Jiang Yifeng scanned the assembly of the Jiang family and added, "However, I too have a condition." Chapter 40. Surrounded by tenderness, Zhang Ting had long understood that Jiang Yifeng would not alter his stance merely due to a few words from the old master. Yet, compared to directly appropriating 1/3, other requests seemed less outrageous. "You see," she smiled, "as long as it is not excessive, we shall endeavor to accommodate. Since I am a member of the Jiang family, I should rightfully receive my share. However, considering my lack of substantial contributions to the family over the years, I do not wish for more than 3% of the shares," Jiang Yifeng declared, extending 3 fingers. 3%? Jiang Beiqing frowned slightly. "Is that excessive?" Jiang Yifeng glanced at Yi Rong beside him. The old master stroked his chin. 3% for a family member is indeed a rather modest share, bordering on negligible. Jiang Beiqing narrowed his eyes. "Third brother, if you wish to hold shares, you must recognize yourself as a stakeholder in the family business. Everything you do should prioritize Jiang's jewelry. Can you commit to that?" His gaze shifted to the silent Yi Luwei, seemingly posing the question to Jiang Yifeng. Yet it was an inquiry directed at Ye's jewelry as well. Although the two families were united by marriage, they remained competitors at heart. Yi Luwei's expression remained unchanged. Her fingers clenched involuntarily. Jiang Yifeng raised his hands. "Brother, my aspirations are not so grand. With such a small stake, my influence within the company is limited. I do not wish to interfere with internal affairs. I merely seek dividends. Is that unreasonable?" Jiang Beiqing's eyes narrowed as he sought to penetrate the veneer of his once carefree younger brother, who now appeared shrouded in a veil of uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "In that case, I can only offer you 2%. Reducing it further from 3%? Jiang Yifeng shook his head in resignation. "Grandfathers will stipulated 1/3. If we were to adhere strictly." Jiang Beiqing wore an emotionless smile. "Third brother, to reap rewards without labor, one must always sacrifice something." Strict adherence to the will meant nothing. They could leverage connections to prolong litigation as long as he was patient. "Very well, 2% shall suffice, which equates to your 1% and that of second brother." Jiang Beiqing furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Jiang Linen before nodding. "Agreed. We shall proceed to notarization in a few days. That is the right approach. If there is anything needed, do not hesitate to mention it. There is no need to escalate this to a division of the family." As the atmosphere grew tense, Zhang Ting quickly intervened. "Look, we have even summoned the old master." Yi Rong clapped his hands. "Since you have reached an agreement, I shall bear witness. Is this settled for everyone?" Both parties shook their heads in affirmation. "Then let us not dwell on this matter further. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare a meal." Jiang Beiqing inclined his head slightly. "Old master, we shall not dine here. We need to return to the company to address certain affairs. Please excuse us." Yi Rong waved his hand dismissively. "Then do attend to your matters. I shall not see you off." With that, the Jiang family members departed. Jiang Yifeng returned to Yi Luowei's side. Crouching down to gently adjust the blanket draped over her legs, Yi Rong observed the two and remarked, "Young man, you certainly have quite the appetite." His tone lacked any condescension, radiating only the warmth of a senior. Jiang Yifeng looked up at the lively smile gracing the youthful face before him, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Just as I mentioned to you," he replied. Yi Luowei blinked at the two men, curious. "What were you two discussing?" "Oh, merely a promise between men." He coughed lightly. "Now, let us tidy up and eat." The servants had prepared a feast in accordance with traditional family gatherings, but with several members of the Jiang family absent. Only Jiang Yifeng and 2 others remained at the table. With the unwanted presents gone, the trio enjoyed their meal heartily. The elder gentleman displayed a particularly good appetite today, even finishing a bowl of rice weighing 4 ounces. Having navigated the corporate world for many years, Jiang Yifeng was adept at charming senior figures with his words, effortlessly bringing joy to Yi Rong. After the meal, Yi Rong insisted on showing Jiang Yifeng some of his earliest designs. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon, when the elder began to feel fatigued, that he allowed Jiang Yifeng to take his leave. "You seem to have won over Grandpa," Yi Luowei remarked with a twinkle in her eye. "He rarely shares his works with others." Jiang Yifeng rubbed his face, resembling a sea otter grooming itself. Utterly devoid of the weariness one might expect from a 70-year-old, his spirit was undeniably vibrant. He massaged his shoulders and neck, truly exhausted from maintaining such decorum throughout the day, a fatigue only those who have genuinely met their partner's family can understand. It was not merely a physical exhaustion, but an emotional one as well. Noticing his contorted movements, Luwei waved him over. Let me give you a massage. Huh? Jiang Yifeng shook his head at her delicate, pale fingers. Perhaps not. Come on, just give it a try, she urged enthusiastically. After a moment's contemplation, he complied and sat cross-legged on the floor with his back to her as she settled on the sofa. You can massage too? I see you doing it every day. You must have learned something. Oh, I must give it a go then, Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile filled with anticipation. As her cool fingers made contact with his shoulders and neck, she applied gentle pressure. For someone untrained in massage, the initial attempt can be a trial for both parties. If the practitioner fails to gauge the right pressure, their fingers may begin to ache after just 30 seconds. Conversely, the recipient often finds themselves pinched, with skin rather than muscle being manipulated. Jiang Yifeng was experiencing this very sensation, grimacing as the heat radiated from his shoulders. As Luwei gradually lightened her touch, he quickly placed his hand over hers. All right, let's take a break. He leaned his head against her lap, gazing up at her. Is it uncomfortable? She asked, pursing her lips. Jiang Yifeng grinned. Not at all. I was merely worried about tiring you out. He then took it upon himself to massage her thumb, easing the tension in her hands. I wonder how you manage to endure this daily. Luwei, for reasons unknown, had long ceased to resist their habitual physical closeness. Realizing the effort he put into it, the act of merely repeating simple, kneading motions for less than a minute proved to be inadequate. Ordinarily, he could sustain such effort for 30 minutes without diminishing in strength. It's perfectly normal, given that you haven't had the opportunity to learn. Jiang Yifeng rested his head upon her lap, gradually closing his eyes, finding great comfort in the moment. As long as he leaned against her, all discomforts seemed to dissipate, enveloping him in a cocoon of gentleness. What were you discussing with Grandpa in the study? I cannot disclose that just yet. You shall learn in due time. He enjoyed keeping her in suspense. Luwei extricated his hand, playfully tapping his forehead. I no longer wish to know. Despite her words, the anticipation in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. It was undoubtedly something beneficial for her grandfather's reactions could not deceive her. When would that later arrive? Gazing down at the man resting against her leg, she gently brushed her fingers across the tip of his nose, eliciting a soft hum from him in response. Chapter 41. Your bed is quite spacious. Due to Luwei's prolonged absence and Jiang Yifeng's favored status with the elder, the two decided, under Rong's almost commanding tone, to spend the night at the ancestral home. Given their marital status, it was naturally inconceivable for them to sleep in separate rooms. They occupied Luwei's chamber from before her marriage. The room was meticulously arranged, adorned with understated elegance, a quintessential boudoir of a refined young lady. The bookshelf was laden with numerous tomes, predominantly focused on jewelry design, reflecting the upbringing of noble families, which emphasized not only academic knowledge but also specialized skills from an early age. Leaning against the headboard, Luwei held a tablet in her hands, ostensibly handling work. Yet her gaze frequently drifted towards Jiang Yifeng, who had been standing before the bookshelf for half an hour. Eventually, Jiang Yifeng found it difficult to maintain his position and slowly turned around. At that instant, the gaze that had been fixed upon him swiftly averted. Have you been learning so much since childhood? He inquired, approaching the bed. Luwei nodded, watching him approach, her throat involuntarily swallowing in nervousness. Jiang Yifeng patted the bed awkwardly, attempting to engage in small talk. Your bed is quite spacious. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could take them back. Was that truly something one could say? It's a double bed. Luwei raised the tablet high, obscuring her face. A flush crept over her cheeks. Oh no, why did she continue along with his line of conversation? Haha, Jiang Yifeng grinned, glancing out the window where the crescent moon hung in the sky, its silvery light illuminating the surroundings. Isn't today the Qixi festival? Our own Valentine's Day, Luwei replied, her tablet still shielding her face, her mind having short-circuited to a mechanical repetition. The atmosphere in the room felt indescribably awkward, with even the air thick with an unspoken tension. Jiang Yifeng fumbled in his pocket, hesitating on whether to suggest a stroll outside. Would you like to? That sounds good, she thought, setting the tablet down. It was certainly preferable to enduring this uncomfortable small talk. The gentle evening breeze caressed their faces, alleviating the heat that had built up. In the garden, the plants exuded a refreshing fragrance under the moonlight, invigorating their spirits. Grandfather indeed possesses a romantic side, tending to so many flowers. My recollections often feature the old lady's fondness for nurturing them. Typically, old men are found playing chess by the roadside or practicing Tai Chi. Many of the flower varieties were favorites of his grandmother, and at the time, grandfather had shown little care. Yet after her passing, he began to tend to the flora. Jiang Yifeng sighed. Grandfather is perhaps cherishing her memory in his own way. I used to play here often as a child. Luwei's voice was soft, almost carried away by the evening breeze. She seemed to recall something and smiled. There were even more flowers back then. Those two swings. Did you play on them as a child? Jiang Yifeng pointed toward the two swings gently swaying in the distance. Luwei gazed at them for a long moment before nodding. Shall we go sit for a while? Maybe not. She shook her head, her gaze inadvertently drifting to her legs. She chuckled softly. We are quite grown up now. Jiang Yifeng seemed not to hear, gently urging her to move forward. Come on. Let us go. Two swings swayed softly in the breeze, their paint freshly applied, the ropes pristine, clearly a testament to the old gentleman's care for them. Shall we sit? Before Luwei could refuse, Jiang Yifeng swept her up in a princess carry and gently placed her on the swing. Hold on tight, or I want to be responsible if you fall. The sudden elevation made Luwei grasp the swing instinctively, stabilizing herself. Jiang Yifeng took a seat beside her, the creaking of the swing resonating pleasantly. It's been ages since I've been on a swing, he remarked with a smile. Luwei, holding onto the swing, found herself less resistant in this delightful environment. This is truly pleasant, Jiang Yifeng said, closing his eyes. Just feel it, mimicking him. Luwei shut her eyes to absorb the moment. The evening breeze rustled the leaves, creating a gentle symphony alongside the creaking swings, both of them savoring the experience. If only it could always be like this. What do you mean? Like this moment, carefree. But after a while, wouldn't it become tiresome? Not at all. Jiang Yifeng's soft laughter echoed ethereally in the night wind. As long as I'm with you, it won't tea. Luwei opened her eyes and turned her head, noticing that he had also opened his gaze reminiscent of autumn waters. You always say such things. Her cheeks began to flush, prompting her to turn away. The swing began to sway gently. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head back. I've never truly taken the time to admire it, but the moon is quite beautiful. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting a cool glow. It is beautiful, Luwei whispered after gazing at it for a while. What a pity it's a waning moon. Her voice was so soft it felt like a personal musing. I have a gift for you. A glimmer of silver caught Luwei's eye as she refocused her gaze, revealing an S-shaped hairpin before her. She stared blankly as she accepted it. The pins had elegantly outlined two twin stars, while the body flowed in a graceful S-curve, etched with three delicate waves. Crafted with heartfelt intent, a concealed treasure. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. It belongs solely to you. He had meticulously designed this piece specifically as a Qixi festival gift, for a hairpin symbolizes a token of love. Luwei gazed at the hairpin in her hand, astonished. You made this just for me? Of course. I design jewelry for many, but naturally, I would create something for my wife. His voice remained soothing as always. So, what do you think? Do you like it? I do. Delicate fingers clutched the hairpin as if fearing it might slip away at any moment. She emphasized, I really love it. Thank you. If you find it beautiful, why not try it on? Jiang Yifeng squinted playfully. Shall I help you? He stood up, moving behind her, gently gathering her silken hair, carefully arranging it into an elegant updo. The silver hairpin entwined in the dark tresses, the two hues interweaving in a tender embrace, exuding an unparalleled harmony. It is truly exquisite, indeed. Jiang Yifeng knelt down. The moonlight cascaded down, rendering her delicate visage even more refined. As a gentle breeze playfully tousled a few stray strands of hair, Jiang Yifeng reached out, brushing the wayward locks aside, and smiled. This pin, being with you, is indeed fortunate. Fortune. Luwei's gaze deepened. She had never contemplated that the notion of luck would ever intertwine with her existence. You are beautiful, more so than the moon itself. Jiang Yifeng's eyes roamed over her features, as if he were sketching a magnificent masterpiece. The waning moon is merely a phase. Trust me, everything will eventually attain its completeness. Chapter 42. I sleep restlessly, everything will be perfect. Luwei murmured, gently touching the hairpin nestled within her locks. She slowly lowered her head, but I have not prepared a gift for you. Having never experienced love, she had never received gifts on any occasion and thus remained oblivious to the custom of gift-giving during festivities. Now, having received a present yet failing to reciprocate, a twinge of guilt gnawed at her conscience. It's nothing. I don't mind it much, Jiang Yifeng replied nonchalantly. It was quite common for boys not to receive gifts during holidays. There was no need for her to dwell on it. In his previous world, His friends often wore frowns as they pondered what gifts to bestow upon their girlfriends, only to find that the answer was invariably nothing at all. Gradually, he grew accustomed to this notion, leading to his current indifference. The dynamic of boys giving gifts and girls receiving them seemed to have become a tacit law. No. Luwei raised her gaze. In matters of affection, equality prevails. There is no distinction between genders. Jiang Yifeng paused, taken aback. The sincerity etched upon her face bore no trace of deception. She pressed her lips together, this time. Consider it a debt I owe you. I shall repay it. Jiang Yifeng fixed his eyes upon her, an admiration swelling within him. Perhaps it was the moonlight that rendered her more astute and luminous than usual. He felt an unfamiliar emotion quicken his heartbeat and tentatively inquired, "How do you intend to make amends?" "I have yet to decide, but I assure you, I will make it up to you," Luwei replied, lowering her gaze. "I'm sorry, I seem to fall short as a wife. What did he like? What piqued his interest?" In that moment, her mind drew a blank. Her fingers instinctively clenched the fabric of her trousers, a subconscious gesture born from her self-reproach. A firm yet gentle hand enveloped hers, and a soothing, magnetic voice interrupted her frantic thoughts. "Nonsense, no one is more qualified than you." Luwei lifted her head, meeting his gaze, which was filled with warmth and affection. "I don't even know what you like," she murmured, her voice barely audible under the weight of his attention. "Curious to know?" he teased, leaning slightly closer, his voice laced with allure. The distance between them diminished once more. The warmth of his breath brushed against her cheek, igniting a blush that was unmistakably infused with the essence of masculinity. Luwei's heart raced, pounding like a drum, resounding in her ears. She noticed her lips felt parched, her voice tinged with hesitation. His amused expression only deepened her fluster. "I don't know," she stammered, attempting to retreat, yet finding herself encased in emptiness behind her. In a moment of panic, she grasped the swing's chains for support. Creaking back and forth an unsettling melody. His large hand steadied the swing, yet the proximity of his presence stirred her heart even more. "Do you truly not know? Or are you merely pretending?" "If I do not speak." Luwei turned her face away, her peripheral vision lingering on his striking features. How audacious he was. How dare he? How dare he tease her? "Then that means you know." Luwei suddenly realized she had fallen into a trap. Biting her lip, she thought to herself that she would make amends later. "Is the general manager merely spinning fantasies for me?" He leaned in closer. "And I recalled that the company typically dispensed compensation and rewards on the spot. Didn't I? You. What's wrong with me? Don't push me." Her voice quivered noticeably, betraying her anxiety, and her body began to tremble. Jiang Yifeng smiled almost mischievously. "At this point, do you believe I would retreat?" "I am resolute in my pursuits." The two drew near, their breaths mingling in a dizzying exchange, causing their cognitive faculties to wane. Luwei gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and aimed. Jiang Yifeng distinctly felt a softness on his lips, a fragrant sweetness flooding his senses. His mind went blank. Instinctively, his lips sought to reciprocate that sweetness, but in an instant of invasion, he found himself grasping at air. Luwei's face flushed crimson, gasping for breath, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Yifeng instinctively licked his lips, grinning foolishly. "So, it's this sweet? What are you laughing at?" Luwei's voice was markedly louder than usual, her embarrassment rendering her unable to control her volume. "It's nothing, heh." When they emerged for a stroll, they exchanged words, yet returned in silence. Jiang Yifeng's smile remained fixed upon his face since their time in the garden, as if it were welded there. Luwei, disturbed by his grin, chose to keep her gaze lowered. Upon returning to the room, silence enveloped them once more, the atmosphere inexplicably delicate. After washing up, Jiang Yifeng stood by the bed. "Am I to sleep on the floor?" His smile undiminished. His gaze flitted between the bed and the floor. Luwei turned her head, ignoring him. He scratched his head, deep in thought. Would sleeping on the floor be too chilly? Noticing her continued disregard, Jiang Yifeng continued to muse aloud. "If I catch a cold, it would hinder work progress. For the sake of the company, I might as well get into bed." With that, he swiftly climbed onto the bed, as if fearing he would be cast off with a mere second's delay. So soft and fragrant, the comfort exceeded that of a premium mattress. Were it not for Luwei's presence, he might have even bounced on the bed. His grin nearly split his face until the weight of the woman's gaze drifted past him, prompting him to stifle his laughter. "I am considering the company," he declared with a tone of righteous indignation, devoid of any personal sentiment. Luwei chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in her tone. You are truly working hard. It is my duty. To prevent his amusement from being too evident, Jiang Yifeng turned away. Observing his demeanor, Luwei rubbed her temples. When did his skin become so thick? She even felt her own facade growing thicker, and as she pondered this, warmth crept up to her ears. What are you laughing at? The man's voice pulled her from her reverie. Seemingly without her notice, he had turned back to face her, blinking innocently. Luwei quickly touched her face. Did I smile? Jiang Yifeng squinted, offering no response to the inquiry, merely smiling radiantly. Aren't you supposed to be asleep? I forgot to mention that I might not be very well behaved when I sleep, he remarked, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. If I doze off, perhaps. Before he could complete his thought, Luwei interjected, then you might as well sleep on the floor. Jiang Yifeng pouted, feeling the lack of romance in her retort. Just teasing you. I'll sleep now. Good night. He turned over once more, almost pressing himself against the edge of the bed as if to prevent any untoward behavior. The sight of a tall man, over 6 feet, curled up like a frightened child on the edge of the bed was utterly amusing. Luwei shook her head gently, whispering, good night. Chapter 43. Who is that boy? Jiang Yifeng could hardly recall how he succumbed to slumber that night. Yet, without a doubt, it was the most restful night he had ever experienced. Upon rising, he felt invigorated and utterly at ease. He noticed that Luwei had already vacated the bed, leaving the space beside him empty. A glance at his sleeping spot reassured him that no untoward actions had transpired the previous night. After a brief wash, he descended to find Luwei seated in the dining room. Good morning, he yawned luxuriously. Luwei nodded, displaying no signs of unusual behavior. You're awake. Let us have breakfast. The morning fare consisted of steamed buns and rice porridge, a rather commonplace breakfast. Where is Grandpa? He inquired. He has already eaten, replied Luwei, pushing a bowl of porridge towards him. I didn't wake you because you seemed to be sleeping so soundly. Jiang Yifeng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry for waking up late on the first day. I hope Grandpa doesn't think I'm lazy. Not at all. Ensuring quality sleep is essential. Being roused from a deep slumber for a meal can be quite unpleasant, often leading to a poor appetite and potentially affecting one's mood for the entire day. Jiang Yifeng felt grateful for the Yi family's open-mindedness. His spirits lifted as he began to enjoy his meal. Observing him relish his food, Luwei squinted her eyes in amusement, wondering why he seemed to find such delight in eating. After breakfast, Jiang Yifeng was summoned to the study. Grandpa, you called for me? Yes, don't just stand there, sit down. The old man gestured towards a chair. Did you sleep well last night? Quite well, Jiang Yifeng replied, slightly embarrassed as he took a seat. I didn't call you for anything particular. I simply wished to give you a few items. As Yirong spoke, he pushed a stack of books across the desk. The tomes bore an ancient cover, their pages yellowed, exuding a sense of antiquity. Jiang Yifeng opened one, and the words inside momentarily stunned him. This was the original edition of The Craft of Engineering. The other volumes were also ancient texts, handed down through the generations of the Yi family. You may find them helpful for your design journey, Yirong encouraged. Jiang Yifeng hurriedly perused the other books, and his emotions became tumultuous. The Exploitation of Nature, the Book of Gems, the Book of the Dead, Records of the Goldsmith Guild. These were revered works that discussed jewelry design in ancient civilizations, masterpieces in the eyes of jewelers. Are these truly for me? Jiang Yifeng's pupils trembled in disbelief as he cautiously pushed the books back. No, Grandpa. These are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Each book could fetch tens of millions at an auction. They were heirlooms of extraordinary value, and he felt unworthy of such gifts. Take them. They are yours. Yirong's voice held a commanding tone. Jiang Yifeng's hand stilled. Be obedient. The old man's tone softened, regaining its tranquil demeanor. I have spoken at length with Luwei. She seldom places her trust in anyone. She is my granddaughter, and if she acknowledges you, then I shall as well. In this world, the number of individuals who could earn the recognition of this luminary in the jewelry industry is exceedingly limited. Jiang Yifeng pondered. What could Luwei have said to instill such trust in him? Poor Luwei, since that incident, has become sensitive, masking her vulnerabilities with a facade of strength. In truth, she remains a child at heart, and I hope you can be more understanding in the future. As the elder spoke, a glimmer of moisture seemed to cloud his dim eyes. He took a deep breath and turned his gaze away. Rest assured, I will treat her well. Jiang Yifeng replied earnestly. What you mentioned yesterday, I hope you can fulfill. Yirong began. This is a promise between men. His tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight, leaving no room for doubt. I will, Jiang Yifeng assured, his gaze unwavering. As long as I am here, she shall never feel alone. Well, let us go. Take a good look at these books. They will be beneficial to you. Thank you, grandfather. I shall take my leave now. Watching Jiang Yifeng depart, Yirong recalled the conclusion he had drawn 3 years ago that Luwei would not find happiness in marriage. Reflecting upon it now, he chuckled softly. I have grown old, it seems. This is the first time I misjudged. I am back, Jiang Yifeng announced as he placed a stack of books on the table. It appears I must once again delve into arduous study, he remarked with a hint of resignation. Luwei glanced over and raised an eyebrow. Grandfather seems rather fond of you. These books are not perused by anyone else in the family, aside from me. Jiang Yifeng leaned closer, resting his head in his hands, smiling mischievously. What is it? She asked, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Grandfather said you praised me. He lightly nudged her with his elbow. How did you praise me? Why not do it in person? Luwei turned her face away. Who praised you? Grandfather must have misremembered. Oh, Jiang Yifeng mused. Perhaps it is that grandfather wished to compliment me, but felt embarrassed to do so face to face. Perhaps so, Jiang Yifeng squinted. In this regard, you are quite similar to grandfather. I did not praise you, Luwei said, feeling uneasy under his gaze, waving her hand dismissively. Let us tidy up. We must be on our way. Having neglected company matters for a day, her anxious nature could not rest easy. Let us go, Jiang Yifeng stood up. Oh, by the way, please bring those books back for me. He pointed to the bookshelf. They are about gem appraisal, quite valuable. Very well, Jiang Yifeng reached for them. 1, 2, 3. What is this? A photograph gently floated down from the pages. He picked it up for a closer look. In the picture, a little girl with twin ponytails was flashing a peace sign, while her other hand tightly clutched the arm of a small boy, radiating joy and innocence. The boy, however, seemed somewhat displeased, reluctantly raising his hand in a peace sign as if merely to comply. Jiang Yifeng felt an odd familiarity with these two individuals. Before he could fully process it, Luwei swiftly snatched the photograph back, her expression flustered as she hastily tucked it into her pocket. When was this photograph taken? There is nothing of significance. Luwei's gaze was tinged with a hint of panic, her face inexplicably flushed, as if she had been discovered harboring a monumental secret. It was merely a playful endeavor from her childhood. She waved her hand dismissively, urging him to stop looking and to hasten his preparations for departure. Her reaction was indeed peculiar. Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating the boy. I have already stated that it was taken in my childhood. Luwei's voice rose considerably, causing Jiang Yifeng to stiffen momentarily. She seemed to realize her own lapse in composure, swallowing hard as she gradually regained her emotional equilibrium. There is truly nothing amiss. Let us depart. With that, she maneuvered her wheelchair and turned to exit. Jiang Yifeng remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed upon the silhouette of the woman as she departed. That boy. Chapter 44. The departed white moonlight. Jiang Yifeng sat at his workstation, his mind adrift, starkly contrasting with the jubilant atmosphere pervading the research and development department. The Qixi Festival event had concluded splendidly, and the department was rewarded with a substantial sum from the company, nearly equivalent to the year-end bonus. Ma Shuo waved his hand exuberantly. Let us celebrate after work. Tonight's expenses are on me. Ma Gu is truly impressive. You must be prepared to splurge. Jiang Yifeng rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the jubilant crowd with a somewhat vacant expression. What was he pondering? Luwei approached and placed a bottle of energy drink on his desk, teasing. How do you plan to take advantage of old Ma tonight? I'm not going. Jiang Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. Why not? The woman blinked, her curiosity piqued. You seem rather distracted today. It's nothing, he offered a forced smile. Perhaps a consequence of a poor night's sleep. Luwei adjusted her glasses, inquiring, do you have something on your mind? What could possibly trouble me? Jiang Yifeng pursed his lips, questioning if his turmoil was that evident. Her probing question elicited a flutter of excitement in her demeanor. After all, he was just an innocent young man, incapable of concealing his emotions. The only things that could trouble you, aside from work, are matters of the heart. Did you have a spat with your wife? She settled into a chair, adopting a listening posture. Her beautiful eyes, partially obscured by her lenses, conveyed a sense of understanding. Perhaps she could offer some insight. Luwei, do you keep photos of other men? Well, it depends. If it's someone like Yan Zhu or Guanxi, I might consider it. And what if it were from childhood? Jiang Yifeng pressed, adding, for instance, a childhood photograph of you with another boy. At his words, Luwei raised an eyebrow. That If it were a childhood sweetheart, I would keep it. She smiled, and after a pause, continued. However, we've long since gone our separate ways. It's merely a keepsake, nothing more. What if you were to meet again? Jiang Yifeng inquired, his curiosity insatiable. Luwei's lips curled slightly. Upon meeting again, we might be strangers, or perhaps friends. As time passes, even the closest of friends can become distant. Yet friends and childhood sweethearts, the ethereal white moonlight, are entirely different. A reunion would inevitably spark emotions anew. Luwei's evasive reaction offered the clearest explanation. Jiang Yifeng fell into a contemplative silence. Aside from him, it seemed there were no other men in Luwei's life. What was the story behind the boy in that photograph? Could it possibly be the departed white moonlight? The impact of a white moonlight is already profound, but the pain of a lost one is even greater. No one can compare to the figure etched in memory. Jiang Yifeng closed his eyes, striving to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Xiao Jiang, don't overthink it. Luwei gently patted his shoulder. Even if a married person encounters someone who stirs their heart once more, they will remain true to themselves. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Luwei. He nodded. Luwei gazed at him, sighed, and after offering her final piece of advice, she rose to depart. If you find yourself in doubt, I recommend you address the topic directly. Indulging in idle speculation will only exacerbate the situation. Jiang Yifeng pondered her last remark. Meanwhile, Luwei's mood was equally dismal. This marked the 13th time she had checked her phone that morning. Aside from the routine notifications, the information she yearned to see remained unresponsive. She opened a project plan and, after a brief contemplation, casually inquired, "Does the RD department have any recent project directions?" Jiang Han, who was organizing documents, looked up, noting that the RD department had not reported any new directions. Upon uttering this, she realized that Yi Zong was not inquiring about the RD department, but rather about Mr. Jiang. Nevertheless, her colleagues in the RD department had just received commendations and should be striving towards new developmental goals. Luwei shot her a glance, to which Jiang Han responded with a professional smile. Ding dong, a soft notification sounded from Luwei's phone. She jolted slightly, reaching to unlock the screen, revealing a message from Jiang Yifeng. Are you having wontons for lunch? There's a delicious fresh meat and corn place in the cafeteria. Her tense expression eased momentarily as she raised her hand to reply. Suddenly, Jiang Han's phone rang, the sound jarringly abrupt. She stepped outside to answer, returning moments later with a rather somber expression. What happened? Luwei furrowed her brows. It was a call from the PR department. Jiang Han produced her tablet, turning the screen towards Luwei. Our brand is under attack. The screen displayed trending topics. Jewelry radiation causes cancer. Yes, jewelry consumers report dizziness and nausea after wearing. And professional institutions detect excessive radiation from Yes gemstones, with several entries featuring Yes jewelry prominently atop the trending list. Beneath the trending topics was a laboratory report issued by a marketing agency. Luwei's countenance darkened. Immediately instruct the digital department to mitigate the trending topics. Convene a meeting with the PR and corporate communications teams. The efficiency of Yes jewelry's departments was commendable, swiftly curbing the trending topics as if such matters had never arisen. During the lunch break, Jiang Yifeng declined the RD department's gathering, bringing 2 portions of wontons to the door of Luwei's office. After thoughtfully reflecting on Luwei's words, he resolved to engage in an earnest conversation. He knocked on the door. Tap, tap, tap. 5 minutes passed with no response. Glancing at his phone, he noted that she had yet to reply to the message sent that morning. Frowning, Jiang Yifeng twisted the doorknob and entered. The expansive office was eerily vacant. Standing there, he glanced down at the wontons in his hands, his tongue resting against his molars. In the cafeteria, Ma Shua was boasting with several colleagues from the RD department, with 2 bowls of wontons set before him. Xiao Jiang, what brings you back? He exclaimed, surprised. Aren't you supposed to be dining with your wife? She got busy, Jiang Yifeng replied, settling down. I brought these wontons back for you all. Feel free to help yourselves. Just as he had not eaten enough, he decided not to hold back. Ma Shua reached for a bowl, eating while inquiring, Xiao Jiang, which department is your sister-in-law in? It would be nice for us brothers to meet her. Jiang Yifeng leaned against the sofa, responding, You probably do not wish to meet her. Ma Shua swallowed a mouthful of wontons, perplexed by her words. What do you mean? You are my younger brother. She is my sister-in-law. How could I not want to meet her? In this company, aside from President Yi, there is no one I would avoid. He recalled President Yi during meetings. Though she appeared to be a frail woman, Her commanding presence instilled fear even in him, a robust man. Jiang Yifeng shook his head, remaining silent. I suggest you bring your sister-in-law over tonight for a gathering. We should celebrate and enjoy some drinks, he urged. Luwei noticed Jiang Yifeng's discomfort and nudged him. All you think about is drinking. Just focus on your meal. Ma Shuo laughed heartily. Drinking alleviates 1,000 worries. Why not indulge? Drinking alleviates 1,000 worries. Jiang Yifeng squinted slightly. Chapter 45. She never belonged to you when Luwei concluded the meeting. It was already 6 in the evening. The recent jewelry controversy had ignited considerable discussion online, drawing numerous participants into the fray. The trending topic, which had been contained, surged back into prominence. Despite several hours of deliberation, the Public Relations Department and other relevant teams had failed to devise a comprehensive solution. Luwei felt a throbbing pain in her head. However, the meeting could not continue, so she called it to an end. All she yearned for was to return home, her solitary sanctuary amidst the mounting psychological pressures. As she entered her vehicle, she realized that her previous message had not been sent due to the urgent meeting. I apologize. I was caught up in a meeting, and my message didn't go through. Minutes passed without a response. She scrolled through her screen, noticing that Jiang Yifeng had not sent any further messages. This struck her as peculiar. Ordinarily, if she were busy with work and failed to reply, he would share amusing anecdotes or interesting tidbits. The oddities did not end there. Upon arriving home, she found the house shrouded in darkness, devoid of the familiar aromas of a home-cooked meal. The once warm abode felt cold and unwelcoming once more. Luwei maneuvered her wheelchair to the second floor. She knocked on the door, but received no reply. Was he not home? Gazing at the vacant space, her expression grew increasingly complex. Was she angry? She had not informed him of her plans, and having vanished for 6 or 7 hours, he certainly had reason to be upset. Yet, was it so severe as to warrant not returning home? The mounting frustrations stemming from work coupled with Jiang Yifeng's absence swelled within her, and she clenched her fists, the strain causing her knuckles to turn pale. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the first floor, akin to a heavy object falling, reverberating clearly in the emptiness of the house. The noise seemed to emanate from the study, prompting Luwei to hastily descend the stairs and push open the study door. A faint scent of alcohol lingered in the closed room, and her brows furrowed. Jiang Yifeng. No response. She opened the bedroom door, her hand freezing midair. On her bed lay a man sprawled in disarray. Jiang Yifeng had never anticipated that his tolerance for alcohol would be so abysmal. Naturally, all those with poor drinking abilities tend to harbor a blind confidence. He could not recall the joyous laughter from the KTV. Only that the last drink had been intercepted by Luwei, who had remarked, "Drinking 1 tea solve your problems. You should go home. Your wife is waiting for you." Relying on her words, he had mustered the strength to return home, only to find that the person he longed to see was not there. Contemplating waiting for her in the study, fatigue overtook him, and he succumbed to sleep on the bed. Luwei. He heard someone call her name. His heavy eyelids slowly lifted. A figure clad in a white dress entered his line of sight, the breeze gently lifting her hair, revealing a face both delicate and spirited. It was her, the one he had been yearning for. A tender smile graced her features as she approached him, step by step. "Can you stand up?" Jiang Yifeng's voice trembled as he gazed at the approaching silhouette, slowly raising his hand. Yet, at the moment of contact, his hand glided through Luwei's body as if it were an ethereal spirit, passing through without resistance. "Luwei, I'm here," a voice called out from behind. Hearing the sound, Luwei hurriedly ran toward it. Jiang Yifeng turned around to see her leap into the arms of a man, whom she embraced tightly, her face pressed against his chest, radiating a smile of blissful contentment. The man's face seemed shrouded in mist, obscuring his features, but the lightness of his laughter betrayed his joy. The sweet sight of them together twisted Jiang Yifeng's heart in anguish, a surge of anger coursing through him like a wild beast. "Let her go." He lunged forward, yet, as before, he passed through the two without making contact. This cycle continued until he collapsed to the ground, like a weary dog, still unable to reach them. The couple remained oblivious to his presence, blissfully entwined. Jiang Yifeng called out Luwei's name until his voice grew hoarse, yet she did not glance his way. He felt like an outsider, watching their intimacy unfold. Kneeling there, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped him, each breath tearing at his heart like a brutal wound. "Why? What?" The man seemed to hear Jiang Yifeng's voice, slowly turning to acknowledge him, a faint smile emerging on his indistinct face. "She has never belonged to you. Why must you force it?" Upon uttering these words, the man leaned down to kiss the blushing Luwei. This serves as foreshadowing. When Luwei entered the room, she immediately noticed Jiang Yifeng's pallor. A thin sheen of sweat adorned his forehead, his expression a painful struggle. She reached for a tissue to wipe his sweat away, but just as her hand extended, he abruptly opened his eyes. Yi. Luwei. His heavy breaths called out her full name. Luwei froze. You're all right. Before she could finish her sentence. A powerful grip seized her arm, yanking her forward almost instantaneously. Jiang Yifeng's handsome face bore an expression that could only be described as fierce, his eyes glistening with a distinct redness. Luwei's face reflected shock. She was utterly bewildered by his intentions, instinctively pushing against him. Yet, simultaneously, he had roughly locked both her wrists in place. Unlike his usual tenderness, his gaze and actions now radiated aggression. What are you doing? A chill crept over Luwei. His dark, tumultuous gaze swept across her face. She attempted to struggle, to free herself from his grasp. In the midst of her struggle, her nails unintentionally grazed his arm, drawing forth a line of blood. The sting caused Jiang Yifeng to momentarily pause, slowly lifting his body. Luwei felt the oppressive weight that had been pressing down upon her finally dissipate. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but her physical limitations rendered her movement somewhat clumsy. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the terrified woman beneath him, clearly perceiving the mist of tears welling up in her eyes. His pupils constricted in an instant. What had he done? Chapter 46. A pretender revealed in the panicked gaze of Luwei. Jiang Yifeng discerned his own reflection, resembling a wild beast, devoid of any semblance of grace. The preceding events felt as if they were merely a fleeting dream. Luwei's leg remained injured, and the enigmatic man whose face eluded recognition was absent. He promptly released her, having left her delicate, fair wrist marked with a distinct hue of red from his grip. The dizziness brought on by the alcohol surged once more, compelling him to rise unsteadily. I am sorry, he fled, lost in a frenzy. The woman's breathing on the bed gradually steadied, yet her mind struggled to catch up with reality. After a prolonged silence, she gently brushed her lips with her fingers. Time slipped by, and a knock resounded at the door, revealing Zhang Han peering in. Mr. Yi, Mr. Jiang asked me to bring you some food. Would you care to have a bite? The fresh meat and corn wontons were not from the company. How had he transformed into a different person? At that moment of being subdued, it felt as though he was about to meld her into his very being. His emotions were so fervent, heightened by alcohol. Was it truly because of her? After all, she had faltered, stood him up, and failed to respond. Punishment seemed warranted. The air around her still bore the lingering scent of his hormones. Luwei nibbled at the wontons, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Jiang Yifeng awoke the following morning, parched and disoriented, around 9 o'clock. He discovered a pink thermos beside his bed, filled with still warm water. After inhaling its fragrance, he discerned it to be honey water and drank deeply, feeling the warmth course through his veins, revitalizing his weary body. Beneath the cup lay a note, which he picked up in confusion. Today, there is a meeting at the company. I am uncertain when it will conclude, so you need not wait for me to dine. Please rest well. I apologize for not considering your feelings yesterday. Forgive me. Signed, Luwei. The elegant handwriting jolted Jiang Yifeng's still-dazed mind, piecing together the fragmented recollections of the previous day. His body tensed instinctively, and he quickly shook his head, retrieving his phone. Dear wife, I apologize. I had to attend an urgent meeting, and I could not send the message. Timestamp. Yesterday at 6 o'clock. She must have messaged him immediately after the meeting. At that moment, he had been indulging in what they called comfort drinks with colleagues from the research and development department, entirely oblivious. It was a common occurrence for anyone to miss sending a message due to busyness. Yet, yesterday, he had reacted so harshly to her, spurred by an unrealistic dream. His lips pressed tightly together as he contemplated typing an apology for his rudeness from the previous day. Due to the network connection, a flood of messages from yesterday surged in. Group chat. Our D department Miao Miao's house. Ma Shuo. I can't believe this. Guys, something serious has happened. He opened the numerous screenshots Ma Shuo had sent, his brows knitting together in concern. Jewelry from Yes Jewelry exceeds safety standards? What on earth is going on? Ma Shuo. I don't know which fool caused this mess. I still have to attend a meeting on Saturday. Luwei, what is the current status? Ma Shuo refrained from typing, instead sending a photograph, a snapshot of the conference room where the heads of various departments were gathered. In the prominent position sat Luwei, diligently taking notes with a pen. Jiang Yifeng retraced his steps, reviewing the screenshots before returning to trending topics online, swiftly piecing together the unfolding narrative. Yes Jewelry was currently basking in the spotlight, when a public account dedicated to gem appraisal abruptly released information alleging that the radiation levels of Ye's gemstones exceeded permissible limits, accompanied by laboratory verification data. Consequently, numerous individuals began to share experiences of dizziness and disorientation after wearing the jewelry, suspecting radiation as the culprit. This revelation stirred a tempest, thrusting Ye's jewelry into the eye of the storm. The urgent meeting held the previous day was a direct response to this crisis. The potential fallout from public opinion threatened to devastate Ye's jewelry, and the weight of this sudden incident was palpable in Ma Shua's words and the image he shared. Naturally, such a significant burden also fell squarely on Yi Luwei's shoulders. Jiang Yifeng felt a pang of regret, wishing he could slap himself for his earlier inaction. Not only had he failed to share the burden, but he had also acted foolishly due to an unrealistic dream. Rising hastily, he washed up, donned his clothes, and made his way to the company. Ma Shua opened a side door, ushering Jiang Yifeng into the meeting room, where an overwhelming pressure rendered the air stifling. The company executives and department heads wore expressions of grave concern, intently analyzing the projected screen for forthcoming developments. Yi Luwei noticed Jiang Yifeng's entrance and furrowed her brow. The head of the PR department, observing her troubled expression, feared he had miscalculated in his analysis, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "What is the current situation?" Jiang Yifeng whispered. "Not great," Ma Shua replied, shaking his head. "The pressure from public opinion is immense. We find ourselves in a dire predicament." What a peculiar metaphor, Jiang Yifeng thought, exasperated, as he glanced at Yi Luwei, whose fatigue was clearly etched on her delicate features. Her frail health, compounded by such an intense meeting and overwhelming pressure, elicited a sense of sympathy. In the face of sudden risk, the golden window for emergency response is 72 hours. The PR department made swift decisions. Based on the reported findings, Ye's jewelry immediately sealed off all products from the implicated batch and contacted a national testing agency for radiation assessments. They also retrieved all testing archives from the past 3 years, ensuring that each gem was accompanied by an IGI certificate. This was the most prudent course of action to mitigate losses. Nevertheless, even the smallest losses were not to be underestimated. Jiang Yifeng took out his tablet, documenting the information displayed on the projection screen and the remarks from the marketing head. "Alas, such a predicament makes my heart ache for Yi Luwei." Ma Shua rested his chin on his hand, observing the stage. Her health is poor, yet she endures these lengthy meetings. Her husband should show more concern. Jiang Yifeng paused in his typing. How do you know her husband doesn't care for her? If he truly cared, would he allow her to endure such strenuous meetings? Shouldn't we devise a solution? It seems as though there are no issues at all. The company has indeed faced a significant calamity this time. Good heavens. How much will this cost? Ma Shua felt as if his heart were bleeding. I believe it may not necessarily result in a loss. Jiang Yifeng's words drew a puzzled glance from the troubled Ma Shua. Do you possess a viable solution? The various departments have convened for nearly 10 hours to minimize the losses. And this fellow has only been here for an hour yet dares to assert that there may not be a loss? Not at present. He smiled. But soon. There will be. Ma Shua narrowed his eyes at the grinning lad beside him and rolled his eyes. Damn, with that pretentious demeanor. I almost thought you had something up your sleeve. Chapter 47. The Greater the Tempest. The pricier the fish. The meeting concluded a little over an hour after Jiang Yifeng took his seat. The consensus was to first manage public opinion, to silence the masses, and subsequently, to gradually and steadily pursue maintenance. Shortly after Yi Luwei returned to her office, Jiang Yifeng knocked and entered, holding a cup of strawberry daifuku. A sweet drink can indeed uplift one's spirits. He placed the cup on the table, glancing at the weariness etched on her face, and said softly, I'm sorry for last night. I was unaware of the situation at the company. Yi Luwei took a sip from the cup, the strawberry flavor overwhelming. He was right. Indulging in something sweet could indeed lighten one's mood, and her gloomy disposition seemed to dissipate a fraction. It's my fault to begin with. You needn't apologize. She smiled. Have you had a proper rest? She refrained from discussing company matters initially, prioritizing his well-being. Jiang Yifeng felt a deeper pang of guilt. He nodded and took a seat in the chair across from her. The proximity made the fatigue on her lovely face all the more apparent. A facade of calmness barely masking her exhaustion. He longed to offer comfort, but understood that at this moment, words of consolation would bear little fruit. To act, one must, as Ma Shua suggested, provide a strategic solution. He was determined to prove himself as a competent husband. Jiang Yifeng inhaled deeply. I spoke with the head of the public relations department, and they have initiated an emergency response. However, This is akin to closing the barn door after the horse has bolted. The company still incurs losses. If we can leverage this public discourse for a counteroffensive, we might achieve unexpected results. Luwei furrowed her brow once more, incredulously gazing at the man before her, while everyone else contemplated how to mitigate the risks. Stabilize public sentiment, learn from the experience, and ensure such issues do not recur. Jiang Yifeng was contemplating how to counteract, transforming disadvantages into potential advantages. It was a bold notion, even perilous. Jiang Yifeng reflected, I believe this is an opportunity to convert crisis into a showcase of our capabilities. Luwei bit her straw, and after a moment, lifted her gaze. To counter through public discourse, we must first ensure the public comprehends the situation. We can adopt a multidimensional approach to information dissemination, constructing authoritative endorsements, and then, her eyes cautiously sought his. Without hesitation, Jiang Yifeng replied, next, we should focus on rebuilding consumer trust, translating technical parameters into tangible comparisons comprehensible to the public. This approach not only fosters long-term consumer protection, but also harnesses marketing strategies to turn the tide. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly, nearly seamless, as if spoken by a single voice. The tension in Luwei's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Their gazes intertwined. And in that fleeting moment of contact, they understood each other's thoughts and unspoken accord. Originally, Luwei had harbored such thoughts. Yet the present circumstances led her to doubt her judgment. Would this approach be overly audacious? Could the company withstand the consequences of such risks? Yet, in this moment, the presence of a man whose thoughts aligned with her own instilled a sense of confidence within her. She has been engaged in business for many years and has always understood a fundamental truth. Risk and reward coexist. The greater the turbulence, the more valuable the catch. Observing her gradually relaxing brow, Jiang Yifeng slowly curled his lips into a smile. The other party looked at him, and a smile began to bloom on her face as well. The two shared a silent laughter, seemingly in perfect harmony. Jiang Yifeng felt his spirits lift considerably. What was that saying? Two individuals cannot share a single bed without differences. The surprises you bring me are becoming increasingly abundant. Luwei, this time, showed no reservations. Her gaze infused with admiration. You must seize this opportunity. Jiang Yifeng leaned back against his chair, knowing well that my merits extend far beyond this. He accepted the compliment with a sense of rightful contentment. Luwei tapped her chin thoughtfully. The strategic plan. I shall write it. Jiang Yifeng eagerly volunteered. Of course, I will require the assistance of the public relations department. In truth, he did not need it. However, since this task was indeed the domain of the public relations team, he did not wish for them to feel excluded, as their contributions would be essential for the company's future operations. Very well, I shall inform them. Luwei nodded in agreement. Jiang Yifeng slowly rose from his seat. Then I shall take my leave. Good. Jiang Yifeng grinned widely and suddenly extended his hand. Luwei was puzzled. A high five for two souls that resonate with one another. The request looked entirely different from his previous serious analysis of the situation, reminiscent of a schoolboy. Yet, Luwei still reached out her hand. Clap, the two hands met. As if two souls were embracing. Jiang Yifeng squinted. When husband and wife are of one mind, their strength can cut through gold. As she watched the man turn to leave, Luwei suddenly called out to him. I feel like having tomato scrambled eggs tonight. Her voice was soft. This was the first time she expressed a desire for a specific dish, and Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. So tonight, let us go home together. She replied without hesitation. All right. Jiang Yifeng nodded, the smile at the corner of his lips deepening. When Jiang Yifeng stood before the head of the public relations department, Jiang Han had already notified her. The head of public relations was well acquainted with this remarkable newcomer. After all, he was a rising star within the company. As Jiang Yifeng outlined the general framework for the strategic plan, the head was left astonished. This concept is rather audacious. What is more alarming is that General Yi actually approved it. Who is this young man? Xiao Jiang, may I call you that? You are involved in research, marketing, and planning, wearing multiple hats. How much must General Yi be paying you? The head joked. Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment. Probably not much more than a regular employee. In truth, since joining the company, Luwei had never mentioned her compensation, and he had never inquired about the specifics of his salary. However, given his solid support from his wife, the amount of money was merely a figure to him. A little or a lot, what does it matter? The head chuckled. It's all indifferent to me. Jiang Yifeng curled his lips, uttering a rather pretentious remark. It's merely a number. I have no interest in money. The person in charge was rendered speechless. It was as if he hailed from a family of wealth. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng found himself lost in contemplation. He suddenly realized that he no longer approached work solely for monetary gain. Indeed, if he had no interest in money, what was the purpose of his job? What significance did his employment hold? A petite figure flashed through his mind, one that playfully mentioned wanting to eat while biting on a bubble tea straw. And he sighed inwardly. Others worked to support their families, to provide for their wives. He too worked for his wife. Different paths, yet the same destination. Chapter 48. Riding bicycles to the bar at precisely 5 o'clock, Jiang Yifeng appeared at Luwei's office. She was engrossed in annotating documents handed to her by Jiang Han. I believe we should revise this strategy from the sales department, for instance. It seemed that it would take a considerable time longer. Leaning against the door, Jiang Yifeng cleared his throat. When she glanced in his direction, he ostentatiously rubbed his stomach, the implication unmistakable. He was hungry and wished to return home. Luwei looked from the documents to him, then promptly capped her pen, leaving the remaining thoughts for him to ponder. Submit the revised proposal to me within 2 days. Jiang Han, who had received the documents, remained in a state of shock. In this company, no one dared to disturb Yi Zong while she was engrossed in her work, let alone request her to cease. Jiang Yifeng only needed a single gesture to bring the workaholic Yi Zong to a halt. Could this be what they referred to as being emboldened by favoritism? All right, let us head home, Jiang Yifeng declared, noticing her cessation of writing. He approached her, pushing her wheelchair, and addressed Secretary Jiang. Please take us to the nearest supermarket. Luwei raised her head and blinked. Aren't we going home? We're out of groceries. We need to shop. Jiang Yifeng reached out and gently tapped her petite nose. This will give you a taste of the ordinary life. Shopping for groceries and preparing meals after work, such simple yet heartwarming routines of everyday people. Jiang Han observed the two with a slight pout. When did they become so affectionate? There was a large supermarket nearby, and after escorting them to the location, she departed. Here, put this on. Jiang Yifeng handed her a mask. As it was the peak of the changing seasons, the supermarket was bustling with crowds, and the flu virus was rampant. While wearing the mask might be uncomfortable, it was undeniably safer. He referred to the mask, adding, moreover, should we be photographed together, who knows how it would be interpreted back at the company. Luwei obediently donned the mask, lifting her head. Her face was thoroughly concealed, yet due to her small features, gaps appeared on either side. A typical mask obscured 2/3 of her visage, prompting Jiang Yifeng to smile ruefully as he touched his own face. It seems I shall have to buy you children's masks in the future. He chuckled as he squatted down, gently pressing the metal strip on her nose to secure the mask, marveling at how such a large individual could possess such a small face. His playful banter earned him a light punch from her small fist against his chest. The supermarket was quite crowded, and Luwei felt a bit awkward upon entering, instinctively avoiding the gazes of passers-by. No one knows us here, he reassured her, lightly pressing her shoulder. His gentle voice helped to soothe her unease, encouraging her to lift her head and survey the entire supermarket. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle at the transformation of her demeanor, from timid to curious. If anyone were to hear this, who would believe she was the illustrious Yi Zong of the marketplace? We cannot push the shopping cart, so we must entrust it to you. Luwei nodded as she accepted the carefully weighed vegetables. Gazing at the glossy surface of the tomatoes, she instinctively leaned in to inhale their fragrance, but the mask rendered her efforts futile. With a hint of disappointment, she cradled the bag against her chest. Jiang Yifeng observed her actions and suddenly mused. I wonder if we should cultivate a patch in the garden at home. We could grow something. Just flowers. It seems a waste of space otherwise. The deeply ingrained agricultural sentiment among the Chinese people surged forth at that moment. Can we grow tomatoes? She asked, her expression slightly dazed as the question escaped her lips. Of course, if you wish, we can cultivate an entire yard. The sight would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Do you even know how to farm? She inquired skeptically. I am rather low-key, never one to flaunt my talents, Jiang Yifeng replied, raising an eyebrow. You will find out in due time. Luwei regarded his smug demeanor with a hint of exasperation. What happened to being low-key? Jiang Yifeng had also purchased meat and an assortment of miscellaneous condiments, carrying these items himself while handing over the vegetables and fruits. As they passed the instant noodle aisle, Luwei looked longingly at the noodles that had once been her constant companions. It had been a long time since she last indulged in such fare, and suddenly, she found herself craving them. You don't need to look at those, Jiang Yifeng said bluntly, pushing her away. They're all junk food. He was determined not to allow her to consume such nutritionally deficient items any longer. Excuse me, we're ready to check out. Do you need a bag? No, thank you. Jiang Yifeng placed all their items on the counter, retrieving 2 bags from his pocket, ones he had taken from the vegetable section, while simultaneously stuffing the scanned items into them. That'll be 103 yuan and 30 cents, the cashier announced. The cashier glanced at the receipt, adding, "You can use this receipt to enter a prize draw twice." "All right, thank you." As they exited, Luwei looked at the bag in her hand, puzzled. "Can we just take bags from the supermarket?" "These can be taken, but there's a fee at the checkout. Most people usually snag a couple from the fresh produce section," he explained while examining the receipt. "It's a matter of saving where you can and spending where necessary." "There are so many ways to save," Luwei remarked, nodding in realization. "These are all little tricks to save money. I may not earn much, but I will never incur a loss." Jiang Yifeng spotted the prize draw area and wheeled his way over. There were 3 grand prizes in the draw, the usual trifecta. First prize, a washing machine. Second prize, a refrigerator. Third prize, a television. The rest consisted of miscellaneous items like rice, flour, and oil. A 100 yuan receipt allowed for 2 entries. Jiang Yifeng placed a lottery ticket on the table, rubbing his hands together and exhaling. "This enhances our luck," he explained. Winking at Luwei, who looked on curiously, scratched to reveal, "Thank you for your patronage." "How can there still be a thank you for your patronage?" Jiang Yifeng exclaimed. Tossing the ticket onto the table, Luwei's expression shifted from anticipation to mild frustration in mere seconds, yet she couldn't help but smile at his antics. The lottery box was handed to her. "It's your turn," Jiang Yifeng said in a subdued tone. "I am certain that fortune will favor me more than you." With a smile, she produced a lottery ticket, poised to scratch off the coating when a sudden thought crossed her mind. Imitating his manner, she rubbed her hands together and blew gently, her obedient eyes brimming with anticipation. Her fingertips delicately scraped away the coating, and her gaze remained fixed on the words beneath. Jiang Yifeng, unable to contain himself, leaned in closer, holding his breath in suspense. The cashier, observing the cautious demeanor of the two, could not help but rest his forehead in disbelief. The youth of today, truly, they find amusement in everything. One might think they were scratching a lottery ticket. Luwei slowly lifted her gaze from the words revealed beneath the coating. "It seems I have. One, perhaps?" Chapter 49. Slowly falling for you. Jiang Yifeng leaned in so closely to the lottery ticket in Luwei's hand that it seemed his face might touch it. A curious staff member approached, intrigued by the scene. Luwei narrowed her eyes, concealing a fleeting glimmer of mischief. Of course, it was a ruse. Jiang Yifeng's expression darkened. When did this girl learn to play tricks? With a smile dancing in her eyes, she cradled the vegetable she had placed on the table back into her arms and remarked, "Our luck seems rather lacking. Let us head home." It appeared to be so. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head and smiled, preparing to leave with his belongings. "Wait a moment," called the staff member, suddenly stopping them. From a pile of trinkets, he retrieved a bottle of bubble solution, explaining that 2 thank you coupons could be combined for a participation prize. The bubble solution was rather ordinary. "Thank you." Jiang Yifeng accepted it, shaking the bottle. "It's for children. Here, take it." Luwei raised her hand to receive it, her eyes sparkling with a hint of embarrassment. "Who has a child?" she protested playfully. It seemed their luck was entirely bad after all. She laughed heartily, watching Jiang Yifeng exit with a peal of laughter. The staff member sighed. The pressures on today's youth are indeed quite significant. Upon exiting the mall, both removed their masks. A simultaneous inhalation and exhalation escaped them, accompanied by a pleasant sigh. They exchanged a glance, both unable to suppress a smile at the surprise reflected on each other's faces. "Let us go." Luwei gently tapped his leg. "Let us move." The supermarket wasn't too far from home, and Jiang Yifeng pushed the wheelchair slowly along the way. The weather remained quite pleasant. "Look at that little dog. It's so ugly. How does that bird, so plump, manage to fly?" Jiang Yifeng chattered incessantly. Though Luwei preferred tranquility, his incessant chatter did not irk her in the slightest. How peculiar. She enjoyed both the bustle and the stillness. The route home led across a bridge spanning the river. Many people strolled across, engaged in their favorite pastimes. Elderly men played chess, middle-aged women danced in the square, and the young strummed and sang. Each time they passed this way by vehicle, today's walk revealed a different landscape. The breeze on the bridge was slightly stronger than usual, yet not overwhelming, providing a refreshing sensation. A few strands of Luwei's hair were blown onto Jiang Yifeng's hand, tickling him pleasantly. "What about the bubble solution?" he inquired. Luwei produced it from her pocket. "We can play with it now. There's a breeze." "Is that childish?" She hesitated, meeting his gentle gaze. Where's the childishness in that? Jiang Yifeng replied, taking the bubble solution, twisting it open, and handing it to her. She accepted it and gently blew, causing a bubble to lazily float out, refracting a spectrum of colors in the setting sun. As she watched the wind carry the bubble away, she momentarily lost herself in thought. Would you like to blow one? Luwei lifted the bottle. Are we having a competition? Jiang Yifeng grasped the bubble wand. Exerting all his strength, and a magnificent bubble emerged, swaying gently as it floated away. Hurry, blow one yourself and see whose goes farther. Prompted by his encouragement, Luwei instinctively followed suit, releasing a small bubble into the air. The larger bubble, with its grand size, drifted slowly, while the smaller one zipped swiftly. In the breeze, the two colorful bubbles danced and collided. Bang, who wins? Jiang Yifeng raised his hands in surrender. It should count as my victory, Luwei replied, lifting her chin. Since I blew mine afterward. That's illogical. You clearly burst mine. He thought of arguing, but upon seeing the proud expression on her fair face, he hesitated and conceded. All right, I shall let you claim victory. He sighed in resignation, reflecting on how they were not children, yet still fiercely competitive over trivial matters. By the way, there's a new game to try. Jiang Yifeng took hold of Luwei's wrist, lifting the bubble-covered wand high. Hold on tight. He pushed her wheelchair, quickening his pace. The acceleration harmonized with the evening breeze, leaving behind a trail of vibrant colors. The faint, raspy voice of a street performer serenaded them from the bridge, slowly falling for you, gradually growing close, slowly walking together. After dinner, Jiang Yifeng returned to his room, still refining the strategic plan for a counteroffensive in public opinion. While lost in thought, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Yuqi. Senior, I have returned to the capital. When might you be available for a meeting? The first thing Yuqi did upon returning was to contact this enigmatic senior. She was eager to uncover the true identity of this mysterious figure. Jianfeng Yulu, I'm available to meet any time. However, I believe you should first find a suitable patient for practice. Jianfeng Yulu, I can recommend someone, the president of Yi Jewelry, who has been plagued by a leg ailment. My preliminary diagnosis suggests it stems from damage to the spinal cord stem cells. If feasible, I would like her to be your first case. The response came swiftly. Why? I happen to be President Ye's family doctor, and her condition is indeed as you described, but I have concerns regarding her high status. Since the technology has yet to be practiced, might there be negative repercussions if something goes awry? Jianfeng Yulu, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I will assist you in implementing the treatment plan effectively. Upon reading I will assist you, Yuqi felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Just as he was about to reply, Jianfeng Yulu sent another message. Jianfeng Yulu, I will collaborate with you to perfect the treatment plan. But this is not due to President Ye's special status. I hope you remember the fundamental principles of being a physician. In the face of life, all are equal. Yuqi's body stiffened, and after a long pause, he earnestly replied, Why? I will adhere to your teachings, senior. The following day, Yuqi visited the Yi residence. Upon entering the villa, she beheld a man laboring in the garden, wielding a hoe as he tended to the soil, seemingly engaged in planting something. Hello, is Mr. Yi at home? Upon hearing her voice, Jiang Yifeng slowly straightened his posture, propping the hoe against the ground. Before him stood a young woman clad in casual attire, her features delicate and intelligent, appearing to be in her 20s, holding a medical kit, none other than Yuqi. Yes, he is at home. Greetings, I am Jiang Yifeng, Mr. Yi's husband. Jiang Yifeng approached her. Yuqi recognized him, having encountered him previously during her visits to treat Mr. Yi, though he had always appeared disheveled and listless, resembling a shadow of himself. This time, however, he exuded an entirely different aura, as if he had undergone a transformation. Jiang Yifeng, in turn, had also gained a newfound clarity regarding Yuqi. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen her somewhere before. Chapter 50. Clearing the browsing history. Greetings, I am Dr. Yuqi, the family physician of Mr. Yi. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Jiang Yifeng, Yuqi felt somewhat uneasy and extended her hand. Hello. Having just finished his work, Jiang Yifeng removed his gloves and hastily wiped his hands before shaking hers. I am Jiang Yifeng. He gently grasped her fingers, adhering to the conventions of gentlemanly decorum. Mr. Yi is in his study. Please follow me. Jiang Yifeng leaned his hoe against the wall, opened the door, and gestured for her to enter. When did he become so courteous? Yuqi observed with a hint of skepticism, nodding her thanks as she stepped inside. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Yi Luwei was greeted by Jiang Yifeng's booming voice, which radiated palpable excitement. "Darling, Dr. Yu is here." His face beamed with a radiant smile as he almost skipped into the room. "Mr. Yi, it has been a while." Yuqi stepped forward and performed a slight bow. "It has indeed been a while. Was your thesis defense successful?" Yi Luwei smiled warmly. Feeling a bit bashful, Yuqi scratched her head. "I am still refining it." Her mentor's expectations for the quality of her thesis were exceedingly stringent, bordering on the obsessive. However, this was all to ensure her own improvement. For medicine allows no room for carelessness. Earning a doctorate in medicine is notoriously rigorous, especially from a prestigious institution. Patience is key, Jiang Yifeng remarked, observing Yuqi's embarrassment with a comforting smile. "Take your time." Yi Luwei echoed the sentiment, gently brushing the dust from her clothing. "What have you been up to?" "Farming." "Of course. Were you not anticipating tomatoes?" "I thought you were jesting," Yi Luwei replied lightly, continuing to dust off her attire. "When have I ever joked with you?" "Stop brushing, it's getting everywhere." Jiang Yifeng raised his hand to lightly wipe the dust from her cheek. "I shall wash up." "All right." Yi Luwei nodded obediently. Though their exchange was quite ordinary, it struck Yuqi as astonishing to witness such interactions between the two. Their actions were evidently instinctive, each considering the other. When had their relationship become so amicable? "Dr. Yu, I must excuse myself for a moment." Only then did Yuqi snap back to reality, giving a slight nod. It was not until Jiang Yifeng exited that Yi Luwei's gaze returned to the physician before her. Yuqi quickly composed her expression. "Mr. Yi, I shall now proceed with your examination. Thank you for your efforts." Given the constraints of a home environment, laboratory tests were not feasible, and only basic examinations such as palpation and visual assessments could be conducted. Upon examining Yi Luwei's lower extremities, Yuqi noted a significant improvement, although the skin remained cool. It was evidently better than before, indicating an enhancement in blood circulation. The atrophy of the gastrocnemius muscle had improved, and the passive range of motion in her joints was satisfactory. Regrettably, there was no progress in the loss of tactile, pain, and plantar sensations. However, for someone who has been confined to a wheelchair for an extended period, this represents a significant improvement. "How are things?" Although Yi Luwei's voice remained calm, her tightly pressed lips betrayed her concern. "Mr. Yi, your rehabilitation doctor is quite proficient," Yuqi remarked with admiration, having been abroad for over a month. The evident progress in Mr. Yi's condition speaks volumes about the doctor's expertise in recovery techniques. "Rehabilitation doctor?" Yi Luwei shook her head, indicating otherwise. Yuqi looked up. "Have you engaged in any massages or similar therapies?" "Yes." She pressed her lips together, revealing, "Every evening, my husband massages me for about 30 minutes. Mr. Jiang learned this? He mentioned he studied it online. Observing Yi Luwei's legs, Yuqi couldn't help but question her reality. While professionals struggle to achieve such results, someone learning from videos has managed to do so remarkably well. Could he possibly be a prodigy? Noticing the gravity in Yi Luwei's expression, she inquired, "Is there an issue?" "Nothing. Mr. Jiang is quite impressive." After completing her examination, Yuqi rose, her gaze shifting. "Your recent dietary balance appears commendable, which is beneficial for your recovery." Previously, she had advised Yi Luwei to pay attention to balanced nutrition and to avoid relying on nutrient-poor fast food, but Yi Luwei often dismissed her concerns due to work commitments. Upon her return, Yuqi noted the noticeable rosy glow on Yi Luwei's face. "Just some home-cooked meals," Yi Luwei responded, touching her face, seemingly fuller now. A smile gracing her lips, he prepared them. Each time Yuqi diagnosed Yi Luwei, her expression was typically placid, after a month apart. The smiles on her face had multiplied, particularly evident in her eyes, now sparkling with newfound brightness. This glimmer is what every doctor yearns to see in their patients, an illumination of hope. A month had passed, and numerous changes were apparent. Yuqi smiled. "Mr. Yi, it seems your relationship with Jiang has flourished recently." She did not comprehend the sudden remark. "It's nothing significant. I merely wish to encourage you to maintain this positive dynamic, as a good mindset aids physical recovery." Having packed away her medical kit, Yuqi continued, "Tomorrow, you will need to visit my office for further laboratory tests, so I shall not intrude any longer. Farewell. Take care, I won't see you out." Just as Yuqi was about to exit, Yi Luwei suddenly called out to her. "Dr. Yu, I have one more question." "Please, go ahead." Yuqi paused. "Does falling from a great height alter a person's character?" She finally posed this inquiry, still puzzled by Jiang Yifeng's abrupt transformation. The answers she found online were bizarre and even spoke of time travel, nonsensical theories. In contrast, She sought the opinion of a qualified physician. Yuqi contemplated. If it involves amnesia, then perhaps it could lead to changes. But if there is no memory loss, such a scenario is unlikely. Yuqi observed her expression and discerned the thoughts swirling within her mind, offering a gentle smile. People are capable of change. General Manager Yi, do not dwell on this. As I mentioned, maintaining the status quo and fostering a positive mindset greatly benefits one's recovery. Her gaze softened. You seem quite happy at present, do you not? Yi Luwei nodded in agreement. Then I shall see you tomorrow, Yuqi said with a slight bow before turning to depart. Yi Luwei reflected upon the words she had just heard and turned around to open her browser, erasing her search history. Leaning back in her chair, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She reached up to touch the hairpin nestled in her locks and smiled faintly. I am indeed quite happy now. Am I not? Everything will surely progress in a favorable direction. Chapter 51. Suddenly, I adore you as Yuqi emerged from the study. Jiang Yifeng was just descending with his hair still damp. Dr. Yu, what are the preliminary diagnostic results? The initial findings are quite promising. Tomorrow we shall conduct laboratory tests to draw a definitive conclusion, Yuqi replied with a smile. That is reassuring. Thank you for your hard work. Are you leaving? Won't you stay for a meal? No, I have some matters to attend to. Farewell, she said. Luwei is unable to move freely. Allow me to escort you. Jiang Yifeng stated while moving ahead to open the door for her. Before exiting, Yuqi suddenly remarked, Mr. Jiang, you take excellent care of President Yi. It hardly qualifies as care, he replied, narrowing his eyes. A beloved is like nurturing a flower. Yuqi cast a deep gaze at the swaying roses in the garden, nodded, and took her leave. After bidding her farewell, Jiang Yifeng proceeded to the study. The doctor indicated I am recovering well. Upon entering, Yi Luwei eagerly shared the good news, her radiant smile reminiscent of a child seeking praise from their parents. Jiang Yifeng approached, crouching down to gently drape the blanket back over her legs, chuckling softly. That is indeed wonderful news. She mentioned it was your attentive care. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Is that so? Jiang Yifeng feigned surprise. What she conveyed to me was that your body is naturally recuperating well. Well, she certainly possesses a way with words. Yi Luwei's spirits soared. Her chatter grew lively. So it seems it's a combination of both, though your care constitutes the majority. Without a doubt, Jiang Yifeng grinned broadly, showing his teeth, and she ought to acknowledge who I am. She tilted her head back, her enchanting eyes fluttering. We have laboratory tests tomorrow. I am quite looking forward to it. Though she had undergone similar tests before, the results had remained disappointingly consistent, if not deteriorating. Gradually, she had grown averse to them. However, with this positive beginning, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Even the slightest change could herald improvement. Rest assured, the results will surely be favorable. Jiang Yifeng reassured her, gently squeezing her small hand that clenched in excitement. Yi Luwei nodded emphatically, her smile blossoming even brighter as she gazed at the man who now met her eyes at her level. What are you smiling at, you silly thing? Her innocent smile, juxtaposed with her cool demeanor, tugged at one's heartstrings. Jiang Yifeng remarked, extending his hand to playfully pinch her cheek. In that instant, her head tilted, and her small face nestled against his larger hand, akin to a kitten seeking affection. Her watery eyes blinked, reflecting the visage of the man before her. I suddenly adore you, she uttered softly, her tone a departure from her usual self. The sudden confession caught Jiang Yifeng off guard. He froze momentarily before lowering his face, attempting to mask the fleeting panic that washed over him. Why on earth would you say that out of the blue? It left him utterly unprepared. Observing his cheeks flush deeper, Yi Luwei chuckled triumphantly. All right, I must return to my work now. As Jiang Yifeng felt a lightness in his hand, the other party had already turned around, immersed in the documents. Slowly rising to his feet, he felt a sense of dizziness as countless pink bubbles floated around him, leaving him unsure of how he had exited the room. Observing him stagger out, Yi Luwei withdrew her gaze and propped up her chin. It turned out that expressing sweet nothings was not as daunting as it seemed. When Jiang Yifeng regained his senses amidst the pink bubbles, he received a message from Yuqi. Why, Senior, I have conducted a preliminary examination for General Manager Yi today. Her recovery is progressing well, and she is willing to actively cooperate with the treatment, which will greatly assist our subsequent therapeutic plans. The first thing Yuqi did upon returning was to convey this news to the enigmatic senior. Jinfeng Yulu, this is a promising beginning. The revolution is not yet complete, and comrades must continue to strive. Why? Tomorrow we will proceed with laboratory tests, and I will send you the specific results and corresponding treatment plans thereafter. Jiang Yifeng nodded at the words on the screen, affirming that his choice was indeed wise. He was a clever individual. He sent an okay gesture. Everything was progressing in the best possible direction, and that was sufficient. Just as he prepared to switch accounts, Yuchi sent another message. Why, Senior, I have one more question. With my current experience, I cannot answer it. Does a fall from a great height alter a person's character? The corners of Jiang Yifeng's lips, which had previously lifted, instantly fell. At that moment, he wished to transform into the resolute Wang Shaoan of the Northwest. How he wished to pummel him. Why, if possible? I believe this could be considered a significant discovery in medical history for research purposes. Jianfeng Yulu, please refrain from asking such trivial questions in the future. Jiang Yifeng tossed his phone aside, retracting his earlier compliment about Yuchi's intelligence. No wonder he had to extend his studies. The following morning, Jiang Yifeng accompanied Luwei to the hospital where Yuchi worked, and he was already awaiting them at the entrance. Upon seeing them approach, he immediately stepped forward. Good morning, General Manager Yi, Mr. Jiang. Good morning. Jiang Yifeng, observing her composed demeanor, couldn't help but recall the foolish question she had posed yesterday. Letting out a helpless sigh, Yi Luwei, however, appeared undeterred, radiating confidence and anticipation, even sporting a faint smile. Among the three present, Jiang Yifeng was perhaps the most anxious. The laboratory tests involved numerous items and various methods, and he was unperturbed by procedures such as MRI, CT scans, and electromyography. His sole concern lay with the analysis of cerebrospinal fluid. Luwei required comprehensive examinations, which would necessitate an evaluation of spinal nerve function. For the most accurate data, cerebrospinal fluid would undoubtedly be involved. Although a lumbar puncture for cerebrospinal fluid analysis would involve local anesthesia, he still felt a pang of sympathy for Yi Luwei's petite frame. At that moment, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Looking down, he saw Yi Luwei gazing up at him with her small face. Your hand is so cold. Have you not dressed warmly enough? Jiang Yifeng would certainly not disclose that his nervousness was the cause. He crouched down. Perhaps it was indeed so. It's nothing. Yi Luwei could perceive from his anxious gaze as she grasped his large hand. I will return shortly. The situation seemed to suggest that it was he who was undergoing the procedure. Within the confines of the hospital, it is invariably the loved ones who are more anxious than the patients themselves. Jiang Yifeng nodded gently. I understand. Rest assured, I will remain by your side throughout. He watched as Yuchi escorted her away, standing still, his hands clasped in prayer. Please let the test results be normal. In his previous tenure at the hospital, he had been skeptical of such sentiments, but now he believed, as the saying goes. The walls of a hospital bear witness to more fervent prayers than those heard in a church. Chapter 52. Controlling the fiery gaze. The examination results for Yi Luwei arrived continuously, alleviating the need for excessive wandering. With each document that came, Jiang Yifeng meticulously compared every item of data. The good news was that everything appeared normal, allowing his anxious heart to finally relax. When he saw Yi Luwei again, she lay in bed, as patients who have undergone a cerebrospinal fluid puncture are required to remain supine for 4 to 6 hours. Her already pale face appeared even more ashen after the series of examinations. Holding a stack of reports and a cup of water, Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow in concern. Yi Luwei greeted him as he entered, managing a faint smile amidst her pallor and waving her small hand. Jiang Yifeng quickly concealed his worried expression, feigning ease as he approached her. It's finally over, though it took quite some time. Was there a lot of testing? Indeed, this morning. I think I went through every department and machine. I'm feeling a bit dizzy from it all. Have some water to rehydrate. Jiang Yifeng opened the cup, inserted a straw, and offered it to her. He had prepared it in advance, knowing that post-puncture care necessitates increased fluid intake. Yi Luwei took a sip. Is it still sweet? I added glucose. It's delicious. She squinted her eyes, a smile gracing her lips. After fasting for examinations all morning, she should have been exhausted. Yet she still managed to feign a light-hearted demeanor, tugging at Jiang Yifeng's heartstrings. Watching her greedily drink, his lips involuntarily pursed together. Yi Luwei noticed his unusual demeanor and blinked. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing, you say? She poked at his tightly pressed lips, which were drawn into a straight line. That is not true. Smile a little. Her fair fingers nudged the corners of his mouth, coaxing them upwards. Then, with a tilt of her head, she laughed, her smile bright and animated. Are you hungry? Jiang Yifeng, his speech slightly muffled from her poking, asked. Just a little. What do you want to eat? Yi Luwei pondered, her eyes lighting up. I want to eat meat. Then let us have some meat. How about ginseng chicken soup? Seeing her spirits lift, Jiang Yifeng's smile became genuine, his eyes narrowing with delight. Sounds great, she exclaimed, raising her hand in agreement. I'll go order it. Jiang Yifeng placed the cup into her hands. Wait for me, and make sure to finish it by the time I return. Okay. She nodded, obediently sweet. As Jiang Yifeng stepped out of the ward, Yuqi emerged from the shadows. Dr. Yu, when did you arrive? I've been here all along, Yuqi replied awkwardly, pulling at the corners of her lips. She had intended to speak when Jiang Yifeng entered with the examination reports, but he seemed only to have eyes for his wife, completely overlooking her. To avoid interrupting their tender exchange, she remained hidden in the dim corner until the moment was over, when she reluctantly stepped out. Here are the examination reports. Jiang Yifeng handed her the documents. Although he had already reviewed it, to avoid raising any suspicions, he still inquired if there were any issues. Yuqi glanced over the indicators, noting that everything was normal. I will consult with other experts when I return today, and we shall provide the most suitable treatment plan thereafter. I appreciate your efforts, Jiang Yifeng smiled, inwardly lamenting the burden he too must bear. After dining, Jiang Yifeng received a call from the head of the public relations department. The individual had drafted a strategic plan based on Jiang's input and sought his opinions. Luwei, curious, leaned in to take a look. I can help you analyze it. However, before she could get close, a finger gently pressed against her forehead. What you need to do now is rest. I will handle this. Luwei pouted but complied, lying back obediently. Jiang Yifeng swiped through the screen of his tablet, examining the densely packed text. The head of the public relations department was undoubtedly capable. Under his guidance, the strategic plan had commendable direction and details. Yet, there were certainly areas for improvement. He picked up a stylus and began to jot down his thoughts. Luwei, finding herself bored while lying down, gazed out the window, then at the ceiling, ultimately focusing on the man beside her who was intently writing. His back was straight, and he occasionally paused, his distinctly knuckled fingers resting thoughtfully on his lips. Jiang Yifeng set down the pen and turned his head with a smile. Your gaze is rather intense. Perhaps you should temper it. Her large, glistening eyes were fixed on him, making it quite difficult for him to concentrate on revising the proposal. Luwei narrowed her eyes slowly. What if I do this? Jiang Yifeng studied her, chuckling. That seems to make little difference, does it? She widened her squinted eyes and raised an eyebrow. Well, what can I do? I'm lying here bored. You can't expect me to stare at nothing, can you? Everyone has a contradictory nature. When busy, one longs to lie down, yet when lying down for too long, one yearns to be busy again. Observing her logical demeanor, Jiang Yifeng sighed in resignation. Why not take a nap? By the time you wake up, it will be nearly time to leave. I can't sleep. She shook her head, then seemed to recall something. I read online that bedtime stories can help one fall asleep quickly. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Since when did you start following those marketing accounts? Luwei bit her lip. Indeed, when had she begun to indulge in such trivial content? It seemed to have started after she searched for how to strengthen relationships, leading to an influx of such material on her phone. Seeing the inquisitive look in his eyes, a phrase she had encountered that day suddenly flashed through her mind. A spoiled woman has the best fate. She blinked playfully. Let us give it a try. Otherwise, I might just continue to watch you. At the sight of her smile, Jiang Yifeng's probing gaze softened. He cherished her laughter, for it embodied vitality and spirit. All right. He conceded, minimizing the strategic plan on his screen and beginning to search for bedtime stories. What would you like to hear? He inquired, casually. As long as it is spoken by you, it suffices. A glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in her eyes. A comment caught Jiang Yifeng's attention. Brothers, having recounted over a dozen tales, how do I lull the ferocious matriarch of my household to sleep? It's delaying my gaming time. He slowly lifted his eyelids, gazing at the expectant Luwei. We agreed. Listen to a story and then sleep. One cannot renege on the promise of slumber. Am I truly that kind of person? Luwei promptly closed her eyes, tenderly pulling the quilt up to envelop herself snugly. Just one story, and then sleep. Observing her demeanor, Jiang Yifeng chuckled and shook his head. She was not that type of person in the past, but now, perhaps not so much. Thus, it began. He cleared his throat and began. Once upon a time, in a distant past. On the bed, Luwei listened to his soothing voice, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her lips. She retracted her earlier statement. Marketing accounts are not entirely devoid of substance, after all. Chapter 53. The eighth technician's exceptional skills. In the end, the prince and princess lived happily ever after. Jiang Yifeng concluded the tale, squinting slightly. It seemed that only in fairy tales could a prince and princess unite, for in reality, princesses often wed powerful figures. Much like when she professed her love for the sea, only to mean the Mediterranean. Jiang Yifeng chuckled, pondering the chaotic musings swirling in his own mind. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that the experience of reading fairy tales varies across different contexts. At this moment, gazing at the peacefully breathing Luwei on the bed, Jiang Yifeng found himself believing that the union of a prince and princess could indeed exist in reality. Happiness is a reward that every devoted couple deserves. Luwei slept soundly, her bangs brushing against her nose, gently quivering with each breath. Jiang Yifeng reached out, carefully pushing the hair aside, and tucked her in snugly before returning to his chair to continue working on the proposal. He smiled, realizing he had indeed followed through on his promise. In that fleeting moment of looking down, the woman lying quietly on the bed stirred slightly, her closed eyelids fluttering, a hint of a smile curling at her lips. Later that evening, Yuqi sent over Luwei's physical condition report along with the treatment plan. Senior, here is Yizong's laboratory examination report from today. The analysis indicates that her lower limb paralysis is due to obstructed neuron regeneration, affecting the nerve signal transmission pathways. Below is the preliminary rehabilitation treatment plan I have devised. Jiang Yifeng reviewed the plan, initially displaying little reaction, as it primarily suggested manual therapies, soft tissue relaxation, and joint mobilization techniques. It wasn't until he examined the latter part of the physical factor treatment plan that he paused. Is the application of FES perhaps premature? Given the patient's condition, early exposure may risk further nerve damage. FES, functional electrical stimulation. I opted for FES as I believe it could help slow muscle atrophy and lay a foundation for subsequent treatment. I have conducted a thorough analysis. Although Yizong's physiological status is at a critical point, it remains within a controllable range, Yuqi responded. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his fingers together. While electrical stimulation is a promising therapeutic approach, it carries certain risks, which vary from person to person. Moreover, the application of electrical stimulation in this world is still not fully developed. He is a doctor, yet also a husband. As a physician, he must remain rational. As a spouse, he must empathize with her suffering. The duality of his roles brought conflicting emotions, leaving Jiang Yifeng with a throbbing headache. After a moment, he took a deep breath and slowly began to type. His fingertips trembled as they made contact with the screen. I trust your judgment. Let us proceed with the initial treatment plan as outlined. I will adjust the subsequent treatment based on her progress. Turning off his phone, Jiang Yifeng cast it aside and stood by the window, gazing out. In that moment of typing, reason triumphed over emotion. If one were to rely on personal emotions in every matter, the effects of treatment would only be counterproductive. He glanced at the wall clock. It was time to provide a massage to Luwei. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at his reflection in the mirror, rehearsing until he found the most suitable expression before descending the stairs. He did not wish to infect Luwei with his negative emotions. She was already weary enough. Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. Jiang Yifeng leaned into the room, greeting, good evening. I am your service for the 8th technician. Luwei turned her head and smiled gently. She had previously inquired why he referred to himself as the 8th technician. His hesitant response indicated that the 8th technician was the most unforgettable. After much contemplation, Luwei deduced that the term likely referred to exceptional skills. According to Dr. Yu's praises, Jiang Yifeng's claim to be the 8th technician was undoubtedly justified. Didn't I tell you to rest today? You shouldn't sit for too long. Yet you refused to listen. The 8th technician approached, deftly snatching her pen and placing it aside. Just handle this one. Stubborn, Jiang Yifeng remarked, casting a glance at the document before lifting his chin. Now, let us get on the bed. Luwei looked at him quizzically. Why did he speak so peculiarly? Both had long grown accustomed to their roles during the massage, yet today's atmosphere felt distinctly odd. Typically, at this hour, Jiang Yifeng would inquire about the day's services or suggest an extension of time, occasionally even making cheeky remarks. However, today, he was unusually quiet. Though Jiang Yifeng endeavored to suppress his emotions, a tumult of unspoken feelings surged within him upon contact with her leg. What is the matter? Luwei prodded his halted arm with her finger. Nothing. Jiang Yifeng realized he had unknowingly paused in his movements, distracted by his thoughts. Are you tired? He had spent the day attending to her and managing work simultaneously. He must be exhausted. Perhaps, he chuckled softly, lifting his gaze. You're not feeling unwell, are you? A headache can occur after a cerebrospinal fluid puncture. No. Luwei gazed intently at him, tentatively asking, "Have you been crying?" Huh? Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. She suddenly leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. He wished to retreat, but found himself immobilized by her gentle grip on his shoulder. Her slight strength rendered him unable to move, and he could see his own fluster reflected in her glistening eyes. "Why are the corners of your eyes red?" she inquired, blinking innocently, entirely oblivious to the blush that had crept onto his ears. "And no, I just didn't rest well." Jiang Yifeng averted his gaze. Yet, his chin was turned back towards her. "But don't let my issues cause you to overthink." Luwei's eyes danced across his face. "Doctor, you told me the success rate is very high." Upon hearing the mention of success rate, Jiang Yifeng's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as he responded with a subdued hum. Observing his sullen demeanor, Luwei swiftly shifted the topic. "By the way, while I was organizing the documents earlier, I unexpectedly stumbled upon something. Can you guess what it is?" Only then did Jiang Yifeng lift his eyelids. "What is it? If I hadn't found it, I probably would have forgotten all about it," she said, gently retrieving a stack of papers from the bedside table and offering it to him. Jiang Yifeng's gaze swept across the papers, his body momentarily frozen in surprise. Luwei, with a playful smile, teased, "Have you forgotten about this too?" Jiang Yifeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, licked the corner of his lips. "You still kept this?" Chapter 54. The melody of your voice. The stack of documents that Luwei produced marked the inception of their shared journey, the divorce agreement. It was prepared in triplicate, yet only 2 copies resided in her possession. Upon glancing at the densely packed stipulations, Jiang Yifeng felt a shiver race down his spine. It was during the process of organizing these papers that the weight of their past began to surface. Observing his restless demeanor, Luwei couldn't help but chuckle softly. Both had long since forgotten the initial 30-day cooling-off period they had agreed upon. A warmth, previously absent, had gradually flooded their relationship, subtly drowning out the disappointments and heartaches of yesteryears. "Am I now considered to have passed the probationary period?" Jiang Yifeng shrugged, employing the familiar corporate jargon, masking his unease with a semblance of jest. He had once declared his intention to prove his worth. Luwei had thought this to be merely a tactical maneuver. In retrospect, she realized her misjudgment. The time they spent together had transformed her once monotonous and even loathsome existence into a vibrant tapestry, infused with warmth and brightness. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yifeng rubbed his hands nervously against his trousers. Suddenly, a delicate, fair hand rested upon his, easing his anxiety. "I am truly grateful for agreeing to this at that time," she said, her bright eyes sparkling with mirth. Jiang Yifeng's gaze faltered, momentarily lost in her presence. His expression, caught in a daze, deepened her smile, prompting her to gently squeeze his hand. Usually so astute, he appeared utterly perplexed at this moment. "Indeed, you have passed the probation," she declared swiftly, averting her gaze from him, though her peripheral vision remained attuned to his reaction. Jiang Yifeng blinked repeatedly, and after a moment, the sweetness of her words melted away his trepidation. The corners of his lips quivered, curving into a wider smile. Luwei playfully chastised him in her heart, shaking the papers in her hand. "What about your copy?" She intended to reclaim it and obliterate any trace of this agreement from her life forever. "I tore it up long ago," Jiang Yifeng replied with a mischievous grin. "I did so on the very day we parted ways." Luwei blinked in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of failing the probation?" "Indeed," he nodded, "but upon reflection, I couldn't conceive of a reason for you to reject me. After all, Miss Yi, your discerning eye is unparalleled." While praising himself, he deftly placed her upon a pedestal. Luwei rolled her eyes at his arrogance, desperately trying to uncover a flaw to counter his claims. Yet, after much contemplation, her mind was inundated with his merits. She chuckled softly to herself. "Then I shall leave this matter in your capable hands." She handed him the 2 divorce agreements. Jiang Yifeng accepted them, his gaze lingering on the elegant script, while his other hand intertwined with the delicate one that had previously rested upon his. It felt soft and warm, a comforting presence. "I am also quite grateful," he mused. "Had I returned to this body after signing, the outcome could have been profoundly tragic." "What?" Luwei blinked, her comprehension eluding her. "How fortunate I am to have you." He chuckled softly. She gazed at his smile, pursing her lips. "Let this matter pass." "Indeed." He nodded, as if to affirm something profound, raising 3 fingers. "If I were ever to commit such an outrageous act again, let me." His lips were suddenly pinched shut. "No more nonsense." Luwei frowned slightly, questioning whether all men were so eager to make vows. "Well, I merely feared you might not believe me." His voice emerged muffled. "And you mustn't speak carelessly." Calamity springs from the tongue. Observing his face gradually flush, Luwei released her grip, adding, I trust you. Indeed, Jiang Yifeng mused, rubbing his mouth, recalling her sudden pinch that still stung. After all, trust is paramount between lovers. He suddenly paused, looking up with a radiant smile. No, we are married. A legitimate couple, far superior to the trivial romantic entanglements of youthful lovers. Luwei regarded his inexplicable enthusiasm, noting that he often found joy in the most nonsensical matters lately. She gently shook her head, yet the corners of her lips curled upward, a subtle arc she might not have even noticed. Then I shall take this, Jiang Yifeng declared, tucking away 2 copies of the agreement and rising to his feet. It's time for you to rest. Thank you for your hard work today. It was no trouble. He straightened his posture, his gaze resolute. This is what a husband ought to do. He, Jiang Yifeng, was now a married man. It seemed prudent to maintain a distance from Ma Shua henceforth, for, after all, men and dogs walk divergent paths. Good night, my wife. Jiang Yifeng's gaze was unreservedly fixed upon her. The term wife rolled off his tongue with such affection that it sent an unexplainable thrill through her. Observing his swift embrace of the role, Luwei softly replied, good night. Just when she thought the moment had concluded, he cleared his throat, repeating, ahem, good night, wife. Luwei looked up in puzzlement, meeting his eager expression, his features seemingly urging her to utter those 2 words. Her mouth opened slightly, her cheeks blossoming with a rosy hue. Good night, whiff. Her fingers clenched the bedsheet. Why is it so difficult to say? Jiang Yifeng, noticing her flustered demeanor, squatted beside the bed, his gaze warm and fervent. I'm listening. Luwei bit her lip, steeling herself mentally. Good night, husband. She appeared somewhat resigned, yet dared not meet his eyes. I've already confessed my feelings for you. I've kissed you. Why are these 2 words so hard to articulate? She wondered how he could say such things with a straight face. Surely, he must have thick skin. Good night. Jiang Yifeng, thoroughly satisfied, reached out to poke her rosy cheek. Your way of saying it is truly delightful. Eager and tender, it resonated beautifully. He hummed a little tune as he stepped outside. Upon hearing the door close, Luwei finally lay down, the warmth on her face lingering, not dissipating with his departure. Instead, the melodious echoes of his teasing words danced incessantly in her ears. Scoundrel, she murmured, quickly pulling up the blanket to envelop herself within its folds. Jiang Yifeng, after exiting, tore the divorce agreement to shreds and carelessly cast it aside. The white fragments floated through the air like a flurry of snowflakes. Amidst the cascade of paper, a man gazed appreciatively at the fluttering pieces. Finally, it was justified. Moments later, his smile faltered. Damn it, why did I throw it up, making a mess everywhere? He grabbed a broom and hurriedly began to sweep. As he swept, he chuckled foolishly, perhaps finding a touch of romance in the act. After all, a sense of ceremony, right? For, indeed, romance is unwavering until death. Chapter 55. Does it count as office romance? The strategic response plan co-authored by Jiang Yifeng and the head of the Public Relations Department was submitted. From the initial proposal of the strategic direction to its refinement and the presentation of the comprehensive plan, they accomplished this feat in just 3 days. Jiang Yifeng augmented the original framework with several contemporary strategies. For instance, they employed a multidimensional bombardment of information, prompting a series of marketing accounts to create accessible 3D animated explanations comparing the radiation levels of gemstones to everyday objects. While these marketing accounts may elicit disdain, one cannot overlook their substantial influence. Even the astute Luwei was not immune to their persuasive reach. Concurrently, they initiated a live streaming event, allowing Mengyu to broadcast the entire X-ray fluorescence spectrum detection process at the jewelry factory, thereby further promoting the brand's professionalism. As a result of these strategic maneuvers, the online allegations against Ye's jewelry were reduced by approximately 85%. Although a small fraction remained, Ye's jewelry successfully rebuilt consumer trust, leading to predominantly negative comments beneath those accusations. 3 days later, data indicated that the search volume for Ye's jewelry had surged by 203%, with an increase in average transaction value by 15%. The Public Relations Department erupted in cheers, while the greatest contributor to this success reclined in Luwei's office, taking a well-deserved rest. He had monopolized the reception sofa, which had transformed into his personal sanctuary. This is a miracle, they all proclaimed. Luwei glanced at the financial report in her hands, and then at the man sprawled on the sofa. You have exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, He replied with a grin, his tone and demeanor betraying a hint of fatigue. During this period, he had been akin to a battle-hardened workhorse. He juggled responsibilities in the research department by day, revised plans by night, and even found time to respond to Yu Qi regarding the feasibility of treatment plans. He felt as though he were being stretched thin. Yi Luwei maneuvered her wheelchair next to the sofa, and Jiang Yifeng lifted his head to offer a smile. He always managed to return a smile whenever she looked at him, regardless of how weary he felt. The normally pale and unadorned features of his face appeared somewhat foolish when lit up by that smile, instantly lifting her spirits. Yet, the strain of sleepless nights was evident in the faint shadows under his eyes, and the smoothness of his jawline was marred by the emergence of stubble. Now, that smile seemed a tad forced. "You've worked hard," Yi Luwei said, biting her lip as she reached out to smooth a stray lock of hair atop his head. Seizing the opportunity, he leaned into her hand, his hair brushing against her fingers, causing the previously orderly strands to become utterly disheveled. "So this is what it feels like to be pampered?" Jiang Yifeng relished the gentle sensation of her fingertips grazing his scalp. It was quite comforting. "It has indeed been arduous," he admitted, refusing to downplay his efforts. "One must let their hard work be known. To toil in silence only serves to touch one's own heart." As his affectionate nuzzling ceased, he rested his head in her palm, gazing up at her. "But I am quite happy." "Really?" Hardship and joy, regardless of how one perceives them, are not inherently linked. Jiang Yifeng extended his hand, gently twirling a strand of hair that hung by her collarbone, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "With my presence, you can afford to feel at ease. Are you not concerned that I might rely on you for everything?" Yi Luwei pressed her lips together. From the subtle shift in her gaze, Jiang Yifeng discerned her thoughts, continuing to play with that silken strand of hair. "If you turn to me for everything, it signifies that you are beginning to depend on me," he replied with a smile. No man can resist the allure of a beloved woman declaring him a reliable person. Furthermore, being able to offer insights on various matters benefits me as well. After all, how many individuals can stand with Yi Luwei from the same perspective? His words carried a hint of pride, though it was unclear whether it was pride for himself or for her. Yi Luwei imitated his gesture, playfully toying with his hair, letting out a soft laugh. The flattery from others was like the wind passing by her ears, yet his casual remark resonated with her. "Yifeng," she murmured his name softly. Suddenly called gently by name. Jiang Yifeng withdrew his gaze from the delicate hair and lifted his eyes to meet hers. "It's nothing. I merely wanted to call you," she said, lowering her gaze. Jiang Yifeng's expression softened, a smile gracing his features. "Then do call me. I enjoy hearing you say my name. Of course, if you were to call me hubby, that would be even better." He swallowed back the words, not wishing to disrupt the current atmosphere. Yi Luwei suddenly thought of something and asked, "Does this mean we have an office romance?" Oh. He had maintained the mood, yet she had been the first to shatter it. "Isn't office romance prohibited in the company?" Jiang Yifeng inquired curiously. "Strictly speaking, it is forbidden, as it may hinder work progress. In many instances, such romances are kept clandestine," she elaborated. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head, catching a faint scent of jasmine from her wrist. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Whose company is it, after all?" Yi Luwei paused, realization dawning upon her. "Oh, the company is hers. The rules do not apply to her. Why is your mind so sluggish today?" Jiang Yifeng chuckled at the sight of her mouth forming an O. He had once heard a saying, "Those in love tend to become foolish." Observing her now, it was indeed true. "How have I become foolish?" "I merely..." Yi Luwei faltered, then continued, "I am simply adhering to the rules." "Yes, adhering to the rules, treating everyone equally." Oh, Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Then we truly do qualify as an office romance. What do you think should be done about it, Ms. Yi?" With that, he had inadvertently dug himself a considerable hole. Yi Luwei blinked silently, her mind racing, and after a moment, her brows arched as she declared, "Talking about an office romance. Marriage does not count." Having said that, she nodded emphatically, as if to affirm her own statement. The forced seriousness of her expression, coupled with her nodding, left Jiang Yifeng feeling both helpless and amused. "It seems I must indeed rely on myself." He nuzzled against her hand, clumsily, but what could be done? The warmth of his breath, accompanied by a playful smile, combined with the awkwardness of his earlier defense, caused Yi Luwei's delicate face to flush a deep crimson in an instant. "Now it is you who leans on me." His head remained nestled in the palm of her hand. "Who relies on whom need not be spoken." Jiang Yifeng slowly lifted his eyelids, gazing at her face. which was eager to explain yet rendered speechless, her small mouth merely opening and closing in silence. When did her lips become so obstinate? Unmoved. He continued to nuzzle her hand. This matter must be distinctly separated. Chapter 56. Is it over in just 10 minutes? Time flows gently. The tranquility was abruptly shattered by a text message from the head of the public relations department. A marketing account had disseminated rumors about Ye's jewelry emitting excessive radiation. However, within 30 minutes of publishing, the article and video were taken down, and the account was deactivated, executing a masterful escape. This left the legal department in a quandary. Eager to impose legal deterrence, yet the uproar was too vast, with marketing accounts proliferating across the internet. It was impractical to sue them all. Ultimately, they resolved to investigate the laboratory test report. Diligence bore fruit, even though the report was redacted. A meticulous inquiry led to its origin, a small laboratory in the west of the city. Unbeknownst to them, the report was for Ye's jewelry, and they divulged everything. The head of public relations sent a surveillance image. The footage depicted a corpulent man tossing a necklace onto a table for the manager to examine. The man was clad in a hat and mask, concealing his identity completely, and he spoke not a word throughout, even paying in cash. The surveillance footage proved inconsequential. Yet Jiang Yifeng recognized the individual through subtle details. His eyes narrowed. Luwei, sensing a shift in the man's demeanor, inquired softly, "What is it? Is something wrong?" "Nothing major. I've merely identified the culprit." Reluctantly, he withdrew his hand from her comforting grasp and sat upright. It was best to leave the matter to them. Observing his intent to depart, Luwei felt it unnecessary for him to attend to every issue personally. He was fatigued and had finally found a moment to rest. Moreover, she had not yet spent enough time in his presence. Not even 10 minutes, and it was over? "I must go. I know this person." Jiang Yifeng had already risen. Luwei looked up at his eager expression, biting her lip gently, yet she nodded in agreement. "Please take care. Work and affection often clash, an unavoidable reality." She mused quietly. A hint of disappointment in her tone did not escape Jiang Yifeng's notice. He squinted at her. Since their therapeutic session, she had noticeably relaxed around him, her emotions becoming more expressive. Gazing at her upturned face, with its complex emotions reflected in her sparkling eyes, he felt a surge of affection and leaned down to place a delicate kiss on her forehead, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. "I will resolve this swiftly." Just as Luwei opened her mouth to respond, he had already departed. She squeezed the blanket draped over her legs. How dismissive. Jiang Yifeng sought out Lu Tao from the marketing department, who was presently munching on sunflower seeds while discussing strategies with colleagues. Without any hesitation, he recounted his discovery regarding the source of the rumors, hoping the marketing team would accompany him. Lu Tao was more than willing, as the incident had significantly impacted their work. However, he posed a question: "Why are you coming to us instead of the public relations team?" Jiang Yifeng's gaze swept over the members of the marketing department, a smile gracing his lips. "It is because you all exude the most palpable aura of society, in short. You do not resemble good people." Lu Tao was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the members behind him, clad uniformly in black suits with short haircuts. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. The group, after work, made their way with great momentum to a jewelry store named Lai Kai. At the time, the shop was devoid of customers, with the proprietor engaged in a game of mahjong in the back. Jiang Yifeng's gaze zeroed in on him, and he strode directly over, delivering a firm pat on the man's shoulder. "Who dares to be so presumptuous?" The man, slightly irked, tossed aside his mahjong tiles and turned his head. The foul language that instinctively sprang to his lips was swallowed back. Jiang Yifeng wore a congenial smile. "Long time no see, bossly." Li Junjiang's jowls quivered as his eyes darted to the row of impeccably dressed men behind Jiang. Fear began to spread across his face. What brings you here?" The mere sight of this man sent a sharp pain through his foot, a reminder of the injury that had kept him hospitalized for over a month. Just when he had barely recovered, this harbinger of misfortune had come knocking again. Jiang Yifeng casually pulled over a chair, turning it around to sit. Resting his arms on the back, "I must inquire about a few matters. Or do you genuinely believe I have come to apply for the position of security chief?" The three men playing mahjong attempted to leave, but, upon seeing the imposing figures, decided to remain seated obediently. Li Junjiang, witnessing this intimidation, felt his throat quiver uncontrollably. Jiang Yifeng casually picked up a teacup from the table, glancing at its contents. "Dandelion tea. It seems you are quite diligent in following medical advice." Dandelion tea is known to aid in reducing uric acid levels. This fellow's knowledge of health preservation was perhaps a fortuitous result of Jiang's earlier intervention. Bah. He mused silently, feeling he had inadvertently performed a good deed. Li Junjiang remained silent, merely staring at him. Do you have any inkling of what I wish to ask you? He continued to toy with the teacup. Li Junjiang shook his head, his body trembling. Facing this man again, the arrogance he once possessed had long since dissipated. He could distinctly sense the change in Jiang Yifeng, in both his gaze and demeanor, which no longer bore the marks of despair, but rather exuded the essence of someone in a position of power. Truly unaware? Jiang reiterated, extending the cup towards him. Have a sip and ponder. Just as Li Junjiang reached out, a chill swept across Jiang Yifeng's expression. Oh, you really intend to drink? Before Li Junjiang could comprehend the situation, the tea within the cup splashed across his face, and in the next moment, his hair was seized, and he was hurled to the ground. The sudden aggression took everyone by surprise. How does one defend against such an abrupt assault? Nevertheless, Lu Tao was the first to charge in, pinning down the struggling Li Junjiang. Jiang Yifeng raised his phone, displaying the surveillance video from the laboratory. Bossly, you are quite adept at concealing yourself. Though the footage showed him heavily disguised, Jiang Yifeng was still able to identify the individual by his unsteady gait. The corpulent man, whose foot bore the scars of injury and possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding gem appraisal, was an obvious suspect in the matter at hand, leading directly to Li Junjiang. As a notorious purveyor of jewels, it stands to reason that you aim to exploit this wave of public sentiment to acquire Ye's jewelry at a bargain, only to resell it at a premium once the tumult subsides. Jiang Yifeng withdrew his phone, propping his chin with his hand, gazing down at him from an elevated position. Yet, with your audacity, even if you were granted tenfold more courage, would you dare to act thus? Or, perchance, is there someone shielding you from the repercussions? Li Junjiang's eyes flickered with panic. He struggled, but his robust form was firmly restrained by a brawny figure, rendering him utterly immobile. I cannot comprehend your words. That individual is not me. He protested. Your resolve is indeed formidable. Jiang Yifeng observed the fleshy visage before him, his patience finally waning. He rose, retrieving a glass ashtray from the table. Crouching down, he gently tapped the base of the ashtray against the meaty face, a smirk playing upon his lips, yet devoid of warmth in his gaze. Relax. Dizziness is a perfectly normal reaction. Chapter 57. The Grand Memory Restoration Technique in Dealing with Certain Individuals Who Feign Ignorance. One should employ the Grand Memory Restoration Technique. As Li Junjiang observed the ashtray hurtling toward him, his memories instantaneously reconnected. When the ashtray was merely a centimeter from his lips, he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Do not strike. Do not strike. It is I. It is I. Ah, now you admit it? Jiang Yifeng chuckled, continuing, I noticed that his jewelry has been selling remarkably well recently. So I thought of orchestrating a scheme to acquire a batch at a low price. I did not ask you to repeat my words. Li Junjiang's lips quivered as he gazed at the man before him, whose expression was as frigid as ice. But I did precisely that. Very well. Jiang Yifeng nodded, raising the ashtray once more. The poised gesture suggested an impending strike that would likely result in the loss of at least 5 teeth. Li Junjiang, in a state of agitation, felt the veins in his forehead throb. Wait, I must see President Yi. I must see President Yi. Do you think you are worthy? Jiang Yifeng retorted. Do you have any idea how President Yi will respond to your actions? I have a partnership with him. His words seemed to strike a chord with Jiang Yifeng, who laughed. You wish to compare your connections to mine? He glanced at Lu Tao, who shook his head in resignation. Amidst the market department's usually stoic demeanor, someone failed to suppress a laugh, which ignited a chorus of laughter throughout the room. Li Junjiang's comment had transformed the previously oppressive atmosphere into one of joviality. Lu Tao regarded the hapless figure before him with a look of incredulity. Are you not aware? This individual is a rising star in the RD department of Ye's jewelry and a favored protégé of President Yi. A favored protégé? Was he not just dismissed? Li Junjiang's mind reeled, his face abruptly struck by the ashtray wielded by Jiang Yifeng, who maintained a calm smile. There is another layer to his identity that I need not elaborate on, I presume? Li Junjiang's eyes widened in realization. No wonder he exhibited an unprecedented air of authority. He had truly ascended to a higher position. In that moment, Li Junjiang ceased to resist, his complexion paling to an extreme. It was Huijing jewelry. They compelled me to act this way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng exchanged a glance with Lu Tao, who shook his head, indicating he had not heard of such a company. a newly established jewelry firm. Believe me, General Jiang, believe me. The title had shifted to General Jiang, and Li Junjiang's eyes brimmed with desperation. Lu Tao narrowed his eyes, contemplating. He seems to be speaking the truth. He gestured with his chin for Jiang Yifeng to observe. Beneath the wall of flesh, a pool of warm liquid had inexplicably formed. The level of horror displayed was not merely an act. Indeed, at a mere glance from Jiang Yifeng, Lu Tao released his grip. Li Junjiang quickly curled his body into a submissive crouch. Is there no surveillance in this place? He suddenly inquired. There is none. How could a major fencing operation afford to install cameras? Oh, Jiang Yifeng slowly straightened, and with a swift motion, the ashtray came crashing down upon Li Junjiang's head. Bang! Shards of glass flew in all directions, and blood oozed from Li Junjiang's scalp like serpents. Did you think this would spare you? His voice was as cold as ice as Jiang Yifeng stood upright and hurled half of the ashtray to the ground. Because of him, the various departments of Ye's jewelry were in a frenzy, scrambling to manage the crisis. Furthermore, he nearly misjudged Yi Luwei. Not to mention his earlier taunts about the disabled woman. Such a person requires a lesson. Mere apologies do not suffice. Forgiveness is the province of saints. He harbors grudges, and not only seeks immediate retribution, but also pursues those who humiliate Yi Luwei. Beside him, Lu Tao stared at the swaying Li Junjiang, momentarily frozen. The blow struck his forehead, the hardest part of the skull. Given his physique, he would likely only spend a couple of days in the hospital. Jiang Yifeng smiled faintly, regaining his usual gentleness, as if the earlier incident had not been his doing. He turned and exited, stretching vigorously behind the door. Refreshing. Lu Tao rushed out, observing the man stretching before him, his face adorned with a peaceful smile, a stark contrast to the terrifying aura he had exuded moments ago. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Lu, and to all the brothers. He squinted slightly. Xiao Jiang, you. Lu Tao found himself at a loss for words, falling silent. It was all for the company. Jiang Yifeng chuckled as he patted Lu Tao's shoulder. After all, he was the one who had unjustly added so many extra hours to our workload. Workers harbor more grievances than ghosts during overtime. This explanation made Jiang's earlier fury seem somewhat justified. Recalling those days of relentless toil, Lu Tao's anger reignited. Damn it, I should go back in and give him another kick. Brother Lu. Jiang Yifeng quickly restrained him, urging him to calm down. He is merely a lackey. We now know the true culprit. Fire crystal jewelry. Lu Tao pondered for a moment. I will have someone investigate. Jiang Yifeng nodded, casting his gaze toward a cart by the roadside. Hello, I would like a piece of osmanthus cake. He approached and completed the payment via scan. The faintly sweet aroma of the osmanthus cake was intoxicating as he shook it, contemplating whether it would suffice. Lu Tao observed him and remarked, Are you going to drink with the brothers later? Why buy this? I won't be going for drinks, Jiang Yifeng replied, setting down the osmanthus cake. I must return home. Someone is waiting for me. If I delay any longer, the person at home might resort to fast food again. As he thought of this, a subtle smile tugged at his lips, revealing a delicate curve. Lu Tao sniffed the air. What is that sour smell? While waiting for a ride, Lu Tao recalled something. By the way, you mentioned to that fat man that you have another identity. What identity? Huh, that? I was just teasing him. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head and added, What other identity could it be? I'm one of President Yi's people. Lu Tao stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. Indeed, we are all employees, thus, we can be considered part of Yi's team. You really possess quite the talent for persuasion. Jiang Yifeng pressed his lips together, smiling yet remaining silent. Yi Luwei rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the wall clock. Hasn't it been nearly finished? Why hasn't he returned yet? What shall we have for dinner? It's been ages since I had instant noodles, perhaps. The study door swung open, and Jiang Yifeng poked his head in. Hello, he approached, pondering what she might be thinking. Surely, she isn't contemplating what instant noodles to have for dinner, is she? Yi Luwei's eyelids fluttered, and she looked up at him in surprise. Her eyes widened, mouth slightly agape, an undeniable expression of guilt etched on her face. I knew it would be that. Jiang Yifeng playfully tapped her forehead and placed the items he held on the table. Fortunately, I'm back. Osmanthus cake? Her nose twitched at the enticing aroma. Yes, I bought it from the roadside stall. Give it a try. Jiang Yifeng speared a piece with a fork and offered it to her. The delicacy was glutinous, sweet, and imbued with a hint of floral fragrance. Yi Luwei's eyes sparkled with delight. Delicious. Did you manage everything smoothly today? Very smoothly. You didn't have any disputes with others, did you? Her chewing resembled that of a little bunny, her cheeks quivering adorably. Jiang Yifeng chuckled, offering her another piece. How could that be? I am ever so gentle. Chapter 58. Allow me to serve you. Yi Luwei had just swallowed a piece when she offered another. Jiang Yifeng had come to appreciate the joy of feeding. Who could resist the serene beauty, reminiscent of a little hamster, nibbling away at her morsels? Yi Luwei remained oblivious to the tender gaze he cast upon her, continuing to indulge in the delightful act of being fed. Who was responsible for this? Yi Luwei inquired after finishing the osmanthus cake. A jewelry dealer, Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile. He aimed to profit from public sentiment. He refrained from mentioning the interference of the fiery crystal jewelry, as he had yet to ascertain the details, and revealing it would only add to her troubles. And then? She asked, taking another bite, chewing contentedly. Then I explained to him the error of his ways, and subsequently, Jiang Yifeng recounted how he had reasoned with him empathetically. In truth, he had not only shattered an ashtray but had also compelled Lu Tao to issue a public announcement. Due to the adverse effects of this incident, every piece of jewelry produced by Ye's Jewelry would now bear a unique identification number, which could be entered on the official website to trace its complete life cycle. This solution had been outlined in a previous strategic plan, serving as a form of anti-counterfeiting measure. In other words, the jewelry hoarded by Li Zhenjiang could not only be sold at exorbitant prices, but would also be subjected to doubts regarding its authenticity. For it bore no code, be it jewelry or person. He spoke earnestly, even passionately. Yi Luwei chuckled softly, nibbling on the osmanthus cake, never interrupting him. Only after he finished did she nod. Well handled. I believe it's time to consider a change in the head of public relations. Jiang Yifeng waved his hands in protest. No, I have no desire to take someone else's job. Undermining someone's livelihood felt akin to committing a grave injustice. A notion he could not entertain. Of course, those who took up chopsticks for family gatherings were a different matter altogether. What about another department head? Yi Luwei suggested with a wink. To be candid, considering how Jiang Yifeng had managed these two incidents, he could easily hold a supervisory position within the company. Yet, he seemed utterly disinterested in promotion. Very well, he yawned. The responsibilities of a department head are numerous. And with great visibility comes the risk of attracting unnecessary complications. Who needs that hassle? Your talents are being squandered as a mere employee, Yi Luwei remarked with a serious tone. Wasting as an employee is fine, as long as I am not wasting my role as a husband, Jiang Yifeng winked. His meaning clear. Moreover, overseeing others requires a great deal of mental energy. I have no inclination to manage them. And where does your focus lie then? Yi Luwei queried, tilting her head as Jiang Yifeng gently brushed away the osmanthus crumbs clinging to her lips, squinting as he smiled. Offering no verbal response, his intentions were unmistakable. Yi Luwei was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, turning her head away. Puffed. You're deceiving me. A man's words are but a guise. Your thoughts are clearly elsewhere, such as research and design. For you, he replied. The strategic plan was also crafted for you. Even cultivating tomatoes was for you. It seems as though the world revolves entirely around oneself. Observing her increasingly dazed expression, Jiang Yifeng pinched her ever-rosy earlobes. All right, I shall prepare dinner. Even during the meal, Yi Luwei could not fathom where Jiang Yifeng's thoughts could possibly reside. It appeared that no matter what he did, it always circled back to her. Watching the man across from her engrossed in his meal, she tilted her head. A piece of meat had mysteriously appeared in her bowl. Gazing at the glistening morsel, she relinquished her contemplation. Never mind. Pondering while eating only distracted her, and she found herself less enthusiastic about the meal. A lack of enthusiasm at the dining table surely indicated a troubled mind. Casting a sidelong glance at the individual who had suddenly accelerated his eating pace, Jiang Yifeng could not help but smile. This little fool. While lying in bed, Jiang Yifeng received a message from Lu Tao concerning Jiang Jewelry. Jiang Jewelry Limited Liability Company, founded 4 years ago by Zhou Baitai, boasts a registered capital of 30 million, primarily focusing on mid to low-end design products. How could a jewelry company with a capital of 30 million dare to provoke a behemoth like Ye's Jewelry? Li Zhenjiang is no fool. Does he lack even the ability to reason? Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow tightly, unsure if it was the influence of conspiracy theories. As he thought he had unraveled the mystery, only to find himself shrouded in further obscurity. Dingling, the alarm rang. It was time for the daily ritual of rising. Upon exiting, he encountered Zhang Han as she emerged from the study, presumably having just assisted Yi Luwei with her morning routine. The technician from room 8 has arrived. He pushed the door open. Yi Luwei was already clad in her bathrobe, reclining there, the soft yellow glow of the bedside lamp casting a warm ambience. Her hair flowed freely, the sharpness of her business attire replaced by a relaxed gentleness, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Let us skip the massage today. She lifted her head. You've been working too hard these past few days. What is that? Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Are you worried I won't be able to manage? So exhausting. Fear not. I possess plenty of strength for you. With that, Jiang Yifeng reached toward her legs. Halfway there, his hand was gently swatted away. I said, let us take a break today. Her resolve was firm. No amount of persuasion would allow him to touch her. Under Jiang Yifeng's puzzled gaze, she patted the bed. You've been serving me every day. Let us switch roles today. Whether it was the soft yellow light creating an inviting atmosphere or simply the reality of the moment, Luwei's gaze bore an indescribable nuance. Jiang Yifeng stood frozen, momentarily bewildered. Luwei patted the bed again, as if beckoning him closer. Was he dreaming? This scene resembled a segment from certain romantic films he had glimpsed. Jiang Yifeng pinched his leg. Ow, it hurt. This is not a dream. Come over. Why are you just standing there? Luwei blinked. Am I going to eat you? Something felt amiss, almost overwhelmingly so, though his mind raced with such thoughts. His body obediently moved closer. I lie here? Luwei nodded, her gaze alight with eager anticipation. Jiang Yifeng reclined obediently, the soft bed seemingly intent on enveloping him entirely. This marked the second occasion he found himself lying on Luwei's bed while fully conscious. The subtle fragrance of her hormones infiltrating his senses, causing his breath to quicken uncontrollably. Observing his increasingly rapid breathing, Luwei found it somewhat amusing. He resembled someone who had just completed an 800-meter dash. This faint smile did not escape Jiang Yifeng's notice from below, stirring something within his heart, akin to a gentle scratch in a sensitive spot. Was this progression perhaps a tad too swift? He swallowed hard, slowly closing his eyes. My goodness. I have dedicated my life to virtuous deeds. Surely, I am deserving of indulging in this realm of tenderness. The sound of her voice, imbued with gentle mirth, reached his ears. Then I shall begin. A sound akin to the opening of a liquid emanated. Chapter 59. The need for you. Jiang Yifeng had meticulously prepared himself. A plethora of preparations. Just as the restless turmoil within him was on the verge of spiraling out of control, a sudden chill enveloped his temples. A delicate, sweet fragrance infiltrated his nostrils, dissipating the previously overwhelming scent of hormones. Slowly, Jiang Yifeng opened his eyes to find Luwei holding a small vial of something. This is the essential oil brought by Jiang Han, claiming to aid in sleep. Isn't it quite fragrant? She squinted her eyes playfully. Jiang Yifeng paused for a moment. Is this the service you mentioned? Luwei blinked innocently. What else could it be? I thought you were going to give me a leg massage. How infuriating. When did my mind accumulate such lewd thoughts? How sinful. Well, just wait for me to learn a bit. She dripped the oil onto her fingers and gently applied it to his temples. You haven't been resting well lately. I heard this works wonders. Her touch was gentle, and under the influence of the oil, warmth spread through his temples, gradually easing the previously tense nerves. How does it feel? She asked, her voice soft and soothing. Quite comfortable. Jiang Yifeng felt his wicked thoughts fade away. Your technique is surprisingly professional. Really? Hearing the compliment, her eyes crinkled with delight. I've been practicing by watching videos for quite a while. In truth, it hadn't been long, but she wished to convey that sentiment. It was her little secret. You've truly worked hard. Jiang Yifeng squinted his eyes, gazing at her from below. As she spoke, her long lashes fluttered, and her soft pink lips moved gracefully. Upon receiving praise, she pursed her lips, a hint of blush adorning her cheeks, making her gentle and bashful demeanor irresistibly charming. Silly, she suddenly mumbled. I said you look silly when you smile like that. Jiang Yifeng then noticed that his lips had curled into a smile he hadn't intended. Clearing his throat, he quickly adopted a serious expression. It's just so comfortable. I couldn't control my expression. He paused, then resumed his gaze upon her face, grinning. Perhaps it's also due to your striking beauty. Lu Sun once said, to love someone is to continuously praise them. Luwei's lips twitched. As she turned her face away, playfully pouting, you're so smooth-tongued. Though she spoke otherwise, the faint blush on her ears betrayed her true feelings. I'm merely speaking the truth. Jiang Yifeng inhaled the sweet aroma of the essential oil mingling with her faint floral scent from the bath, enjoying the moment with his eyes closed. Am I perhaps restricting you too much? Luwei suddenly blurted out. Jiang Yifeng opened his eyes in confusion, meeting her slightly hesitant gaze. Why do you say that? You revolve around me day after day, as if everything you do is for me, as though you haven't considered your own needs at all. She had been contemplating this question for a while. She cherished Jiang Yifeng's attention, yet she did not want to feel as though she was limiting him. That would be too selfish. Why haven't you considered your own needs? Jiang Yifeng shook his head, taking the opportunity to lean against her. Am I not quite happy now? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that I have constrained you. Do you wish for my happiness? He raised an eyebrow. Yes, Luwei nodded. Then you have already succeeded. Jiang Yifeng lifted his chin, displaying a satisfied smile. With a job that fulfills my self-worth, a relaxed living environment, and a compassionate wife, these three elements have essentially surpassed 90% of men on this planet. If he is unhappy, who then can claim to be joyful? You are not a constraint. You are a salvation, he murmured. Salvation? Life is fleeting. To engage in what one loves and to love those one cherishes. What else could this be if not salvation? His gaze was intense. At least for now, I am content. Luwei was momentarily taken aback. The head beneath her shifted, seemingly urging her not to pause, and she quickly resumed her actions. Although this may sound somewhat cliché or even corny, Jiang Yifeng began to murmur again, lifting his hand to gently pinch her still-dazed face. Yet I must insist, I need and only need you. Luwei's eyes flickered slightly, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone, creating ripples. Stop overthinking and continue. Jiang Yifeng squinted, speaking softly. You're not trying to take a break, are you? We've paused several times already. Each time, she needed a nudge to respond. Of course not. Luwei tugged at his face. Jiang Yifeng did not resist, allowing her to pull, his eyes brimming with contentment. Lu Xun once expressed that to the world. You are but an individual, yet to one person, you may encompass their entire universe. Luwei sincerely suggested. Have you never considered other things that could bring you joy? I have. Jiang Yifeng lifted his eyelids, but that must wait until your legs are healed. Luwei glanced at her legs. They will be, she silently reassured herself, the spark of hope igniting within her. The following day, as Jiang Yifeng arrived at the company, Lu Tao pulled him from the RD department. A stack of documents was thrust into his hands. The Huijing Jewelry declared bankruptcy a year ago? Jiang Yifeng flipped through halfway, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Yes, it was said that mismanagement led to a severed cash flow. Countless companies have declared bankruptcy due to cash flow issues. Yet curiously, a few months post-declaration, Huijing Jewelry suddenly re-emerged with a financial restructuring. Reviving a bankrupt company is no small feat. For a heavily indebted entity like Huijing, a swift recovery typically necessitates attracting investors for an equity restructuring. However, investigations revealed that there had been no significant changes in Huijing's internal equity structure. Jiang Yifeng's brow remained furrowed. Where did this Zhou acquire such substantial cash flow? Perhaps it is akin to winning the lottery. Lu Tao chuckled lightly. Have you ever won? Does winning 5 yuan from a scratch-off count? In that case, he would need to hit the jackpot a staggering 10 million times for asset restructuring, from the moment he was born until the day he dies. He might not even complete a single round. Jiang Yifeng pressed his forehead, not to mention he is still very much alive. It appears that my conjecture from yesterday was indeed accurate. Behind Huijing Jewelry, there exists a hand that seeks to manipulate everything. The aim is quite clear. Directed towards Ye's Jewelry. Observing him lost in thought, Lu Tao ceased her playful laughter and adopted a serious demeanor. Xiao Jiang. I have 2 words that can dispel your doubts. What? Jiang narrowed his eyes. Do it. Chapter 60. She could love you to death. Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback by the remark. Do you not find it peculiar? How can a bankrupt individual suddenly possess such funds for restructuring and dare to stab us in the back? Lu Tao mused, running his fingers through his closely cropped hair. Then let us deal with him. Once we have subdued him, the mastermind behind him will inevitably reveal themselves. Strike the dog, and the owner will surely come forth. This is an unchanging truth. Jiang Yifeng scrutinized Lu Tao from head to toe, contemplating. You know, that is indeed a viable strategy. He had no intention of allowing Huijing Jewelry to escape unscathed. If this could draw out the hidden puppeteer, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to eliminate them and clear the path for the company's advancement. Should I report to President Yi? Lu Tao inquired, reaching for his phone. No. Jiang Yifeng swiftly clasped his hand. Luwei should focus her energy on treating her leg ailment. She requires a relatively relaxed environment. Lu Tao was taken aback by his sudden action, his eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Yifeng, aware that his reaction might have been excessive, gently patted Lu Tao's hand and smiled. This minor issue doesn't necessitate involving President Yi. We can handle it ourselves. After all, we have the public relations department at our disposal. Cross-department collaboration still requires reporting and approval. Jiang Yifeng raked his fingers through his hair. If we report to the company, we must draft a proposal, and once a proposal is written, it must be reported. If the report is unfavorable, we could face reprimand. Reporting inevitably leads to scrutiny, thus reporting is tantamount to receiving criticism. I ask you, would you prefer to achieve results and report them, or report immediately? Lu Tao, counting on his fingers, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by the tangled relationship between reporting and receiving reprimands. In that case, I shall seek out Brother Ma. He will certainly, at the mere mention of Ma Shua's name. The man opposite him slammed his hand on the table and seized Lu Tao's arm. Forget reporting. We shall handle this ourselves. A smile danced at the corners of Jiang Yifeng's lips. It seemed that a single name held more weight than 1,000 words. Just then, a languid voice interjected. Ah, isn't that Lu from the marketing department? Why are you clinging to our development team? Are you considering a transition to our department? Ma Shua leaned against the doorframe, casting a disdainful glance. Lu Tao froze for a moment before quickly regaining his composure, reclining in his chair and regarding Ma Shua through his nostrils. If I were to enter the development department and take your position, I might just entertain the idea. Managing both the marketing and development departments single-handedly should pose no challenge. You? Development? Ma Shua shook his head. Oh dear, what a revelation. With your limited capabilities, you in development? You. What now? As the two men seemed poised to clash once more, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly interposed himself between them. Brother Ma, Brother Lu, let us remain calm. He sighed in exasperation. Could you both refrain from bickering at the first encounter? Let's engage in a civil conversation. Lu Tao inhaled deeply. Humph, for Xiaozhang's sake. I shall not bicker with you. Not going to bicker with you, Ma Shua mockingly repeated, if it weren't for Xiaozhang's intervention. Do you truly believe you would be involved in this matter? Did you inform him? Lu Tao glanced over. I told him yesterday, Ma Shua interjected after all. He is from R&D department. As the tension rose over the sequence of events, Jiang Yifeng felt a headache coming on. Stop, dear brothers. Let's not get entangled in this. Let's first discuss how to handle this matter, shall we? The two exchanged glances and crossed their arms, falling silent. Ma, you understand design. Please investigate the design work of Huijing Jewelry over the past few years to see if there are any instances of plagiarism. A small company like theirs likely lacks design talent and may borrow from lesser-known online authors, Jiang Yifeng suggested. Lu, we rely on you to delve deeply into market investigations. It would be best to uncover some incriminating evidence, focusing on their factory safety regulations and procurement practices. I will also have the PR department release some information to stir public opinion. Jiang Yifeng swiftly devised a counter-strategy, addressing both product design and public sentiment. He aimed to make Huijing and the forces behind it aware of the consequences of provoking Yes Jewelry. This strategy is quite clear, and it feels like it could easily translate into a formal strategic plan for submission to President Yi. Lu Tao remarked, nodding appreciatively. She could fall in love with you. Jiang Yifeng's brow twitched. But what of it? Both Xiao Jiang and President Yi are already taken. Are we to arrange an extramarital affair for them? Ma Shua teased. Do you think this is a novel? Why do you always think in that direction? Lu Tao rolled her eyes unabashedly. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yifeng suddenly asked, do you think we make a good pair? Indeed, a match made in heaven, Lu Tao began, but then halted, adopting a serious tone. Xiao Jiang, we must not entertain such perilous thoughts. We are all good men. Rest assured, my friend, I am all about pure love. Jiang Yifeng clapped his hands. Let us proceed with this plan, and may everything go smoothly. If President Yi inquires, I will handle it. Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile as he stood up. Ma Shua and Lu Tao exchanged glances. It seemed he was the only one in the entire company who could smile in the presence of President Yi. Indeed, as the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Is the person who wrote this plan still half asleep? This was the third absurd proposal that Yi Luwei had encountered that afternoon. The first two were somewhat understandable, but this one suggested launching a line of jewelry commemorating breakups, with former lovers' apology letters engraved into rings, aptly named their confession. This left Yi Luwei both amused and exasperated. After her laughter subsided, a shadow of gloom settled on her face, as Jiang Han trembled in place. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards those who authored such plans. Each time an outrageous proposal surfaced, President Yi would unleash a torrent of fury, which Jiang Han was then tasked to relay. The brunt of the backlash always fell upon her. Watching the coldness spread across President Ye's face, she quickly bowed her head. She felt an overwhelming urge to cradle her head and weep. Please, no more scolding. I didn't write it. All of this must be sent back for a complete rewrite. Inform their supervisor that if they submit such proposals again, I shall require them all to tender their resignations to human resources, and I will grant them instant approval. Knock. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon, interrupting Yi Luwei's words. Come in. With a creak, the door swung open. Jiang Yifeng's head peeked in, cheerfully announcing, Hey, time to clock out. The tension that had been taut in Jiang Han's mind finally relaxed, and she looked toward the man at the door as if he were a savior. Jiang Yifeng, too, sensed the oppressive atmosphere within the room. Observing Yi Luwei's composed expression and Jiang Han's imploring gaze, he tugged at the corners of his mouth, questioning whether he had arrived at an inopportune moment. Chapter 61. How did she manage to enjoy the scolding? Was I not supposed to be here? After Jiang Yifeng posed his question, he prepared to shut the door and exit. Instantly, tears welled up in Jiang Han's eyes as she fervently shook her head. Don't go, don't go. You arrived just in time. Under the piercing gaze of President Yi, she quickly lowered her head again. Never mind. I resign myself to fate. Let them ponder how to compose this proposal without being so fanciful. Suddenly, Yi Luwei's voice lost its previous intensity, becoming significantly gentler than before. Jiang Han lifted her gaze and noticed that President Ye's lips were tightly pressed together. Indeed, all women tend to instinctively temper their emotions in front of their beloved. And even President Yi was no exception. A secret smile tugged at her lips. No more scolding for me. Yi Luwei cleared her throat, prompting Jiang Han to react by picking up the documents on the table. Then I shall take my leave. I will ensure my message is conveyed. As she passed by Jiang Yifeng, she even offered a grateful smile. Goodbye, Mr. Jiang. The office door closed, but the soundproofing was inadequate, and both individuals heard a chuckle from outside. They exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Truly, our President Yi possesses remarkable skill. She can even make scolding appear humorous, Jiang Yifeng quipped with a smile as he approached. Yi Luwei ground her teeth in response. I suspect she no longer desires her bonus for this month. How could she seem to relish the reprimand? What did that chuckle signify? All right, enough with the fierceness. Jiang Yifeng leaned closer. It's time to clock out. Am I being fierce? Yi Luwei looked up, tilting her head to catch a glimpse of her reflection on the computer screen. Her small face indeed set in a stern expression. Yet, remembering their planning, she covered her face with her hands, wishing she could confront the person responsible for that proposal, although she intended to restrain her emotions. Upon meeting the gaze of the man before her, filled with mirth, all pretense fell away. To think that even the usually composed President Yi could be driven to this state, Jiang Yifeng could only imagine how outrageous that proposal must have been. Yet, seeing her hands covering her face, he couldn't help but laugh, only to earn a sharp glare in return. You say I'm fierce? Not at all. Jiang Yifeng hastily suppressed his laughter, shaking his head vigorously. President Yi was merely frustrated with unfulfilled potential. Umph. She huffed, puffing out her cheeks. Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly, bemused by how her irritation seemed to intensify with each word. He crouched down and playfully poked her inflated cheek. What is this huffing? Did I say something wrong? Yi Luwei shot him a glance, remaining silent. In her flustered state, she hardly resembled a corporate executive. She retorted almost instantly. It's after working hours. During work, she was the president. After hours, she was, humph. Jiang Yifeng squinted his eyes, amused by her spoiled demeanor, and reached out to tickle her. As Yi Luwei felt the tickling sensation at her waist, she could no longer maintain her stern facade, bursting into laughter and pleading, Stop, stop, don't tickle me, while struggling playfully amidst her laughter. Alas, Jiang Yifeng's grip was exceedingly strong, and no matter how she struggled, she could not free herself from his hold. She could only plead for mercy, exclaiming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please stop tickling me, ha ha ha. Truly, I was mistaken. Woo, I genuinely was wrong. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yifeng chuckled lightly, his tone laced with a sense of playful triumph, and after several more teasing pokes, he finally relented. Yi Luwei quickly shielded her waist, gasping for breath, and shot him a glare. Yet, as he reached out again, her expression transformed into one of pitiful vulnerability. Please stop, I truly was wrong. You had better be sincere. Jiang Yifeng then stood up and made his way home, stating as he moved to tidy up her bag on the coffee table. As he turned, Yi Luwei waved her fist playfully, resembling a kitten swatting at the air. I wish to dine out today. Jiang Yifeng turned back, The fist of the aforementioned person immediately retracted, and with a serious nod, he replied, "All right." Even though her retraction was swift, it did not escape Jiang Yifeng's notice. He shook his head in exasperation and gazed out the window, observing that the sky appeared to be overcast with impending rain. The daylight dimmed, casting a gloomy pallor. "Let me check the weather forecast." Luwei glanced at her phone, noting that it predicted no rain. "Then what do you suppose we should eat?" Jiang Yifeng had finished tidying up and approached her with her bag in hand. He was aware that if he asked what she wanted to eat, her response would likely be whatever, which would complicate the decision. It was better to let her guess. Her subconscious inclinations would surely reveal her desires. This was the art of persuasion. With a thoughtful blink, Luwei mused, "Is it barbecue?" "Oh, how did you know?" Jiang Yifeng feigned astonishment. "What I crave is indeed barbecue." "Hey." She flashed a charming smile, revealing a row of delightful little teeth, adding, "You should know who I am." Indeed splendid." Jiang Yifeng pushed her wheelchair as they exited. Jiang Yifeng sought out a barbecue place with the highest ratings. This establishment was nestled within a forest park, themed around outdoor cooking, where the business provided the grill and ingredients while guests prepared their own meals. This arrangement not only allowed patrons to revel in the joy of hands-on cooking, but also offered a serene natural environment, perfect for enjoying a meal and taking in the scenery afterwards. Jiang Yifeng selected a spacious spot and commenced the barbecue. The autumn evening was exceedingly tranquil, with the gentle chirping of insects and the sizzling sounds of grilling meat creating a soothing ambience. Curiously, while the office view had been overcast, here they were sheltered from the clouds. As the sun descended, the horizon was adorned with fiery clouds, casting a warm glow. Beneath the crimson sky, the two indulged in barbecue while gazing into the distance. "Would you like a drink?" Jiang Yifeng offered her a bottle of beverage. Their mutual lack of tolerance for alcohol was well known, so they opted for drinks instead. They clinked their bottles together and took a sip, surprisingly evoking the sensation of drinking wine. "How beautiful," Luwei remarked, squinting as she gazed at the view ahead. "Indeed, quite stunning," Jiang Yifeng concurred, similarly squinting as he sipped his drink. "If only we could remain like this forever." She leaned back in her wheelchair, her expression filled with longing. However, given the circumstances in which they find themselves, it is inevitable that the two must navigate the tumultuous whirlpool of their existence. Jiang Yifeng gazed at her, the evening breeze tousling her hair, yet a hint of melancholy shadowed her exquisitely delicate features. Who does not yearn for a carefree life? He tilted his head back and drained the last of his drink, crumpling the aluminum can in his grasp before suddenly rising to his feet. Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath and shouted into the distance, "Jiang family, I defy you. One day, I shall create the most extraordinary design this world has ever seen. Let you, with your disdainful and narrow-minded views, understand who truly reigns as the greatest designer in the city." Chapter 62. Letting go of personal dignity. Jiang Yifeng's voice resonated powerfully. Luwei turned her head to gaze at him, somewhat perplexed by his sudden outburst. "Have you ever shouted like this before?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. Coming from a prestigious background, Luwei had been rigorously disciplined from a young age, her demeanor always poised and measured. Such boisterous behavior was typically frowned upon. Yet, there were moments when a good shout could alleviate stress. Jiang Yifeng, peering into the distance, cupped his hands into a megaphone, inhaling deeply. "I, Jiang Yifeng, one day, shall stand atop this city and trample those who look down upon me." His voice startled a few birds from the nearby woods, sending them fluttering into the sky. Exhaling heavily, he returned to his seat. He tilted his head, squinting at her. "Give it a try. It's quite liberating." Luwei withdrew her gaze, shaking her head with a smile. "No, I don't think I will." The pressure she had kept bottled within was becoming unbearable. Jiang Yifeng flipped the chicken wings on the grill, the drippings sizzling as they hit the coals. As she gazed at the scarlet clouds on the horizon, Luwei's eyes gradually narrowed. Nature's whimsical strokes could stir one's soul, and beside her, Jiang Yifeng rested his chin on his hands, his eyes sparkling like stars. "Come on, there's no one else around," he urged with a grin. Luwei bit her lip, finally succumbing to his playful yet expectant gaze, shaping her hands into a makeshift megaphone. "Ah," she called out, her voice barely audible. "I'll teach you," Jiang Yifeng said, clearing his throat. "Ah." More birds took flight, startled by his shout, soaring toward the horizon's glow. Luwei felt her heart race and sync with his booming voice. "Ah." She joined in, releasing the pent-up frustrations of her heart. He was right. A good yell could indeed disperse the clouds of uncertainty within. Jiang Yifeng observed her with a smile, taking a sip of his drink. How does it feel? A bit refreshing? Luwei nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. Jiang Yifeng beamed brightly. You might even try cursing like I just did. It's more satisfying than merely shouting. Really? She hesitated. Haven't you heard the saying? He cupped his hands again and shouted toward the sky. Let go of your personal dignity. Enjoy a joyful life. He exemplified the lesson, guiding her with his enthusiasm. Having just engaged in a similar act, a surge of impulsive emotion surged within Luwei. I hadn't heard that. But now I have. So why aren't you cursing yet? He urged. Luwei bit her lip. If you show me another one of those proposals, I'll kick each of you out of the company. Dignity can take a back seat. Jiang Yifeng shouted. You should say it like this. Get lost with your proposals. Get lost with your proposals. Her voice grew stronger, nearly drowning out Jiang Yifeng's exuberant shout. After shouting, she sat in her wheelchair, gasping for breath. Her small face flushed a rosy hue from exertion, yet the corners of her lips curled into a brilliant smile. The pent-up anger from the infuriating proposal at work found full expression. Perhaps it was not merely a release of today's pressures. Jiang Yifeng savored a skewer of meat, chewing contentedly while gazing at the horizon with a smile. Luwei turned her head, blinking her eyes. You've corrupted me. She had never uttered a swear word before. Even when angered to the point of frustration, she would only curse silently in her heart, never vocalizing her feelings, let alone shouting, as she did now. He wiped his mouth and grinned. It's not that I've led you astray, but rather you are too good. She continued to blink her innocent, yearning eyes. I've never acted this way before. Her upbringing instilled in her the importance of self-discipline, teaching her that those in higher positions must learn to restrain their emotions. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, she swallowed all her feelings. Yet, that was truly exhausting. Leaning back against the chair, she inhaled the air mingled with the aroma of grilled meat, reveling in the moment. Do you enjoy being part of the lowly crowd? Jiang Yifeng chuckled while biting into the skewer. Luwei shot him a sidelong glance, as if to say he was the epitome of refinement. Their gazes collided amidst the smoky atmosphere, and they shared a knowing smile. Both had indulged in expletives, and loudly at that. A perfect match. Try these chicken wings. Their charred exterior would leave even a Michelin chef in awe. A skewer of chicken wings was placed on the plate. Luwei took a bite, the juicy meat delicious. And she nodded. Tasty. Jiang Yifeng, with a gleam in his eye, bent down to continue grilling. Preparing skewers was different from regular cooking. It appeared as if they were simply placed over the flames, yet one must pay careful attention to the heat, turning them frequently. He was always like this, chattering away while doing something, like a little sparrow, yet never bothersome. Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng looked up. Luwei's cheeks still bore the rosy tint from her earlier exertion, her entire face resembling a blooming peach blossom. If time were to pause at this moment, I would welcome it. Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback and reached out to pinch her cheek. What nonsense are you saying? The future is still long. She blinked. Will you always be there in the future? That depends on your performance, he replied with a mischievous smile. Luwei pouted, gazing at the horizon. Jiang Yifeng, you big bad guy. Her voice echoed through the vast mountains. I'm not a bad guy. You are. Bad guys usually meet unfortunate ends. Luwei paused. Well then, Jiang Yifeng, wishing you peace and happiness. Luwei, wishing you peace and happiness. Their voices reverberated through the mountains, gradually drifting away, seemingly merging into one. Understood, Jiang Yifeng, and Luwei wish you peace and joy, but could you refrain from shouting? Just moments after their exclamation, another voice unexpectedly echoed nearby. Laden with a palpable sense of accusation, Luwei immediately covered her mouth, gazing at Jiang Yifeng with astonishment. Didn't you say there was no one else here? Jiang Yifeng also covered his mouth, recalling that indeed he had believed they were alone. Could it be a camper? Why didn't he shout earlier? Must he call out a name before he speaks? How embarrassing. The blush that had finally faded from Luwei's cheeks surged back once more. Jiang Yifeng awkwardly scratched his head. However, as they exchanged glances, both discerned a shared amusement in each other's eyes. Oh well, he has already blessed us. If he doesn't shout, so be it. They both thought this way. The fiery clouds on the horizon seemed to glow even more vividly. Chapter 63. Our initial encounter, the two of them did not set off back until the sun was nearly set. This was a popular spot for social media enthusiasts, frequented by numerous young couples eager to capture the moment. Almost at every turn, one could witness a pair of lovers, with the girls posing with flowers while the boys snapped pictures, only to be met with complaints about their poor photography skills. How wonderful it would be if we were as youthful as they are. Luwei gazed at those vibrant figures, her eyes reflecting envy. As if you were so much older, Jiang Yifeng gently tapped her on the head from behind, reminding her that he too was in his 20s. Yet, I am no longer a girl. The transition from girlhood to womanhood, much like that from boyhood to manhood, occurs in an instant. From the moment she assumed control of the company, her youth seemed to slip away. Jiang Yifeng observed the boys being playfully scolded by their girlfriends for their unsatisfactory photos and chuckled softly. I find myself rather fortunate not to be a boy. Luwei looked up at him, puzzled. Because boys cannot provide you with a sense of security, he replied, gently poking her delicate nose. The protection a boy can offer is entirely different from that of a man. How does that saying go? The most heart-wrenching experience for a boy is encountering the person he wishes to protect the most during a time when he feels utterly helpless. I consider myself fortunate to have met the one I wish to protect at an age where I have the means to do so. His gaze was gentle, devoid of insincerity, genuinely expressing his thoughts. Luwei slowly lowered her head, concealing her expression, fearful that others might notice the smile tugging at the corners of her lips. With a playful huff, she retorted, "Then you must ensure you protect well. When have I ever deceived you?" He laughed. "Should I make a vow?" "Please don't." Luwei grasped his eager right hand, warning that swearing an oath could invite misfortune. "Isn't it enough just to fulfill your promise?" Jiang Yifeng tilted his head, but no swearing allowed. Luwei's tone was resolute. "Humph, aren't you aware that calamity often comes from careless words?" Thunder rumbled. Almost simultaneously, a loud crack echoed across the sky, illuminating it for a brief moment. A few raindrops began to fall, pattering against the leaves beside them. Jiang Yifeng's previously cheerful expression shifted to one of concern as he exclaimed, "Oh no, don't do this." Luwei raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. "Here comes the lightning." It was rather peculiar. Rain was seldom seen after a fiery sunset. Jiang Yifeng quickened his pace, pushing the wheelchair faster, insisting that it was merely a coincidence. The couples who had just been taking pictures began to scatter in a flurry, their startled cries filling the air as the rain poured down upon them. Luwei laughed, extending her hand to feel the coolness of the raindrops as they landed in her palm. "It seems we are rather fortunate. At least it started to rain only after we finished our meal." Jiang Yifeng moved swiftly, leading the way through the dispersing crowd. "Did you see that? This is the difference between a man and a boy." He was still eager to showcase his masculine charm. The rain was intensifying. Fortunately, at this moment, the two had reached a shelter from the rain. Listening to the rhythmic patter above, Jiang Yifeng brushed off the droplets from his coat and retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket to offer to Luwei. Observing the small splashes erupting on the pavement, he shrugged, remarking, "It seems I can no longer make promises so casually." "Good thing I stopped you," she said, tilting her head, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully. "Indeed," Jiang Yifeng replied, gently tucking a damp strand of hair behind her ear. "We can only take a taxi back now." He pulled out his phone and opened the ride-hailing app. "There are currently few drivers nearby. The platform is working hard to call one for you. Please be patient." Such is the nature of ride-hailing services. Once it rains or snows, they enter a queuing mode. "I'll have Jiang Han come pick us up." "No need." Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "The streets are too congested. By the time Jiang Han arrives, the rain will likely have stopped." He glanced at the weather forecast, noting that the shower would probably let up in about 2 hours. The damp, chilly wind began to blow, and Jiang Yifeng bit his lip. "Wait here for a moment. I'm going to buy an umbrella over there." He recalled a shop along the street. Before Luwei could voice her objections, he dashed into the curtain of rain. The sound of the downpour drowned out any shouts that followed. Watching the other couple scatter, Luwei clenched her fingers. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiang Yifeng returned, clad in a large raincoat. He rushed inside, shaking off the droplets from the raincoat, which dripped from his hair. "Could you not wait for the rain to stop?" Luwei scolded playfully, quickly using the tissue to wipe the water from his face. "The rain won't stop anytime soon," Jiang Yifeng replied, also patting down his clothes. The supermarket was packed. They had sold out of umbrellas. "This one I snatched from a child." "Snatched?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes," Jiang Yifeng grinned. The child was reaching for the last raincoat. I approached and asked, "Little one, are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The child replied he was on his own. I promptly took it from him, saying, "If you have no parents, how dare you compete with me?" Luwei paused, already imagining the scene. Seeing her bewildered expression, Jiang Yifeng chuckled. "Just kidding. I bought him 2 lollipops, and he willingly gave me the raincoat." "Really?" she asked, incredulous. "Of course. Would I really snatch something from a child?" Luwei pursed her lips. "Well, That's quite unexpected. Although I couldn't get an umbrella, this large raincoat should suffice for both of us," Jiang Yifeng said as he began to unfasten the raincoat. "Of course, that's not the main thing. The main highlight is that I also acquired this." He unzipped his jacket, signaling for her to come closer, his expression shrouded in mystery. Luwei leaned in curiously. Hidden within Jiang Yifeng's jacket were 3 delicate pink roses, their tender petals adorned with shimmering droplets. "Miss Yi, please accept your roses." At that moment, he did not address her as wife or President Yi as he had in the past, but rather with a solemn formality as Miss Yi. It was akin to the tender encounters of youthful affection. Luwei's heart fluttered unexpectedly. Jiang Yifeng had long observed her gaze lingering on the flowers held by the other girls when she had asserted that she was not one of them. So while purchasing raincoats earlier, he had casually acquired 3 pink roses from a nearby florist. "You." Jiang Yifeng grasped her hand gently and presented the 3 pink roses to her. "Regardless of whether you identify as a girl or an evolved version of one, you shall possess that which you deserve." He smiled, adding, "Of course, do not inquire why there are precisely 3. For a bouquet cannot be concealed within one's embrace." Chapter 64. I can hear your heartbeat. Luwei could detect the faint fragrance of roses in the air. She lifted her gaze to meet the face, still dripping with water, yet adorned with a gentle smile. Years of experience in the business world had rendered her unflappable in the face of unexpected circumstances, but now, these 3 roses delivered by the rain had disturbed the tranquility of her heart, sending ripples across its surface. She reached out to wipe his hair, playfully chiding, "You silly." Jiang Yifeng crouched down, allowing her to brush against him. Being called silly was certainly preferable to being called bad. He recalled their earlier conversation atop the mountain. The tissue was thoroughly soaked before Jiang Yifeng finally stood, glancing at the diminishing rain outside. "All right, no more wiping. Let us head home." "But how do we go back?" Luwei looked at the raincoat, then at her own legs. Jiang Yifeng handed her the raincoat and turned to crouch down again. Patting his back, "You wear the raincoat, and I will climb in." This raincoat was ample enough to shelter both of them. Watching the patter of rain outside, Luwei hesitated before wrapping herself in the raincoat and gingerly climbing onto his back. The mingling scent of plastic with a hint of dampness filled the small space between them. "Wrap your arms around my neck. I shall rise now," he instructed. The raincoat enveloped Luwei's face, perfectly concealing the flicker of conflict and shyness in her eyes. She gently encircled him, offering a soft hum in response. As Jiang Yifeng stood, Luwei felt her body press against him completely. Through the fabric, she could feel the solid strength of his back muscles. A blush creeping onto her cheeks as she hesitated, cautiously leaning closer. What a conflicting warmth. The rain was cold, yet he exuded warmth. Jiang Yifeng was blissfully unaware of the reaction behind him. He swiftly folded the wheelchair and lifted it with one hand. "Then let us set off," he reminded, glancing at the rain outside. "Okay." With a light pat, Luwei felt herself gently lifted, a surge of electricity coursing through her from head to toe. Never before had someone dared to touch her in such a way. "A little higher, don't let me fall." She felt her face flush intensely, her body tensing up uncontrollably from embarrassment. "I understand. Could you remove your hand?" Jiang Yifeng finally moved his hand away from that soft spot, shifting his body as they plunged into the rain. The raindrops fell with a wild rhythm, and Luwei felt a cacophony above her head. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, burying her face in the crook of his neck. The warmth of his breath against her skin sent a ticklish sensation through Jiang Yifeng. The biting chill seemed to retreat slightly in response to her presence. He was cautious not to move too quickly, fearing that a misstep might send them both tumbling. "Thank you for your effort." Luwei's voice drifted from behind him, soft and tinged with apology. "Effort? It is my duty," Jiang Yifeng replied, savoring the moisture in the air. Truth be told, it had been a long time since he had experienced the rain. He fondly recalls his childhood, eagerly anticipating the rain. When it poured, he would rush outside without an umbrella, reveling in the icy droplets that struck his skin and the splashes that erupted beneath his stomping feet. Luwei adjusted the raincoat, striving to shield both of them as much as possible. It had been a long time since he had experienced such joy. To others, this inclement weather might disrupt a romantic rendezvous, yet he perceived it as a delightful experience for the two of them. As the years passed and their statuses elevated, many simple pleasures faded away. Luwei buried her head in the raincoat, unable to see the path ahead, her vision limited to glimpses of the ground receding beneath them. She understood that each step brought them closer to home. The earlier shyness seemed to dissipate, and she nestled deeper into the confines of the narrow plastic garment. The sound of raindrops pattering overhead no longer felt so loud. It was comforting. "Husband," she suddenly called out. Jiang Yifeng paused, feeling the warmth radiating from her petite figure, drawing nearer. "What's wrong?" He resumed walking. "I can hear your heartbeat," she declared, resting her chin on his back, sensing the strong rhythm of his heart through their bodies. Despite the cacophony outside, it was distinctly audible within the confines of the raincoat. "Is that so?" Jiang Yifeng chuckled lightly. "I can't hear yours." The warmth behind him pressed closer, almost as if trying to meld into him. "What about now?" Her voice was innocent. Jiang Yifeng halted, attuning himself to the moment. "I can feel it too." He sensed a heartbeat gradually drawing nearer to him. "But it seems our heart rates are not quite in sync." Luwei laughed softly. "Yours is evidently faster than mine." Jiang Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. Had it not been for her calling him husband and the softness pressed against him, how could his heart have raced so? Listening to her playful laughter, Jiang Yifeng felt a flush rise to his cheeks. This little girl dared to tease him. "Do you wish for our heart rates to match?" Before Luwei could respond, a crisp sound echoed through the air. Slap. A light yet striking slap landed in a rather unexpected place. Luwei's body stiffened, her previous delight instantly vanishing. She stood there in shock for a long moment until she heard his teasing remark. It seems our heart rates have synchronized now." Luwei clenched her fists. This rascal, always taking advantage of her. Ever since that playful slap, Luwei had grown considerably subdued, remaining quiet as if she had fallen asleep. The dining place was not far from home, and with Jiang Yifeng's long strides, they quickly returned. "We're back." Upon entering their home, Jiang Yifeng felt enveloped in warmth. He set down the folding wheelchair and excitedly spun around twice, causing the droplets on the raincoat to scatter with his movements. Luwei slowly removed her raincoat, revealing her delicate visage, slightly tinged with a faint blush. Jiang Yifeng gently placed her upon the sofa and settled down beside her with a heavy sigh, exhaling a deep breath as he flexed his wrists. "You've worked hard," he remarked. Luwei sought to retrieve a towel, but found none, resorting instead to pulling out a tissue to dry him off, despite the raincoat providing some cover. The slanting rain managed to send a few unruly droplets their way, leaving both of them with varying degrees of dampness, Jiang Yifeng being the more soaked of the two. "Wait. I'll fetch some towels," he said, rising and making his way to the study. Moments later, he returned with 2 towels in hand. "Here. Let us dry off properly." Jiang Yifeng knelt down, carefully rubbing the towel against her head. "You should dry off too," Luwei urged, extending her hand to reciprocate the gesture. In the midst of their tender ministrations, their gazes inadvertently met, and the rhythm of their heartbeats seemed to synchronize once more. Chapter 65. May I steal a kiss? The room lay enveloped in tranquility, while the rhythmic patter of rain outside seemed to urge something to unfold. The damp strands of Luwei's hair clung to her forehead, and her delicate visage appeared even more porcelain-like against the chill of the rain, evoking a sense of vulnerability. Jiang Yifeng paused in his ministrations, aware that her gaze lingered upon his face. Their eyes met, and Luwei's pupils fluttered, her long, thick lashes blinking, and her fair cheeks blushing uncontrollably. She recognized the boldness of her stare and attempted several times to avert her gaze. Yet his face possessed an irresistible allure that rendered her unable to look away. This only heightened her anxiety, deepening the crimson hue on her cheeks, and a faint mist of worry clouded her beautiful eyes. "How adorable she is," Jiang Yifeng thought fleetingly. "Do it yourself." Luwei intended to retract her hand, but before she could act, he grasped her wrist firmly. "You do it for me." His voice was low and gentle, leaving no room for refusal. Luwei halted her withdrawal, obediently and cautiously beginning to wipe for him. The soft light of the living room illuminated his damp hair and his gentle, refined features, creating an irresistible allure. Luwei forced herself to divert her gaze, but just as she lowered her eyes, she suddenly heard him say, "May I steal a kiss?" She raised her head, incredulous, seemingly not having caught his words clearly. But the sudden halt followed by the rapid beating of her heart revealed that she had indeed heard him. Luwei's small hand instinctively attempted to retreat, yet he held it firmly, and the sensation of being restrained rendered her momentarily speechless. "What? Why are you looking at me so seriously?" Jiang Yifeng's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, and the sound of his swallow resonated conspicuously in the silence. Luwei bit her lip, striving to regain her composure. But her frantic heartbeat made the answer clear. She averted her gaze and gently nodded. The downpour seemed to abate. The sound of raindrops against the window shifting from a frantic tempo to a gentle rhythm. Luwei sat before the mirror, her face flushed like a ripe cherry. inviting to be plucked. Mechanically, she grasped the hairdryer to dry her hair. The memory of that breathless moment lingered, and she felt as though the warmth of his lips had yet to dissipate. The door creaked open, and Jiang Yifeng entered, his damp hair tousled, holding a bowl of ginger-brown sugar water. "Here, drink this. You just got caught in the rain. It will warm you." He had just showered, appearing unfazed, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Thank you." Luwei set down the hairdryer, reaching out for the bowl. However, he did not seem inclined to hand it over. Instead, he scooped a spoonful, blowing on it gently before placing it beneath his lips. His lips were undeniably attractive. Yet for Luwei, it evoked an entirely different sensation. It should be cool enough now. He offered it to her, a smile dancing in his eyes. Luwei took a sip, warmth coursing down her throat, dispelling some of the chill within her. As she prepared to take a second spoonful, she hurriedly snatched it away, insisting, "I can manage this myself." With that, she cradled the bowl, rapidly feeding herself, seemingly unafraid of the heat. Jiang Yifeng sat there, a smile gracing his face as he observed her. Once she finished, Luwei set the bowl down. He nodded, showing no intention of taking the bowl away, merely resting his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smile that hinted at something less than innocent. Luwei did her utmost to avoid looking at his lips. "What are you doing?" "Oh, nothing, just watching you," he replied, squinting as he glanced at the hairdryer beside him. "My hairdryer is broken," he added, shaking his head slightly, causing a few mischievous droplets to leap onto Luwei. "Then take it," she said, refusing to meet his gaze. "Why don't you dry my hair instead?" Jiang Yifeng shrugged his shoulders, returning with a wheelchair. His arms slightly strained as if burdened. He wore a pitiful expression, seemingly oblivious to the earlier moment when he nearly pushed her into the sofa. The memory of that incident made Luwei's heart race uncontrollably, blood rushing to her cheeks, causing her capillaries to expand and her face to flush even more intensely. "I'm tired too," she murmured softly. Jiang Yifeng paused, acknowledging her with a quiet "oh," before picking up the hairdryer and slowly rising. Seeing his somewhat dejected demeanor tugged at Luwei's heartstrings. Had she been too cold towards him? After all, his earlier actions had been sanctioned by her. Just as her guilt reached its peak, an itch suddenly struck her head, followed by the sound of the hairdryer whirring. She looked up in the mirror to find Jiang Yifeng, with a cheerful smile, teasing her hair with the dryer. "Since you're tired, let me help you with that." It appeared he had anticipated this moment and devised a plan. Jiang Yifeng carefully dried her hair, her thick locks cascading like satin through his fingers. As Luwei savored his gentle touch, her eyes gradually fluttered shut. "This feels wonderful." Jiang Yifeng, well aware of the efficacy of the pressure points on the head, not only dried her hair, but also offered a soothing massage. His patience stirred the guilt lingering within Luwei. "I'm sorry," she suddenly said. "What's wrong? I didn't tea-dry your hair. Can I do it later?" Jiang Yifeng thought to tease her. "By then, your hair will be dry." "Ah," she replied, her gaze falling, her small hands twisting together. Witnessing her almost curl into a ball from guilt, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He truly was a rascal. "But you can give me a massage later, just like that day." His words brushed against her ears, and her previously drooping head shot up, with her downcast eyes rekindling a glimmer of starlight. "All right, I'll do it later." Jiang Yifeng ultimately fulfilled his desire for a massage. This time, instead of reclining on the bed, he rested directly upon Luwei's lap. Her massage technique seemed to have significantly improved since their last encounter, suggesting that she had practiced in her own time. As he savored the gentle caress of her fingers, Jiang Yifeng gradually closed his eyes. The air was filled with her soft, fragrant scent, mingled with the sweet aroma of essential oils, which evoked a profound sense of relaxation. Suddenly, he let out a soft chuckle, akin to the subconscious laughter one might emit from a delightful dream. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "Nothing," he replied, suppressing the smile that had crept onto his lips. Indeed, his teachers were right during his school days. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. Chapter 66. A mere nobody. Jiang Yifeng received a message from Jiang Beiqing. They had initially agreed to sign the equity transfer agreement 3 days later. However, for reasons unknown, the Jiang family had been procrastinating, and it was only today that he received this text. The meeting was scheduled at Jiang Beiqing's office. Jiang Yifeng set off directly to the headquarters of Jiang's Jewelry. As one of the most renowned jewelry companies in the capital, Jiang's Jewelry boasted its own commercial park. The office was located on the top floor, and when Jiang Yifeng arrived, only Jiang Linen was present. "Ah, third brother, long time no see." he greeted with a smile, rising from his seat and glancing around. Why are you alone? Jiang Yifeng returned the smile with a hint of sarcasm. Are you only half a person? Jiang Linen's expression darkened instantly. When did this brat dare to speak to him like that? But recalling his elder brother's admonitions, he swallowed the retort that was on the tip of his tongue and replied coldly, Please, take a seat. Elder brother will be here shortly. Jiang Yifeng settled onto the sofa, surveying the decor of the office. How has sister-in-law been lately? Jiang Linen squinted. Addressing her as sister-in-law instead of president, he made Jiang Yifeng sigh inwardly. Why do these people always try to gain verbal advantages under the guise of pleasantries? She's doing well, he replied with a smile, then shifted the topic. How is sister-in-law? I heard there have been issues in the medical aesthetics industry lately. With fake hyaluronic acid injections causing severe allergic reactions, it could make someone look like a swollen pig's head. You must keep an eye on her. The smile on Jiang Linen's face froze once more. Can you guess why he wasn't smiling? His wife, Lian, had long been obsessed with medical aesthetics. Her current face resembled one that had encountered a wasp's nest, red and swollen, from a distance resembling a tomato with hair. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Yifeng gasped, covering his mouth, and looked on with a smirk. Sister-in-law wouldn't tea. I was wondering why I haven't seen her lately. Not at all, haha. Jiang Linen forced a laugh. Your sister-in-law has been abroad lately. Oh, you startled me. I thought she had turned into a pig's head. But it seems like things aren't too peaceful abroad either. His words, though seemingly concerned, sounded awkward to Jiang Linen, who quickly raised his hand to change the subject. Enough. Let us not talk about her. Jiang Yifeng crossed his arms and chuckled, appearing to relish the awkwardness that had shifted from his inquiries to Jiang Linen's discomfort. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them, and a fragrant breeze wafted in. A graceful woman entered, clad in a professional white blouse and a short pencil skirt, her long legs enveloped in black stockings, giving her an alluring silhouette. She carried a tea tray in her hands. President Jiang is still in a meeting. I was instructed to take care of you both, she said, her voice soft and melodious. Jiang Linen's gaze wandered over her long legs. Elder brother really takes his time with meetings. This woman was Lisa, Jiang Beiqing's secretary. Lisa smiled as she set the tea tray on the coffee table, beginning her tea ceremony. She possessed an exquisite beauty, standing at a graceful height of 1.70 meters with a fair complexion. Her makeup was meticulously applied, and her long, dark hair cascaded lazily over her chest, complemented by a beauty mark at the corner of her left eye. She bore a resemblance to Luwei from the research department, albeit without the signature glasses. With delicate fingers, she raised a teacup and offered it to him, her enchanting gaze shimmering with allure. As she bent slightly to present the tea, the subtle curves of her figure peeked through the gaps in her white shirt. Jiang Yifeng averted his eyes, offering a polite thanks. Beside him, Jiang Linen chuckled at his demeanor, casually brushing his hand against hers as he accepted the tea, earning a gentle smile in return. You must be the third young master, she remarked, a hint of familiarity in her tone. I've often heard Mr. Jiang speak of his brother. It is truly a pleasure to finally meet you. Lisa extended her elegant hand, her face adorned with a captivating smile that was hard to resist. Beauty, after all, is a woman's greatest asset, rendering men powerless to refuse her charms, except, of course, those in a state of enlightenment. Indeed, a pleasure, Jiang Yifeng replied, extending his hand only to pass the cup back to her. Another, if you please. Taken aback by his polite refusal, Lisa quickly adjusted her frozen smile and presented another cup. With a playful glint in her eye, she remarked, the third young master is quite handsome. I imagine many young ladies pursue you? Not a soul pursues me. I am but a lowly fellow, he replied. How could a lowly fellow look as distinguished as you? Lisa covered her mouth, laughing softly. Jiang Yifeng chuckled in response. What then does a lowly fellow look like? Surely not like my second brother, haha. Jiang Linen, who had been appraising Lisa's lovely legs, stiffened and shot him an angry glare. What do you mean by that, third? Speak plainly, and do not drag me into your jest. Jiang Yifeng grinned, feigning innocence. Oh, second brother. I was merely jesting. Look, you cannot take a joke. Lisa gently patted Jiang Linen's leg, her voice soothing. Second young master, do calm down. The third young master is only joking. How could you ever be a lowly fellow? With her gentle reassurance, he rolled his eyes and fell silent. Jiang Yifeng lifted his teacup and took a sip, exclaiming, what a fine tea. Indeed, Lisa was a remarkable woman, possessing keen insights into the complexities of the male psyche. Throughout their conversation, She frequently steered the dialogue towards topics of jewelry and adornments, feigning ignorance with wide, pleading eyes. Upon receiving answers, she would act as if a light bulb had gone off, showering her respondent with admiration. Her skills and flattery were unparalleled, which explained her position as the personal secretary to Jiangbei City amidst a sea of beauties in the capital. Any man with a modicum of weakness could easily be ensnared by her charms. Fortunately, Jiang Yifeng had honed his composure in the predominantly female research department. During their time together, Lisa continually sought opportunities to draw closer to him, yet each time she approached, he would simply pass her the teacup. In the span of an hour, he had consumed 12 cups of tea, prompting a derisive remark from Jiang Linen. "Damn it, are you here to drink like a horse?" Jiang Yifeng merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Just as he was about to sip his 15th cup of tea, the office door finally swung open. Jiang Beiqing entered with a solemn expression. "Brother, boss." Jiang Linen and Lisa quickly ceased their playful banter, rising to greet him. Only Jiang Yifeng remained seated, exuding an air of indifference. "Third brother, have you now forgotten the courtesy of greeting others?" Jiang Beiqing's countenance was dark. He had been thoroughly vexed by that group during the meeting, and the sight of this languid figure only intensified his frustration. "After all, this is Jiang's jewelry, and I am your elder brother. Do you not even grasp this fundamental aspect of etiquette?" "Enough," Jiang Yifeng interrupted impatiently, setting down his teacup. "I did not come here to receive a lecture from you. Where's what I requested?" Chapter 67. The storm inhalation. Jiang Yifeng's demeanor, impervious to the situation, left Jiang Beiqing's face fluctuating between shades of blue and white. He gazed at the man lounging on the sofa, resembling a carefree elder, his lips moving yet failing to articulate a single word. After a brief pause, he finally bellowed, "Lisa, fetch the documents." Lisa, with an enticing sway of her hips, exited the room and returned shortly with the files in hand, 3 copies in total. 1% of the shares under the names of Jiang Beiqing and Jiang Linen were allocated to Jiang Yifeng. "I've already signed with the second brother. Take a look. And if all seems in order, please sign as well." Jiang Yifeng meticulously examined the documents, having prepared himself with knowledge in this area prior to his arrival, scrutinizing each clause and its corresponding parties with diligence. Once he confirmed everything was accurate, he gracefully and swiftly affixed his signature. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He gathered the documents and stood to depart. Jiang Linen furrowed his brow. "Third brother, do you have plans later? Stay for a meal before you go." Jiang Yifeng paused, turning back with an expression of disbelief, his eyes wide as if he had just heard something astonishing. "Second brother, I must say, this is the first time in many years that I have heard you speak like a human being. You." Before Jiang Linen could react, Jiang Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. "But I must decline your hospitality." Jiang Linen looked toward his elder brother. "Brother, look at him." His anxious tone carried a hint of a child seeking protection. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Beiqing finally spoke, furrowing his brow. "Eat before you leave. We cannot let Mr. Yi think we cannot even afford a meal." At this moment, Jiang Yifeng's hand rested upon the doorknob. Upon hearing this, he turned back. "Since you, Mr. Jiang, have spoken, how could I dare to refuse?" He plopped back onto the sofa, crossing his legs nonchalantly. His demeanor was infuriating, and Jiang Linen clenched his fists, the sound of cracking knuckles evident. This young man had grown increasingly arrogant in just a few days. Were it not for Yi Luwei, he would have dispatched someone to break his legs by now. Nonetheless, one must ponder what approach this young man employed to earn such protection from Yi Luwei. "I have a meeting shortly. Second brother, Lisa, please arrange the dinner." With that statement, Jiang Beiqing turned and walked away. "Understood, boss." Lisa turned with a charming smile. "Third young master, may I ask what dishes you prefer? I will make arrangements right away. Let us go to Puxuan. Their cuisine is quite commendable." Puxuan, the most elite restaurant in the imperial capital, had gained notoriety for a bowl of fried rice priced at 5,000 yuan, due to its exquisite cuisine and high-end service. It was the chosen venue for high-profile individuals discussing significant projects. Whether the food was good remained uncertain, but it was certainly expensive. Jiang Yifeng was clearly intent on extracting a hefty sum from them. Jiang Linen frowned. "You certainly have a knack for selecting venues." "Well, I've never been there. I must give it a try," he replied with a smile. "I hope you can afford it." "Ah, it seems the Yi family doesn't regard you highly either." Jiang Linen and Lisa exchanged a glance, the latter nodding before turning to arrange matters. Today, Puxuan welcomed 3 peculiar guests. Most patrons visit this establishment for business discussions or family gatherings, whether formal or convivial. However, the presence of these three created an unmistakable discomfort, particularly the dashing man seated at the head of the table, whose manner of ordering exuded an air of indulgence. 5 portions of this wagyu with frost patterns, 5 pan-fried eggs with white truffles, and 5 servings of fish maw braised with sea cucumber, and also this soup. Jiang Linen's expression darkened further with each order. Third brother, that's quite enough. Can you truly consume so much? The waiter also interjected, Sir, we recommend you order in moderation. This is ample for the 3 of you. I have quite an appetite. All of this is for me alone. The other 2 may order what they desire. It has nothing to do with me. With that, Jiang Yifeng continued to place his orders. By the way, may I see your dessert menu? Upon receiving the menu, Jiang Yifeng glanced through it, requesting one of everything except for the mango option. All of them. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, staring at the nearly 50 exclusive desserts, doubting his own hearing. Yes, he nodded earnestly, casting a sidelong glance at the visibly exasperated Jiang Linen. I'll bring some for General Yi. You won't mind, will you? The other man's teeth were nearly ground to dust, yet under the scrutiny of onlookers, he could only force a smile. Of course not. That is splendid. Jiang Yifeng smiled charmingly and tossed the menu to the 2 others. I'll just have the cream of mushroom soup. Jiang Linen felt his heart bleed. I'll also have the cream of mushroom soup, Lisa echoed. Will that be sufficient? You needn't skimp on their behalf. Jiang Linen scoffed. Do you think everyone has your appetite? Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes, ignoring him. La, I'm not listening. Lisa narrowed her eyes. It's a privilege to meet the 3rd young master today. 2nd young master, shall we order a bottle of wine? This woman was indeed bold. Even the cheapest wine here would cost no less than 10,000. Just as Jiang Yifeng prepared to enjoy the spectacle, Jiang Linen surprisingly nodded in agreement. The man and woman exchanged bemused smiles. Jiang Yifeng squinted, remaining silent. The dishes began to arrive in succession. One could not deny the worth of the expensive offerings. The quality and presentation of Puxuan's cuisine were unequivocally top tier. Yet for Jiang Yifeng, this was of little consequence. Unlike other diners seeking elegance and flavor, he had but one objective: to eat. He devoured pieces of beef worth thousands without cutting, spearing them directly with his fork, stacking layers of the costly fried eggs. Embracing a style of voracious consumption, Lisa, across from him, was drawn to his unabashed manner, her eyes sparkling with mischief. TSK. Jiang Linen cast a glance at the smiling woman, signaling her with a subtle gesture. Lisa quickly composed herself, holding her glass of red wine. Young Master San, it is a pleasure to meet you. Allow me to toast to you first. Her voice was soft, evoking a delightful shiver in one's bones. Jiang Yifeng took the glass, clinked it lightly, and tilted his head back to down the contents in one go. Lisa promptly refilled his glass. For this 2nd toast, it is still in your honor. To meet a young talent such as yourself is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Jiang Yifeng furrowed his brow, but raised his glass nonetheless, taking a sip. Just as he set the glass down, he suddenly felt a tickle on his leg, as if something had grazed him. He glanced down to discover a delicate foot clad in black silk, playfully teasing his calf like a cat seeking affection. Across from him, the allure in Lisa's eyes deepened. Chapter 68. The Perils of Indulgence. A gentle, almost imperceptible caress stirred the heartstrings. Jiang Yifeng lifted his gaze to find Lisa opposite him, her laughter light and enchanting, her eyes glistening with a bewitching allure. A man of weak resolve, so provoked, would surely exclaim in wonder at the sight of her foot. Goodness, how exquisite! Yet, Jiang Yifeng was acutely aware that such indulgence could only lead to one's own detriment. He feigned indifference, shifting aside to continue his meal. After savoring a few bites, he felt another subtle provocation on his calf. Lisa's legs were long, and regardless of where he attempted to retreat beneath the table, she could effortlessly reach him. 3rd young master, allow me to toast you once more, she chimed, raising her glass with a playful smile. He waved his hand in refusal. No, thank you. I fear I can drink no more. From the side, the previously silent Jiang Linen interjected, Old 3rd, how can you deny a lady's gracious offer? Such behavior lacks grace. Indeed, 3rd young master, this is her first time extending a toast. Surely, you wouldn't deny her this small courtesy? Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes, suspicion creeping in. You 2 have been urging me to drink. What exactly are you plotting? Both paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon raised their glasses in unison. Oh, I was merely jesting. Come, let us drink. 3rd young master has quite the sense of humor. Lisa laughed softly, taking a sip of her red wine. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol, a faint blush graced her cheeks, enhancing her already striking features. Undeterred by her advances, Jiang Yifeng maintained his composure, prompting her to intensify her efforts. What began as a light grazing of his leg transformed into a more deliberate and intimate contact. Yet, even under such overt flirtation, he remained as unyielding as a statue. Frustration flickered across Lisa's face, for she prided herself on her irresistible charm, convinced that no man could withstand her allure. Determined to escalate her efforts, she aimed to glide her foot further up his calf when suddenly, she felt an absence of contact, followed by an unexpected pressure that jolted her with pain. Jiang Yifeng had stepped on her foot. Lisa yelped, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Her alluring demeanor shattered in an instant. The server stationed outside the private room hurried in, concerned. Is everything all right? Jiang Yifeng pressed down firmly before releasing her foot, glancing down with a feigned expression of concern. What on earth just happened? I must apologize, Miss Lisa. I didn't realize I'd stepped on something. Are you all right? A clear shoe print marred her foot, forcing Lisa to retract it obediently. Old third, could you not be more careful? Jiang Linen exclaimed, anxious to assist her. But recollecting their public setting, he quickly straightened, casting a stern glance. And no, I'm fine. Lisa gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. It was my fault for delaying your foot's descent. Jiang Yifeng emitted a cold laugh. I apologize, it was my oversight. He donned a mask of contrition before turning to the server. Could you kindly fetch me a bottle of ointment for the injury? Certainly, please hold on a moment. After a brief contemplation, he requested that I procure a bottle of Nystatin spray for him, as the lady appeared to be suffering from athlete's foot, persistently rubbing her feet. The waiter, visibly astonished, cast a glance at Lisa, then at the serious-looking Jiang Yifeng, and promptly nodded before departing. It was the first time in his many years at the restaurant that a patron had requested foot spray. Was that guest genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Observing the woman whose complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed, Jiang Yifeng squinted and smiled. Miss Lisa, please do not be offended. I am simply attentive to details. Before she could respond, Jiang Yifeng stood up, excusing himself to visit the restroom. He seemed utterly disinterested in her explanation, adopting an expression that implied, if you have athlete's foot, you indeed have it. Lisa's delicate features contorted in frustration. It was only after he exited that she hurled the spoon onto the table and leaned into the embrace of Jiang Linen beside her. Second young master, look at him. He dares to suggest that I have athlete's foot. Oh, do not be upset. Do not be upset. He tends to speak without thinking. Allow me to massage your foot. Jiang Linen said, his heart aching as he gazed at her injured foot. Gritting his teeth, he reassured her. It's all right, my dear, just endure a little longer. And he shall pay for this. Have you brought what I asked for? With tears brimming in her eyes, Lisa nodded and retrieved a small bottle from her bag. The waiter who had rushed off to buy the medicine returned promptly. However, as he pushed the door to the private room open, Jiang Yifeng intercepted him. Thank you for your efforts. Could you please make another trip? I require these items. He handed over a sheet of paper along with several red banknotes. The waiter nodded and hurried off once more. Jiang Yifeng weighed the medicine in his hand, forced a smile, and re-entered the room. Alas, I have indulged in too much tea and now find myself with an upset stomach. The two individuals in the room quickly released their intertwined hands, feigning nonchalance. Jiang Yifeng, undeterred, pulled out a chair and resumed his seat, passing the medication to Lisa. Miss Lisa, I sincerely apologize. I hope you can overlook this minor indiscretion. His demeanor was genuine, making it difficult to find fault, aside from the foot spray. Lisa gritted her teeth in irritation, but managed to muster a smile as she accepted the 2 bottles of medicine. It's nothing. Thank you, third young master. Jiang Yifeng chuckled lightly. Look, she is still expressing her gratitude to us. Jiang Linen subtly gestured. Third brother, an apology should be accompanied by sincerity. Quickly offer her a drink. Ah, yes, I must make amends. Jiang Yifeng casually grasped a wine glass, observing the crimson liquid within, and lifted it to his nose. They say it is unwise to consume wine after leaving one's seat, as it may be tampered with. The bodies of the 2 across from him tensed. However, I believe such treachery is the domain of scoundrels and lowly creatures. You 2 are certainly not of that ilk, are you? Jiang Linen's lips twitched, almost wishing to pour that cup of wine down his throat. Third brother, you're spouting nonsense again. Why would we drug you for no reason? He chuckled. Indeed. Jiang Yifeng raised his glass and downed it in one go, proclaiming, I'm finished. Haha, The third young master truly has an impressive capacity, Lisa remarked with a forced smile, lifting her glass to share a sip. Meanwhile, Jiang Linen clenched his fists, forcing a smile. Jiang Yifeng took a bite of meat and chewed thoughtfully. Suddenly, he propped his head with his hand. Oh dear, why does the after effect of this wine hit so hard? My head is spinning. Chapter 69. He lacks compassion. Jiang Yifeng held his head, his body swaying unsteadily. Third young master, are you all right? Jiang Linen inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, Jiang Yifeng replied, forcing a foolish smile. I'll just dash to the restroom. When I return, let us continue our drinks. Take it easy, third young master. Lisa feigned concern, though her expression was laced with sarcasm. Jiang Linen observed the unsteady figure leaving and, upon sitting back down, chuckled malevolently. I didn't expect the effects to be so potent and swift. Lisa discarded the bottle of athlete's foot spray into the nearby trash bin. They said it would take 10 minutes. Perhaps he's just a bit frail. She brushed her hair back and added, Second young master, do you think our actions might have repercussions? What could possibly happen? He's nothing but a useless fool. Once our plan succeeds, I shall reward you handsomely. You can do as you wish. He merely wishes to be with you. Lisa leaned closer, playfully punching him on the chest. Jiang Linen seized her hand. Oh, but I'm not divorced yet. Patience, just a little longer. Jiang Yifeng returned, his head hung low, clearly in a poor state. His clothes were disheveled and his hair damp. Third young master, are you all right? Are you unwell? They both asked. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his head, offering no response. He emitted a few incoherent sounds before succumbing to the table. At last, Jiang Linen ceased his pretense of concern, rising to hoist the unconscious man. Humph. A useless wretch truly believes he matters. Releasing his grip, Jiang Yifeng crumpled back into the chair like a deflated balloon. Lisa stood up, her face cold as she remarked, Let us proceed. Together, they dragged Jiang Yifeng out of the private room, heading upstairs to the pre-booked accommodation. Upon receiving the bill, Jiang Linen felt as though his heart was bleeding. The meal had cost him 80,000, a significant portion of which was spent on desserts. When he carelessly flung Jiang Yifeng onto the bed, he didn't hesitate to kick him. Damn it. Lisa was tidying her hair in front of the mirror. All right. You can leave now. Once I'm done, I'll send you a message. Can I stay here? Jiang Linen circled around, his hand grazing her thigh. There are others here. I can't get in the mood. Lisa playfully complained, pushing him toward the door. You'd better call for me when you're ready. With a click, the door shut behind him. Taking a deep breath, Lisa approached the bed, gazing at the handsome man rendered unconscious. She tied her hair up. What a pity, so handsome, she murmured, slowly climbing onto the bed and reaching for Jiang Yifeng's clothing. The moment her fingertips brushed against his button, she suddenly felt something pressing against her abdomen. It was hard, yet against her skin, it was not warm, but chilling to the bone. Instinctively, she turned to look, and a gleaming steak knife was pressed against her abdomen. Lisa felt an urge to scream, but a low hiss in her ear silenced her. Don't make a sound. Otherwise, I may lose control of this. To her horror, the man who had previously lay unconscious like a lifeless swine now stared at her with wide-open eyes, fixated upon her. This sudden turn of events sent a jolt of fear through Lisa, compelling her to stifle her voice. The man's eyes, icy and serpent-like, constricted around her throat, rendering her mute. She understood that a single cry would prompt him to plunge the knife into her. Jiang Yifeng rolled over, pressing the blade against the man's neck. You're not. Her voice trembled. He had consumed a drink laced with a hallucinogen and had been dragged in like a limp dog. How could he possibly? Jiang Yifeng let out a cold laugh, disinterested in explaining anything to this wretched woman. Instead, he retrieved a tissue and extracted the remaining hallucinogen from her bag. The colorless, transparent liquid swirled within the glass vial. From the moment he arrived at the company today, Jiang Yifeng had discerned that Jiang Linen and Lisa shared an unusual relationship. Coupled with the sudden invitation to dinner, he had pieced together the situation. After all, a weasel never brings good tidings to a chicken. The incessant toasting at the dinner table further affirmed his suspicions, and while in the restroom, he overheard their sinister plot. He had initially thought they intended to intoxicate him, but it turned out they aimed to drug him. At that moment, he contemplated escape but then conceived a desperate plan for survival. During his doctoral studies, he had encountered most components of hallucinogens in the laboratory and knew how to concoct an antagonist using certain chemicals. Though unstable, it could save his life. The note he provided to the waiter mentioned several common medications: vitamin B6, 95 alcohol, activated charcoal, atropine tablets. When mixed in precise ratios and consumed with concentrated saline, these could serve as a temporary antidote. Simultaneously, before the hallucinogen took effect, he submerged his face in the sink, forcing his body to secrete a surge of norepinephrine to flush the neural synapses. This explained his damp appearance upon returning from the restroom. It was all the second young Master S orders. It has nothing to do with me. Lisa S' expression was one of terror as she recoiled from the man before her. What did he make you do? Jiang Yifeng set down the glass vial. He said to make you sleep with me, inform your wife, and then he would reward me handsomely. Jiang Yifeng smiled. Such a classic scheme. Can't these people devise a more ingenious solution? However, since this was the case, he could only reciprocate in kind. Seeing his sudden smile, Lisa mistakenly believed her words had swayed him and hurriedly reached for his arm. If you let me go, I will do anything you ask. Really? Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Really? The smile abruptly ceased, replaced by a derisive laugh. Give yourself 10 slaps. Lisa could hardly fathom that he would make such a demand. Under his cold gaze, she hesitated before raising her hand and striking her own cheek. Not enough. Harder. Jiang Yifeng was oblivious to any notions of cherishing the delicate. He only understood that anything detrimental to himself deserved such a fate. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of each resounding slap reverberated through the room, accompanied by the faint sound of a woman's sobs. Outside the door, Jiang Linen, having waited for 10 anxious minutes, felt his phone vibrate. A message appeared. Lisa, resolved. Come quickly. Chapter 70. However, it has been a long time in the making. When Jiang Linen received this message, a broad smile instantly illuminated his face, prompting him to hasten towards the room. The door was slightly ajar, and with a gentle push, he entered. Darling, you are quite swift, aren't you? He chuckled mischievously while adjusting his appearance in the mirror by the doorway. Having concluded matters concerning Jiang Yifeng, it was now time for him to attend to his own affairs. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of this room? I have eagerly anticipated this moment for quite some time. Darling, why have you fallen silent? Yet, there was no response. Frowning, Jiang Linen slowly made his way to the master bedroom. Lisa knelt by the bed, her head bowed, her body swaying slightly. Darling. He rushed over, steadying her trembling shoulders. What is the matter? Lisa gradually lifted her head, revealing a once exquisite and enchanting visage now marked by confusion, her cheeks swollen and bruised, with a trace of crimson lingering at the corners of her mouth. She let out a silly laugh, offering no reply. At that moment, Jiang Linen noticed the man who had previously lain on the bed had vanished without a trace. He was no fool. The realization of what had transpired dawned upon him swiftly. Yet, his reaction came a moment too late. As he turned to flee, a powerful kick struck him squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent him crashing onto the bed, his head ringing with a dull thud. Before he could gather his thoughts, he felt himself being yanked by the hair. Struggling to open his eyes, he met a pair of cold, piercing eyes. Water still dripped from her hair, cascading down her pronounced nose, while her thin lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Jiang Linen's pupils dilated in shock. He attempted to escape, but with the hair still firmly gripped, his head was violently thrust against the bed once more. The unfolding events felt hauntingly familiar. Except this time he was not the aggressor. What did it feel like to be yanked by the hair? Jiang Yifeng's fingers tightened, as if intent on tearing the scalp from his head. You. The pain rendered him too weak to struggle. Now tell me, who is the worthless one? And who has overestimated their own significance? The once subjugated youth now echoed his past taunts back at him, word for word. Jiang Linen's body trembled uncontrollably. Whether from excruciating pain or sheer terror, he could not tell. He felt as if the person before him had transformed entirely. The indifference toward life and death in those eyes seemed to linger on the precipice of mortality. Third brother, I'm your elder brother. Let us speak amicably. He finally pleaded, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. The tears of a crocodile. How could you be my brother? I am merely a contemptible, illegitimate child. Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile, reaching for a bottle of water on the bedside. The liquid within had already been tainted with a hallucinogenic substance from the glass vial. He could not be bothered to waste time discussing trivial matters with such fools. First, it was a waste of time. Second, the unstable antagonistic effects seemed to have diminished significantly. What do you intend to do? Jiang Linen gazed at the bottle of water, and upon recalling Lisa's situation, he instantly comprehended the gravity of the moment. He endeavored to struggle desperately, yet Jiang Yifeng's grip was undeniably ruthless. His hair was yanked violently, eliciting a cry of pain that had barely escaped his lips before a bottle of water was forcefully poured down his throat. Jiang Yifeng slowly rose to his feet, observing the man beneath him who was coughing incessantly, attempting to induce vomiting. A gentle reminder, this hallucinogen accelerates its effects through emesis. Jiang Linen succumbed to utter despair, the drug's potency rendering him devoid of strength to resist. Beside him, Lisa, with a foolish grin, reached out to begin removing his clothing. Didn't you say you had saved for a long time to give this to her? Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Surely at ISNT money? No, please. Jiang Linen's voice was hoarse, overwhelmed by a wave of heat coursing through his body. Wishing you both a splendid day? Jiang Yifeng smiled, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. What transpired next was no longer his concern. He proceeded to the dining hall, retrieving the desserts he had ordered earlier, and generously tipped the waiter who had procured his medication. As he exited Pushuan, Jiang Yifeng distinctly felt his steps growing heavier. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, he felt an arm encircle him. Two burly men supported him from either side. These were Luwei's bodyguards. Having resolved to return the favor, he had summoned them with a phone call. He needed to be thoroughly prepared. A combination of self-rescue and external assistance would be the ultimate strategy. Deliver these desserts to President Yi. Oh, and set aside some for the RD department. His consciousness began to blur, and he could only mumble his instructions. And call the police, say there's a gathering. A gathering. Before he could finish, his body succumbed, and he lost consciousness entirely. Jiang Yifeng was urgently transported to the hospital. Thanks to prompt intervention and the prior administration of an antagonist, he soon emerged from danger. When Yi Luwei and Zhang Han rushed through the ward door, they found Jiang Yifeng lying in bed, idly picking at his fingers. "Oh, what brings you here?" he queried, his face reflecting surprise. "Phew, Mr. Jiang. Thankfully you are all right." Zhang Han exhaled in relief. They had been in a meeting when a man in a black suit, laden with desserts, burst in to relay the situation to her, prompting her to inform President Yi. The usually composed President Yi exhibited a rare moment of panic during the meeting. The session was suspended, and the two hurried over. The atmosphere in the car was so frigid it rivaled a freezer, and had it not been for the speed limit, President Yi would have urged her to press the accelerator to the floor. "What could possibly be wrong with me, huh?" Jiang Yifeng chuckled, but his laughter faltered as he noticed Yi Luwei approaching with a frosty demeanor. It was the first time he had been regarded in such a manner by her, sending a chill of sweat down his spine. Yi Luwei's beautiful eyes swirled with a myriad of complex emotions before she suddenly raised her hand and struck Jiang Yifeng across the face. Smack! The ward fell silent in an instant, and the slight relaxation that had graced Jiang Han's face vanished once more. She turned around and quietly exited the door, closing it behind her. In her heart, she had silently marked Mr. Jiang with a cross. Amen. Jiang Yifeng could hardly believe that, during his flirtations with others, he had never faced a slap, not even after seeking reconciliation post a reckless leap. Yet now, in a moment of tranquility, he found himself on the receiving end of such a blow. Though the slap was not particularly forceful, it stung nonetheless, leaving a palpable ache on his cheek. Jiang Yifeng stared blankly, turning his head to meet a pair of beautifully complex eyes. He opened his mouth, eager to speak, but before he could utter a word, he noticed a glimmer of moisture rising in the depths of those eyes. Chapter 71. Are you concerned about me? Please, don't cry. Jiang Yifeng suddenly panicked, quickly reaching for a tissue from the bedside, but finding none, he hastily resorted to wiping her tears with his sleeve. He was most averse to seeing a woman weep. Or rather, any man would instinctively feel a pang of compassion upon witnessing a woman in tears. This was especially true for Yi Luwei, who had always portrayed a facade of strength. As his arm extended towards her, she turned her head aside, her beautiful eyes glaring at him. Do you realize how perilous this situation is? Do you comprehend what could have transpired if you had arrived at the hospital even a moment later? Her tone was devoid of reprimand, yet it was far from the cold indifference she exhibited during meetings. It was more of a gentle admonition. I understand. Jiang Yifeng reached out again, only to have his hand swatted away. You know, yet you still act this way. A solitary tear finally escaped the corner of her eye, tugging at his heartstrings. He yearned to rise from the bed and wipe her tears away, but was met with another admonishment. Stay put and don't move. He immediately halted his movements, obediently lying still. The once formidable Jiang, who had fiercely confronted adversaries, now resembled a frightened chick, his demeanor exuding submission. I want to move. I want to, he declared. Observing the pale, pitiful man on the bed, Yi Luwei bit her lip. Surely, she must have been out of her mind with anger. He had only just recovered, and yet she had struck him without hesitation. The lingering blush on his cheek testified to her impulsive action. Umph. Luwei sniffed, gradually leaning closer. Stop looking at me with those eyes. You are not innocent. In fact, you are an utterly diabolical villain. Jiang Yifeng was well versed in the art of apology, a skill gleaned from various films. He feigned an expression of innocence. I know I was wrong. Despite knowing he was merely acting, Luwei's heart softened. She maintained a stern expression, yet her tone shifted to one of concern. Do you still feel pain in your face? No. It hurts, especially here. He nodded emphatically, raising his hand to shield his face. Then you deserve it. Oh. Jiang Yifeng's gaze fell, a hint of dejection evident. Suddenly, he felt a cool touch on the area where he had been struck. Luwei, though her words were sharp, displayed genuine concern through her actions. Jiang Yifeng tilted his head, nuzzling against her hand, employing his usual charming tactic. Luwei frowned, still smiling, explained the whole situation. I was just there to sign the equity transfer. Jiang Linen and that woman insisted on treating me to a meal. The moment I heard that, I knew what they were plotting, and then Jiang Yifeng began to recount the events, and with each word, Luwei's frown deepened. In the end, I administered the drugs to both of them and confined them within the room. Not only did I successfully execute my retaliation, but I also dealt them a severe blow. You must have received the desserts I brought, right? Haha, those were. Jiang Yifeng's excitement grew with each word, until he noticed the increasingly somber expression on the woman beside him, causing his voice to gradually diminish. Those were the treats I brought for you. The hand that had just tenderly caressed his face suddenly seized it with a grip as strong as a vice, causing him considerable pain. How could such slender arms exert such force? Ouch, that hurts, he gasped. Luwei was now filled with the urge to strangle Jiang Yifeng. I had prepared for this in advance, and I even turned the tables on them. Do you believe me? The Jiang family must be in utter chaos right now. Jiang Yifeng continued to chatter away. Luwei's blood pressure had likely skyrocketed to 180. Why are you so obstinate? What if you mishandled the dosage and something went wrong? I realized my mistake. Jiang Yifeng, in considerable pain, finally ceased his explanations. Let go of me. It hurt so much. Seeing him genuinely grimacing, Luwei finally released her grip. Jiang Yifeng began to rub his face, casting a sidelong glance at her. Are you worried about me? A superfluous remark that earned him a roll of her eyes. Though somewhat ill-timed, his small thrill at seeing her anger was undeniable. After all, anger signifies genuine concern. I promise I won't act this way again. I will prioritize my safety. He reached out, attempting to grasp her hand gently. She evaded him. He tried again. Truly, believe me. His sincerity was palpable, his gaze resolute as if he were making a solemn pledge. Luwei remained silent, merely observing him. It was quite vexing. Jiang Yifeng pinched her hand several times, yet he could not dissipate the ire etched on her face. Ouch, my head suddenly feels dizzy. His body swayed, and he collapsed onto the ground. Luwei, her expression as dark as water, finally exhibited a different emotion, hurrying over to check on him. As she approached, Jiang Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, wrapped his arm around her neck, and grinned broadly, displaying a row of pearly whites. Luwei realized what was happening and felt a surge of anger. Before she could unleash her wrath, Jiang Yifeng quickly apologized. Oh dear, I truly made a mistake. Please forgive me, will you? Let go of me first. I won't release you until you forgive me. He tilted his head, saying, Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Anger leaves room for the devil. As he chanted this, he swayed his arm, as if singing a lullaby. His beggar-like plea for forgiveness dampened her rising ire somewhat. Luwei had no choice but to throw out a fierce retort. There shall be no next time. No next time. Can I be released now? Jiang Yifeng shook his head. You've forgiven me, but I have yet to forgive you. Luwei? You slapped my face. Hitting someone is one thing, but striking the face wounds one's pride. Luwei was momentarily at a loss for words. He is right. Regardless of the circumstances, striking someone is inherently wrong, let alone one's own husband. Yet, in that moment, she was overwhelmed with anger. However, right is right, and she indeed erred in her actions. Even if he was at fault initially, she must still offer her apology. Luwei took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I should not have struck you. Jiang Yifeng looked at her with a smile, one devoid of innocence. Then grant me a kiss. His face leaned closer, revealing the side that bore the marks of her aggression. It appeared there were signs of bruising. When did you become like this? Always seeking a kiss at the slightest opportunity. No, she refused. I have yet to fully forgive you. This kiss was absolutely out of the question. If she acquiesced, he would undoubtedly repeat his actions next time. She needed to ensure he remembered this lesson. You still haven't forgiven me. Jiang Yifeng reluctantly withdrew his face, his eyes darting. Well, before Luwei could fully comprehend his words, he stood up and seized the moment to capture her lips in a kiss. Luwei. Chapter 72. The pampered man's best fate. Luwei could hardly fathom that he would initiate a kiss out of nowhere. She attempted to evade him, but alas, his arm was firmly encircling her neck, leaving her with no choice but to passively endure his somewhat assertive kiss. Her breath was stolen away, and her hands, initially pushing against him, gradually softened. A muffled voice within her throat reminded her, "We are in a hospital." Only then did Jiang Yifeng reluctantly release her, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed her lips, now glistening from the kiss. "Have you forgiven me? You." The combination of breathlessness and a surge of excitement had flushed her cheeks a vibrant hue. What was meant to be a punishment for him had unexpectedly turned into a reward. Observing the smug grin on his face, Luwei raised her hand and playfully struck his chest. Jiang Yifeng resorted to his old tricks, clutching his chest as if in distress. Just as she reached out to check, he seized her wrist and placed it against his heart. "I truly understand my mistake. At that moment, I only intended to teach them a lesson without considering the consequences. Rest assured, from now on, I will prioritize safety above all else." This time, he was devoid of playful banter, his demeanor sincere. Luwei could feel the strong, steady heartbeat within his chest. This was the most compelling evidence. "Next time I will." "No next time." She glared at him. Jiang Yifeng nodded emphatically. "No next time." Luwei huffed. "Given your sincere attitude, I shall reluctantly forgive you." "Hooray!" Jiang Yifeng exclaimed, his reaction akin to that of a child rewarded by a parent. However, he was far from obedient. A mind full of mischief, yet all of it directed at others. Before her, he exhibited remarkable compliance. Luwei's eyes twinkled as she watched him roll about on the bed in celebration, gently patting his leg. "Quiet down. This is not home. One cannot behave so recklessly here." "Oh, right." Jiang Yifeng complied, gazing at Luwei with wide eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? You've forgiven me, haven't you?" he inquired. What is the matter?" Luwei responded, perplexed. "Have you forgotten something?" After he spoke, he deliberately winked. Luwei instantly grasped his intent from the playful curve of his lips and the mischievous glint in his eyes. No longer was she the naive girl who approached love with childlike innocence. She could now discern his desires through mere glances and subtle expressions. Jiang Yifeng's expectant gaze ignited a warmth in her cheeks. She turned her face away. That was different." He abruptly sat up, asserting, "I was forgiving you then. Now it's your turn to forgive me. Your kiss and my kiss are not the same. What's the difference? Aren't they both?" She halted her words, her blush deepening. How could he dare to speak so brazenly? Has he truly grown so thick-skinned? Jiang Yifeng lowered his gaze, murmuring, "You are not keeping your word." His voice sank even lower. "You promised that if you forgave me, you would kiss me." The somber tone felt like a relentless accusation, each word striking at Luwei's heart. She was acutely aware that his pitiful demeanor was feigned, yet she found herself utterly powerless against him. That wretched man only knew how to bully her. She pressed her face closer, closing her eyes. The meaning was unmistakable. "Go ahead and kiss me. I won't resist." Observing her tightly shut, yet trembling eyelids, Jiang Yifeng's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Who said that a woman who acts spoiled has the best life? A spoiled man enjoys the best of life too. Occasionally displaying vulnerability in a relationship is not a flaw. It can stir the protective instincts of the other party, thus facilitating emotional connection. No, rather, it serves to enhance the relationship. This is all part of the game. Take note, my dear brother." Luwei was fully prepared. However, the familiar softness she anticipated did not land upon her lips. Instead, it gently graced the corner of her still trembling eye. Jiang Yifeng tenderly kissed away the lingering tears. The saltiness touched his lips, and he spoke in a calm voice. "No more crying, all right? I will behave." Luwei opened her eyes, meeting his gaze filled with the depth of autumn waters, so soft that one would willingly drown within. Her heartstrings were plucked, and she sat back, pouting. "You better be." Outside the door, a cacophony of voices approached, as if a group was coming closer. "Hey, old ma. Secretary Jiang, is Xiao Jiang inside?" It was Ma Shua. "Yes, he is inside, but you cannot go in right now." Ma Shua's voice grew urgent. "What do you mean we can't enter? We need to check if Xiao Jiang is all right." "No, old ma, you truly cannot go in." ignoring Jiang Han's protests. Ma Shuo pushed the door open and walked in. Xiao Jiang, you haven't. Oh my. The previously energetic Ma Shuo suddenly froze, unable to suppress an expletive. Those were the 3 words everyone utters when confronted with fear. The members of the RD department behind him also wished to exclaim those words upon seeing the scene in the room, but they swallowed them back. Luwei slowly turned her gaze toward him. Ma Shuo, stand at attention. Jiang Yifeng, leaning against his forehead, complained of a headache. Luwei chuckled softly. Supervisor Ma's decorum leaves much to be desired. The smile was enchanting, yet it struck Ma Shuo like a chilling gust of wind, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. Jiang Han sighed nearby. I told you not to open the door, but you insisted. Look where we are now. President Yi, what brings you here? He asked awkwardly. Luwei replied in a gentle tone, smiling. Do I need to report my presence to you? She spoke frightening words in a soothing voice. No, haha. Ma Shuo quickly glanced at Jiang Yifeng on the bed, his eyes filled with a plea for help. Which father brought President Yi here? Jiang Yifeng grinned and immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Mr. Yi, I am truly grateful that you took the time out of your busy schedule to visit me. Rest assured, I am on the mend and will be discharged after one more day of rest. When I return, I shall devote myself to my work with renewed vigor. Luwei glanced over and nodded slightly. Then take good care of your health. The company still requires your contributions. Indeed. Jiang Han observed the 2 swiftly immersing themselves in their roles, silently applauding in her heart. It is no wonder they are a couple, able to fall into character without any prior communication. As she noticed the lingering blush on Luwei's face, Jiang Han's thoughts began to wander. What exactly transpired between the 2 in the hospital room? Never mind, let us just enjoy the moment. Chapter 73, Weeping in Pain. Resting to recover, Luwei cast a deep glance at Jiang Yifeng before turning her attention to Jiang Han, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, furrowing her brow slightly. She walked away. What has gotten into this girl lately? She always looks at me and Jiang Yifeng with such strange eyes. Here we go. Jiang Han quickly masked her expression, circling behind Luwei to push her wheelchair outward. The colleagues from the RD department hurriedly parted to create a pathway. Isn't President Yi joining us for a meal? Ma Shuo awkwardly inquired, forcing a smile to conceal his embarrassment. Luwei chuckled lightly. If I were present, would you be able to eat? Ma Shuo scratched his head, unsure how to respond, and could only smile awkwardly. Once Luwei departed, Jiang Han returned moments later. Old Ma, President Yi said the company is covering your lunch today. Make sure to get reimbursement from finance. Wow. Luwei covered her mouth and exchanged amused glances with a few nearby friends. Does that mean we can eat anything? Only those who work know the true value of the words company reimbursement. Not to mention, with President Yi personally endorsing it, the reimbursement would be substantial. Estimating that Luwei had gone far enough, Ma Shuo hurried to Jiang Yifeng's bedside. Oh my, what happened to you? He checked Jiang Yifeng's body, relieved to find no missing parts. The other colleagues gathered around, showing their concern. The hospital room door was ajar, and passing doctors and nurses cast puzzled glances. What kind of person resides here? 2 beauties just left, and now a group of them has arrived. Did this guy save the galaxy in his past life? Jiang Yifeng swatted away the incessantly probing hand with a smile. Magu, stop touching, it's nothing serious, just got drugged. The lively chatter suddenly turned respectful. Ma Shuo, with a nervous expression, asked, drugged? Did you lose your? Luwei chimed in. How old is he? The others questioned. Was it a man or a woman? Jiang Yifeng was taken aback, wondering why the questions were becoming increasingly absurd. He needed to clarify things before the rumors spiraled out of control. He certainly did not wish to hear tales the next day about how Jiang Yifeng was drugged by an octogenarian and found himself in a hospital bed, weeping in distress. Can you all stop thinking the worst? If something had happened, would I still be here? Jiang Yifeng recounted the general circumstances but withheld the identity of the individual involved, merely stating that it was a friend. The group exchanged glances. Ma Shuo stroked his stubble. Looks like I need to protect myself better in the future. The world is too dangerous, especially for someone as handsome as me. Luwei shot him a disdainful look. You? I think that person must have been quite hungry. Seems they could eat anything. The other women burst into laughter. The hospital room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Jiang Yifeng looked at everyone, his eyes curved into a smile, despite the exhaustion that enveloped him. It turned out that having a group of friends by the bedside felt this wonderful. He has now come to comprehend why some patients, despite receiving appropriate medication during their hospital stay, linger in their ailments, sometimes even worsening, while others can swiftly recuperate with merely a bit of care. He feels a sense of gratitude for being brought into this world. Otherwise, in his previous existence, he was utterly alone, devoid of family or close friends. Had misfortune befallen him, his fate might have mirrored that of the first type of patient. Ma Shuo patted him on the shoulder, remarking, however, I must say that President Yi is quite considerate. He personally visits employees in the hospital. Xiao Jiang, you truly are impressive. President Yi happened to pass by and took a moment to check in. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. President Yi treats everyone in the company equally. If others were in my position, he would certainly extend his concern to them as well. He paused momentarily, adding, yet, I hope no one has to endure my circumstances. After all, who hasn't had a good person fall victim to foul play, right? Haraha. Indeed, Ma Shuo nodded, noting that there are few bosses like President Yi in this day and age. Jiang Yifeng clapped his hands together. All right, enough of the sentimentality. Let us decide what to eat, as the company will reimburse us. I want sushi. I crave wonton noodles. The group erupted into chatter once again. Ma Shuo scanned the room. Hey, Xiao Jiang, where's your wife? Why isn't she here? Oh, she left not long ago, before you all arrived. Oh, that makes sense. She must have come earlier than us. I thought we might have the chance to meet, he chuckled. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng's gaze fell, concealing a flicker of amusement. Since the ward couldn't accommodate so many for dining, Ma Shuo ushered the others out to eat on their own, leaving Jiang Yifeng to care for himself. Brother Ma, how is the investigation I asked you about going? Jiang Yifeng inquired while savoring his wontons. He referred to the matter concerning Huijing jewelry. Well, I specifically looked into the database and discovered that Huijing jewelry's designs indeed bear resemblance to those of some lesser-known designers. Just as you mentioned. But you know how it is, ordinary folks can hardly stand against big companies. They either get co-opted or resign themselves to their fate. Ma Shuo replied, handing over his phone. It displayed a post from the internet. The post compared Huijing jewelry's designs with those from online designers, detailing the similarities in design concepts and techniques. The blogger's space was filled with grievances against Huijing jewelry. Jiang Yifeng scrolled down and stumbled upon some of the blogger's earliest design sketches. The style was elegantly innovative, seamlessly incorporating unique classical aesthetics of Chinese tradition, and surprisingly mirrored the philosophy behind his own Xiao Qitong Xian series. Simple, yet profound. Jiang Yifeng squinted. This design is rather intriguing. Ma Shuo glanced over, shrugging. This is someone my friend follows. He initially engaged with this person out of amusement and had chatted with them a few times. However, this individual has not posted for over half a year. I wonder what happened to them. Jiang Yifeng noted that the last post was indeed from 6 months prior, and it too lamented the actions of Huijing jewelry. Is there a way to get in touch? Perhaps it would be beneficial for securing the fire crystal jewelry. I shall inquire. Ma Shuo took the phone, dialed a number, and stepped outside. Jiang Yifeng set down his wontons, leaned against the headboard, and closed his eyes, his mind racing with the designs he had just seen. The design philosophy of this individual was astonishingly advanced, akin to that of someone from the future like himself. It was imperative to recruit him to his side, lest he become a formidable competitor in the future. Lost in thought, he did not notice how much time had passed when Ma Shuo returned with a serious expression. Did you find out? Where is he currently employed? You would never guess. Ma Shuo steadied his emotions as best he could and slowly uttered 4 words. Fire crystal jewelry. Chapter 74. The pants fell down. Jiang Yifeng had envisioned numerous scenarios. Yet he never anticipated that this web designer would join the very company that had been plagiarizing his work. Was this not akin to recognizing a thief as one's father? Ma Shuo discerned the confusion etched on Jiang Yifeng's brow. I have asked my friend to inquire further. I will inform you as soon as I have news. Thank you for your efforts, Brother Ma, Jiang Yifeng replied earnestly. With a hearty laugh, the other man responded, there is no need for thanks. After all, you were not obligated to assist me with this. Jiang Yifeng's expression was sincere. Once this matter is resolved, I shall express my gratitude properly. You are mistaken. Ma Shuo interrupted, raising his hand. I am not aiding you. I am assisting the company. After all, President Yi has treated us well, and it is only right to share the burden, especially given that scoundrel Huijing has forced us to work so many extra hours. Though his motivation was largely fueled by a desire for retribution, Ma Shuo's willingness to shoulder the load for President Yi elevated his status in Jiang Yifeng's eyes. He understood that this man was dependable and genuinely committed. President Yi is fortunate to have a subordinate like you, Jiang Yifeng remarked with a narrowed gaze. Rest assured, she will reward both you and Brother Lu handsomely. Ma Shuo crossed his arms thoughtfully. The amount of the reward is of little concern, as long as it surpasses Lu Tao's. If we manage to bring Huojing down this time, I shall be the MVP while he merely coasts along. Achoo! Lu Tao rubbed his nose, directing his subordinates to diligently investigate the source of Huojing Jewelry's gemstones. He could not allow Ma Shua to uncover a decisive breakthrough before him. Otherwise, this old rascal would surely have something to say to him. Meanwhile, the scandal involving Jiang Linen and Lisa, engaging in unspeakable acts after using drugs in a hotel, swiftly surged to the top of the trending searches in the capital. Despite Jiang Beiqing's immediate intervention, the uproar continued to reverberate across the internet, plunging the Jiang family into disarray. Jiang Linen knelt on the ground, his face marred with bruises and scratches. On the nearby sofa, his wife, Xiang Nan, wept inconsolably, her face swollen like a pig's head. Zhang Ting was attempting to comfort her, though her gaze towards Jiang Linen was laden with reproach. Jiang Beiqing stood there, trembling with rage. "Oh, my second son, what am I to say to you? When will you learn to control your urges?" This trending scandal not only caused a significant depreciation in Jiang's jewelry's market value, but it also led to Jiang Linen being accused of possessing and using illicit substances. Were it not for the Jiang family's connections, he would likely have been incarcerated by now. "Brother, this is truly not my fault. At that moment, I did not expect the drug to have no effect on him." Jiang Linen lamented tearfully. "Moreover, I was drugged as well." Upon hearing this, Jiang Beiqing's anger intensified. He reached for his belt, exclaiming, "Who told you to drug him?" In his fury, his hand trembled, and as he withdrew the belt, his pants loosened and slipped down to his knees, revealing his gray underwear and pale thighs. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Linen chuckled at the unexpected sight. Despite his earlier distress, Jiang Beiqing was thoroughly enraged, brandishing his belt as he struck. The Jiang family's villa was immediately filled with cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Brother, I was wrong. Please stop." "Mother." Zhang Ting, finally rising, intervened to halt this farce, shielding the beaten Jiang Linen behind her. "Mother, step aside. I must enforce the family discipline today." Zhang Ting glared, raising her voice. "Beiqing, even if you beat him to death, what would it accomplish? It was that scoundrel Jiang Yifeng who drugged the second brother." Jiang Beiqing's resolve crumbled. "Mother, I understand. But the only fingerprints on that pill bottle belong to the second brother and Lisa. There's no evidence against anyone else. The police have concluded that they were the ones using drugs, and I am powerless." Jiang Yifeng had meticulously wrapped the hallucinogenic bottle in tissue to avoid leaving any incriminating fingerprints. "Then I shall confront Yi Luwei, seek out the old Yi patriarch. I refuse to believe that no one can reign in that little scoundrel." Jiang Beiqing quickly restrained the agitated Zhang Ting. "Mother, please don't complicate matters. I will handle this. I will speak to Yi Luwei." Jiang Linen peeked out. "He hit me. He can't go unpunished." "Silence." A fierce rebuke caused his head to retract once more. Jiang Beiqing resecured his belt and retrieved his phone, dialing a number. Yi Luwei had been anticipating this call. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile played upon her lips. Once connected, the deep, labored breaths of the man on the other end were audible. "Yi Zong, have you seen today as trending topics?" Yi Luwei chuckled lightly. Indeed, Zhang's jewelry is garnering quite a bit of attention. The amusement in her tone sent a surge of frustration through Jiang Beiqing, yet he maintained his composure. "Yi Zong, this chaos was all instigated by Jiang Yifeng. His actions have not only thrust our company into the limelight, but have also led to Linen and his wife's impending divorce. His behavior is solely intended to throw our Jiang family into disarray." Was it truly Yifeng's doing? Yi Luwei feigned ignorance. But why hasn't the police apprehended him? Jiang Beiqing struggled to articulate a response. "You must be mistaken. Moreover, I have a suggestion for you, Jiang Zong. This surge in attention could be leveraged for marketing. Our company recently had a proposal for a former jewelry line. If you're interested, I can introduce you to the person." Yi Luwei's tone was sincere, yet it was laced with a discomforting edge, the mockery on her exquisite face vividly apparent. "Yi Zong, this situation requires resolution. Let us not forget that our families are connected, should the patriarch learn of this." Yi Luwei, listening to the veiled threat in his voice, maintained her calm smile, countering, "If grandfather were to discover that it was you who drugged Yifeng, only to find yourselves ensnared, what would his thoughts be?" Her words extinguished Jiang Beiqing's anger. It was clear she was well informed, and the implication was unmistakable. "I have yet to address your transgressions, yet you have already approached me. Who is so foolish as to test my patience? I am well acquainted with Jiang Yifeng's character. A man of such gentleness could never commit such an uncouth act." Yi Luwei's tone revealed no discernible emotion. I surmise that it must be that woman named Lisa who has sown discord, leading to this unfortunate incident. I am preparing to take legal action against her, and I hope that the second young master will be willing to testify on our behalf. Jiang Beiqing understands that seeking an explanation from Yi Luwei today is utterly futile. Her intentions are abundantly clear. Either you cast all the blame upon that woman or you bear the consequences yourselves. However, to expect Jiang Yifeng to humble himself and admit fault is nothing short of wishful thinking. Chapter 75. Has the president stolen emojis? Silence enveloped the phone line. Yi Luwei's fingers gently tapped the receiver. The three crisp sounds reverberated through Jiang Beiqing's ears, striking him as if they were a rhythmic reminder. President Yi, after all, Lisa is my secretary, if this gets out. She is your secretary? So, you have engaged in such conduct? Even through the phone. Jiang Beiqing sensed the sudden chill that descended upon him. He hastily shook his head. No, I was unaware of this matter. He now wished to speak no further. Fearing that the situation would become increasingly convoluted, eventually ensnaring the entire Jiang family. You are capable of discerning the gravity of the situation, President Jiang. Jiang Beiqing sought to make contact, hoping to acquire an explanation, but his foremost desire was to return to a state of normalcy. A single phone call could transform someone from a formidable adversary to a meek subordinate. I recall that Jiang's jewelry has yet to secure mining rights for a site in the southern part of the city, correct? The woman's gentle voice struck him like a wake-up call, causing Jiang Beiqing's hands to tremble, not out of anger or fear, but excitement. The mining rights in the southern district were still up for bid, with only a few companies capable of competing with Jiang's jewelry, among which Yi Luwei stood as the most significant rival. Jiang Beiqing comprehended her insinuation. Yet he was acutely aware that a mere secretary could hardly compel her to relinquish such a substantial opportunity. President Yi, do not hesitate to express your requirements directly. President Jiang, you are overthinking this. What demands could I possibly have? After all, you are the in-law of the Yi family, the brother of Yifeng. Grandfather has stated that we are all in the same boat. Hence mutual assistance is essential. With the eager gazes of the Jiang family behind him and the woman's coercive persuasion on the line, Jiang Beiqing inhaled deeply. I will make the necessary arrangements. No further words were exchanged before the call was abruptly terminated. At that moment, Jiang Han approached. President Yi. Arrangements for the mining area have been finalized and can commence at any time. Yi Luwei nodded, turning her gaze toward the cerulean sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Little did Jiang Beiqing realize, while the heavens could rain or snow, or even unleash aircraft and artillery, the only thing that could fall from the sky in abundance was opportunity. Yet, accepting such fortune invariably demanded its due price. Yi Luwei had indeed spoken truthfully. Grandfather had mentioned that their families were akin to passengers on the same vessel, but it was the Yi family that commanded the ship. She tilted her head, smiling. We may begin at once. Jiang Yifeng lounged against the headboard, gnawing on an apple while perusing the trending news on his phone. Upon discovering that Jiang's jewelry had shifted all blame onto Lisa, he chuckled. Damn, these capitalists only know to let the laborers bear the burden when trouble arises. Forcing a personal secretary to masquerade as an intern was a classic move. However, he was surprised that the Jiang family issued a statement so swiftly. He had anticipated them to persist in their stubbornness. It seemed they had opted to bypass him in favor of approaching Yi Luwei. Sighing, Jiang Yifeng suddenly found the apple in his hand lost its sweetness. He wondered what his wife was currently engaged in. Was she attending a meeting or signing documents? Did she ponder whether Jiang Yifeng was reclining or seated, or what he might be consuming? He pondered for a moment before picking up the apple he had just photographed. Selecting an angle to capture it beautifully and sending the image along with the caption, "This apple is truly sweet." After a brief pause of several seconds, a single word reply arrived from the other end. Wife. Jiang Yifeng responded, questioning the meaning behind it. Wife, I want to eat it. Accompanied by an adorable meme of a kitten with its mouth wide open. Jiang Yifeng found himself chuckling at the image. When had she started using memes? In his recollection, whether in novels or dramas, the CEO typically responded with aloof brevity, uttering words like okay, understood. It was his first encounter with a meme depicting someone virtually eating an apple. If Jiang Han were present, she would undoubtedly elucidate Jiang Yifeng's curiosity. That day, Jiang Han was engaged in a conversation with her boyfriend, and Yi Luwei, glancing over inadvertently, noticed that Jiang Han would accompany every few sentences with a meme. Intrigued, she inquired about the reason. Jiang Han explained that sometimes mere text exchanges could be rather dull. Incorporating a few memes not only enlivened the atmosphere but also added a playful charm. Luwei took note, gazing at the wide-mouthed kitten meme. Jiang Yifeng's mind instinctively replaced the kitten's face with Luwei's. Strangely enough, it bore a striking resemblance. Yifeng, no way, and promptly shoved it into his mouth. Upon reading this message, Luwei's rosy lips curled into a smile as she slowly typed a single word. Wife, bad, accompanied by an image of a kitten meowing loudly. At that moment, the meeting, which had been interrupted that morning, was resuming. Everyone was still somewhat startled by Luwei's earlier demeanor, and the atmosphere was tense throughout the afternoon. Now, witnessing her typing with a gentle smile, the weight lifted from their hearts. Phew, it appeared that President Yu was in good spirits today, and perhaps she would not be reprimanding anyone. Jiang Han, who had been standing behind her, caught a glimpse of Luwei's phone screen. While she could not discern the content, she recognized the meme. A large question loomed in her small mind. It seemed that all of President Ye's memes were her own. Perhaps she had secretly collected them during their conversations. Did even the CEO have a penchant for hoarding memes? Once the final person had presented their proposal, Luwei reviewed the document and her annotations, nodding in agreement. Let us proceed steadily according to the outlined plan. Everyone has worked hard. President Yu has worked hard too, the others replied, relieved and thinking, hooray, no need for overtime. Luwei turned to Jiang Han, instructing her to bring over the desserts. These were the confections Jiang Yifeng had procured from Puxuan. Aside from those designated for the development team, over 20 varieties remained for Luwei. She had previously selected 2 for herself, leaving the rest on the table. The desserts from Puxuan would be available for everyone to choose and take home. It would be a waste not to enjoy them. Better to share them as a treat. Thank you, President Yi. Jiang Han was the first to grab a strawberry cream croissant, a treat she had craved for quite some time, but had hesitated to purchase. With the secretary having taken her leave, the atmosphere among the others became notably relaxed, for after the meeting, President Yi would no longer exert pressure upon them. Thank you, President Yu. Thank you, President Yu. Luwei smiled gently. No need for gratitude. If you must express thanks, direct it towards my husband, for he is the one who provided this. The crowd exchanged glances, fully aware of President Ye's marital status, yet it was their first encounter with her mentioning her spouse. Observing the flicker of tenderness in her eyes when she spoke of him, they could not help but envy the fortunate man who had captured such affection. However, the delightful, soft cake in their hands felt somewhat reminiscent of dog food. Without hesitation, Jiang Han raised a strawberry croissant, exclaiming, "Thank you, President Ye's husband." The others quickly echoed, "Thank you, President Ye's husband." In the hospital room, as Jiang Yifeng bit into an apple, he suddenly felt a warmth in his ears. Who is speaking of me? Chapter 76. A taste of the Mamba elbow. Jiang Yifeng's condition still required a few more days of observation in the hospital. Ma Shuo and Lu Tao were eager to keep him company, even engaging in a spirited debate over who should stay, but both were ultimately rebuffed. It's not as if I've suffered a broken limb. I truly appreciate your kind intentions, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine, he insisted. However, internally, he wished for the two fathers to leave promptly. Having them around turned the hospital room into a battlefield. Furthermore, Luwei would soon be off work. And with her delightful presence, who needed the company of 2 burly men, especially when those men sported rugged beards. In some cities, these 2 might be likened to youthful maidens and refined ladies, but in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, they were merely 2 bothersome men. Eventually, they relented, exchanged a few parting words, and bickered their way out the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Luwei and Jiang Han, both craning their necks curiously towards the other side of the corridor. How can there still be bickering in a hospital? Such a lack of decorum, Jiang Han remarked, placing a bag on the bedside. Jiang Yifeng sighed. Ma Shuo and Lu Tao. Ah, that makes sense, Jiang Han replied, understandingly. Luwei carefully extracted the contents of the bag, placing fish porridge and several light dishes on the table, adhering to the standards of a bland diet. With a smile, she offered a spoon, saying, "Those 2 are rather peculiar. Despite their constant bickering, they surprisingly collaborate quite effectively. I often ponder what would happen if they were a man and a woman. They might make quite the charming couple, wouldn't they?" The thought of such a scenario made him cringe. It was too delightful to contemplate. As Jiang Yifeng took the spoon, intending to bring it to his mouth, he suddenly reconsidered and blew on it before offering it to her. It had only been a short while since she got off work, so she likely rushed to buy food immediately. "I've already eaten. The dessert you brought was quite delicious," he mentioned. Luwei blinked. Dessert alone cannot substitute for a meal. Here, try this. It smells delightful. As she spoke, she nudged the spoon closer. How does a man subtly convey tenderness and consideration? Welcome to Mr. Jiang's little classroom. It is quite simple. The first bite must be offered. For instance, the first bite of watermelon, the first sip of milk tea. Of course, the prerequisite is that the woman is deserving of such gestures. If she is not, one might as well deliver a swift mamba elbow strike. Seeing the expectant look in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, Luwei lowered her head and gently took the spoon into her mouth. Isn't it quite tasty? He teased, withdrawing the spoon with a grin. Jiang Yifeng took a generous spoonful, only to wince as it scalded his mouth. Ouch. Luwei quickly grabbed a tissue to dab at his mouth, exclaiming, how could you forget to blow on it? Have you become daft just because you're in the hospital? She set down the tissue, picked up the spoon, blew on it, and offered it once more. Jiang Yifeng opened his mouth wide, and the spoon was promptly inserted. He exaggeratedly gave a thumbs up. This porridge tastes even better after you've blown on it. His expression was comically foolish, with eloquence and charm. They exchanged glances while feeding each other porridge, much to the chagrin of Jiang Han, who felt an overwhelming urge to escape this scene of sugary affection. Mr. Yi, I shall come to pick you up tonight, she announced before departing. Luwei nodded, and Jiang Han seized the opportunity to make her exit. Unable to bear another moment in this room thick with the scent of young love, Jiang Yifeng, feeling completely at ease, accepted the nurturing gestures. I believe I can return home now. It feels like everything is all right, he stated. No, I consulted the doctor, and he said you need to be observed for another day or two, Luwei replied, feeding him another spoonful. By the way, he also mentioned that your emergency handling skills are quite professional. Jiang Yifeng paused mid-chew. Why have you stopped eating? Luwei offered him the spoon, noticing his hesitation, and with a playful blink, he responded with a nervous chuckle. I learned it all from the television. Just applying what I've seen, haha. Well, you did quite well, she remarked, leaving him uncertain whether it was jest or genuine praise. Quickly, he shifted the conversation. Speaking of which, regarding the Jiang family, I've already had a discussion. Luwei gently brushed away a grain of rice from the corner of his mouth, assuring him that there was nothing to worry about. I underestimated the Jiang family's audacity, Jiang Yifeng sighed, reflecting on how they had initiated conflict yet still dared to retaliate. Any reasonable person would feel humiliated if they were caught in such a predicament, yet he realized that aside from himself and his late grandfather, there were no rational individuals in the Jiang family. One must never underestimate the malevolence of human nature. Luwei discerned a flicker of guilt in his eyes and spoke softly. I will not blame you. You did what was right. Jiang Yifeng looked up in astonishment. The weight of her words resonated deeply within someone burdened by guilt for causing trouble. It was akin to being bullied at school and reluctantly fighting back, only to be summoned by the school authorities. Instead of the classic admonishment of why didn't you just ignore them, a parent would tenderly ruffle your hair and say, it's all right, as long as you're unharmed. You did well. We don't bully others, nor should we allow others to bully us. Jiang Yifeng increasingly perceived the gentle woman before him as an angel. He pressed his lips together, reassured her, rest assured, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. I know. Luwei stirred the porridge, scooping a spoonful for him. I have always believed in you. After their meal, Jiang Han, adhering to their agreement, returned to escort him home. This time, she had wised up. To avoid being inundated with romantic gestures, she opted to wait outside the hospital room. Luwei peeled an apple, and just before leaving, she suddenly inquired, are you going to be all right on your own? Jiang Yifeng nodded confidently, do not worry. I'll be fine. This marked his first overnight stay in a hospital since arriving in this world, and the familiar scent of disinfectant surprisingly provided him with a sense of comfort, even in the role of a patient. Returning to this place felt akin to returning home. Then I shall take my leave. She placed the apple in the dining box by the bedside and maneuvered her wheelchair to turn and prepare to leave. Jiang Yifeng seemed to ponder something for a moment, and then suggested, how about you stay with me tonight? A villa of such grandeur felt rather desolate when she returned alone. Even if she had grown accustomed to solitude, it was only considerate to take this aspect into account. He gently shook the armrest of the wheelchair, acknowledging that one often requires care during vulnerable moments. Jiang Yifeng resided in a luxurious hospital room, the bed spacious and inviting. He reached out and softly patted the bed, saying, you can sleep here tonight. Chapter 77. How fragrant you are under Jiang Yifeng's persistent persuasion. Luwei finally consented to stay. After all, it is quite common for family members to accompany patients in hospitals. Not to mention, in a deluxe ward with ample space. One could almost liken it to a small hotel if it weren't for the sin of disinfectant. All the toiletries were procured by Jiang Han. Observing the array of items, Jiang Yifeng marveled at his capable personal secretary, who had prepared everything meticulously, even including a razor. Indeed, spending the night in a hospital possesses a unique charm. It resembles those themed couple hotels one encounters online, designed to cater to various preferences of guests, with classrooms and hospitals being the most frequently depicted settings. After all, how many people's formative experiences began in these very environments? As for Jiang Yifeng, such a virtuous gentleman had never indulged in such fantasies. He was utterly oblivious to the existence of any specific genres or titles. He cast a lingering glance at Luwei, who was arranging the pillows, his face flushing. How did his thoughts stray to such peculiar places? Initially, he had invited her to stay out of concern for her solitude. But now his mind was a tumult of distractions. Noticing him squatting still, Luwei wheeled herself over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Oh, nothing, nothing." Jiang Yifeng quickly dismissed those errant thoughts, retrieving a toothbrush and cup. "Here, this is yours." She accepted the cup, remarking that it was getting late. "Shall we wash up?" "Sure, together." Jiang Yifeng wheeled her to the bathroom, thoughtfully squeezing toothpaste for her and turning on the water. They brushed in synchrony, their rhythm almost perfectly matched. Initially, neither noticed until they caught sight of their reflections. He is mimicking me. She is mimicking me. The simultaneous realization sparked a silent competition, and both quickened their brushing pace. The sound of their actions echoing in the bathroom. Ultimately, it was Luwei who faltered first. Fatigue overcame her, and her head tilted, resting against Jiang Yifeng's thigh. "Yes. Victory!" he exclaimed, flashing a peace sign in celebration, bubbles frothing at the corners of his mouth. Observing his dazed expression, the defeated Luwei smirked. How childish. Yet, in the moment she opened her mouth, bubbles escaped as well. Gazing at their foamy reflections, they exchanged a glance and burst into unanticipated laughter. With his mouth full of toothpaste, Jiang Yifeng mumbled, "When we grow old, we should get matching dentures." Luwei nearly choked on his sudden remark. "Are there even matching dentures?" He elaborated, "Custom-made, just like this." He grinned, tapping his two front teeth. One could inscribe, "I love you, Luwei, on mine. And I love Jiang Yifeng on yours. That way, whenever we smile, everyone will know we're a pair." This whimsical notion naturally earned him an eye roll. Where did he conjure such fantastical ideas? "I cannot possibly smile when I look so unattractive, and I fear." Before she could finish her sentence, the man beside her squatted down, resting his head naturally on her shoulder, grinning foolishly. "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid that someone will see my name and think there's competition for you? That's rather selfish, you know. But then again, love is inherently selfish, I understand." After he spoke, he received a playful thump on the head. "It's because I'm afraid I won't be able to carve so many characters on my teeth." Jiang Yifeng covered his head, inhaling sharply. "Then I'll carve Luwei, and you carve Yifeng. We'll discuss it later." Luwei continued brushing her teeth. If one were to carve a few characters at 70 or 80, it wouldn't be impossible. This thought suddenly crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. When did she allow him to weave himself into her thoughts? Beside her, Jiang Yifeng felt a piercing gaze land on his face. Fearing another playful thump, he shifted slightly, revealing a silly grin. Luwei withdrew her gaze, silently chiding him for being foolish. The foam at the corners of her mouth attempted to conceal the slight upward curve of her lips. After brushing her teeth, Jiang Yifeng leaned back against the bed, patiently awaiting Luwei. It is well known that most boys merely splash water on their faces with their hands, while most girls engage in an elaborate skincare routine before retiring for the night. Previously, Luwei had belonged to the former group, treating her face with minimal care. But at some point, she began to embrace skincare, striving to enhance her beauty. Although a beauty remains lovely even without skincare, embellishment is always delightful. Applying fragrant lotion before bed only enhances one's allure. Jiang Yifeng observed Luwei emerging from the bathroom and teased, "You look lovely." She raised an eyebrow. "Really?" "Without a doubt." Jiang Yifeng responded with a thumbs up. Hearing the compliment, Luwei contentedly tucked her bangs behind her ears, revealing her flawless face. She tossed a bottle of essence towards him. "You should apply some too. Your skin seems to be peeling." She had noticed it while they were brushing their teeth, as the change of seasons often brought dryness and dehydration. "How is this applied?" Jiang Yifeng feigned ignorance. Luwei cast him a skeptical glance, met with an unyielding stare from him. "Indeed, I cannot. Apply it to your hands and pat it on your face. Will you help me?" Jiang Yifeng reclined on the bed, presenting himself as a patient in need of care. Realizing his intentional mischief, Luwei considered refusing but remembered her purpose for the evening, to keep him company. Thus, she maneuvered the wheelchair closer to the bed. Jiang Yifeng eagerly leaned his face toward her. His nose twitched as he inhaled the faint, sweet fragrance emanating from her. "You smell delightful," he remarked. "The way you speak makes me feel like I'm being pursued by a lovesick fool," Luwei replied, pouring the essence into her palm, spreading it before gently patting it onto his face. The cool touch and subtle sweetness relaxed Jiang Yifeng, causing his smile to widen. "Why are you always grinning like a fool?" Luwei questioned, puzzled. He wiggled his nose, as if savoring the air. "Now, I smell delightful too." A smile is indeed contagious. As he laughed, Luwei joined in with her own laughter, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Observing the stubble emerging from his chin, Luwei squinted playfully and remarked, "You ought to shave." Jiang Yifeng, still comfortably with his eyes closed, mumbled, "But I have a razor. I'll take care of it tomorrow morning." "Let me shave it for you," she offered. Jiang Yifeng slowly opened his eyes to behold her slightly eager expression. "In the past, my mother would always shave my father. I've seen it before." A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Luwei's eyes, but it vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation. For a moment, Jiang Yifeng found himself somewhat entranced, gazing at the razor lying quietly nearby. "Very well, I shall trouble you with that." Chapter 78. Murdering the Husband? Jiang Yifeng, with his meticulous mind, naturally detected the fleeting melancholy that flickered in Luwei's eyes moments ago. He rose to fetch the razor. The razor that Jiang Han had purchased was not one of those electric types, but rather a conventional blade razor. The advantage of this razor lies in its ability to provide a clean shave, while its downside is the complexity of the process, which involves foaming and warm compresses. And at times, it can even result in nicks. It seems like a futile endeavor, Jiang Yifeng thought, as he filled a basin with warm water, tossed in a towel, and whipped up a fine lather with the shaving brush, readying himself for the task at hand as he reclined on the bed. "Come now, indulge me," Luwei scoffed, the words suggesting that she might do something rather daring. Relying on the images etched in her memory, she first wrung out the towel to apply a warm compress to Jiang Yifeng, then turned to dip the brush into the lather, removing the towel to evenly spread the foam over the emerging stubble. She could feel the sharpness of the blade. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng's voice broke the silence. "This is quite quick." Shifting her gaze from the razor, Luwei found him half reclined, one eye lazily fixed on her, wearing an expression that suggested a challenge. "I know," she huffed, leaning closer. After all, Luwei had earned her reputation as a renowned designer in the capital through her skilled hands. "It's just shaving. How difficult can it be?" She mused internally, yet when the sharp blade grazed her skin, she couldn't help but tremble slightly, feeling the cool blade quiver against her jaw. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Are you aiming to shave or to commit murder?" Flustered by her sudden lack of confidence, Luwei's face flushed crimson, and she shot a glare at the teasing Jiang Yifeng, wishing to stifle his laughter with the towel. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on her wrist, his hand gently guiding hers. "Don't be afraid. I'll teach you," he chuckled softly, leading her hand until the blade rested against his skin. Luwei dared not move, fearful of nicking him with her grip, and instead followed his lead, pressing down gently. His hand enveloped hers, guiding her as they glided the razor along his jawline, the warmth of his palm mingling with the coolness of the shaving cream, calming her previously racing heart. "Let me take over," she asserted, her intelligence evident as she grasped the technique. Jiang Yifeng, without hesitation, released his hold, surrendering his vulnerable neck to her. The razor glided gently over his skin, whisking away stubble with each stroke, the smoothness of the foam and the gentle scraping proving quite pleasant. Luwei was cautious, her delicate face drawing closer as her eyes focused intently on the dense stubble, her clumsy yet earnest demeanor eliciting an involuntary smile from Jiang Yifeng. "What are you smiling about?" she asked, the blush on her cheeks still vivid and rosy. "It's nothing." Jiang Yifeng, while dismissing her words with a nonchalant tone, felt the corners of his lips curve upward upon hearing her voice. "Your technique is commendable. Perhaps one day, should you no longer hold the title of CEO, you could sustain yourself through this." The notion of shedding the illustrious aura of a CEO and embracing the simplicity of such a grounded occupation made him chuckle. "You always speak in such perplexing terms," he remarked. Luwei laughed as well, her mind momentarily conjuring an absurd image. How discordant. Can't you say you will support me instead?" Jiang Yifeng squinted playfully, I could certainly support you, but our standard of living would inevitably decrease. Will we still be able to enjoy scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Yi Luwei blinked, her innocence shining through as she genuinely contemplated the implications of a reduced lifestyle. His amusement was piqued by her query, and he opened his eyes to gently pinch her cheek, assuring her that they would have an abundance of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. That suffices, she beamed, diligently scraping his stubble, content that as long as there were scrambled eggs with tomatoes, it was enough. Observing her earnest demeanor, Jiang Yifeng felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. This silly girl, he had expected her to utter words of encouragement urging him to earn more to support her. Yet here she was, primarily concerned with the availability of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. They often say that love devoid of material substance is akin to scattered sand. But how many still cherish one another in such circumstances? Jiang Yifeng was uncertain about others, but at least this daft girl before him had provided him with his answer. Yi Luwei seemed to have a sudden thought, lifting her gaze. If one version of me were a CEO and the other just a regular person, which would you choose? Jiang Yifeng raised his eyelids and, noticing the anticipation on her face, smiled. You claim I often speak nonsensically, yet you have begun to do the same, he teased. Children make choices. I want both, he said with a mischievous grin. No, you must choose just one. Well, then anyone will suffice. Jiang Yifeng resumed his languid demeanor. This response took Yi Luwei by surprise. Choosing anyone. Was there no rationale behind it? The rich have their ways, and the poor have theirs. As for the reason, he chuckled, as long as it is you, that is all that matters. His words bore no grandiloquent fervor, delivered with a light tone that felt spontaneously sincere. It might be tough, she emphasized, but it will be sweet, he countered. Jiang Yifeng beamed, reiterating. It will be sweet. Yi Luwei blinked, puzzled by his response. Jiang Yifeng urged her, don't stop. The foam will dry, and scraping it off will be painful. Ah, okay. Yi Luwei promptly resumed her task. Gradually, she became adept at the shaving procedure, her movements quickening, and before long, the stubble was gone. Delicately wiping away the remaining foam with a warm towel, Yi Luwei exhaled in relief, admiring his jawline. Done. Jiang Yifeng sat up and touched his chin. It seems a bit unshaven, he murmured. How is that possible? It's clearly very clean. Yi Luwei immediately retorted, leaning closer and tilting her head to examine it earnestly. Indeed. It was pristine. Is it? Jiang Yifeng tilted his head, suddenly cupping her delicate face in his hands and rubbing his chin against it. Yi Luwei felt a distinct scraping sensation on her cheek, accompanied by the warmth of his breath enveloping her face. The blush that had subsided moments ago erupted once more from the spot he had grazed. Well, it has been inspected. It's cleanly shaven, Jiang Yifeng remarked. Observing the flustered Yi Luwei, whose cheeks were now a radiant crimson, sitting there in a daze. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Inspection complete. It seems to be all clean. Now, I can enjoy a restful sleep. As he turned away, Yi Luwei's face flushed even deeper, and she clenched her small fists in indignation. Who conducts inspections in such a manner? Chapter 79. The sound of her heartbeat is enchanting. Jiang Yifeng, of course, would not simply lie down to sleep. He still needed to clean his razor and dispose of the foam. Once everything was tidied up, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, contentedly stroking his chin. Yi Luwei watched him leaning against the doorframe, absent-mindedly gazing at the mirror with a foolish grin, her brow slightly furrowed. What are you up to? Ah, I must admit. After shaving, I look more handsome than Yinzu, he mused. It's still my wife's technique that shines. Such narcissism, Yi Luwei scoffed with a smirk. But I will graciously accept the latter part. Jiang Yifeng surveyed himself with satisfaction. If I look this good now, imagine how I would appear after a shower. Wouldn't I surpass Guaxi? He retrieved his phone and snapped a picture of himself in the mirror. It's time for bed, Yi Luwei reminded him. Coming, he replied, turning his attention to the woman on the bed. With a running leap, he landed accurately on the mattress, causing the soft surface to ripple as her body bounced slightly, akin to a trampoline. Sorry to keep you waiting, he said, lifting his head with a grin. That's more than just a little, Yi Luwei shook her head. You hardly resemble a patient. You're even more exuberant than usual. Isn't that excitement? Jiang Yifeng glanced at his phone. It has been exactly 18 days, 3 hours, and 17 minutes since we last lay together. Yi Luwei looked over in astonishment, wondering how he could remember such details down to the minute. Records, he said, raising his phone to show her his social media feed. Tonight is an unforgettable evening. Oh, God bless. Please don't let me snore tonight. This was a post from when they first shared a bed at the old house, though it was set to be visible only to him. Yi Luowei's cheeks flushed. Why did you post that? To keep a record. Beauty fades swiftly. Leaving a trace ensures its eternity, Jiang Yifeng responded earnestly. When we're old, I can reminisce about these moments. He seemed to envision the future, breaking into a silly grin. Yi Luowei observed his smile, then fell silent for a moment. Can you show me what you've recorded? Of course. Without hesitation, he handed her the phone. Today I got kicked by Hakimi. How infuriating. But my dear wife wiped it for me, so I'll forgive him for now. Wedding dress design. I need to learn how to create the most beautiful wedding dress for my wife. How can there be a thank you for your patronage in a supermarket lottery? I can accept it since Weiwei didn't T-win either. It seems we've exhausted our luck in meeting each other, though I hope her fortune extends beyond this. Yi Luowei, wishing you peace and joy. Her heartbeat is so enchanting. He had posted numerous entries, documenting nearly every trivial occurrence. As she read the words, vivid images naturally flickered through Yi Luowei's mind. Those scattered yet immensely precious fragments of life had been immortalized in writing on that small screen. Each entry was intricately tied to her. As she scrolled through the phone, the radiant smile of Jiang Yifeng beamed back at her. Having finished reading, I now need to record today's events. His phone had been seized. Slender fingers lightly tapping on the keyboard. Today I indulged in a delightful shaving experience. I must say, thanks to my wife, I look rather dapper. He contemplated setting it to private as usual, but suddenly decided to make it public instead. Why not keep it private this time? Yi Luwei inquired. Jiang Yifeng looked up. Privacy is for recording. This time it is intended for flaunting. Recording and flaunting are entirely different matters. After posting for about 10 seconds, likes and comments began to flood in. Luo 1. Having someone accompany you in bed makes all the difference. Lu Tao. I shouldn't have opened my moments at this hour. This dog food is too much for me. Ma Shua. Jealousy is turning me a deeper shade of envy. Luo 1 and Lu Tao replied to Ma Shua. Viewing their comments, Jiang Yifeng lay back on the bed, chuckling heartily. It was a smile filled with the satisfaction of successful boasting. Ma Shua is going to kill me with laughter. Is that something a person would actually say? He raised his phone, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. When Yi Luwei leaned over, he quickly snatched the phone back. What did he say? Ahem? Nothing? Nothing? It's not suitable for children. He turned off his phone, feigning seriousness. It's time to sleep. Yi Luwei reluctantly withdrew her gaze, glancing at her empty moments. It's all right. You can just look at mine from now on. Jiang Yifeng tucked the blanket around her, ensuring she wouldn't catch a chill. The hospital bed was spacious, but the blanket was only one. You cover yourself. You're the patient. Yi Luwei pushed back. I hardly look like a patient. You cover yourself and sleep. After uttering this, Jiang Yifeng instinctively shifted to the edge of the bed, reminiscent of the first night two people shared a bed. A virtuous gentleman cannot cover himself with the blanket. Observing his curled-up form, Yi Luwei pressed her lips together and suggested, how about we share the blanket? Jiang Yifeng's eyes, which had been closed, flew open. Really? Avoiding his intense gaze, she lowered her eyes and spoke softly, like the buzzing of a mosquito. Given the limited conditions, let's squeeze in together. Is that really appropriate? He feigned modesty. Then forget it. As she spoke, she began to pull the blanket over herself. Just as she was about to cover herself, Jiang Yifeng rolled over and dove under the blanket. He poked his head out, saying, since he is making the offer, how could I possibly refuse? A virtuous gentleman can indeed share the blanket. With that, he wriggled a bit, pulling his feet inside as well. The blanket was undeniably cozy, soft and fragrant. Yi Luwei simply smiled as she watched him. The warmth of the blanket enveloped Jiang Yifeng, and fatigue washed over him. He turned on his side and murmured, good night. Good night. The bedside lamp was extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Listening to the gentle, rhythmic sound of his breathing beside her, Yi Luwei smiled faintly. He fell asleep quite quickly. Slowly, she reached for her phone beside her, opening moments to begin editing. Today, I learned the art of shaving. Reminiscent of the moments when my mother would shave my father. I must say, I am quite adept, having grasped the technique in a single attempt. And he expressed satisfaction with my method. I aspire to embody the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother, much like my mother. I am diligently working towards that goal. Currently, he lies beside me. I had intended to engage him in conversation, but he fell asleep too quickly. I hope I won't have to contend for the blanket tonight, haha. Good night. Yi Luwei has completed her first entry. He is right. A beautiful life is worth documenting. This is but the first, and it shall not be the last. As long as he remains by my side, the recordings will continue. Good night. Chapter 80. Your tears are not becoming in the stillness of the night. Jiang Yifeng awakened, his vision hazy. The side effects of the medication often lay dormant during the day, only to resurface and remind him of their presence in moments of rest. He turned over and rose from the bed, searching for a glass of warm water at his bedside. He drank it in one gulp, feeling the burning sensation in his stomach ease somewhat. As he touched the residual warmth of the glass, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced at the bed, realizing that Luwei was no longer beside him. He had slept so soundly that he had not noticed her getting out of bed. Given her limited mobility, she likely had not gone far. Grabbing a blanket, Jiang Yifeng stepped outside. The hospital at night was devoid of the daytime clamor. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, the corridor was enveloped in a profound silence. If one listened closely, faint whimpers and moans could be heard. The nurse at the station rested her chin on her hand, seemingly dozing off, and Jiang Yifeng refrained from disturbing her, fully aware of the trials of night shifts in a hospital. At the end of the corridor, on the balcony of the ward, he spotted a familiar silhouette. She was gazing up at the sky through the window, perhaps sensing his footsteps. Luwei quickly wiped her face and forced a somewhat strained smile. "Why are you awake?" Jiang Yifeng pinched the blanket in his hands and approached her, gently draping it over her shoulders. "I couldn't sleep knowing you were gone." He noticed the hint of redness at the corners of her eyes. Luwei, aware of his gaze, turned her head, letting her hair fall to obscure her eyes. "I felt a bit stifled, so I came out for some fresh air." "Shall we go outside for a breath of fresh air?" "Maybe not. I'm feeling much better now." "Let us head back," she replied, maneuvering her wheelchair to turn. "I'll help." His large hand rested on the armrest of the wheelchair as he slowly pushed her back toward the ward. Luwei adjusted the blanket around her. Only when warmth enveloped her did she feel the chill of the outside air. Jiang Yifeng assisted her onto the bed, tucking her in before handing her a glass of warm water. She cradled the cup, feeling the warmth radiate from her palms. "Why do I feel like I'm the patient here?" She chuckled. "I came to take care of you, and now it seems the roles have reversed. Perhaps I've grown accustomed to being cared for by you." His teasing tone took Luwei by surprise, and through the rising steam from the cup, she caught a glimpse of his gently smiling face. "All right, finish your drink and warm yourself." As he spoke, he removed his shoes and slid beneath the covers. "Ah, it's so warm in here," he said with a satisfied grin, instinctively shifting closer to the source of warmth. "Have you finished?" "MHM." He took the cup from her hands and placed it on the bedside table, then grasped her small hands, feeling the lingering coldness. "You shouldn't wander about at this hour. I thought you had left." He began to ramble again, his hands still moving. As he realized his body heat seemed insufficient to dispel her chill, he cupped her hands and began to breathe warmth into them. "I am genuinely terrified of hospitals," Luwei suddenly declared, breaking her prolonged silence. Jiang Yifeng slowly lifted his gaze. "It was here that I lost them." She bit her lip, recalling that fateful day, her 16th birthday, when her parents, despite their aversion to noise, took her to a concert she had longed to attend. The memory of the lively atmosphere enveloped her. She sang along with the performers, reveling in the exuberance of youth. She vividly remembered the tenderness in her parents' eyes as they looked at her that day. As the concert neared its end, chaos erupted when two individuals, for reasons unknown, began to wield knives indiscriminately. The crowd panicked and fled, while only two brave souls charged forward to intervene. Her voice was steady, feigning ease, yet tremors betrayed her fade. Jiang Yifeng clenched his fingers, astonished to learn of Luwei's past under such dire circumstances, a chapter she had long buried deep within her heart, now resurfacing like a forgotten wound. I rushed forward too. But those two were truly fierce, so fierce. Her eyes, which had struggled to maintain composure, finally trembled, and tears began to cascade like glistening pearls. 1 drop. 2 drops, 3 drops. Jiang Yifeng hastily leaned in to wipe her tears, his movements frantic and clumsy, betraying his unease. He had comforted countless patients in the hospital, uttering the blandest condolences, yet now found himself at a loss for words before the person he cared for most. If that day, if I hadn't gone to that concert, would the outcome have been different? Her voice quivered as she inhaled sharply. This was the first time Jiang Yifeng had witnessed her cry uncontrollably, even when she had drunkenly lamented a desire for divorce. It had not been as unrestrained as this moment. He enveloped her trembling form in his embrace, allowing her tears to soak through his shirt. This was a classic case of survivor's guilt. Those who remain often grapple with the weight of the past. An accident is never solely the fault of one. Just as one would not blame the petals scattered by the wind. Your parents were incredibly brave and kind, and so are you. You bear the burden of their sacrifice. but they shielded you with their lives and would never wish for you to carry guilt through life. Jiang Yifeng gently patted her back, his voice soothing. No one will blame you. They loved you dearly. Luwei clutched his shirt tightly. I know. That's why I've been striving so hard since that day. She slowly lifted her head, forcing a tearful smile. I must be quite understanding, right? Her life was preserved by her parents, and she felt a profound obligation to live well in their honor. Yet Jiang Yifeng found it impossible to smile. His heart ached with each beat. His voice, too, began to tremble, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. They hoped for your strength, but certainly did not wish for you to be overly resilient. What they truly desired was for you to honor your heart and embrace joy, just as you once did. Throughout her life, everyone had told her what she needed, to be this way, to be that way. For the first time, someone told her that she did not need to adhere to such expectations. She simply needed to honor her heart and pursue happiness. Luwei bit her lip, gazing at the man before her. He refrained from uttering the cliché reassurances of future companionship. Nor did he resort to the hollow platitudes of previous therapists about looking forward to a beautiful future. His sole desire was for her to find joy, much like her loving parents did. At times, being overly accommodating can be detrimental. Jiang Yifeng gently brushed aside her tear-soaked hair and scrutinized her delicate face, remarking, You look quite unlovely when you cry. Chapter 81. What just bumped into me? A sudden turn of phrase eased the previously oppressive atmosphere considerably. Luwei understood that he had said it intentionally. Do not dwell on the past. She playfully jabbed her fist against his chest, declaring, You are ugly. You are the ugliest in the world. The punch was not light, causing Jiang Yifeng to grimace, yet witnessing her blend of tears and laughter brought him relief. He gently wiped her eyes, which were red and puffy, reminiscent of a little rabbit. Perhaps you should take the day off work tomorrow, he chuckled. Those eyes of yours might make others think you've been a victim of domestic violence. Imagining Luwei sitting in a serious meeting the next day with swollen red eyes made him smile. Luwei pursed her lips and huffed, If anyone asks, I'll just say I was abused. After she spoke, he playfully poked her forehead, accompanied by a feigned reproach. You ungrateful little thing. Do you think I am that kind of person? Who told you to call me ugly? She retorted with a pout. But didn't you call me ugly too? Jiang Yifeng squinted, lowering his hand, having finally dried her tears. He scrutinized her and mused, So, does this mean we could be considered a case of Beauty and the Beast on a different level? Still recovering from her earlier tears, Luwei's voice quivered. But her smile had undeniably grown. Then I must be the relatively prettier one. All right, Jiang Yifeng acquiesced. The little princess of Yi jewelry. Always eager to be first in everything. Fine, let her have her way. After all, tears are a woman's most potent weapon. He was indeed caught off guard. Let us go home, he suggested. The hospital was laden with too many unpleasant memories. Distancing themselves from it might alleviate her discomfort. Absolutely not. The doctor said you need to stay for observation, she asserted, still sniffling. They just want to take advantage of you. If there was a bed shortage, they would have kicked me out long ago. Jiang Yifeng, having worked in hospitals for many years, was well aware of the administration's little schemes. Luwei's stance was resolute. She was quite particular about health matters. We can move once a bed becomes available. No arguing about this. Ugh. Jiang Yifeng shrugged and obediently lay back down. Luwei wiped her face and joined him. As she lay down, the man beside her turned onto his side, resting his face near hers, his breath brushing against her ear, tickling her. What are you looking at? Why aren't you sleeping? I'm contemplating something, she replied, turning her face to meet his gaze, raising an eyebrow. What is it? Do you think I should change my name? He grinned, his expression as adorably foolish as ever. Luwei, still processing, instinctively responded to what? Jiang Yichang. So that you won't have to be so strong anymore, he said, grasping her hand earnestly, because your strength has arrived. Luwei felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. As she looked at the hand that held hers, she realized for the first time just how greasy he could be. Your strength has arrived, he exclaimed, raising his voice with an expression of solemnity that was utterly ridiculous. Luwei couldn't help but chuckle, letting out a laugh that was accompanied by a bubble emerging from her nose. Now it was Jiang Yifeng's turn to laugh. He wiped his nose with a tissue, resembling a child, and even managed to blow a bubble. How amusing. That was. Luwei hurriedly snatched the tissue, flustered as she tried to clean up after having cried with a runny nose moments ago. Unaware that laughing would result in an embarrassing bubble, she wanted to explain but found herself at a loss for words. So she shot a glare at the man who was laughing uncontrollably. Jiang Yifeng quickly stifled his laughter, clearing his throat and pretending that the earlier incident was not his doing. But what do you think of the name I just mentioned? He asked, leaning against the headboard with a serious expression. Not great. It's terribly unappealing, Luwei replied, gazing at him in confusion. You might as well be called Jiang Yifeng. Huh? Jiang Yifeng blinked, glancing at the bed he was leaning against, suddenly understanding the implication, and rolled his eyes. His expression was lively and youthful. And under the moonlight streaming in from the window, his handsome face appeared even softer. He possessed a gentle sensitivity that could always soothe her restless and lonely emotions, guiding her thoughts back on track. In that shared gaze, Luwei felt a surge of deep affection, hesitating for a moment before reaching out to cradle the face that was so close. Her touch was tender, yet it sent a resonant chime through Jiang Yifeng's mind, akin to the sound of a bell tolling in a temple. Of course, the reverberating sound might have stemmed from his own heartbeat. Their breaths intertwined, lingering in the air. The mist in Luwei's eyes had yet to dissipate, her blushing cheeks looking both pitiful and enticing, as if ripe for the picking. He swallowed hard, leaning in. Their lips met, soft and lingering. As the kiss deepened, Jiang Yifeng's hand slipped from her delicate neck, instinctively seeking the warmth beneath. It was at that moment that Luwei, who had been passively acquiescing, felt her soul and senses awaken from the tenderness. This is a hospital. She softly squeezed his fingers, reminding him in a delicate voice. You still remember? Jiang Yifeng's actions were interrupted, and he gasped for breath. The heat of his exhalation brushed against Luwei's face, deepening the pink hue on her already flushed cheeks. She turned her face away, refusing to look at him. Her lips pressed together in a manner that suggested, I don't know. It was uncontrollable just now, but now I'm awake, so please behave yourself, sir. Jiang Yifeng withdrew his restless hand and lay back down, pulling the blanket over himself. Feeling a bit cold, he edged closer to her. After a while, he asked, What is pressing against me? As Luwei reached out to touch, Jiang Yifeng quickly turned over, insisting, There's nothing. You must be mistaken. He feared that if she touched him, she might break him in an embarrassing situation. It is rather strange, when he turned over, that persistent sensation that had been prodding him seemed to vanish. What could it be? Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her petite face flushed with an intense warmth. Just as Jiang Yifeng had managed to calm his heart, he heard a faint mumbling from behind. Lecher. He huffed in response, as if to say, You are no different, utterly irresponsible, igniting fires yet failing to extinguish them. That night, Luwei, who harbored an inexplicable fear of hospitals, found a peculiar sense of comfort in the gentle rhythm of shallow breaths beside her. Mom, I believe I have found a man as tender as Dad, she mused inwardly, despite his seemingly daft demeanor. With that thought, Luwei slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 82. Sleeping at work leads to a fine of 500 ma Shaw arrived bearing good news. He had acquired information about the designer who had lodged a complaint against Huijing Jewelry while still employed there. At that moment, Luwei had already departed, leaving Jiang Yifeng alone in the ward, propped against the headboard, perusing the documents in his hand. Name, Xiao Xiao. Age, 23. Alma mater, Southern Branch of the Imperial Capital Design University. Award-winning works, none. This or some, tossed into the talent-rich pool of the Imperial Capital, would likely not even warrant a glance, particularly in the fiercely competitive design industry. One must either boast impressive qualifications, notable works, or extensive connections. Yet this Xiao Xiao exemplified the quintessential 3-no product. Leaning against the door, Ma Xiao wore a look of resignation. Now I understand why she joined Huijing. With this or some, any other company would probably toss it straight into the trash upon submission. Isn't Ye's Jewelry always in search of talent? Jiang Yifeng frowned. Indeed. But academic credentials are the key to the door. Don't you know our company requires at least a Master-S degree for entry-level positions? He gestured helplessly. Moreover, one needs to have a portfolio. In this bustling metropolis, surviving with dignity as a recent graduate lacking any notable achievements was akin to starting in hell. Jiang Yifeng closed the documents and looked up. Manager Ma. The sudden formality startled the man standing there. What? Would you be interested in bringing her into the R&D department? He chuckled lightly. Perhaps her capabilities extend beyond what is merely written here. Ma Shuo flipped through other documents, remarking, Her works are quite impressive, albeit controversial. Where there is controversy, there can be resolution, Jiang Yifeng stated nonchalantly. After spending so much time together, it seemed he maintained this attitude regardless of the circumstances, never taking anything too seriously. This, however, instilled a measure of confidence in Ma Shuo. Jiang Se suggested that the matter was within their control, and he merely needed to trust unconditionally. Well, it seems our R&D department has gained another beauty, haha. Lu Tao is going to be envious. His marketing department is as chaotic as Shaolin Temple. Ma Shuo beamed as he gazed at the girl's delicate features on the ersum. Jiang Yifeng discreetly arranged for his discharge without informing Luwei. After all, he had recovered, and to squander medical resources would be a crime. Wait for me here, don't wander off, I'll go home and change. He took a taxi home and soon returned, dressed in a sharp black suit with polished shoes gleaming brightly. Why do you look like you're selling insurance? Ma Shuo teased. Just like those guys from Lu Tao's team. You'll find out shortly, he replied with a mischievous wink. Once seated in Ma Shuo's car, they arrived at the base of Jiang Jewelry, where two security guards stood as sentinels, one on each side. Despite lacking identification, Jiang Yifeng straightened his posture and, holding his phone with a look of irritation, strode through the company's entrance. I've told you countless times, that batch of gold is subpar. Are you incapable of understanding? If you continue with such procurement, you might as well resign. As he walked, he spoke into his phone. The security guards, upon witnessing his demeanor, quickly parted ways, for they dared not obstruct a furious executive, regardless of the fact that they had never seen him before. The cost of error for workers was far too low. They were reluctant to take chances, and thus chose to turn a blind eye. Observing Jiang Yifeng entering, Ma Shuo's mouth fell agape. Wasn't this his acquaintance? Straightening his posture, he attempted to follow suit, but as soon as he took out his phone, two security guards surrounded him. Sir, may we see your identification? The man before them was burly and certainly did not fit the mold of an executive. Ma Shuo, with a cold expression, retorted, what identification? Do I need identification to enter this company? Do you even know who I am? Regardless of who you are, you must present identification to enter the premises. Ma Shuo, sweating profusely, feigned an impending outburst. Just as a standoff seemed inevitable, a discontented voice emerged from behind. Xiaoma, what on earth are you doing? Jiang Yifeng approached with a scowl, prompting the guards to hastily clear the way. President Jiang, what do you mean I? Don't you wish to work here? If not, then get lost. With that, Jiang Yifeng turned on his heel and left, while Ma Shuo shot a glare at the two guards and hurriedly followed suit, leaving the guards exchanging bewildered glances. Once out of sight, the two resumed their normal demeanor. Ma Shuo was astonished at how easily he had infiltrated the company. He surveyed the interior of Jiang Jewelry, thinking to himself how shabby it appeared, not even reaching a fraction of their own company as standards. Jiang Yifeng glanced around, nodding in agreement. Indeed, a gold nest or a silver nest could never compare to one's own doghouse, especially when this doghouse was more luxurious than a golden nest. Why did they stop me but not you? Ma Shuo mused as he passed a fire hydrant and caught his reflection in the mirror. Do I not look like a good person? Jiang Yifeng, at a loss for words, scrutinized him and sighed. What is with the sighing? I am a paragon of virtue. Ah, yes, indeed. Jiang Yifeng nodded in affirmation while searching for the RD department. How did you manage to slip in here? By this. He tugged at his suit, placing his hands behind his back, and strode through the door. The RD department was a crucial segment of the company. Jiang Yifeng entered with purpose, striding through an office that housed approximately 30 workstations. Unlike the orderly environment of Jiang Jewelry, the cacophony within this office was such that one felt an immediate headache upon entering. The blaring DJ music and clusters of men and women chatting offered little semblance of a workplace. A cough echoed, drawing the attention of the gossiping crowd to the distinguished figure in a black suit who had just entered, accompanied by a stern-looking man. They quickly dispersed, returning to their respective workstations and pretending as if nothing had occurred, their fingers tapping away at keyboards. A young man with a buzz cut, just awakening from a hazy slumber, was startled by the scene before him. His mind, still in a state of disarray, struggled to comprehend as he stared intently at the two individuals who had entered. Jiang Yifeng, feeling playful, tapped on his workstation and proclaimed, sleeping on the job incurs a fine of 500. However, considering this is your first offense, I shall waive the penalty. Instead, you are to compose a reflection of 10,000 words and submit it to my office after work. The buzz-cut youth was bewildered, pondering who this person was. Yet, observing the earnest demeanor of those around him, he pieced together the situation and, feeling intimidated, hastily grabbed a notebook to begin writing. Reflection, Jiang Yifeng stifled a laugh, surmising that this young man would be perplexed, unable to fathom the reasoning behind such an incident. As his gaze wandered in search of someone, he was suddenly interrupted by an outburst from the corner. There stood a girl with her head bowed, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in a suit, likely a department manager. Xiao, do you no longer wish to continue? Just look at the abominable design you have produced. Chapter 83. Her misery Xiao Xiao, petite in stature, bowed her head as she endured an almost hysterical reprimand. Perhaps her persistent silence had left the supervisor with no outlet for his rage. He seized a stack of papers and flung it onto her head. Papers fluttered through the air, cascading onto the table and the floor. I'll give you one more chance. If what you submit is still like this, just get lost. Ma Shua, also a supervisor, frowned and lowered his voice. This is too much to throw design drafts at someone's head. Xiao Xiao gazed at the scattered designs, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed in her eyes. She wiped the corners of her eyes and crouched down to pick them up, one by one. The supervisor snorted and turned to leave, colliding with Jiang Yifeng and Ma Shua, who approached with expressions as frosty as winter. He froze momentarily. Supervisorly, what is going on here? Jiang Yifeng inquired, glancing at the name on his badge. Though supervisorly did not recognize this man, years of navigating the workplace had attuned him to the aura of authority that Jiang exuded. He quickly donned a sycophantic smile. It's nothing, just educating a subordinate. No big deal. Jiang Yifeng approached, casting a glance at the design drafts that lay on the table. One design was for a clavicle chain featuring a geometric maple leaf pendant with a three-dimensional curved surface. The front was mirror-polished while the back was matte, allowing for a dynamic interplay of light and shadow, reminiscent of falling maple leaves. It perfectly captured the essence of autumn, blending simplicity with aesthetic beauty, an impressive hand-drawn sketch. Ma Shua took a look and nodded. Their exchanged glances conveyed mutual understanding. Jiang Yifeng crouched down to assist Xiao Xiao in gathering the papers, his eyes sweeping over the innovative designs. The girl, her vision blurred by tears, noticed someone helping her and slowly lifted her head. Her youthful face, marked by innocence, bore a hint of red around her eyes, and the tears that threatened to spill made her appear utterly pitiable. Thank you, thank you. Seeing the leadership join in the effort, Supervisor Li hastily crouched down to help as well, his prior arrogance replaced by obsequiousness that was almost comical. Jiang Yifeng organized the scattered designs and handed them to Xiao Xiao, whispering words of encouragement that only the two of them could hear. Keep going. Though merely two simple words, they resonated deeply within the novice who had just faced a barrage of harsh criticism, igniting a surge of emotions within her. Once again, her vision blurred with tears as she nodded, wanting to express her gratitude, but by the time she opened her mouth, he had already turned away. Standing there, her gaze lowered, she cradled the denigrated designs in her arms, droplets of tears staining the papers. Supervisor Li hurried to see off the two unfamiliar individuals, only to be rebuffed by Jiang Yifeng. Upon exiting the design department, Ma Shua remarked, "That girl is truly being overlooked here. I agree with your proposal to bring her on board. Let us wait. We can discuss it with her after work," Jiang Yifeng replied, glancing at the time. "There are still over 40 minutes left. Let us grab a bite at the restaurant across the street. I'm famished." Two individuals engaged in a discussion about Xiao Xiao's design as they strolled towards the exit of the company. Upon passing the two security guards once more, the guards stood at attention. The modest eatery across the street was unpretentious yet comprehensive, filled with the enticing aroma of stir-fried dishes that wafted invitingly through the air. The prices were remarkably reasonable, with the most expensive dish not exceeding 50 yuan. The tantalizing scent roused Ma Shua's appetite, prompting him to exclaim, "Boss, I'll have a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork, a serving of kung pao chicken, mushu pork, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 bottles of soda." "All meat. Can you manage it?" Jiang Yifeng remarked, opening a soda bottle and taking a sip. "It's my day off, but I must return to work later. I ought to treat myself well." He cracked the soda bottle cap with his teeth, tilting his head back to drink half the contents before burping loudly. "If it comes to that, I can always take leftovers." His carefree demeanor elicited a light chuckle from Jiang Yifeng. "I'll cover this meal. Of course. I had no intention of paying." Ma Shua laughed heartily. All the dishes were freshly stir-fried and served steaming hot. Ma Shua eagerly scooped a generous portion of shredded pork into his mouth, followed by several hearty bites of rice. "Damn, this is absolutely delicious." Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes. "Your compliments are somewhat lacking in decorum." He took a bite himself, raising an eyebrow in approval. "Indeed, it was quite good. Next time, I should bring you Luwei here to try it." As the two indulged in their feast, a petite figure unexpectedly entered Jiang Yifeng's line of sight. Xiao Xiao had also ventured into the quaint eatery, though she seemed oblivious to the presence of the two men seated there. Upon noticing her arrival, the restaurant owner approached with a plate of food. "Xiao Xiao, you're here? Everything is ready for you." "Yes, thank you, Aunt Zhao." Xiao Xiao retrieved a food container from her bag, transferring the meal into it. After sealing the lid, she dipped a bun into the remaining sauce and took a bite. "You always give your food away, and you never eat anything yourself," the owner remarked, furrowing her brow. She turned back to fetch a plate of scrambled eggs. "The last customer didn't touch this, and if you don't mind, you may have it." Jiang Yifeng observed the shiny plate of scrambled eggs. Noting there were no signs of previous consumption, clearly, it was freshly prepared. Xiao Xiao recognized this too. Gazing at the fluffy, golden eggs sprinkled with scallions, she swallowed hard. Yet, she smiled and shook her head, stuffing a piece of bun into her mouth and mumbling, "Thank you, and Zhao, but I'm already full." After completing her transaction via a QR code, she turned and exited the establishment. Sigh. That girl. The owner sighed helplessly as she watched Xiao Xiao leave, then proceeded to tidy up the dishes. "Stop eating, stop eating." Jiang Yifeng hastily tapped Ma Shuo, who was fervently devouring his meal. "We need to go. We might lose her." Right away, right away. "Let me finish," Ma Shuo exclaimed, shoving food into his mouth while awkwardly attempting to put on his coat with one hand. The owner observed the sudden urgency of the two men and inquired, "Are you looking for that girl?" "Yes, boss." "How much for the meal?" Jiang Yifeng asked, pulling out his phone to scan the payment. "What do you need her for?" Discussing matters of work, the boss scrutinized the individual before him, noting his refined demeanor that belied any nefarious intent. He spoke slowly. "If you are searching for that girl, there is no need to rush." There are a total of 83. The boss set aside the calculator, gazing out the door as if he could catch a glimpse of the petite figure that had departed. "That girl, alas, has endured much hardship. If you wish to find her, you should head to the Third People's Hospital." Chapter 84. Urging him to depart, Jiang Yifeng gleaned some information about Xiao Xiao from the proprietor. She had a childhood sweetheart, and together they once reveled in a blissful yet unremarkable existence. However, their happiness was abruptly shattered when her boyfriend, one fateful day, began to experience blurriness in his vision, ultimately leading to a diagnosis of a tumor pressing against his optic nerve. The tumor continued to grow and deteriorate, resulting in the loss of vision in one eye. Such is the nature of unexpected calamities. Their tranquil life was upended, their savings depleted, and Xiao Xiao commenced working tirelessly to amass funds for her boyfriend's treatment. With no time to cook, she often patronized a modest eatery for a simple meal, economizing by barely touching her food, typically settling for a meager repast as she had done today. Despite her circumstances, she harbored a strong sense of pride. Each time the proprietor attempted to offer her extra food, she graciously declined, and if additional items were inadvertently included in her takeout, she would quietly compensate for them. Only now did Jiang Yifeng comprehend why Xiao Xiao had chosen to join Huijing Jewelry. Faced with the choice between her dignity and her boyfriend's life, she unhesitatingly prioritized the latter. It was no wonder that she appeared so frail. Ma Shuo, upon hearing this, felt a pang of sorrow. Looking at the leftover dishes on the table, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Boss, could you please pack these up for me? I will return shortly." The two then drove back to the third hospital. As they parked, they spotted Xiao Xiao hurrying into the hospital, prompting them to follow closely behind. At the doorway of the ward, Xiao Xiao composed herself, smoothing her disheveled hair from running, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, and mustering a faint smile as she entered. The typical patient room housed 4 beds, and her boyfriend occupied the one by the window. Due to prolonged chemotherapy, his once vibrant physique now appeared woefully frail. "Let me help," she said, quickly assisting him to sit up and adjusting the bed. "Guess what we have for dinner today?" Her boyfriend, Zhou Qi, struggled to focus due to the loss of vision in one eye, shaking his head slightly. "Is it stir-fried pork with garlic? Wow. How did you know?" Xiao Xiao squinted with delight, opening the food container and wiping the chopsticks before offering them to him. Zhou Qi nudged the container back. "Aren't you going to eat?" With a smile, Xiao Xiao shook her head. "I've already eaten while cooking." "Oh." He fell silent, lowering his gaze to the food, revealing a tremor in his hands, likely a side effect of the chemotherapy. "I earned some money from my designs today, and everyone praised my work. I feel like I'm on the verge of success. Once you're well, you can accompany me to launch events and signings, all right?" Xiao Xiao's voice brimmed with joy, as if the aspirations she spoke of were tangible realities. Standing at the doorway, Jiang Yifeng and Ma Shuo exchanged glances, both feeling as though a heavy stone rested upon their hearts. She was deceiving her boyfriend and herself, all in an effort to infuse a flicker of light into their dismal existence, even if that light was but an illusion. "Take your time eating. I must be on my way as I have a manuscript meeting," said Xiao Xiao, glancing at the time. She planted a kiss on Shou Qi's cheek before rising and heading towards the door. Jiang Yifeng and Ma Shuo quickly turned around, watching her lively figure bounce away. Upon exiting the hospital, Xiao Xiao intended to return to the company with utmost haste. At the intersection, she was halted by an elderly lady selling sandwiches. "Young lady, you must be Xiao Xiao, am I correct?" Yes, that's me. May I ask what you need?" "This is for you." "Two young gentlemen purchased it and asked me to give it to you," the old lady said, handing her a sandwich. Xiao Xiao stood momentarily in surprise. "Do you remember what they looked like? At my age, how could I possibly recall such details?" The old lady waved her hand and returned to her seat, awaiting her next customer. The sandwich was thick, filled with eggs, ham, bacon, cheese, and various meats, appearing to be quite the indulgence. Xiao Xiao expressed her gratitude once more, contemplating as she walked slowly. Although her stomach wasn't initially hungry, the sight of the richly filled sandwich stirred it into a grumbling protest. "I'll repay them next time I see them," she thought, unwrapping it and taking a bite. How delightful! A wave of sourness surged, and her vision began to blur again. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi stared down, pushing the food around in his container. The previously delectable dishes had inexplicably turned increasingly bitter. He felt a heaviness in his chest. Lifting his gaze revealed that he had been silently weeping. He was no fool. He understood that Xiao Xiao was not genuinely at home working on illustrations. That meager sum could never cover his hospital expenses. Not to mention, when would she ever have time to cook? The torment of illness afflicted not only his body but also his spirit. Zhou Qi gazed at Xiao Xiao, who was growing thinner yet always greeted him with a smile. He felt that life had become devoid of color. The hospital room was empty now. He struggled to rise from his bed and staggered toward the window, opening it to feel the cold breeze rush in. Perhaps, without him, she would fare better. Afraid of death, yet scared of living? A cold voice snapped Zhou Qi back to reality, and he turned to see two figures that had appeared in the room unbeknownst to him. Jiang Yifeng approached and promptly shut the window. "We are friends of Xiao Xiao. Here to see you." Ma Shuo placed a fruit basket on the bedside while helping the ailing man back to his bed. As a patient undergoing chemotherapy, Zhou Qi could only passively comply, lying back down. "At least finish your meal. She wouldn't want to waste it." Jiang Yifeng offered him chopsticks. Zhou Qi did not take them, but merely gazed at the two. Xiao Xiao was reserved and had no friends. Who on earth were they? "I told you. We are her friends. She has no friends." "I know that. And yet you claim to know." Jiang Yifeng smiled. "Do you know where she works now? Do you know what her daily life entails?" Zhou Qi opened his mouth to respond but lowered his head, realizing he knew nothing at all. "Allow me to inform you that she is currently at Huijing Jewelry, the very company that plagiarized her work." Zhou Qi was taken aback. "Furthermore, I must tell you that she hardly eats nowadays, sacrificing her meals to save money for you and to accumulate funds for medical expenses." Jiang Yifeng placed the chopsticks back into the lunchbox, coldly gazing at the trembling man before him. "Initially, I believed her relentless efforts were commendable, but upon reflection, it seems that enduring such suffering for you is not worthwhile. Without you, she might lead a far better life. The man who obstructed him moments ago is now urging him to hasten his demise." Chapter 85. What if I end up with a wealthy woman? Zhou Qi's body trembled uncontrollably, a natural response to heightened emotions. He fixated on the dishes in front of him, and for a fleeting moment, the image of that lively figure flickered in his mind. He uttered no further words. Instead, he picked up his chopsticks and methodically brought the food from the lunchbox to his lips, even though he could not discern the flavors at that moment. He was resolute in not wasting this hard-earned meal. She had always been so fond of food. Now, however, it was because of himself. "Can you help me?" Zhou Qi choked out, lifting his gaze to the two individuals before him with an almost pleading expression. "I do not wish to die. I do not want Xiao Xiao's efforts to be in vain. I implore you, help me. If you are willing to assist, I will dedicate my life to repaying your kindness." Despite having only one eye capable of sight, he could still perceive the extraordinary nature of the two before him. "There's no need for that," Jiang Yifeng said slowly as he stood up. "I merely hope you will be well and refrain from adding unnecessary burdens to her." A glimmer of light finally appeared in Zhou Qi's dim eyes as he watched the two turn to leave, wiping away his tears. "Who are you, exactly?" "We?" Jiang Yifeng and Ma Shuo halted, turning their heads. "Yes, Jewelry." The door to the ward closed, enveloping the room in silence once more. After a considerable time, Zhou Qi emerged from his shock, gazing out at the azure sky. He gradually rose and approached the window, securing it tightly, which he had previously left ajar. Perhaps this time, there truly was hope. "Xiao Jiang, just now." Ma Shuo, who had remained silent since exiting the ward, finally broke the silence. He inhaled deeply. We were incredibly impressive back there. Stopping in his tracks, he slowly articulated the name's jewelry. Akin to a classic line from a tokusatsu series, I am merely a passing masked rider, bringing boundless hope to someone in despair. Isn't that so? Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. I pondered that gesture for quite some time, haha. If he hadn't asked, I would have been quite distressed, so thankfully he did. Everyone despises pretentiousness. Yet who does not secretly revel in it? Those who profess to dislike it should be taken out and given 50 strokes, then submerged in a pig cage for reflection. Ma Shuo crossed his arms. So, the question arises, do you truly wish to assist him? After all, we are not related. If we help him, what will happen to Xiao Zhao's prospects at our company? In the current circumstances, signing an agreement is impossible. It would be akin to selling oneself. If we choose not to help, and he were to die, Xiao Zhao would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous blow, leaving her despondent. Such a talented designer could be lost. Jiang Yifeng continued languidly, considering Xiao Zhao's defiant refusal to accept food from others, even at the risk of starvation, as long as we assist her. She will shine brilliantly at Ye's jewelry for the rest of her days. Are you so certain? Ma Shuo, still grappling with the notion of pretentiousness, cast a skeptical glance. My eyes are my measure, he replied, tapping the corner of his eye. The breadth of one's heart can be discerned, even through the belly. Shouldn't that be an X-ray? Ma Shuo muttered under his breath, only to catch sight of Jiang Yifeng's gaze gradually descending, settling between his legs. My eyes are like a ruler. He instinctively tightened his legs, exclaiming, What are you looking at? Jiang Yifeng chuckled, Come on, let's meet his attending physician to understand the situation. After stating their purpose, the doctor presented all the reports concerning Zhou Qi. Jiang Yifeng glanced over them, his brow furrowing deeply. Glioblastoma, a highly malignant and rapidly growing tumor. The current stage has already invaded the optic pathway, resulting in blindness in one eye. If this continues, once the tumor cells thoroughly infiltrate the brain tissue, death will not be far off. The risk of surgery at this point is too great, coupled with the patient's insufficient funds for treatment, which has led to delays. The attending physician remarked that he likely has around 6 months left. In this situation, the only option is to remove the tumor cells through craniotomy. But any misstep could lead to paralysis or even death, which is why very few doctors are willing to undertake this surgery. All right, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Jiang Yifeng took a photo of the report and exited. What do we do now? Have we failed? Ma Shuo couldn't decipher the report, but he sensed from the doctor's words that the situation was dire. Not necessarily. Jiang Yifeng looked at the report, asserting, Leave this to me. You can perform the surgery? How is that possible? You're not a doctor. Jiang Yifeng squinted, but I know a very skilled doctor. What about the surgery costs? It's estimated to be around 500,000 to 600,000. They certainly cannot afford that. I will handle the costs. Are you really that wealthy? Jiang Yifeng turned his head with a grin. What if I happen to catch the attention of a wealthy woman? Ma Shuo shot him a disdainful look. Ha. Why does good fortune always seem to land on you? You have a rich wife, and I. Wife Jiang Yifeng leaned against Luwei, only to be shoved away by her. The hospital informed her that the patient had discharged himself against medical advice. Furiously, she returned home, only to be embraced by Jiang Yifeng and thrown onto the sofa. Luwei, somewhat irritated, exclaimed, Did I not tell you to stay in the hospital for a few more days? Why are you so disobedient? I'm already fine. Look at me. I've prepared a whole table of dishes. Jiang Yifeng leaned in closer. I made your favorite scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and I added 5 eggs. This time, he pressed in firmly, and Luwei found she could not push him away. He was close, his voice dropping. Don't be so fierce with me. When did he become so adept at feigning vulnerability? Luwei was both amused and irritated by his demeanor, reaching out to pinch his cheek. You really know how to play the victim. How can it be pretending? I am genuinely pitiable. Seeing that he appeared lively, and without any issues, she finally relented. Hey. Just as Jiang Yifeng opened his mouth, Luwei's hand returned, gently massaging the area where she had pinched his skin. How did you know? It seemed she anticipated that she would say it hurt. Luwei cast a fleeting glance at him, a smile gracing the corners of her eyes. Am I not familiar with you? She teased. He chuckled, savoring the moment with innocent delight. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze, saying, By the way, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? However, Jiang Yifeng's words were once again interrupted, this time by Jiang Han. As she pushed open the door to the villa, she was greeted by the sight of the 2 entangled figures on the sofa. Initially taken aback, she swiftly turned as if she had encountered a ghost. Just as she contemplated leaving, she remembered the parcel in her hands, caught in a dilemma, akin to a frantic little top spinning in place. Turning her back to them, she steeled herself and announced, "Mr. Yi, Mr. Jiang. The delivery from the Jiang family. Where shall I place it?" Chapter 86, A Bomb. Upon hearing that it was a delivery from the Jiang family, Jiang Yifeng, who had been languidly reclining, instantly sprang to attention. Could it be that they had sent a package just a short drive away in the capital? "You can just place it down," he said, striding over. Jiang Han hastily excused herself after setting down the parcel. Nothing was more awkward than inadvertently witnessing someone else in a tender moment. Jiang Yifeng circled the moderately sized package, his demeanor cautious as though it were Pandora's box. Fraught with peril, Yi Luwei, intrigued, inquired, "Why the trepidation? What if it contains a grenade? Aren't there often bomb packages in detective novels?" Given the character of the Jiang family, it wouldn't be beyond them to indulge in such antics. He gave the box a gentle kick, and a clattering sound emanated from within, suggesting it contained an assortment of items. Jiang Yifeng retrieved the package and placed it on the coffee table, carefully peeling away the tape affixed to it. Yi Luwei, equally curious, leaned in closer. The tape was tenacious, and he struggled to remove it slowly and cautiously. The atmosphere thick with anticipation as both were engrossed, as if a bomb truly lay within. "Listen, it seems there's a ticking sound," Jiang Yifeng remarked nervously, lifting his gaze. Yi Luwei leaned in to listen intently. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Bang!" Yi Luwei startled, recoiling in shock, her body jerking back as she stared incredulously at the unresponsive package, resembling a frightened kitten. Jiang Yifeng chuckled at her reaction, a triumphant grin adorning his face. "You!" Yi Luwei seized a nearby cushion and hurled it at him. How could one be so utterly dull? With a deft catch, Jiang Yifeng seized the cushion, and with a swift motion, the entire package sprang open. Inside lay a hodgepodge of items, several books on design, assorted components, and a few seemingly vintage photographs. Jiang Yifeng perused the contents, most notably a series of pictures featuring a gentle woman and a sturdy-looking young boy, though they had been partially cut out, judging by the composition. It appeared to be a family portrait, the absent figure presumably a man. He stared at the photographs, lost in thought. Yi Luwei, having recovered from her initial shock, leaned in to take a look, remarking, "You were quite adorable as a child." After uttering this, she seemed to recall something and averted her gaze, choosing not to elaborate. As Jiang Yifeng continued to observe the image of the sturdy boy, he noticed Yi Luwei's averted face, and his mind began to buzz with confusion. "Let's eat." "I'm famished," she urged. "Yes, indeed," he replied, moving to assist her into her wheelchair, then pushing her toward the dining room. Dinner, as always, was lavish. However, the atmosphere at the table had grown notably quiet, as Jiang Yifeng, who usually enlivened the ambience, sat in silence, his head bowed as he absent-mindedly pushed his food around, lost in contemplation. When Yi Luwei offered him some dishes, he merely expressed his gratitude, taking a few bites before mechanically serving her, as though following an unseen command. After finishing his meal, he washed the dishes and, feeling somewhat fatigued, retreated to his room, clutching a few photographs in his hand. Upon entering, he flung himself onto the bed, his head throbbing. Memories, not entirely his yet unmistakably linked to him, began to crash tumultuously against his mind. "Little girl from the Yi family, come down here. Come down and see if we can't defeat you." The rare tranquility of a summer afternoon was shattered by the raucous voices of children. "If you have the ability, come up here." A girl, more exquisite than a doll, leaned against a tree branch, looking down with a triumphant expression. It was little Yi Luwei, who was spending her summer vacation here with her grandmother. Beneath the tree stood 4 boys, pointing at the girl above, daring her to descend. The reason for this childish scene was simple. Yi Luwei had been playing with her newly acquired Barbie doll when another girl attempted to snatch it away, only to stumble and fall herself, prompting her to summon her brothers for assistance. Seeing this, Yi Luwei swiftly climbed the tree, positioning herself above the others. "Brother." "She pushed me down." The other girl wailed pitifully. Yi Luwei reached out and plucked a jujube that had just sprouted on the tree, hurling it down accurately onto the head of the girl who had wronged her. "Huh, you fell all by yourself, you crybaby." The girl as sobs intensified, while Yi Luwei reveled in her mischief, but her delight was short-lived. Her actions had thoroughly incensed the other girl's brothers, igniting a notion of retaliation. The 4 boys picked up clumps of dirt and began to hurl them at the girl in the tree. With her movements restricted, she became an easy target. And the once proud Yi Luwei soon found herself howling in distress. "Ugh, so annoying." A boy emerged from the nearby slide, his face still bearing the remnants of sleep. After stretching languidly, he regarded the commotion with discontent. A wound marred his otherwise fair complexion, lending him a somewhat fearsome appearance. He was the leader among the children. And as he opened his mouth, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. Jiang Gu, is that you here? Not at home, I presume? The leader of the boys cast aside the dirt clod in his hand and took hold of his sobbing sister. Let us go, let us go. They fled as if escaping from a plague. Watching her attackers retreat, Luwei turned her gaze to the boy by the slide, blinking playfully and giggling. Weirdo. The boy shot her a cold glance before turning away and lying back down in the slide. Luwei quickly descended from the tree and skipped over to him. Thank you. The boy offered no response, uninterested in her. Undeterred, she sat down on the slide and smiled at him. What is your name? At long last. The other party exhibited a reaction, dismissively waving their hand. What business is it of yours? Go away and stop bothering me. Yet, Luwei appeared oblivious to the disdain. Continuing to beam with a radiant smile, shall we be friends? No. Then I shall return here tomorrow to find you. With that, Luwei rose, dusted off her clothes, and retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, tossing it onto his abdomen before skipping away joyfully. The boy finally opened his drowsy eyes. Rising to gaze at the retreating petite figure, he unwrapped the white rabbit candy. As the sweetness glided down his throat, a mist began to gather in his otherwise indifferent eyes. Friends? Who would want to be friends with you? I have no need for friends. Chapter 87. Until Death Do Us Part Day 1. Ah, good afternoon. Day 2. Good afternoon. I brought you some chocolate. Do try it. Day 3. Good afternoon. Although it's not the same time, it's the same slide. It's me, here to play with you again. You were quite punctual. Day unknown. I had thought this girl would distance herself due to her indifference. Yet she arrives at the slide punctually every day, sometimes bringing delightful treats. Quietly sitting beside him without uttering a word, Jiang Yifeng gradually became accustomed to having such a friend, no longer exhibiting resistance. Why are you here every day? Luwei inquired curiously while fiddling with her Barbie doll. I enjoy being here. I'm all right. The joints of the Barbie doll clicked as she manipulated it. And you? Why do you come here every day? From your appearance, it seems you have a happy family. Me? Luwei blinked her innocent big eyes, gazing at the drifting clouds against the blue sky, feeling the gentle breeze. I also like to stay here. Jiang Yifeng pursed his lips, plucking a blade of foxtail grass to chew on. As he sucked on it, the fluffy grass bobbed up and down, creating a rather pleasant sight. I'm going back tomorrow. The foxtail grass paused momentarily before resuming its tremble. Oh, let us take a picture. Luwei stood up. Retrieving a small phone from her bag, she propped the phone against a stone, set the timer, and exclaimed, Hurry up, let us take a picture. The boy, reluctant to rise, finally complied, while the girl joyfully wrapped her arms around his. Click. I'll share the photo with you when I get the chance. I must be off now. As she dashed away, Jiang Yifeng stood still, suddenly shouting, My name is Jiang Yifeng. What's yours? The girl's voice was carried away by the wind, and he could not catch it. That summer, Jiang Yifeng made his first friend, only to lose her a few days later, returning to his nightmarish existence. The memories were beautiful, yet they did not belong to Jiang Yifeng. Leaning against the headboard, he gazed at the photograph in his hand, recalling the one Luwei had always treasured. No wonder the original owner committed so many wrongdoings yet was still forgiven. No wonder when he expressed a desire to avoid divorce, she would agree. It turned out they had known each other for over a decade. However, Luwei remembered Jiang Yifeng, while he did not recognize her at all. Perhaps he did recognize her. It was just that the image of her lively self was too difficult for him to accept. The long-standing darkness in Jiang Yifeng's life had rendered him unlike a normal person, and it was understandable that he sought solace in a state of oblivion. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Yifeng found himself ensnared in a vortex of turmoil. The body belonged to another, yet the soul was his own. So, did the soul corrupt the body, or did the body taint the soul? Whom did Luwei truly love, the original or him? Is it the body or the soul? He wished not to ponder, yet he found himself unable to avert his thoughts. This dilemma is as perplexing as the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. A throbbing headache tormented him, and he felt an urge to slam his head against the wall. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Come in. He hastily swept the myriad of photographs scattered across the bed into a pile, attempting to organize them. Entering was Luwei, cradling a cup of steaming milk. Hi, good evening. Her tone mirrored that of an afternoon many years ago. Jiang Yifeng's heart ached at the nostalgia. Good evening. After he spoke, he glanced at the clock, realizing it was already past 9. Had he truly been lost in these memories for 3 or 4 hours? Luwei placed the milk on the bedside table, her gaze sweeping over the photographs. As Jiang Yifeng continued to tidy up, he said, "You go ahead and wait for me. I'll finish up quickly and come help you with your massage." "No need. You've just been discharged. You should rest," she replied, reaching for a photograph to examine it. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, Jiang Yifeng sensed something peculiar in her gaze. "You're still as adorable as before, aren't you?" he remarked, a hint of jealousy lacing his words, though he was unsure of whom he was envious. Luwei nodded, then turned her face away, chuckling softly. "You're still quite charming, just like back then." He was taken aback. "But I am not the same as I once was." She set down the photograph, inadvertently glancing at her legs, her smile unwavering. "I suppose I might disappoint you?" That smile pierced Jiang Yifeng's heart, prompting him to shake his head vigorously. "No, you remain as you always were, innocent and lovely." He paused, adding, "It is I who have changed. I feel as though I have become a different person." Luwei narrowed her eyes playfully. "You used to be so cool. Now you're warm and inviting." Jiang Yifeng bit his lip, cautiously inquiring, "So, do you prefer the old me or the new me?" This question bore significant weight. Observing his slightly anxious expression, Luwei did not hesitate, responding earnestly, "I like you." "Me?" He emphasized the word. "Yes, you," Luwei replied with solemnity. Jiang Yifeng was left speechless. He grappled with how to address this, feeling an impulse to confess that he was not the Jiang Yifeng she once knew. After a moment of contemplation, he jested, "What if I turned into a dog, a cat, or someone else entirely? If I were no longer me?" As his thoughts transformed into words, they became somewhat jumbled, even bordering on nonsensical. Suddenly, her hand grasped his, guiding it to her chest. Thump, thump. He felt the rhythm pulsing through his palm. Jiang Yifeng gazed in astonishment at his hand. Luwei tilted her head to meet his eyes. "Can you feel who it beats for?" She had already provided the best answer to this seemingly unresolvable question. The heartbeat was the most profound response. She released his hand gently. Jiang Yifeng also withdrew his hand, gazing at his palm as if he could perceive something invisible to others. Observing his dazed expression, Luwei raised her hand and gently pinched his cheek. "Are you familiar with the butterfly effect?" Jiang Yifeng nodded, though he was perplexed by the sudden mention of it. "You are like a butterfly. At the moment you flutter your wings, it is destined that I will be swept into this storm." She reached out, wrapping her arm around his neck, and pressed her trembling lips against his. Their breaths intertwined, creating a tapestry of shared intimacy. Her gentle, yet resolute voice resonated through his being, reaching the depths of his soul. "I too willingly embrace being ensnared in this tempest, until death do us part." Chapter 88. Eyes and heartbeats never deceive ye. Luwei addressed this perplexing dilemma with the gentlest words and the most pragmatic actions. Jiang Yifeng, whose brow had been furrowed in concentration, felt his tension dissipate as he was met with an unexpected kiss from her. He sensed a moist intrusion parting his lips, his fingers instinctively tightening around the bedsheets, a sensation he had never experienced before. Previously, their kisses had merely danced upon their lips, never daring to delve deeper. Who would have anticipated that this inaugural breakthrough would be initiated by Luwei? What was the next step? The medical doctor, well-versed in human anatomy, scrambled to search his mind. In a state of sorrow, if one's wife suddenly kisses and bites one's tongue, how should a true man respond? Regrettably, this question was beyond his expertise. He momentarily forgot how to breathe amid her passionate assault and ultimately succumbed to her advances. It was evident that Luwei was also struggling for breath as she relented her onslaught. Her eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, and she gasped for air. Her gaze, innocent yet alluring, met his. It was difficult to fathom how such contrasting emotions could coexist, leaving Jiang Yifeng in a daze. He foolishly inquired, "Who did you learn that from?" Luwei, blushing, cast her eyes downward and playfully punched his leg with her small fist. She had seen such affectionate displays on television and was attempting it for the first time, never expecting it to be so utterly distinct from mere pecking. Eyes and heartbeats never lie. Jiang Yifeng's doubts were entirely dispelled as he gazed at the woman whose cheeks were adorned with a shy flush, warmth flooding his neck. His love for her was profound, a sentiment that transcended mere words. He finally comprehended why protagonists in romantic novels often profess their willingness to sacrifice everything for their beloved. Though he wished to express something similar, it felt too cliché and overly sentimental. Instead, he chose to convey his feelings through actions, leaning in closer. He was a genius, not just in medicine, but in life as well. having been thoroughly conquered by Yi Luwei's kiss. He had instinctively mastered the art of her passionate technique. The lessons from television merely skimmed the surface, while their unspoken understanding of deeper actions culminated in a fervent exchange that persisted until every last breath of air was shared. Yi Luwei gently pushed him away, recognizing that if they continued, they might venture into territories that were best left unexplored, especially since her knowledge of such matters was non-existent. You had something to tell me, right? Only then did Jiang Yifeng begin to piece together his scattered thoughts. Ah, yes. He had important matters to discuss with her, although the previous moments were significant in their own right. Nonetheless, the issue concerning Xiao Xiao took precedence. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he said, "By the way, I would like to discuss hiring someone for the research department. You can simply mention it to Ma Shuo. He is in charge of the department." As the conversation shifted to work, Yi Luwei reverted to her usual composed demeanor, albeit with a rosy hue gracing her cheeks, resembling a child attempting to adopt an adult's seriousness. This individual is somewhat unique. To facilitate her entry into the research and development department, assistance must first be rendered. Noticing the evident dilemma on his face, Yi Luwei felt a surge of curiosity, for it was the first time she had observed such an expression upon him. What assistance? To rescue a person, with a preliminary estimate of 600,000. For someone of Yi Luwei's stature, such an amount is merely trifling. However, when it concerns a stranger, one must seek clarity. It is essential to note that a designer of Ma Shuo's caliber barely exceeds 100,000 annually, including bonuses. Yet this prospective candidate demands an initial sum of 600,000. To what extent must her talent be exaggerated to warrant such a figure? This designer possesses a remarkably avant-garde design philosophy. Allow me to show you, Jiang Yifeng declared, retrieving his phone to display Xiao Xiao's previous designs. Yi Luwei accepted the device and examined the works. Her discerning eye could not ignore that this design style is indeed second to none in the capital, with Jiang Yifeng being the first to propose it. I firmly believe her design capabilities rival my own. He was confident, for he hailed from the future. While Xiao Xiao belonged to the present era, perhaps she could conceive even more progressive designs. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his hands together. I initially intended to keep this information from you to surprise you later, but as you know, my financial resources are limited. So, he chuckled mischievously. If I assist her, will she come? Yi Luwei zeroed in on the crux of the matter. Certainly, rest assured, as long as we help her, I guarantee she will dedicate her life to the Yi family. Acts of benevolence in times of need will resonate with the conscientious for a lifetime. Moreover, the aid I offer is in the form of genuine capital that can save a life. He felt a degree of assurance in that. Consider it a loan from me. He playfully shook her leg, grinning obsequiously. Yi Luwei's gaze turned towards him. My interest, however, is quite steep. Jiang Yifeng retracted his sycophantic smile, his expression turning serious. Charging exorbitant interest is illegal. Then you can seek assistance from others. She regarded him with a teasing smile. Jiang Yifeng was momentarily rendered speechless. Well, it seemed he had been firmly grasped by the throat of fate. He quickly resumed his previous obsequious demeanor. But I don't know anyone else. You are the only pillar I have, and I shall borrow, even if the interest is high. He paused, daring to inquire. How much is my monthly salary? With your abilities and bonuses, it should be around 70 to 80,000 per month. Jiang Yifeng calculated. That would mean he could repay it in less than 10 months. He could simply forego his salary. Do not entertain thoughts of settling debts with your salary, came her ethereal voice. Yi Luwei's gaze pinned him down, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Your salary is to be surrendered to me. Jiang Yifeng gaped. Why is that? Her answer left him speechless. It is quite normal for a husband's salary to be entrusted to his wife, who is responsible for its management, is it not? In this society, it seems that most post-marital families are structured in such a manner. Rest assured, I certainly won't demand it all. I can still provide you with a few hundred yuan for your pocket money each month. Jiang Yifeng smirked slightly. Then I truly appreciate your generosity. That might scarcely cover the interest, wouldn't it? It is likely insufficient. You could begin by repaying the principal, replied Yi Luwei, who had a keen sensitivity to numbers. After a quick calculation, she added, if you repay me 500 each month, it would take approximately a century to settle the 600,000. You would nearly finish repaying by the time you reach your 120 years. And then I would spend several hundred years repaying the interest, I presume? Jiang Yifeng scoffed coldly. He was no tortoise. How could he possibly live for such a duration? Chapter 89. I have sold the latter half of my life to a wealthy woman regrettably, Jiang Yifeng was neither. Observing his frustrated yet helpless expression, Luwei smiled even more brightly. You could consider taking on a part-time job after work. It would expedite your repayment process. It was clear she was teasing him. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Your words have indeed reminded me. I suppose I shall have to find a side job after hours, and with my charm. Perhaps I might entertain a wealthy lady. Before he could finish his thought, Luwei's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Jiang Yifeng quickly redirected the conversation. However, I wouldn't want to take advantage of anyone. You are the only wealthy lady in my vicinity. I can only reluctantly accompany you. As he spoke, he leaned his head against her lap, resembling a cat seeking affection. This time, it was Luwei's turn to smirk coldly. Reluctantly? How fortunate for me. But that might only increase your debts. Huh? Jiang Yifeng was perplexed. How could I possibly owe more if I'm already accompanying a wealthy lady? Luwei poked his cheek. Are you the one accompanying her, or is she accompanying you? Her expression conveyed that she had seen through him, her gaze almost mocking. Jiang Yifeng grinned sheepishly, chuckling awkwardly, and shrugged. It's all quite similar, really. Not at all. She retorted. By the way, what do you think would be a good breakfast for tomorrow? He deftly changed the subject. He had increasingly become adept at evading topics, and despite his frustration, he found himself wanting to laugh at his own predicament. Luwei gently stroked his head. Let us not think about that for now. Drink your milk before it cools. Oh, right. Jiang Yifeng sat up and downed most of the milk in his cup, giving a thumbs up. Delicious. My wife's milk is always the best. Once you finish, you should get some good rest, Luwei advised as she turned to navigate her wheelchair, not forgetting to close the door behind her with her own hands. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the photograph on the bed, carefully arranging it once more and placing it on the bedside table. As he looked at the child's smiling face in the image, he couldn't help but smile faintly. Ding dong. His phone chimed. It was a notification regarding a bank transfer. Luwei has transferred 600,000 yuan to your account. Balance, 521 yuan. Note, allowance. Jiang Yifeng was taken aback by the note that read allowance. A few seconds later, a broad smile spread across his face. However, his joy was premature. You have received a relative's card. Remaining balance for this month, 500,000 yuan. What a generous gift. A relative's card. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his eyes and counted the numbers carefully. He laughed, smiled, and then erupted into a fit of laughter. This life of indulgence was indeed treating him well. Would it mean that the future would consist of meals provided by a wealthy woman? The thought alone was amusing. Not long after Luwei returned to her study, she heard a knock on the door. After inviting him in, Jiang Yifeng's head popped through the door. What is the matter? I will now wash the cups and take a moment to speak with you. His smile was so bright that it seemed almost as if it might burst forth. His infectious grin prompted Luwei to join in the laughter, to which he remarked, well, that was one sentence. Then let it be two. Realizing that this indeed constituted his second sentence, he cheerfully added, all right, 3 sentences then. I simply wish to express how deeply I adore you. Good night. With that, the study door was shut with a thud. Luwei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed he had conveyed all this in less than 2 minutes, and much of it appeared rather trivial. Yet, the last sentence was anything but. Remembering his dazed expression moments ago, she bit her lip and chuckled. Indeed, he was worthy of his lavish sponsorship, providing ample emotional value. Jiang Yifeng returned from the hospital, initially fatigued, yet his emotions experienced a roller coaster that evening. His spirits plummeted as he recalled the photographs, but upon hearing Luwei's explanations and receiving her kiss, he felt as though he soared alongside the sun. With the receipt of a substantial sponsorship fee of 600,000, he was propelled to new heights, his enthusiasm reaching celestial bounds. He promptly opened his laptop, imported Shouqi's medical data, and began to design the surgical procedure based on his years of clinical experience. Naturally, while he could design the operation, undertaking it personally was out of the question, as he lacked a medical license in this world, and performing surgery entailed significant risk. He entrusted the operation to Yuqi, confident in her skills. At 3 in the morning, Yuqi's phone vibrated. Glancing at it, she instantly became alert. The person she had been yearning for had finally sent her a message. Jean Feng Yu Lu. Dr. Yu, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but I would like to request your assistance, if you are willing. Jiang Yifeng knew she was undoubtedly awake. A medical doctorate at 3 in the morning? One might wonder if she still intended to pursue that degree. Why? Senior, you finally messaged me. It has been so long since we last communicated. I have been wanting to reach out, but feared I might intrude. Jiang Yifeng, I have been rather busy. Please take a look at this case and the surgical proposal I have designed for one of my patients. Yu Qi received the file. Glioblastoma, an exceptionally malignant tumor. The difficulty of the surgery was immense, and the prognosis was dire. Typically, no hospital would dare undertake such an operation. Yu Qi possessed considerable expertise in neurology and had reviewed numerous surgical treatment plans for tumors pressing on nerves. Yet she couldn't help but nod in approval at Jiang Yifeng's proposal. The surgical steps were remarkably detailed. Even through text, one could almost envision the operation unfolding, with the techniques clearly delineated. Following this plan, excising the tumor cells should pose no insurmountable challenge. Why? Did you mean for me to perform this surgery? Jiang, yes, due to certain personal constraints, I am unable to operate myself. The risks involved are substantial, and you are the only one I can trust. What does it feel like to be told by a mysterious figure that you are the sole person they can rely on? It is nothing short of validation. Yu Qi's hands trembled, for she was an individual driven by an intense ambition. The opportunity to serve a prominent figure lay before her, and she pondered whether this was her singular chance in life to restore the glory of neurology. It was a duty she could not shirk. Rest assured. Leave it to me, she declared. The following day, at the restaurant opposite Hojing Jewelry, in their usual spot, with the usual fare, the two men sat together. Hey, what were you up to yesterday? Those dark circles under your eyes are quite pronounced, Ma Shuo inquired, his appetite evidently rekindled after being interrupted during dinner the previous night. Jiang Yifeng rubbed his eyes and replied, what else could I be doing? Working on the Zhouqi matter. Fundraising, huh? How much have you managed to gather? Take a guess. And what means did you employ to raise those funds? Jiang Yifeng stifled a yawn. I told you, I was just accompanying a wealthy woman. Ma Shuo chuckled as he shoveled rice into his mouth. The market price for a duck is at most 3,000, even if you were on duty all night. You'd barely make over 10,000, right? Jiang Yifeng smiled and revealed the balance on his mobile banking app. Ma Shuo, engrossed in his meal, glanced over and chuckled. Oh, 60,000? Not bad at all. We ought to get you a kidney supplement soon. A playful eye roll was his only response. If you don't need your eyes, perhaps donate them to someone in need. Count again. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands. What the hell? Ma Shuo nearly stumbled in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Yifeng. Are you serious? The man across the table elegantly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Indeed, I've sold the latter half of my life to a wealthy woman. This is my maintenance fee. Chapter 90. The language of the steel wool ball is patience and wealth. Xiao Jiang. I thought you were merely speaking in jest. Yet you were serious? To speak is one thing, but to act is another. If one wishes to play, let it be in earnest. Jiang Yifeng smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I recall you once mentioned, Ma Gu, that if I were to find a wealthy woman, what would you do? Something about live streaming a chopping. Ma Shuo also recalled his bold claims from that day. Now that he had indeed found a wealthy woman, perhaps he ought to relinquish this external adornment. What nonsense! He hastily shifted the topic, inquiring nervously, does your wife know about this matter? Of course. Jiang Yifeng nodded. She even supports my endeavors. Ma Shuo was taken aback. The language of the steel wool ball denotes patience and opulence. An exasperated eye roll shot his way. What are you thinking? This wealthy woman is my wife, and all this money comes from her. She handed you 600,000 in one go, for a complete stranger. Ma Shuo shook his head in astonishment. How much trust she must have in you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was struck with a realization. Initially, he believed that Yi Luwei had faith in Xiao Zhao's remarkable talents, which prompted her to provide him with the funds for this undertaking. However, upon reflection, it seemed to have little to do with talent and everything to do with genuine trust. Leaning back in his chair, arms crossed, Jiang Yifeng chuckled. I am her husband. If she does not trust me, who else would she trust? Ma Shuo chewed thoughtfully on his food. Damn, why is today's fish-flavored shredded pork so sour? Sometimes I truly wish to compete with you affluent individuals. Why not find yourself a wealthy woman? Where would I even begin? His gaze wandered, seemingly lost in contemplation. Do not be so picky. A woman 3 years your senior brings fortune, and a woman 30 years your senior brings wealth. Explore different markets, and you may find delightful surprises. After delivering this line, Jiang Yifeng's expression was laden with teasing intent. Ma Shuo detected the sarcasm and quickly waved his hand. No, I'm not that desperate yet. However, speaking of which, might your actions bear considerable consequences? After all, the company is not solely yours. Although eventually, President Yi would certainly reimburse it. The risks are substantial. One must invest to reap rewards. Jiang Yifeng continued with a grin. The company is indeed like my home. Its growth depends on us all. TSK. Have you lost your mind at work? This fellow, how was it not apparent before that he was so industrious? Upon receiving a call from the hospital, Xiao Xiao rushed to the institution. Upon entering the ward and seeing Zhou Qi surrounded by a multitude of doctors, her heart nearly ceased to function. Has this day finally arrived? Tears welled up in her eyes, and just then, the leading, graceful female doctor approached her. You must be a family member of the patient. I have some information regarding their condition I wish to discuss with you. Xiao Xiao trembled violently, her legs buckling beneath her, and she collapsed onto the floor, covering her face and weeping inconsolably. Her cries echoed loudly, drawing puzzled glances from passing patients and medical staff alike. Yu Qi was bewildered. Was she truly that frightening? Had she reduced someone to tears? In a state of confusion, she turned back to gaze at Zhou Qi. Buddy, is this your girlfriend? Xiao Xiao. A familiar voice pierced through the air, abruptly halting Xiao Xiao's tears. She lifted her gaze, and through her blurred vision, amidst a group of doctors, she saw Zhou Qi waving at her. Hastily, she wiped away her tears, confirming that it was not an illusion, and rushed into his embrace. Whoa, you're alive. You're alive, Zhou Qi chuckled slightly. What are you thinking? I'm perfectly fine. But they formed a circle around you, and I thought you were dead. The doctors, who had previously been fierce figures on the operating table, now exchanged glances, their eyes clear as if they were students. They appeared to be saying, I don't know. I came to learn skills as I heard about it at the hospital. Cough, cough, you all may leave now. This is a bit frightening. Eventually, only Yu Qi remained in the ward. She handed a pack of tissues from the bedside with an apologetic demeanor. Zhou Qi quickly patted the tear-streaked girl and introduced. This is Dr. Yu, a renowned neurology expert who has come specifically to treat me. Hello, Yu Qi, she said, extending her fair, elongated hand with grace. To help you recover. Xiao Xiao, as if invigorated, grasped that hand with both of hers, her eyes glistening with tears. Can he really be cured? Yu Qi felt the girl's grip painfully strong. Such vigor from a petite figure was unexpected. She smiled as she retracted her hand. Though the risks are considerable, I am confident that I possess a 90% chance of eliminating the tumor cells. The surgical plan provided by my senior aligns perfectly with Zhou Qi's condition. I am here today merely to conduct a simple verification. If all goes well, the success rate could reach 95%. Yet, in clinical practice, one must never speak too definitively. It is a responsibility to the patient and a safeguard for oneself. Upon hearing the success rate could reach 90%, Xiao Xiao's tears flowed anew. She turned to Zhou Qi, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. You're going to be saved. Did you hear that? Of course. I heard. He replied gently, wiping away her tears. You must trust the doctor. This was the first time since her admission that she smiled genuinely, no longer needing to feign a facade of strength. A corner of her dim life was suddenly torn open, allowing sunlight to seep in. Xiao Xiao quickly dabbed at her tears. This was a joyous occasion, and she must not cry. She raised her head, earnestly focusing on the figure in the white coat. Doctor, we will fully cooperate with you. Very well, then please follow me shortly to arrange for the patient's surgery as soon as possible. Emerging from the doctor's office, Xiao Xiao felt a wave of euphoric exhaustion wash over her. The fact that a doctor was willing to perform Zhou Qi's surgery was already a stroke of luck. And now, with such a high success rate, the doctor had mentioned that due to the surgery's uniqueness, she intended to conduct research on it, thus waiving all surgical fees. 3 consecutive waves of happiness left her feeling almost surreal. After double-checking, she signed the consent form for the surgery. Gathering her composure, she almost sprinted to Zhou Qi's bedside. My dear, you have saved me. I feel incredibly fortunate lately. As if I am under the watchful gaze of some benevolent force. Could it be the favor of the goddess of fortune? She has finally shed her facade of adult strength and is now blinking innocently. The image of 2 robust men from the hospital flashes before Zhou Qi's mind, and he finds it impossible to connect the goddess of fortune with those 2 individuals. It feels too dissonant. He longs to reveal the matters concerning Ye's jewelry. Yet the other party has insisted on waiting until after the surgery to speak of it. Thus, he swallows his words and gently strokes Xiao Xiao's head. With a bittersweet smile, he muses, it could also be the blessing of a male deity. Chapter 91. Is money just for play? Jiang Yifeng was unaware that he had been bestowed with the title of Lucky God. He had frequented the small restaurant opposite Huijing Jewelry for 2 consecutive days, and he had to admit that the proprietor possessed remarkable culinary skills. Each dish was a feast for the senses. Initially, he had intended to take some back for Yi Luwei to taste, but realizing he couldn't always rush such a distance whenever he felt hungry, he directly requested the owner to teach him 2 dishes, fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken. At first, the owner hesitated, as these were his prized recipes. However, upon seeing Jiang Yifeng, a clear enthusiast of culinary arts, he relented after Jiang offered 500 yuan. In the underground parking garage of Ye's Jewelry, after work, Jiang Han and Yi Luwei encountered Jiang Yifeng. "Hello. It's so cold. What brings you here? Isn't it obvious? I'm here to pick you up after work." Given that the affluent lady provided a monthly support of 500,000, he had to maximize the emotional value. Once in the car, the enclosed space was filled with a rich aroma of food. How delightful. Jiang Han's nose twitched, her gaze fixating on the bag in Jiang Yifeng's hand. "Oh, right, here, this is for you," he said with a smile, handing her the bag. "I cooked at home and saved some for you to try." After preparing the dishes, he noticed there was still some leftover in the pan, and not wanting it to go to waste, he decided to share it with Jiang Han. Considering her plight, while others enjoyed weekends off, she had to work overtime alongside her partner. Fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with excitement as she quickly turned to Yi Luwei. "Can I have some?" Her gaze was filled with longing. Yi Luwei felt a shiver at the intensity of her look and nodded. Thank you, Yizong. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. This is wonderful. I was just wondering what to have for dinner, and now it's all sorted." Observing her giddy demeanor, Jiang Yifeng nudged Yi Luwei with his elbow. "Tell me, how do you usually treat her?" "I don't mistreat her," Yi Luwei retorted, pouting slightly. "She's just a glutton. She gets all excited when there's food. And so are you." She turned her gaze toward him. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. "Did you not notice? You've swallowed your saliva 5 times already." Upon hearing this, Yi Luwei quickly touched her throat. She was human after all. After a long day's work, she was undoubtedly hungry, and the enticing aroma of the food was hard to resist. Yet, who would observe such details? Jiang Yifeng leaned closer and lowered his voice. "She is an expressive glutton, while you are a reserved one." How audacious. Yi Luwei's cheeks flushed, and she clenched her small fist, ready to punch him. Jiang Yifeng caught her fist effortlessly, and when his skin made contact with hers and felt its chill, he frowned slightly. "Why are your hands so cold?" "Cold." She pinched her fingers, realizing that she hadn't noticed until he mentioned it. After inspecting the factory earlier in the day, she must have gotten too cold to feel it. "Next time you visit that place, dress warmly." "Jiang Han, turn on the heater." "Will do." A gentle warm breeze wafted through the air, stirring Yi Luwei from her frozen stupor, causing her to shiver involuntarily. It was indeed quite chilly. Given her frail constitution and the prolonged hours spent working on the front lines, Jiang Yifeng felt a pang of sympathy for her. Observing Jiang Han driving attentively ahead, he slowly lifted his shirt, slipping her icy hand beneath it. This sudden gesture startled Yi Luwei, her eyes widening as she lowered her voice. "What are you doing?" "What else could it be? Just warming you up for a moment," he replied. Yi Luwei instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but the warmth emanating from his body felt akin to a small furnace, so comforting that she hesitated to pull away. "Using abs to warm hands. A privilege reserved for the wealthy," she remarked. Jiang Yifeng leaned closer, his breath tickling her ear. A shiver ran through her, a flush creeping to her ears as she muttered, "You certainly adhere to the rules of a pretty boy." He chuckled mischievously. "When you love what you do, it shows." Yi Luwei quickly shoved her other hand inside as well, the icy sensation causing him to shudder, a muffled groan escaping his lips. He shot her a warning glance, while she raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. "What's wrong? I've paid for this, haven't I? Isn't it true that one must accept whatever a client desires?" Jiang Yifeng gritted his teeth, pinching her cheek. "You look like a heartbreaker right now, you know that?" "And you?" "A pure-hearted youth toyed with by a heartbreaker," she retorted. "What pure-hearted youth would think of using abs to warm hands?" She teased, pressing her palm against him, eliciting a noticeable change in his expression. "I must admit, it is quite warm," he conceded. Jiang Yifeng felt a twinge of regret. His initial intent had been to tease Yi Luwei. After all, her bashfulness suggested she might only tolerate this for a fleeting moment before withdrawing her hand. To his surprise, she seemed to have an epiphany today, or simply did not mind playing around, keeping her hand nestled within. The sensation of her nails grazing his skin was akin to a feather brushing against his nose, teasingly withdrawn just before he could sneeze, only to return after a brief pause, creating an indescribable discomfort. In the confines of his home, he could have grumbled in protest, but now, with Jiang Han present, He had to endure the sensation in silence. He finally comprehended the sentiments of those teachers depicted in electric vehicle narratives. Meanwhile, Luwei gazed out the window, warming her hands. Through the reflection in the glass, she noticed the man beside her looking somewhat flustered, and she struggled to suppress a smile. Humph. Serves you right for calling me a greedy cat. As they exited the car, Jiang Han observed Jiang Yifeng's flushed face with a hint of confusion. Mr. Jiang, are you feeling unwell? Not at all, Jiang Yifeng replied, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. He quickly cleared his throat. The warm breeze is rather intense, causing me to feel overheated. Oh, I see. I'll be more mindful next time. Yes, I shall also be cautious, he said, shooting a pointed glance at Luwei, who was discreetly stifling her laughter. Well then, Ms. Yi, Mr. Jiang, I shall not intrude any longer. I'm off to have dinner. Goodbye, they both responded. As the roar of the departing car faded into the distance, Jiang Yifeng lunged forward, playfully scratching Luwei in a fit of mischief. Ha ha, what are you doing? I tell you, this is what you call revenge on a client. Indeed, revenge it is. If you disagree, go ahead and lodge a complaint. Ha ha. Where would I even file a complaint? Stop scratching, please. I was wrong. I was wrong. Ha ha. Wah. Luwei, receiving her due retribution, pleaded for mercy amidst her laughter and tears. That evening during dinner, a conversation unfolded. Luwei remarked, you know, spending that 500 was not in vain. Jiang Yifeng responded, isn't it? Do you know what the secret is to making delicious dishes, as told to me by the boss? What is it? It's love. Then the boss must have a deep affection for you. No, he loves my money. Stop changing the subject. What I mean is, I poured a great deal of love into this meal. Did you feel it? Jiang Yifeng sought praise. I did feel it. But what about Jiang Han? Her portion doesn't count. It was leftover. Jiang Han vigorously dug into her rice. Wow, this is truly delicious. I am absolutely amazing. Chapter 92. A long future ahead. Why? Senior, today I visited the patient at the hospital. The patient and their family are actively cooperating with the treatment, and I believe it will yield a positive outcome. Yu Qi sent the message. Jiang Yifeng, upon reading it, responded with an okay emoticon. Another hurdle had been overcome. Validating his efforts over the past few days, resting his chin on his hand, he reflected on his journey since arriving in this world. Despite the myriad challenges faced, he had navigated through each one unscathed, prompting a heartfelt realization that life could indeed be so vibrant. Though he had spent countless nights laboring over project proposals, nearly driven to the brink of frustration on several occasions, witnessing the sweet smile of success made it all worthwhile. With her presence, everything became far less drab and monotonous. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the time, rose, and stretched languidly. It was time to clock in. Watching the man who was diligently massaging her, Luwei felt a surge of excitement. Doctor, you mentioned that my treatment would commence soon. Is that so? That truly is splendid news, Jiang Yifeng replied, squinting his eyes and feigning ignorance. The first phase of rehabilitation was anticipated to begin next week. She blinked, the light catching her eyes, rendering them even more luminous. You seem rather eager, he smiled, a hint of caution in his tone. I've heard it can be quite torturous, you know, with the combination of traditional and Western medicine. Just imagine all those needles piercing your legs. During his time at school, he had befriended several acupuncture and massage majors. They often practiced on each other, and he had the fortune of experiencing it once. The lingering sensation of soreness was unforgettable. Luwei pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not afraid. Seeing that his attempt to frighten her had failed, Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Really not afraid? There will be a lot of needles. That doesn't faze me. Do you know why? I do not. Luwei beckoned him closer with a playful gesture, her tone shrouded in mystery. Jiang Yifeng curiously leaned in. Because this time, I am not alone. Her voice was playful, yet laced with unwavering resilience. The warm breath against his ear made his heart flutter. Turning to face her, he was met with her eyes, sparkling like a constellation. What heartache lies behind that smile? He grasped her hand. I am already anticipating the moment when you rise and everyone gazes at you in awe. She tilted her head, smiling brightly. That must mean I'll be the center of attention. Hee. Being a little shameless shouldn't be a problem, right? She mused. Jiang Yifeng promptly chimed in, absolutely. Especially since our Yi is so stunning. He could already envision her, radiant like a star. In that moment when she stood, the sun and moon would pale in comparison. You've flattered me to the point of giddiness, she remarked, feeling buoyed by his compliments. To speak the truth, many will admire and adore you when that time comes. I don't want others to admire me, Luwei asserted, shaking her head as she wrapped her arms around his neck. I only want you to cherish me. Jiang Yifeng teased. You say that now, but when you encounter someone outstanding, they might just kick me aside. Nonsense. I would be the one to kick them away, declaring that I already have a husband. He is far more handsome than any of you. Observing her fierce expression, Jiang Yifeng's heart fluttered, and he reached out to poke her nose. You better. Of course. It suddenly dawned on Jiang Yifeng that he had never gifted her a ring. Her fingers were bare. An idea struck him, a means to prove her marital status. What are you thinking? As she leaned closer, Luwei inquired, noticing his distraction. Gazing at her exquisitely magnified features, Jiang Yifeng hurriedly blinked. Nothing, just contemplating some matters. Thinking about someone else while with me? She frowned slightly, her gaze falling upon the dark circles beneath his eyes, reaching out to touch them. Have you been staying up late again? Those with fair skin suffer from such a disadvantage. Even the slightest change is easily detected. He had indeed been burning the midnight oil these past few days, his irregular schedule resulting in those dark circles. He chuckled. I just couldn't sleep last night. Was that essential oil ineffective? The oil. Jiang Yifeng realized he had not used it even once since bringing it home. It had slipped his mind entirely. Caught off guard by her sudden inquiry, he stammered, I didn't really use it. In the next moment, his smiling face was tugged by her finger. Still grinning, she ordered, Go, fetch it. I shall apply it for you. Jiang Yifeng, with his face being rubbed, was promptly ushered out. Ouch, women's moods are as capricious as the weather. They can turn on a dime. He muttered, then considered the luxury of enjoying Luwei's head massage. Perhaps he had come out ahead? With a cheerful demeanor, he retrieved the essential oil, and without needing her encouragement, he jubilantly hopped back into bed, noticing a hint of reproach on Luwei's face. He shamelessly laid his head on her lap. From now on, every night, I shall apply it for you. Although her tone still held a semblance of reproach, her touch remained tender, and her massage techniques had even improved. After finishing, he yearned to sleep, but the staircase awaited him. Perhaps climbing it would revive his spirits. Isn't there an elevator? Once you step out, you'll feel awake. Luwei discerned his meaning. What do you imply? Why not you massage me on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays? Once you're done, I will. Jiang Yifeng, while speaking, slightly opened his eyes to gauge her reaction, then quickly shut them again. I mean no other intention. I simply believe that since this essential oil is so expensive, it shouldn't be wasted on daily applications. Initially, it might not have led to misunderstandings, but his explanation certainly had an air of unintended implication. He regretted his words immediately after speaking. However, one must be courageous. They were not merely a couple. They were legally married. After all, what kind of spouses do not share the same bed? Luwei maintained her silence. Jiang Yifeng, eyes closed, felt a twinge of unease. His heart racing. Could one bold attempt lead to a lifetime of shyness? After a prolonged silence, a gentle voice finally reached his ears. Well, today is not suitable. Jiang Yifeng opened his eyes, perplexed. What do you mean today is not suitable? Luwei tilted her head and chuckled, because today is Sunday. Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are available, excluding Tuesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I should have mentioned Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. Wait. That doesn't seem to be the crux of the matter. The real point is, she has consented. You agreed? Jiang Yifeng suppressed his excitement. Yet his lips betrayed him, curling into a smile. Despite being seasoned actors, how could they still resist laughter? Certainly, it was beyond their control. Luwei continued to beam. It's just a massage, I agreed. What comes next? The essence lies in what follows. Luwei's cheeks flushed, and she playfully covered his mouth with her hand. We'll discuss the rest later. The essential oil brushed against his lips. Jiang Yifeng gently licked with his tongue, the sweetness flooding his mouth. He understood. Later equated to there's plenty of time ahead. Indeed, plenty of time. How infuriating that today is not Monday. Chapter 93. Underestimating her by the way. I have a meeting to attend tomorrow. As Jiang Yifeng indulged in a massage, lost in a sea of self-reproach, Luwei casually remarked. What meeting? He inquired. A brand collaboration meeting at Xia Mountain Resort. For someone of Luwei's stature, such collaborations typically involve projects worth billions, necessitating a venue befitting her status. Jiang Yifeng had previously overheard discussions about Xia Mountain in the office. It is a 5A scenic area, not particularly famous but a preferred travel destination come autumn. The autumn foliage transforms the valley into a vision of fiery colors, hence the name Xia, which translates to red clouds. It would be splendid to hold the meeting there. It is said to be exceptionally beautiful. Having visited a few times, he could attest to its charm. Luwei gently massaged his temples and added, "The meeting may last around 3 days, and we need to arrive a day early. Projects worth billions can be straightforward or exceedingly complex. Negotiations, without a doubt, require ample time." Jiang Yifeng pressed his lips together, initially anticipating tomorrow with excitement, only to find that expectation dashed. However, duty prevailed. He could not disrupt the larger picture for personal desires. "Allow me to pack your luggage then. 4 days is quite a stretch, and we must be well prepared." With a hint of reluctance, he leaned against her, slowly rising to gather his belongings. "My luggage has already been taken care of by Jiang Han. You only need to manage yours," she replied. Jiang Yifeng paused in surprise. "Me?" Luwei nodded. "Family members are permitted to join. You must not have seen the place. This is a chance to experience it." "Really?" The dullness in his eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. "If you are busy, you need not come," she said while delicately pulling out a tissue to wipe the remaining oil from her hands. The implication was clear. As long as he attended, such luxuries would be available. Moreover, they would return on Friday, allowing him to revel in massages and more for several days. Jiang Yifeng understood immediately, shaking his head fervently. "No, I'll ask for leave from Ma Sha right away." "Work?" he scoffed. "What work? The grind of daily life continues, yet such an opportunity is rare. To neglect benefits is foolish indeed." Luwei could not help but chuckle at his enthusiasm. "Be careful, he might not approve your leave. He need not fear my illness for him to grant it." Her brow furrowed slightly. What illness?" "The affliction of solitude." He was not mistaken. The thought of remaining in the vast emptiness of the villa filled him with dread, and he would rather work overtime at the office. The following day, Ma Shuo approved his leave without hesitation, even offering paid time off. Jiang Yifeng marveled at how cultivating good relations with leadership could simplify many work-related matters. Though he had intended to engage in light banter with Ma Shuo, he quickly stepped forward to grasp the armrest of Luwei's wheelchair as she emerged. There was no denying it. He was eager for advancement. A small step for Yifeng, a giant leap in life. The Qixia Mountain Resort is situated on the outskirts of the capital, a serene escape from the urban clamor, where the air is refreshingly invigorating. After a midday meal, we set out and arrived just before dusk. To my surprise, our partners were already awaiting us at the entrance of the resort. Upon spotting Luwei, the responsible party promptly approached to exchange pleasantries. The meeting is scheduled for 8 o'clock the following morning, yet both sides had tacitly agreed to arrive a day early. Jiang Yifeng showed little interest in these formalities, his gaze wandering about the surroundings. This location is still some distance from Qixia Mountain, yet one can see the peaks adorned in fiery hues from afar, a truly breathtaking sight. He marveled at how effortlessly nature crafts such awe-inspiring landscapes. Luwei noticed his boredom, offered a few casual remarks, and then concluded the conversation with the partners. "Let us proceed to our rooms," she suggested. Jiang Han had reserved the most luxurious accommodation available in the hotel. The room was spacious, and upon entering, Jiang Yifeng immediately made a beeline for the bed, to him. No matter how lavishly adorned the hotel might be, it was merely decor. Only the bed held true significance. The bed was grand and plush, and sinking into it felt akin to diving into a cloud. "This bed is remarkably soft," he exclaimed, contemplating in earnest whether to ask Jiang Han about the brand of the mattress later. His tone carried a certain air of extravagance, which was indeed justified, given her affluence. "Ah, the wealthy truly are different. They can change things on a whim." Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly, though his laughter lacked genuine mirth. Luwei regarded him on the bed, seemingly grasping something unspoken, and playfully tapped his leg. "What are you daydreaming about all day?" Jiang Yifeng rolled around on the bed, after a lengthy car journey. Lying in this cloud-like comfort seemed to dispel much of his fatigue. If only the soft mattress could absorb the delightful scent from her room. Then that night would not merely be spent in a cloud, but rather in a realm of cotton candy bliss. How delightful that thought was, and he found himself grinning foolishly. Luwei, somewhat exasperated, shook her head and approached the suitcase. "Allow me." Jiang Yifeng quickly jumped off the bed. He understood that this task involved retrieving clothes from the suitcase to hang up, minimizing wrinkles that might arise from a pile of garments. Once he had hung up his own clothes, he opened Luwei's suitcase to find an array of white dress shirts and trousers. Even her nightwear was a plain white devoid of any pattern. With a hanger in his left hand and clothes in his right, he began to hang them one by one. 1, 2, 3. It was a monochromatic palette of black and white until a purple tank top caught his eye. He instinctively picked it up and shook it out. Momentarily taken aback by the bulging front, he barely had time to react before Luwei reached over, snatched the item from his hands, crumpled it into a ball, and tucked it behind her. She hesitantly pushed him away, saying, "You don't need to hang on. I can handle the rest by myself." Observing her flushed cheeks, Jiang Yifeng finally grasped the situation. The color of her tank top was quite appealing. He grinned, attempting to feign ignorance of what he had just seen. Luwei cast a doubtful glance in his direction, but found him still wearing that foolish expression. After a moment's contemplation, she turned her back to tidy up on her own. Jiang Yifeng, feeling a sense of relief, returned to his place on the bed. A fleeting glimpse of purple danced before his eyes. Susong was indeed right. His sister had remarked that purple possessed an exquisite charm. Furthermore, he had truly underestimated her. Jiang Yifeng lowered his head and extended his fingers. Alas, it seemed as though his hands had shrunk. Chapter 94. You will benefit. As Jiang Yifeng was moving his fingers, Luwei's gaze darted over once more. The sixth sense of a man in the face of danger is remarkably acute. Sensing an impending threat, he immediately clasped his fingers, feigning interest in his nails. His nonchalant demeanor only served to render Luwei somewhat awkward, prompting her to feign indifference and cast her gaze out the window. The room boasted a splendid view, with the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealing the resplendent hues of Qisha Mountain, its foliage ablaze with autumn colors. Under the evening glow, the entire mountain seemed to meld into the scenery, evoking an indescribable sense of awe. "Shall we take a stroll?" Jiang Yifeng lifted his head, following her line of sight, and nodded. Certainly, it would be a shame to have come all this way without exploring. The crisp autumn air, devoid of the city's relentless pursuits for fame and fortune, felt refreshingly invigorating. As they stepped outside, Jiang Han had just returned from the downstairs restaurant, laden with an array of snacks. With no work obligations today, she intended to nestle in her room and indulge in her favorite dramas. "Aren't you going out for a bit?" "No, it wouldn't be as enjoyable alone." "Hee, it's much more delightful to munch while binge-watching," she replied, weighing the snacks in her hands. "By the way, I overheard someone at the shop mention a fireworks show tonight. You two might want to check it out." Many tourist spots often host fireworks displays as a gimmick to attract visitors and stimulate spending. Jiang Yifeng, understanding this, discreetly noticed 2 lollipops dangling from the bag as Jiang Han passed by and subtly pulled them down. She remained unaware and pushed open the door, entering the room. "Did you take the little glutton's candy?" Luwei chuckled. "With such a round face, you should cut back on sweets." Jiang Yifeng feigned an expression of benevolence, tucking the candy into his pocket. Once they descended the stairs, it dawned on them that there was still quite a distance to Qisha Mountain. Walking without a car along Route 11 would take at least 40 minutes. "The car keys are still with Jiang Han. I'll have her bring them down." "Don't. What if she's just opened a bag of chips and found her show?" Jiang Yifeng restrained her hand, not wishing to feel flustered. "But we can't possibly walk there." Luwei fretted, glancing at her legs. Given their circumstances, they would likely arrive after dusk. Jiang Yifeng stroked his chin, his gaze landing on a small electric scooter parked at the entrance of the villa. He approached it for a closer inspection. The scooter appeared to be a few years old, likely used by the villa staff for commuting. "Wait for me a moment." He strode directly to the front desk. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a key in hand. "Let us go." "Off we embark," he exclaimed, tossing the key in the air while glancing at the scooter. We are riding that?" Luwei queried, puzzled. "We can enjoy the scenery along the way without the hassle of traffic. This little scooter is simply indispensable for family outings." "But Luwei had yet to finish her thought when Jiang Yifeng lifted her from the wheelchair and gently placed her onto the back seat. "What's the matter? Do you think the scooter is too shabby to suit your status?" He laughed as he folded up the wheelchair, placing it atop the footrest. Jiang Yifeng could hardly be oblivious to her unspoken words. She wished to convey that her legs were inadequate, rendering her unable to sit. A wave of melancholy swept over her. "Do not say you cannot sit. You are just like everyone else, capable of anything." As he secured her helmet, he gently tapped it after fastening the buckle, playfully warning, "Stop overthinking, or I shall give you a light smack." With that, he climbed onto the vehicle as well. Luwei adjusted her helmet, sensing the hint of reproach in his tone, yet her heart swelled with sweetness akin to consuming honey, nay, even sweeter. "Are you settled comfortably?" he inquired. Am I really?" Jiang Yifeng repeated, swaying his waist, implying something was amiss. Luwei, ever astute, blushed and extended her small hand to assist. "Ahem." He shook again, Is this sufficient? You are merely taking advantage. Yi Luwei murmured softly, her hand inching forward to rest upon his abdomen, her arms encircling his waist. The proximity was intimate, her form nearly pressed against his back. He huffed, "What do you mean taking advantage? This is for your safety. Do not judge my intentions with your petty thoughts." Yi Luwei echoed his huff. A man's words are often deceitful. Have you ever watched SpongeBob? Jiang Yifeng twisted the ignition key, causing the small electric scooter to tremble. Yes, I have, she answered. Jiang Yifeng nodded, clearing his throat, and with a slightly raspy voice proclaimed, "Are you ready, kids?" Yi Luwei paused, feeling somewhat juvenile. Jiang Yifeng's body swayed, encouraging her to respond. Reluctantly, she felt it was too embarrassing and muttered awkwardly, Aye, Captain. Yet, her meek reply triggered the next line. I can't hear you. As Yi Luwei lifted her gaze, she met Jiang Yifeng's half-turned face, their eyes locking. Flustered and awkward, she exclaimed, Must I say it? With steadfast determination, he insisted. You must. It is a matter of ceremony. Glancing around to ensure their privacy, she bit her lip, adopting a resolute demeanor, and raised her voice. Aye, Captain. Jiang Yifeng squinted his eyes in delight. Splendid. He pressed down on the accelerator. Amidst the roar, many within the villa heard a sound akin to a primitive call echoing through the landscape. Yi Luwei buried her head into his back, internally pleading for rescue. If their partners were to witness this, it would be disastrous. How could he be so childish? No, why must she comply with his whims? Alas, it appeared she too was a child at heart. Jiang Yifeng's voice, carried by the wind, reached her ears. Fear not, as long as you remain unembarrassed. The awkwardness shall fall upon others. Being with you has thickened my skin. What? The wind is too strong. I cannot hear. The electric scooter hardly generated such a wind resistance. It was merely Jiang Yifeng's way of encouraging her to shed her shyness. Yi Luwei thought he truly hadn't heard her clearly. She straightened her posture and leaned closer to his ear, saying, What I mean is, being with you has toughened my skin. A little toughness is a good thing. Jiang Yifeng replied with a smile. Haven't you heard? A thick skin can lead to longevity. He always had a way of uttering auspicious words. As the breeze swept by, it whisked away the shyness that adorned Yi Luwei's face. Her spirits were lifted by Jiang Yifeng's voice. Then you must surely live a long life. She chuckled. I'll take that as a good omen. Jiang Yifeng pressed down on the accelerator. The little electric scooter, despite its speed, could only go so far. Yet, as long as their spirits were high, the scooter felt like a Kawasaki. Once again, the wind carried the distant call of a monkey. This time, however, it seemed to be accompanied by the voice of a female monkey. Uncertain, she decided to listen again. Chapter 95. Is a gentleman also cautious? The small electric scooter buzzed forward. The autumn evening breeze was rather chilly, the wind gusting towards the two individuals. Yi Luwei unconsciously leaned closer, feeling the warmth radiating from him like a small furnace. Noticing her proximity once again, Jiang Yifeng instinctively straightened his posture. A faint, almost imperceptible laugh was carried by the wind into their ears. Yi Luwei glanced at the rearview mirror and confirmed that the corners of his lips were indeed upturned. She pressed her lips together and said, I'm just worried you might feel cold, not trying to take advantage of you. I haven't said anything, he replied. Yet the implication lingered in the air. Yi Luwei felt a lump in her throat. The playful smile on his lips in the mirror seemed to deepen. Ugh. She stuck out her tongue and decided to rest her face against his back. Never mind the details, warmth was all that mattered. Jiang Yifeng also slowed the scooter. Approaching Qixia Mountain, the number of maple trees increased along the roadside, their fiery orange hues painting the path. As the wind blew, the maple leaves rustled delightfully. A few leaves fell upon his head, prompting Yi Luwei to gently pluck them away, twirling them in her hand. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Yifeng observed her delicate fingers spinning the leaves, resolving to find a few beautiful ones at Qixia Mountain to take back as bookmarks. After all, don't girls enjoy collecting such floral treasures? The base of Qixia Mountain was already filled with parked cars. Jiang Yifeng found a secluded spot to park, then retrieved the wheelchair, unfolding it and assisting Yi Luwei back into it. In contrast to the earlier tranquility, the area was now bustling with laughter and chatter. As it appeared, everyone had come for tonight's fireworks display. Jiang Yifeng surveyed the various stalls set up at the mountain's foot, resembling a vibrant night market. The air was rich with the aromas of diverse foods, mingling together to create a delightful atmosphere of earthly pleasures. Let us go explore. We haven't eaten dinner yet. Though street food was often deemed unsanitary, The scents wafting through the air were undeniably enticing. Perhaps it was also due to the absence of stinky tofu. This night market stretched long, akin to a miniature temple fair. In the center, a stage had been erected where a few performers sang and interacted with the audience below. Just as Jiang Yifeng prepared to voice a quip, he heard a soft remark beneath him. That singing is truly dreadful, akin to the braying of a donkey. He was somewhat taken aback. Even the usually reticent Luwei, known to outsiders as the iceberg CEO, could deliver sharp critiques. Upon catching his gaze, her expression of disdain transformed into one of innocence, as if to say that a fairy would never utter such coarse words. I appreciate that. Jiang Yifeng replied with an exaggerated eye roll, offering her a genuine smile. Boss, 2 servings of grilled cold noodles, both with egg and sausage. Coming right up. The vendor prepared the cold noodles on the iron griddle, drenching them in egg batter until golden brown, sprinkling them with chopped onions and cilantro, and topping them with 2 crispy grilled sausages before slathering on a secret sauce. The enticing aroma of the 2 servings of grilled cold noodles wafted towards them, each receiving a box. It had been quite some time since they had savored such a dish. Jiang Yifeng took a generous bite, exclaiming, "Wow, that's quite hot." Luwei, somewhat unaccustomed to dining in the open air, observed his enjoyment and felt her own appetite stirred. She skewered a piece and took a bite. The sweet and sour flavors, along with the freshness, were indeed delightful. The taste was completely different from the meals at home, showcasing the allure of street food. As he spoke, he took another large mouthful, and with fried chicken strips ahead, he exclaimed, "Let us go." Grilled cold noodles, fried chicken strips, meat and egg burgers, grilled squid, grilled sausages. The 2 indulged in a feast, finding a stall to sit down together. Having been raised in a life of luxury, this was Luwei's first experience of the joy of night market snacks. Initially reserved, she gradually loosened up, guided by Jiang Yifeng's enthusiastic eating. Biting into a grilled sausage, she remarked, "Aren't we here to enjoy the scenery?" How? The cold landscape transformed into a vibrant array of warm delicacies. "Food is the essence of life," he declared, as he devoured half of a meat and egg burger, burning his mouth and grimacing, caught in a delightful struggle. Greedily, Luwei chuckled as she bit into her grilled sausage, reaching for a napkin to wipe the meat juice splattered on his face. "Why are you eating so hastily?" Jiang Yifeng finally swallowed, winking at her, curious. Before she could respond, a large hand snatched the grilled sausage from her grasp. "Ah," Luwei exclaimed. Jiang Yifeng chewed contentedly, relishing the thrill of stealing food. "We agreed on 1 each. Since you've eaten slowly, I'll just have to take yours," he said, his gaze drifting to another meat and egg burger in the bag. Luwei quickly pulled the bag closer, exclaiming, "Hey, why are you guarding your food? Are you a gentleman?" "Am I a gentleman?" he mused, sighing. Nearby, several claw machines were occupied by children who were struggling to win anything, their frustrated cries echoing. Jiang Yifeng sipped his juice and challenged, "Do you believe I can win within 3 tries?" "No," Luwei shook her head, noting that those children had already tried many times. "They are just incompetent. How about a bet?" he proposed, rising with eager anticipation. "A bet on what?" Luwei inquired. Jiang Yifeng's gaze darted toward the half-eaten meat and egg burger in her hand, clearly targeting that. Luwei attempted to mimic his large bite, but found her mouth insufficiently wide, ultimately conceding defeat. Pouting, she said, "Can't you buy another one? I want to eat yours." "The one that was stolen," he replied, an answer that could only be deemed tyrannical. "And what if you lose? You would have nothing left." "If I lose, then do as you please." The temptation of 1 bite of the burger versus the prospect of letting him decide her fate was indeed considerable. Just then, a child failed to catch a toy again. Luwei pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and declared, "I'll take that bet. If you lose, you must sell meat and egg burgers after work, and you can only sell, not eat. You must safeguard my beloved meat and egg burger." Jiang Yifeng rose from his seat and approached the group of children. "Step aside, let me show you how it's done." He scanned the code for the first time. The claw seized a doll, and with a clatter, it fell. Luwei cast a playful glance, raising 2 fingers with a smug expression on her face. "You still have 2 chances left." Jiang Yifeng scanned the code again, his hands deftly maneuvering the joystick as the claw swung wildly. He aimed for a green avocado doll and decisively pressed the button. The machine chimed with the triumphant sound of winning. "Wow!" The surrounding children gasped in awe, as if this man were glowing in that moment. The meat and egg burger in Luwei's hand was snatched away. "Bring it here." Chapter 96. Fate. As Jiang Yifeng nibbled on a meat and egg burger, He retrieved the avocado plush toy amidst the envious gazes of the children and handed it to Yi Luwei. How did you manage that? Yi Luwei inquired, fiddling with the toy. How did you know you could win it in 3 tries? Quite simple, Jiang Yifeng replied, glancing at the claw machine. Typically, these machines have a mechanism in place. The owners adjust the claw's grip to be loose initially. Once a certain number of empty attempts accumulate, the grip strength is increased, a practice commonly referred to as a safety net. Oh, wait, what? Yi Luwei realized belatedly. So you were calculating my chances? Calculating? Don't use such harsh terminology, Jiang Yifeng said, shaking the burger in his hand, his eyes sparkling like a kitten's chasing a feather toy. I was taking a gamble as well. If the safety net requirement was high, I would have lost too. Though, it seems your luck was rather favorable. Yi Luwei pondered for a moment, finding some logic in his words, then pouted slightly as she took a sip of her milk tea. As autumn arrived, the days grew shorter. By the time they finished their meal, the night had enveloped them. The night market was aglow with lights, twinkling like stars, and the evening breeze illuminated the street. I didn't expect this place to be so gentle, Yi Luwei remarked, tilting her face upward to gaze at the undulating peaks in the distance. Jiang Yifeng observed her profile, the night wind playfully lifting a few strands of her hair, and in that moment, he saw her eyes shimmering as if filled with scattered starlight. He took a sip of his milk tea, chewing on the pearls, and thought to himself, it was indeed quite tender. Yi Luwei turned her head, letting out a playful huff. You stole some of my milk tea again. My cup is empty, he grinned. You're such a glutton, she teased, imitating a cow's mooing sound. After gathering their trash and tossing it into a nearby bin, Jiang Yifeng wiped his hands and pushed the wheelchair forward. There's cheese corn. Would you like to try some? Isn't that what you want? Yi Luwei replied, playing with the plush toy and looking up. What nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Yifeng shrugged, reassuring her, don't worry, I want tea take a single bite. He declared that he would rather starve than eat a morsel of cheese corn. Then I shall indulge, Yi Luwei beamed. Make sure it's a large portion. Can you finish it all? You're all eyes but small stomach, he teased. She blinked her large eyes. I will finish it. The wait felt interminable, yet in this serene moment, it seemed bearable. However, the tranquility was soon shattered by a loud outburst. Not far from the cheese corn stall, there was a fortune-telling booth manned by an elderly gentleman dressed in a traditional Zhongshan suit, his hair a silvery hue. Opposite him sat a couple, and it was the man who erupted in anger, pointing at the old man. You old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by emotional entanglements? Speak again, and I'll overturn your booth. The old man remained unfazed, fanning himself calmly. Why emotional entanglements? Deep down, you know the answer. He cast his gaze upon the woman, this young lady, and cautioned her not to squander her emotions on a mere passerby. Her true soulmate was not him. What nonsense are you spouting? The man, unable to contain his frustration, reached out to overturn the stall. Yet, the moment his hand made contact, a sharp crack echoed, leaving a swollen red mark upon his skin, prompting a cry of pain as he withdrew his hand. The onlookers were left bewildered, unable to perceive the speed at which the incident unfolded, only witnessing the elderly gentleman slowly retracting his fan with a disdainful snort. You old man, am I not indulgent enough towards you? Yi Luwei observed intently, when suddenly a handful of sunflower seeds was thrust into her palm. Startled, she turned to find Jiang Yifeng squatting beside her, merrily cracking the seeds as if he were merely an observer of the spectacle. Where did these seeds come from? She inquired. I asked the vendor, Jiang Yifeng replied, gesturing with his chin. The proprietor of the cheese corn stall stood nearby, also cracking seeds and distributing them among others. It is human nature to revel in the spectacle. This could not be altered. The woman quickly grasped his arm. Zhang Tian, don't behave this way. So many eyes are upon us. The man, now aware of the dozens of stares fixated on him, glanced at the swollen mark on his hand and gritted his teeth. I shan't hold this against you, you wretched fortune teller, spouting nonsense. Unperturbed by the insult, the old gentleman continued to fan himself, seemingly amused by the unfolding drama, as if anticipating a humorous turn of events. Ah, destiny. At that moment, the man's phone erupted into sound, the abrupt ringtone oddly fitting yet comical in the tense atmosphere. Upon glancing at the screen, his previously furious expression froze, instinctively reaching to end the call. The woman beside him quickly scanned the screen. Who is Lily? The man hastily hung up. My mother. Isn't your mother named Ronron? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she snatched the phone from him and redialed. The man panicked, reaching out to reclaim it. No, don't. Give it back. The call was answered on speakerphone. A sultry voice resonated through the night market. Tiangu, why did you hang up on me? Yu Haven T replied to my messages. An abrupt silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a thunderous eruption of jeers. The man's face turned ashen, while the woman's expression darkened. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Behold the infamous duo of black and white. Your mother's voice is rather provocative. The man, now dubbed Black Sha, hurled the phone at White Sha's face in anger and stormed off. After taking a few steps, as if struck by a thought, he turned back and placed 200 yuan notes on the fortune teller's stall, offering a curt thank you to the elderly man. The man scrambled to retrieve his phone, now devoid of his earlier bravado. As he chased after her, Xiao Shuang, wait for me. Let me explain. The woman's furious retort echoed. My name is Xiao Xue. Laughter erupted from the crowd, many applauding in delight. Today was not in vain. After all these years, I finally had the opportunity to indulge in a delightful moment. Jiang Yifeng took the sunflower seed shell from Yi Luowei's hand and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. This woman is indeed unfortunate, having encountered such a scoundrel. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the fortune-telling stall, where the old man nonchalantly tucked 2 bills into his pocket, seemingly unaffected by the earlier events, exuding an air of profound wisdom hidden in plain sight. If you find the wait tedious, feel free to give it a try. I will call for you when it's your turn. The stall owner gestured with a shovel towards the 2, asserting that the old man was quite accurate in his readings. Shall we go and see? I don't believe in that. Yi Luowei attempted to decline, but he nudged her forward to the stall. Jiang Yifeng politely bowed, addressing the elderly gentleman. Could you please read our fortunes? The old man, who had been in a meditative state, slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing this cheerful and courteous young man, a flicker of surprise glimmered in his dim eyes. This individual is truly intriguing. Chapter 97. You should have died long ago, old man. Jiang Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine under the gaze of the elderly man, which seemed capable of penetrating his very soul. Ahem. He coughed to break the silence. The old man sat up, gesturing towards a price list hanging nearby. What are you supposed to be? Jiang Yifeng's lips twitched. Why did that sound so awkward? Let us just have the 2 of us read our palms, he suggested, moving a chair closer and nudging Yi Luwei with his elbow. Let us see if we are destined to be together. Haha. Extend your hand, he urged, offering his palm. The old man leaned forward, his gaze traversing the intricate lines of Jiang Yifeng's palm. His previously placid expression began to shift, revealing subtle waves of emotion as he looked up at the handsome man before him. Jiang Yifeng instinctively straightened his posture, feeling as if he were a patient whose pulse was being taken by a seasoned physician, only to suddenly meet the doctor's gaze, who would sigh and shake his head. What is wrong, old man? Yi Luwei, who had always dismissed fate, felt a twinge of anxiety at this scene, leaning slightly forward. The old man shook his head, gently tapping the table with his fan. Young lady, please extend your hand. Yi Luwei, perplexed but sensing the gravity of the moment, complied and laid her palm open. The fan hovered above her lifelines, gliding along her palm's intricate designs. The lifeline curved outward on her middle finger, indicating boundless energy and unwavering vitality. It suggested a life sweeter than most, marked by strength and longevity. The career line was stable yet forked, signifying a fateful encounter at the age of 25 that would alter her destiny. Yi Luwei froze in surprise, instinctively glancing at the engrossed man beside her. The love line. The old man continued, his hand pausing momentarily over the lines. What was with this old fellow suddenly stopping? Jiang Yifeng listened intently, feeling a pang of anxiety at the abrupt halt. What about the love line? The love line, he resumed, indicates that you shall only love one person in this lifetime. If that person reciprocates with the same fervor, you may grow old together. Well, Jiang Yifeng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Yi Luwei's palm reading was indeed promising, especially that part about loving only one person, which only reinforced his conviction about the heartbeat he had felt that day. She lightly tapped his leg, signaling him to be more discreet, as they were surrounded by onlookers. Why are you even more excited than I am? What do you think? He replied with a grin. She withdrew her hand, her gaze intently fixed on the palm lines, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Though skeptical of such readings, she found herself willing to entertain the notion if it were indeed as the old man described. After all, her nature was one that embraced new experiences. My turn. My turn. Jiang Yifeng exclaimed, eagerly shaking his hand in anticipation. Yi Luwei straightened her posture, resuming her attentive demeanor. Your cheesy corn is ready, handsome and beautiful. At that moment, the vendor's voice rang out. I'll grab it. just as Jiang Yifeng stood. His hand was gently pressed back onto the table by the old man's fan. Upon witnessing this, Luwei smiled and said, "Allow me, you stay here." As she maneuvered the wheelchair away, Jiang Yifeng turned to meet her inquisitive, amber gaze. Before he could utter a word, a glimmer of amusement unexpectedly crossed the old man's stern visage. "My boy, does this body feel quite manageable to you?" Jiang Yifeng's previously cheerful expression froze as he observed the old gentleman's enigmatic smile, a chill of apprehension creeping down his spine. Thankfully, he thought, this is merely a game of chance. Dear elder, I trust my body is not in peril? He feigned composure, yet could distinctly feel his fingertips growing cold. The old man continued to smile. Which body are you referring to? His leisurely tone caused Jiang Yifeng's pupils to constrict, and he swallowed hard. What does this mean? This body of yours should have perished long ago. Observe your lifeline. There is already a break. The elder gently tapped the lines on Jiang Yifeng's palm with his fan. Jiang Yifeng glanced down and indeed saw the discontinuity. However, he noted that life continued beyond the break. He scratched at the line with his nail. After the rupture, a faint line persisted. Someone has extended it for you, the old man remarked, directing his gaze towards the figure seated in the wheelchair before the stall. Jiang Yifeng followed his gaze. Perhaps sensing the weight of their stares, Luwei turned her head, their eyes meeting, and she waved her small hand, her smile radiant. I hope for the master's wise words. Jiang Yifeng said earnestly, aware that the extension of life comes at a cost. Do not fret too much. She did not sacrifice her life for your sake, the elder declared, producing a pen and sketching 2 lines on a nearby sheet of paper. One to the left and one to the right. This girl's relationship line bears a break just like your lifeline, yet it continues beyond. This is your lifeline, and this is hers. Attempt to connect them. Jiang Yifeng took the paper and endeavored to join the 2 lines, but they remained misaligned. Observing his growing urgency, the old man chuckled while stroking his long beard. This is beyond my capability, he admitted, placing the paper back on the table. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to his anxiety. How old are you? 25. The old man replied leisurely. Your true affinity will manifest at 32. What? Jiang Yifeng abruptly stood, knocking over his chair with a clatter. What happened? Luwei, holding cheese corn, hurried back upon hearing the commotion. She glanced at the pale-faced, trembling man beside her, then at the old man, whose expression was laden with unspoken meaning. What transpired during her brief absence? It's nothing, nothing. Jiang Yifeng, realizing his lapse in composure, quickly righted the chair and resumed his seat. How much is it? His voice trembled. 200. The old man slowly closed his eyes. Returning to a meditative state, Jiang Yifeng proceeded to make the payment via scanning. What is wrong with you? Luwei asked, observing the beads of sweat upon his forehead, gently reaching out to wipe them away. It's nothing, nothing at all. Jiang Yifeng's mind was in disarray as he gazed at the concerned woman before him. He tenderly grasped her hand that had been wiping his brow. Why is your hand so cold? Luwei furrowed her brow, quickly intertwining her fingers with his, sharing her warmth. In that singular gesture, Jiang Yifeng's tumultuous thoughts exploded into clarity. He stared blankly at their clasped hands, suddenly enlightened. Wait a moment, he said softly, releasing her hand. He picked up the paper depicting their palm prints anew. Previously, he had been unable to connect the 2 lines. Now, the solution dawned upon him. Trembling, he folded the paper. The severed lifeline and the marriage line now aligned perfectly, while the void in the marriage line was being filled by the nascent lifeline emerging from his palm. The elder's eyes opened a slit as he regarded the man before him, a smile escaping his lips. Chapter 98. Wishing us countless fireworks and romance. Jiang Yifeng gazed intently at the perfectly aligned marriage line and lifeline, then raised his eyes to the elderly gentleman before him, whose eyes were slightly squinted in a bemused smile. He understood everything. What's the matter? Luwei inquired, leaning closer, her presence infused with the sweet aroma of cheesy corn. She peered curiously at the folded paper, perplexed. Jiang Yifeng, with a sense of relief, smiled softly and returned the folded paper to the table. It's nothing. The calculations are quite accurate. Luwei tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So we. Seeing her tentative question, he reached out and playfully pinched her nose. We are indeed a perfect match. Upon hearing his affirmative response, the subtle worry on her delicate face was replaced by a blossoming smile. She chuckled softly and nodded in gratitude towards the elderly man, who was resting his eyes. We shall take our leave now, sir. Jiang Yifeng offered a slight bow, grasped the armrest of the wheelchair, and began to push Luwei away. As he turned, The old gentleman lifted his pen and inscribed a single character on the paper adorned with their palm prints. He. Jiang Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly, yet he still nodded politely. Watching the couple depart, the elderly man continued to fan himself, seemingly in good spirits, even humming a gentle tune. You seemed rather agitated earlier. I thought something was amiss. Luwei remarked, lifting a spoonful of cheesy corn toward him. Jiang Yifeng naturally accepted the spoon in his mouth, the rich flavors of dairy and corn enveloping his palate. What could possibly be wrong? I merely felt that the old gentleman's calculations were not as precise as he claimed. What did he say? Luwei also took a spoonful, savoring it while nodding slightly, as if in approval. The old man said I would live a long life with you, growing old together. Luwei chuckled lightly. Is that true? You little ungrateful soul. Jiang Yifeng gently flicked her forehead. Are you still doubting me? Ouch. She covered her head, pouting. Who doubts you? I mean, can we both really live to be 100? 70 is already quite rare, he replied. Ah. The old gentleman also mentioned that we would be in a state of mutual support. Jiang Yifeng smirked. Do you know what mutual support means? Seeing his mischievous grin, Luwei instinctively shook her head in silence. When we grow old and can scarcely move, we'll lie in bed, staring at each other, exchanging saliva. Truly, mutual support. Luwei envisioned that scenario, then turned back to him, playfully tapping his arm. How can you speak so disgustingly? Just admit it. Isn't that mutual support? Ugh. Luwei stuck out her tongue. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Oh, have you begun your practice early? You. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly scooped a generous spoonful of cheesy corn and stuffed it into his mouth. All right, no more talking. If you continue, I'll hit you. As Jiang Yifeng chewed the sweet corn, he gazed up at the night sky, his thoughts drifting back to the last word the old gentleman had bestowed upon him. The interplay between the marriage line and the life line raises a profound question. Does this union signify a harmonious bond for a century? Or does it imply that together they thrive, but apart they wither? He glanced at the woman beside him, her cheeks puffed out as she savored cheese corn, and chuckled softly. Never mind. He had no intentions of parting from her. Thus, it must signify a harmonious union for 100 years. Together, they ascended towards the mountaintop, where a splendid fireworks display was set to commence. The area was already teeming with people. Jiang Yifeng chose a slightly elevated spot, ideal for viewing the fireworks. He brushed off the stone slab, removed his coat to serve as a cushion, and gently lifted Luwei from her wheelchair, settling down side by side. At exactly 8 o'clock, a burst of flames shot skyward with a resounding crack. Then, a flurry of colors erupted, transforming the once pitch-black night into a vibrant tapestry. Amidst the crackling sounds, the crowd erupted in applause. Jiang Yifeng squinted at the spectacle, suddenly bringing his hands together in prayer and closing his eyes. Luwei caught a glimpse of him, and, amused by his childlike gesture of prayer, asked, What are you doing? Making a wish. Fireworks to the stars. May all wishes come true. How childish. Regardless of its perceived immaturity, Jiang Yifeng silently repeated his wish, shutting out the cacophony of noise surrounding him. He believed in the power of sincere intentions. When he opened his eyes, he instinctively turned to the woman beside him. Unbeknownst to him, she had also clasped her hands together, tilting her face slightly upward. At the moment the golden fireworks burst, the delicate fuzz on her cheeks glimmered with an amber hue in the shimmering light. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Who was it that mocked childishness yet displayed such earnestness? Luwei lowered her hands and slowly opened her eyes, instinctively glancing at him, meeting his amused gaze. She cleared her throat and turned her face away, saying, Ahem, I can't let you make a wish alone. After all, we came together. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. How many wishes did you make? Let me see. 1, 2. She counted with her fingers. He raised an eyebrow. You're quite greedy, aren't you? Be careful. Too many wishes might go unfulfilled. They will definitely come true. Luwei responded confidently, because my wishes are very small, very small. What wishes? I won't tell you. If I say it out loud, it won't come true. She tilted her head. How many did you wish for? 1. Then you're at a loss. Luwei pointed to the dazzling fireworks. Why don't you hurry and make a few more? Jiang Yifeng shook his head. No need. I'll be satisfied if this one wish comes true. What wish is so significant? She leaned in curiously. Who said that saying it out loud would render it ineffective? Luwei quickly covered her mouth, her eyes narrowing, and her long, thick eyelashes casting a shadow on her eyelids. She chuckled. Then I want to ask. Jiang Yifeng gazed at her, suddenly recalling something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 lollipops, which he had casually taken from Jiang Han earlier. Here. He unwrapped one and handed it to her. She had also unwrapped one. Luwei was perplexed. With no wine or beverages available, this would suffice. Jiang Yifeng squinted. Extending a lollipop, may we both be blessed with countless fireworks and romance. How enchanting it is to sit beside one's beloved, gazing at the fireworks, naturally. One must utter auspicious words. Luwei tilted her head and smiled, extending her lollipop in return. May we both be endowed with endless fireworks and romance. As the 2 glistening candies clinked together, a heart-shaped firework in the sky swelled to its fullest. With the lollipop in her mouth, Luwei leaned, resting her head gently on Jiang Yifeng's shoulder. The sound of her heartbeat seemed to resonate even louder than the fireworks themselves. May all who read this be blessed with countless fireworks and romance. Chapter 99. Do not peek while I bathe, as she gazed at the brilliant fireworks soaring into the sky. Luwei took out her phone and snapped a picture. Influenced by Jiang Yifeng, she had begun to document moments, and her once barren social media feed had, almost unknowingly, recorded 4 or 5 instances. Observing couples below posing for photos, Jiang Yifeng suggested, "Shall we take a picture together? It seems we have never had one, right? Is that all right?" Luwei blinked in agreement. Of course it was. In her single days, she had often wondered what was worth capturing. Was it not merely a display? Now, with a partner by her side, every moment was precious. As they prepared for the photo, however, the light-heartedness dissipated, replaced by awkwardness. Their smiles became rigid and unconvincing. "Let us strike a pose," Jiang Yifeng proposed. Gradually, they raised their hands. He with a thumbs up, she with a peace sign. The couple, a handsome pair, resembled 2 robotic figures in that moment. "Could you perhaps smile a little?" Luwei urged, gently nudging him with her elbow. "Hey." Jiang Yifeng forced a semblance of a smile. "Never mind, perhaps you should just refrain from smiling." Luwei attempted to relax her expression. But as soon as she faced the camera, she instinctively reverted to her usual cool, aloof demeanor, rendering any smile disingenuous. The juxtaposition of their smiles in the frame was stark. One appeared human, while the other seemed entirely artificial. Are we truly a couple? Why does it feel as though this picture is digitally altered? His observation was astute. Luwei, feeling somewhat vexed, suggested, "Let us take one last shot. If it still doesn't work, we'll call it a day." With that, she handed the phone to him. Jiang Yifeng suddenly found the device quite burdensome. He now understood the pressure those men faced when photographing their girlfriends. He sought the most flattering angle, cleared his throat, and began, "Come on, let us chant together. We are a true couple, and a true couple is sweet." His serious demeanor resembled that of a pre-battle rally. "Ready, 3, 2. Just as his finger poised above the shutter button, a fragrant breeze brushed past him, followed by a soft caress on his cheek. His previously stony expression melted into surprise as he turned his head. Luwei, with a bite of her lip, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture, felt a rosy hue bloom on her cheeks. At that instant, a petite hand climbed up to press the shutter button for him. Click! An unposed, emotionally charged photograph was captured. Amidst the sound of fireworks, Jiang Yifeng heard a whisper, "Now this can prove we are a true couple, right?" As the fireworks faded, Jiang Yifeng's gaze finally returned to the photograph. Watching the dispersing crowd, he lifted Luwei back into her wheelchair. She retrieved his coat from the ground, brushing off the dust. "Let us go. It's time to head back." As they passed a fortune-telling booth, the old man was nowhere to be found. Having departed at some point unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yifeng purchased a selection of grilled skewers and snacks, not forgetting to buy a meat and egg burger as well. When he handed it to Luwei, she was momentarily taken aback. "I was merely being clever. Consider this my repayment to you." Luwei bit into the burger, smiling silently. The roads were congested upon their return, a common sight, as the tranquility of this land was encroached upon by the clamor of industrialization. The cacophony of honking disrupting the serene atmosphere. Amidst the traffic, a glimmer of light navigated effortlessly through the chaos. Jiang Yifeng, carrying Luwei, maneuvered their small electric scooter deftly through the gaps, speeding towards home. "Now you understand why I don't drive, right?" Luwei tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, his broad and sturdy back shielding her from the biting cold wind. She pressed herself closer, sharing warmth with him. Jiang Yifeng returned the scooter keys to the front desk and settled the rental fee. The grilled skewers and snacks were intended for Jiang Han, after all. As she was Luwei's devoted secretary, one must always bring gifts for a sweet date. Jiang Han found the puffed snacks rather bland and nearly knelt in gratitude upon receiving the skewers, knowing to bring her the third wheel. Something to eat while out was a mark of a good boss. Where else could one find such a benevolent employer? She had resolutely decided to follow President Yi for life. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yifeng discarded his clothes and lay on the bed, retrieving a cherished photograph. This was their first picture together, imbued with significance. How long have you been staring at it? Luwei felt her ears flush at the memories the photo evoked. It's beautiful, I love it. He replied like a simpleton. Luwei pouted, questioning its beauty. She glanced at her phone. It was already 9:30. As she locked her screen and set the phone down, she noticed that the default screensaver had inexplicably changed to their shared photo. Time to wash up and sleep, she said, hanging her coat and sniffing herself. To put it nicely, it had a hint of the aroma of life, less charitably. It bore a subtle scent of fried food mingled with sulfur. All right, I'll help you shower. Jiang Yifeng rolled off the bed. At that moment, they both realized that the bathroom in the room featured a glass partition. The upper half was completely transparent, while the lower half sported an orange peel texture. When the light was turned on, the warm glow filled the bathroom, and the glass partition took on a hazy quality. To make matters worse, the bathroom was adjacent to the bed. Hiss, wouldn't that mean one could see everything while showering? Jiang Yifeng stroked his chin, pondering. Does that mean I'm giving you an advantage? Rather than face doubts from others, it was better to voice the suspicions oneself. I said it. So you cannot speak of it. Luwei's face alternated between crimson and pale as she glared at the man touching his chin, who was taking advantage of whom. She gritted her teeth. I'll go find Jiang Han. It would be cruel to disturb her just as she takes her first bite. The hand controlling the wheelchair hesitated. Then I shall wait until she finishes eating. Jiang Yifeng continued to speak languidly. Once you finish your meal, it would be wise to take a rest. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to disturb others again, would it? Even Luwei, though not the sharpest, could discern the moral coercion embedded in his words. I won't wash anymore. Then let it be. Jiang Yifeng maintained his cheerful demeanor, adding, soon enough. The rumor of President Yi being a filthy child will spread throughout the business world. Luwei glanced at the transparent glass and then at the man standing there, his face alight with anticipation as she clenched her fist. If you wish to wash, you must do it first. Can you promise me one thing? Jiang Yifeng suddenly became serious, squatting down. Luwei, unsure of his intentions, nodded cautiously. Promise me you won't peek. I tend to be rather shy. A towel came flying through the air, striking Jiang Yifeng squarely on the head. Who would want to see you? Chapter 100. I knew you would peek with a mischievous grin. Jiang Yifeng removed the towel from his head and turned to enter the bathroom. As he closed the door, his head popped out once more. If you're willing, we could. Luwei swiftly grabbed a pillow, intending to throw it at him. But the bathroom door slammed shut with a resounding thud. What a rogue. What on earth occupies his thoughts all day? She tossed the pillow onto the bed and maneuvered her wheelchair to the floor-to-ceiling window, yearning to glimpse the night view of Qisha Mountain. However, at this late hour, all she could see were distant twinkling stars. Straining to see through the glass, all she could make out was the reflection of the bathroom light. The mist obscured her view, but through the haze, she discerned a tall figure twisting and turning inside. Indeed, he was genuinely dancing, and she could hear his voice. Not unpleasant, but undeniably juvenile, as he sang, I love bathing. My skin feels so good, oh, how could someone sing and dance while bathing? Suddenly, Luwei recalled his earlier admonition to not peek, and her ears flushed with warmth as she hastily averted her gaze from the window. I shall never stay in such a room again. What a design. She climbed onto the bed, propping herself against the headboard while perusing various materials on her tablet for the meeting the next day. The screen was filled with intricate text, while the delightful sound of his singing mingled with the sound of water, making it impossible for her to concentrate. When she used to work, her focus was unwavering. Even amidst the bustling city, she could immerse herself entirely. Yet now, her mind was a chaotic mess. Surely, it was his dreadful singing that was to blame. As if on cue, the singing ceased, and the rhythmic splashes of his dancing faded away. The room fell into an abrupt silence, leaving only the sound of running water. Luwei furrowed her brow, waiting for 2 or 3 minutes. But still, there was no movement. Slowly, she turned her head. What met her eyes was the fogged glass adorned with a series of hearts and a long arrow. Following the direction of the arrow, she spotted a man wrapped in a towel leaning against the doorframe, eyebrows raised, wearing an amused expression as he gazed at her. Their eyes locked, and the moment became decidedly awkward. I knew you would peek. Fortunately, I bathed quickly, Jiang Yifeng remarked, tightening his towel. Luwei's cheeks flushed crimson. I did not peek. Then how did you follow the arrow to see me? Luwei stammered, struggling for words until she finally managed to utter. I was just concerned when you fell silent, fearing something might have happened. No sooner had she spoken than laughter erupted. Jiang Yifeng tossed his discarded clothes onto the nearby sofa and approached her. All right, it's your turn. A triumphant smile adorned his face. Luwei realized she had once again fallen for his ploy. The singing, the dancing, all had merely served as a prelude to that arrow. He bent down, intending to lift her, and the lingering, gentle scent of bath products enveloped her senses. I can manage myself. Luwei blushed as she attempted to swat away his outstretched hand, a manifestation of her flustered indignation. My towel is rather loose. If you make any sudden movements, it might just slip away, revealing everything. Upon hearing this, Luwei promptly ceased her resistance and shot him a fierce glare. Though it bore no semblance of intimidation in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, resembling more a playful pout than a threat. With a smile, he lifted her into the wheelchair and gently pushed her towards the bathroom. The bathroom was enveloped in a steamy haze, causing her already flushed cheeks to glow even more intensely. Jiang Yifeng, aware of her limited mobility, had taken the liberty of preparing the bathtub by cleaning it beforehand and filling it with water. Let me assist you in, he offered. Luwei looked at his outstretched hand, biting her lip, but I haven't taken off my clothes yet. Oh, he replied, his hand that had reached for her arm, now shifting towards the buttons of her collar. Slap. A crimson mark appeared on Jiang Yifeng's hand. Get out. He quickly realized his folly, cursing himself for letting his thoughts stray. How could he even consider unfastening her clothing? Clearing his throat, he awkwardly chuckled. Can you manage on your own? After shutting the bathroom door, Jiang Yifeng felt the heat rising in his cheeks. Although he jested about sharing a romantic bath, the very thought of such a scene filled him with trepidation. He possessed the desire but lacked the courage. Being a cultured individual, he justified his restraint as a form of respect. As he listened to the sound of water filling the tub, his mind began to wander uncontrollably through the misty atmosphere. He envisioned a delicate, fair arm reaching out, while another hand, adorned with bubbles, slowly applied them to her skin, which gleamed like fine jade when rinsed. Jiang Yifeng shook his head vigorously, dispelling the distracting thoughts. By the way, he realized he had forgotten to inquire if she needed help with her back. Yet, given the current circumstances, any question along those lines might come across as inappropriate. He stroked his chin, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. I wonder if these executives ever wash their backs. One would assume they do, considering metabolism and all. Rubbing his damp hair, he made his way to the wardrobe, retrieving a clean set of undergarments and a nightgown, folding his discarded clothing neatly into his suitcase. Once everything was in order, he distinctly heard the water in the bathroom cease. I placed your changed clothes on the table by the door, he called out. Luwei noticed the neatly folded garments, a nightgown, and undergarments. A warm flush crept across her face. Silly man, who sleeps in their underwear. Nevertheless, it was rather considerate of him. From the bathroom, her voice of gratitude floated out. Thank you. Luwei found it somewhat laborious to change clothes by herself, but there was no alternative, so she persevered. After a considerable time, she emerged, clutching her discarded attire, and ambled over to the wardrobe, methodically placing each item inside. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but catch a glimpse of a purple garment, piquing his curiosity. Not wearing that, are you? However, he knew better than to voice such a question, fearing she might label him a rogue. Thus, he feigned ignorance. After what felt like an eternity, Luwei finally finished her task and leisurely leaned back against the bedside. Jiang Yifeng abruptly lifted the covers, remarking that the bed was already warmed for her. What a delightful bed warmer she was. Luwei shook the essential oil bottle in her hand, and Jiang Yifeng, comprehending her silent cue, shifted his position, resting his head against the edge of the bed. It was time for the daily Yi family massage. With work on break, they had enjoyed the fireworks, indulged in a bath at a luxurious 5-star hotel, and now he could sleep beside his sweet, soft wife. Jiang Yifeng felt it was indeed a splendid day, his face radiating joy. What was he grinning about, one might wonder. Today, it seemed, he was a true winner in life. As he opened his eyes, his gaze fell upon the pair of enchanting eyes above him, filled with boundless tenderness. There, he felt he could glimpse his own reflection. He corrected himself, smiling, saying, "No. Wait, I have always been a winner in life." Luwei poked his temple, teasingly chiding him for his nonsensical musings once again. Chapter 101. Occasionally childish is endearing. It is well known that those who frequently stay up late gradually develop a biological clock. Even when fatigue sets in, sleep eludes them until the designated hour of midnight arrives, unless a comforting factor intervenes. After indulging in a massage, Jiang Yifeng can only recall exchanging a few words with Luwei before weariness enveloped him like a gentle shroud. His body, long fatigued by sleepless nights and stress, finally found respite. He drifted off to sleep near the edge of the bed, his breathing becoming rhythmically tranquil. Luwei, intrigued, pondered whether all men were like this, engaging in profound conversations one moment, then succumbing to slumber the next, as if equipped with a one-button shutdown feature. Noticing that a considerable portion of his body was exposed to the cool air, she lifted the covers to tuck him in once more. The moment she lifted the blanket, a chilly breeze rushed in, causing Jiang Yifeng to shiver, and in an instant, he rolled into her side, seeking warmth. The distance from the edge of the bed to her side was traversed in less than a second. As she observed the man beside her, blissfully content in the warmth he had reclaimed, Luwei felt a moment of surprise, followed by a resigned smile. She gently lowered the blanket, preserving the warmth of the cocoon. How delightful it is to smile even in sleep. How much honey must one consume in dreams? She could not fathom. Yet the soft cadence of his breathing enveloped her like a lullaby, and her consciousness began to blur, surrendering to the tender embrace of slumber. As the day's thoughts linger, dreams unfold at night. Luwei indeed dreamt of honey. She envisioned herself transformed into a little bear, cradling a large jar of honey, stirring the viscous sweetness with her hands before savoring it. How delightful it was! Just as she relished the honey, a bee buzzed incessantly around her face, causing an irritating itch. Each time she attempted to swat it away, it vanished, only to return the moment she took a bite. Growing increasingly frustrated, she rubbed her face, only to discover something terrifying. Her fingers had inexplicably disappeared, leaving only rounded stubs. Startled, Luwei jolted awake. Before her eyes was a strand of hair tickling her face, manipulated by Jiang Yifeng, who supported his chin with one hand while the other played with the ends of her hair, a playful smile adorning his face. Awake now? After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly extended her hand to inspect it, relieved to find her fingers intact, their joints distinct. Phew, she exhaled in relief. Why do you look as though you've just emerged from a nightmare? Weren't you just smiling happily? Jiang Yifeng teased, gently tapping the corner of her lips. What delectable treat were you indulging in your dreams? Your little mouth was busy smacking. Nothing of the sort. She felt a flush of embarrassment, wiping her mouth. Thankful that she did not drool in her sleep. That would have been quite mortifying. Stop being so silly, get up and tidy yourself. We have a meeting to attend shortly. As he spoke, Jiang Yifeng assisted her into her wheelchair and wheeled her to the coffee table. On the table were small steamed buns, 2 bowls of 8 treasure porridge, several custard buns, and 2 tea eggs. Luwei finally noticed that it was already 7:20. Typically, she would awaken by 6, but today she had overslept. How vexing. It seemed the honey had been too delectable. As she pondered this, she accepted the custard bun handed to her by Jiang Yifeng and took a bite. Why are you up so early? Jiang Yifeng asked, leisurely peeling a boiled egg. We can't both laze in bed, can we? Imagine our partners seeing that. Oh, General Manager Yi is quite the sluggard. Luwei felt her cheeks flush. I usually don't oversleep. I know, he replied with a smile, presenting her with a perfectly peeled tea egg. Balancing a bowl of porridge in one hand and the custard bun in the other, she exclaimed, I can't manage both. Please place it on the plate. Suddenly, she recalled a dream where she had no hands. Glancing at the egg on the plate and then at Jiang Yifeng, who was gently wiping his hands, she swallowed her food and hesitated. If I were to lose my fingers, would you still want me? Jiang Yifeng was momentarily puzzled, his gaze falling upon her delicate fingers as his mind raced. He understood that women often posed peculiar questions to gauge their partner's affection, such as, if I fell into a river with someone else, who would you save? Or who is prettier, me or someone else? Yet, he had not anticipated that the formidable General Manager Yi would inquire similarly. Of course, he answered without hesitation, chuckling. Who could refuse a wife with hands reminiscent of Doraemon? Luwei was taken aback. Right, in her dream, she had transformed into a cartoon bear. Her hands were not round balls, were they? If you could also grow a 4th-dimensional pocket, that would be even cooler, she remarked, mimicking Doraemon as he retrieved items from his pocket. Luwei felt her cheeks warm. When had she become so silly as to ask such foolish questions? Are you all right? You seem a bit off, Jiang Yifeng said, reaching out to touch her forehead. I'm fine, she laughed, her smile widening as she held the custard bun. I was just being childish and silly, heh. No one would say that about you. Jiang Yifeng continued to eat his breakfast leisurely. I think it's quite delightful. In her recollection, men typically despised foolish women. What harm is there in being occasionally childish? Just consider it a way to unwind. Having finished his porridge, Jiang Yifeng rose to brush his teeth. As he passed by, he gently ruffled her hair. That's not foolishness. It's endearing. Being perpetually childish is foolish, but being occasionally so is charming. As a husband, I must discern this. As Jiang Yifeng brushed his teeth in front of the mirror, he noticed the benefits of an early bedtime reflected in his glowing complexion. However, the key to maintaining this routine lay in his sweet and soft wife. If only I could share a bed with her always, he thought with a chuckle. Darling. Luwei called softly. Jiang Yifeng peeked out. What is it? His mouth was still foamy, with the toothbrush busily scrubbing away. Luwei, holding the egg, tilted her head with her eyes narrowed into a thin slit. You are truly dependable. Hey. Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly. Is peeling an egg truly a reliable task? Her understanding of reliability seems rather superficial, does it not? However, she did claim that I am dependable. Hee. The toothpaste in my mouth exuded a sweetness akin to honey. It appears that rising early does have its advantages. The early bird catches the worm, and the early riser Yifeng enjoys the sweetness of life. After completing her morning routine, Jiang Yifeng summoned Jiang Han, for attending a meeting requires a certain level of grooming, and as a straightforward man, he was oblivious to such matters. Thus he cleared a space for the two of them. While Jiang Han was tidying up for Luwei, he noticed that her complexion had significantly improved as of late. The once pale and delicate features had taken on a rosy glow. Though her aura remained formidable, there seemed to be an added touch of charm in her every smile and frown. Loving someone is akin to nurturing a flower. It seems Mr. Jiang possesses quite the skill as a gardener. Chapter 102. Casting a long line to catch big fish. Luwei had gone to a meeting. Jiang Yifeng returned to his room to tidy up and took out his portable tablet to begin sketching. Although he was not at his workstation, he could not detach himself from his designs. The words husband, you are truly reliable, resonated within him like a shot of adrenaline, filling him with renewed vigor. He immersed himself in his drawings for 2.5 hours, and when he finally glanced at the clock, it was already 11 o'clock. It was likely that the meeting had reached a break. With this thought, he stood up and made his way to the meeting room, swaying slightly as he walked. Upon reaching the door, he saw it swing open, revealing Jiang Han pushing Luwei's wheelchair as they exited. Just as Jiang Yifeng was about to smile, he noticed a hint of gloom on her face, suggesting that the meeting had not gone smoothly. However, this was to be expected. Cross-group collaborations rarely proceeded without hurdles, and both parties would undoubtedly strive to secure the best interests for their respective companies. When Luwei spotted Jiang Yifeng, she attempted to muster a smile, but the frustration from the morning's meeting rendered her lips unresponsive. Let me, he offered to Jiang Han, indicating that he would take over pushing the wheelchair for the lunch break. Jiang Han returned a grateful smile, aware that Luwei was in a rather foul mood and that she should keep her distance. I noticed that the resort has a lot of free-range chickens. How about we have stir-fried chicken for lunch? Jiang Yifeng suggested. Luwei nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they placed their orders and took their seats. Jiang Yifeng poured her a cup of tea, suggesting that a warm beverage might soothe her spirit. Luwei obediently lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. The rich aroma and smooth warmth of the tea seemed to quell some of the fire within her. Setting the cup down, she met Jiang Yifeng's gaze, who was resting his chin on his hand, smiling gently as always. Luwei bit her lip, finally breaking the silence with a second question. Why didn't you ask me how the meeting went today? He continued to smile, responding, your expression speaks volumes. It must not have gone well. Asking would only add to your troubles. It truly was not good, she admitted, gripping the teacup. I am feeling rather agitated. Hearing her express her frustration, Jiang Yifeng took a sip of his tea. Then tell me what happened. The reason he had refrained from inquiring initially, but felt compelled to ask now was simple. At that moment, Luwei had been in a state of anger, and any question regarding the incident would likely have been met with a curt response of nothing, which would have only served to chill the atmosphere. It was a delicate balance. Neither asking nor remaining silent would alleviate her burden, forcing her to bear the weight of her troubles alone. This approach could yield two outcomes. Either she would come to clarity, and her anger would dissipate, or she would suppress her feelings, leading to a simmering discontent that could spill over into her daily life. However, when she voluntarily admitted to her irritation, It indicated that her anger had subsided considerably and her mind had cleared. Her willingness to speak was a sign of her desire to confide, and at this moment, he merely needed to be a good listener and a sounding board for her thoughts. She began to share her feelings, and Jiang Yifeng patiently awaited her words. Ye's jewelry is renowned for its exquisite designs, yet it possesses limited mineral resources. The company they are collaborating with is rich in mineral resources located in the capital city. The partner company, leveraging its resource advantage, seeks to capture a significant portion of the market profits, while Ye's jewelry, relying on its design prowess, believes it deserves a larger share of the profits. Both parties are reluctant to concede, yet neither wishes to terminate the collaboration, resulting in a stalemate. Jiang Yifeng, after listening, reflected, collaboration in jewelry design often hinges on clear regulations, the complementary strengths of both parties, and mutual respect for their core interests. The latter is particularly crucial. If we genuinely wish to collaborate, perhaps some concessions are warranted. Of course, any lost benefits can be compensated in other areas. The partner's advantage lies in mineral resources. We should contemplate our own strengths. Luwei sipped her tea, acknowledging that Ye's jewelry's advantages include design, brand influence, and market resources. Jiang Yifeng added, the counterpart possesses only one advantage, while we boast three. Luwei was momentarily taken aback, a realization dawning upon her. In competition, if both sides remain steadfastly opposed, the outcome is often mutual destruction. However, by capitalizing on strengths and avoiding weaknesses, a more enduring and stable collaboration can be achieved. Jiang Yifeng continued his calm analysis. Ye's jewelry could allocate a portion of the market share to the partner, but should charge corresponding fees for market channels, promotional activities, and brand patents. While these may seem trivial, over time, the partner's income will be limited to profit sharing, whereas we will derive income from the aforementioned three sources, potentially even additional revenue. Luwei sighed, recognizing that the partner is no fool. Then let us take the long view and fish for bigger opportunities. You mean to start with smaller projects, allowing the partner to taste some success, and then gradually expand the collaboration? This approach would present Ye's jewelry as genuinely eager to cooperate, making the partner more inclined to commit once they experience initial benefits. Clever. Jiang Yifeng smiled. But how to proceed is up to you. After all, I am not an expert in this area, merely sharing my perspective. You have articulated it well, far beyond my considerations. As the one directly involved, with the meeting's intensity and the partner's obstinacy, you could hardly afford to yield for the sake of Ye's jewelry's reputation, leading to a bit of a deadlock. At that moment, the waiter arrived with a plate of stir-fried chicken. The enticing aroma of oil mingled with the freshness of vegetables, stirring appetites. If you were an observer, your proposed solutions would undoubtedly surpass mine, Jiang Yifeng remarked, adding a piece of chicken to her plate with a gentle smile. I believe that to be true. His warm smile not only addressed the issue but also offered encouragement, which Luwei noticed, stirring a sense of guilt within her. She spoke softly, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. My emotions were not in the best state. It is often the case that individuals project their worst feelings onto those they hold dear. It is perfectly normal to experience moments of unhappiness. After all, you are not a robot. Jiang Yifeng took a bite of the chicken, its texture firm and succulent, truly deserving of being free-range. He contemplated bringing two back with him when he returned. Luwei lifted her head, acknowledging, I will be more mindful in the future. Throughout her life, her family instilled in her the notion that those in positions of power must conceal their emotions, a lesson she had always adhered to. However, she found it increasingly difficult to mask her feelings lately. Has she grown weaker? Observing her anxious demeanor, Jiang Yifeng shook his head. You need not deliberately hide your emotions in my presence. I am not a stranger. He paused, adding, I am an intimate. This thought amused him, for had he been a woman, such a term might have been quite fitting. Luwei gazed at his smiling face, feeling as though even the darkest clouds could be dispelled by him. I will manage my emotions and refrain from burdening you with negativity. She intended to express sentiments about mutual feelings and equality, but as she spoke, her words took a different turn. Her voice softened. Darling, having you is truly a blessing. Jiang Yifeng lifted his gaze slightly, accepting the compliment with a sense of rightful pride. Of course, Luwei realized that it was not her weakness that had emerged, but rather a newfound reliance. Chapter 103. Do you not feel this is rather unrefined? Due to an impasse during the inaugural meeting between the two collaborating parties, in order to prevent unnecessary emotions from affecting the ultimate partnership, both sides required time to deliberate. but the subsequent meeting was postponed until the following day. After dining, Jiang Yifeng and his companion prepared to return to their quarters for some much-needed rest. Upon their return, he received a message from Jiang Han, a promotional poster. The Qixia Mountain Qianjingxia photography studio specializes in the creation of artistic portraits and photographs. Xiao Jiang is never satisfied. Mr. Jiang, you could take General Yi here to unwind. The photographs taken here are truly exquisite. As a personal secretary, it is essential not only to assist with the intricacies of work, but also to provide care in daily life. Noticing that General Yi was in low spirits, it was only natural that she required some relaxation. Recalling the anticipation on Yi Luowei's face during the photography session the previous evening, Jiang Yifeng understood. Observing her busily engaged at the vanity, he stepped out to retrieve the car keys from Jiang Han. After all, given the considerable distance to travel, riding a small electric scooter would indeed be an imprudent choice. Upon returning to their room, he approached Yi Luowei from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he peered at the lines of text she was typing. It was precisely the strategic proposal he had mentioned at the dinner table. He had only spoken a few words, yet to his astonishment, within half an hour of his return, Yi Luowei had elaborated upon his abstract notions into a preliminary plan, detailing aspects such as the specific channels for fee collection. Engaging with an intelligent individual makes conversation effortless. A mere hint suffices. Jiang Yifeng chuckled, tilting his head to gently nudge her small head in a friendly gesture. Yi Luowei turned her face slightly. Are you praising yourself or complimenting me? He replied with a grin. Praising my wife is tantamount to praising myself. Such an impeccable retort. His breath brushed against her ear, warm and tingling, prompting Yi Luowei to lightly shake her shoulders. All right, enough teasing. I will finish shortly. Once I am done, I will take you to a place. Where to? You will find out when we arrive. Yi Luowei laughed. Why the air of mystery? Only mystery can incite anticipation. Come now, stop asking and write. As Jiang Yifeng spoke, he grasped her small hand and placed it upon the keyboard, making a gesture of encouragement. Yi Luowei felt as though she were being compelled to draft the proposal. Yet the allure of the mystery he spoke of indeed sparked a flicker of excitement within her. After another half-hour, Yi Luowei dispatched the proposal and made the necessary arrangements. The preliminary plan was now disseminated to the group, with the marketing, sales, and research departments to collaborate on refining it, ensuring the final proposal was submitted to her before the end of the workday. Setting her phone down, she turned her head. Let us go to your mysterious place. Jiang Yifeng was pondering what type of couples photos they should take for their first session when he realized she had already completed her task. He was astonished. So soon? I have finished the preliminary draft. The rest is up to Ma Shuo and the others, Yi Luowei replied, having already closed her laptop, concerned that someone might be growing impatient. As she crafted her planning proposal, she caught sight of a certain someone lounging on the bed through the reflection in the vanity mirror, occasionally glancing her way. I was in no rush, Jiang Yifeng remarked as he turned over and got out of bed. There was still ample time. It wouldn't hinder your meeting. But let us not allow him to delay work matters, for he certainly did not wish to be labeled as a source of calamity, especially not as a blue-faced disaster in the realm of beauty. Arrangements had already been made. Their salaries were not to be squandered, Yi Luowei stated, her gaze shifting towards him, and at that moment, Jiang Yifeng perked up. Was the moment finally here? A classic line from the domineering CEO. Work cannot overshadow your importance. In the anticipation of his gaze, Yi Luowei finally completed her thought. And I also have no desire to attend a meeting. He blinked. Can a CEO really dislike meetings? Yi Luowei retorted. Why would anyone enjoy sitting seriously in a conference room? Isn't it far more delightful to lounge comfortably with a husband or venture out for leisure? What is the matter with you? Yi Luowei reached out and patted his leg. Jiang Yifeng snapped back to reality from his musings, scratching his head. I thought you'd say that work is more important than I am. The moment those words escaped his lips, he was met with a bemused yet slightly disdainful glance. Don't you think that sounds rather kitsch? Jiang Yifeng awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Dismissing the topic, let us not dwell on that, shall we? Off we go. The Qianjingxia was a mere 3 kilometers away, located on the opposite side of Qixia Mountain. Upon arrival, Yi Luowei was greeted by a grand photography studio, her eyes widening. Is this the mysterious place you mentioned? Yes. Since we've made the effort to visit Qixia Mountain, we must seize the opportunity to capture some beautiful photographs here. Jiang Yifeng chuckled, rubbing his nose. Primarily, my photography skills are abysmal, so I have to enlist others for assistance. As he spoke, A staff member from the studio approached. Are you Mr. Jiang? Indeed. Jiang Yifeng nodded, having made a reservation prior to their arrival. Welcome to Qianjingxia, please follow me. Luwei surveyed the room, filled with portrait photographs and various outfits. A glimmer of excitement flashing in her eyes. Observing her curious gaze as she explored, Jiang Yifeng realized he had chosen the perfect venue. As Jiang Han had accurately predicted, no girl could resist the allure of a photo shoot. Today, we can take as many photos as we wish. You can choose any style you desire. He gestured grandly, for the venue was exclusively reserved for the two of them. He understood that if others were present in such a situation, Luwei's shy disposition would likely leave her at a loss for choices, so he boldly decided to book the entire place. Of course, it was on Luwei's account. Jiang Yifeng gently nodded to a staff member. I would appreciate your assistance in helping her select some outfits. The process of portrait photography is lengthy and cannot be rushed. Luwei was ushered into the makeup room by the staff. This was undoubtedly the most effortless occasion for the makeup artist, for the woman before them possessed an extraordinary beauty that radiated an air of noble elegance, seemingly untouched by cosmetics. May I inquire, dear lady, what style of portraiture appeals to you? We offer a variety of series, including the portrait series, the Hepburn collection, and vintage oil paintings. The staff began to elaborate. Luwei glanced around and inquired, is there a couple's option available? Indeed, we do. You wish to be photographed alongside that gentleman, I presume? May I ask, who is he? My husband. In that case, you may select our signature autumn wedding dress photo shoot tailored for couples, she replied, presenting a selection of sample images. The photographs depicted a bride clad in a wedding gown, nestled in the embrace of her partner, both adorned with sweet, affectionate smiles that were utterly enchanting. Luwei cast her gaze downward at her own legs, then turned to glance at Jiang Yifeng, who had been watching her intently from outside. Upon meeting her gaze, he immediately broke into a goofy smile. Taking a deep breath, she resolved, all right, as you suggest, let it be the wedding dress. Chapter 104. It seems like you are proposing. The staff guided Luwei into the bridal fitting room. As the lights flickered on, a warm, golden glow illuminated the various styles of wedding gowns. The intricate beadwork and subtly shimmering fabrics created a delicate starlight, embodying the unique softness and romance cherished in the hearts of every girl. Luwei reached out to touch the fabrics, feeling their silky smoothness glide beneath her fingertips. Her heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. Reflecting on the past when she could only gaze longingly through the display window, she marveled at the fact that she could now touch and try on these exquisite gowns, enveloped in a room filled with bridal wear. A sense of dreamy enchantment washed over her. A wedding gown is a dream for every girl. The voice of the staff brought Luwei back from her reverie. You may choose your preferred style. I assure you that whichever gown you select will undoubtedly captivate that gentleman. Luwei gently pinched her fingers, her gaze drifting among the multitude of gowns. I'll take that one. Meanwhile, Jiang Yifeng sat on the sofa outside, contemplating the style of photos Luwei might choose. Would it be a cute theme? A sophisticated look? Or perhaps a campus style? His mind was incessantly swapping out outfits for her, evoking a sensation akin to playing a dress-up game. However, considering his wife's innate beauty, he mused that she would look stunning in any attire. Soon, he would have several images to use as wallpapers, which brought him joy. While lost in thought, a staff member approached him. Sir, please follow me. We need to prepare your look. Huh? I'm not the one shooting. It's my wife. Your wife has chosen a couple's photo shoot, so we need to style you accordingly. Jiang Yifeng was soon donned in a sleek black suit, and a makeup artist delicately applied concealer to his face. Just moments ago, he was a relaxed man, but now he had transformed into an image of noble elegance. The saying, clothes make the man, rang true. Yet he pondered the necessity of this styling for a wedding. I saw online that you have Ultraman-themed costumes. Can I try one of those instead? The staff chuckled. We do have them, but that would clash significantly with the style you'll be shooting. What style is my wife going for? You will find out shortly. The staff member replied with a glint in their eye. It will certainly astonish you. Jiang Yifeng, perplexed, followed the staff member toward another makeup room. Upon reaching the door, the staff member who had attended to Luwei emerged, saying, everything is ready. You may enter now. A noticeable smile graced her face. What scheme are these people concocting? Jiang Yifeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. To his surprise, the makeup room was dimly lit, with only a faint light at the entrance. Furrowing his brow, he raised his hand to switch on the wall light. With a click, the room was instantly flooded with light. Jiang Yifeng squinted momentarily to adjust to the brightness. his gaze scouring the room. His eyes abruptly fixed on a graceful and elegant figure seated in the center of the makeup room. She lowered her head. Adjusting the skirt that resembled clouds of fluff, the French satin wedding gown cascading elegantly over her form. The warm light filtered through the sheer fabric, casting her skin in a soft, creamy glow akin to jade. Her voluminous black hair was arranged in a slightly languid updo at the back of her head, the ends curling gracefully down to her shoulders. Upon seeing Jiang Yifeng's arrival, she suddenly lifted her gaze, and in that instant, a blush spread across her delicate face, reminiscent of strawberry juice on a sweet delicacy. You all. Jiang Yifeng's mind momentarily stalled, glancing back to see staff at the entrance stifling laughter, one of them frantically gesturing for him not to stand there foolishly. It was then that he regained his composure and took careful steps toward the gentle woman seated before him. As he approached, Luwei lowered her gaze, wishing to evade his intense stare, yet her lips remained pressed together, her eyelashes fluttering as she awaited his arrival. Is this perhaps too revealing? She raised a hand to touch her shoulder, her slightly trembling voice betraying her current fluster. It's not. Jiang Yifeng half-squatted, his eyes roaming over the pristine wedding gown before finally resting on her bashful face, feeling an involuntary movement of his throat. You were stunning. His mind was devoid of adequate words to express his admiration, so he resorted to simple honesty. Do you like it? Of course. Luwei's anxious expression finally blossomed into a smile, momentarily resembling the rippling waters of autumn. As long as you like it. I wore this just for you. Worn just for you. The weight of her words struck Jiang Yifeng, causing his heart to momentarily falter, his nose tinged with a hint of emotion. How could he not understand the psychological barriers Luwei had to overcome to wear this gown? She was sensitive and insecure. Yet none of it mattered because she wished to please him. What else with that expression? Jiang Yifeng smirked. I was almost tempted to wear an Ultraman costume. Thankfully, I didn't or else. The image of Ultraman paired with a white wedding gown was beyond the imagination of any sensible person. Luwei playfully pinched his cheek. If you dared to wear that, you would be doomed. Well, I didn't wear it, did I? He laughed, reaching out to touch the fabric of the gown. I never thought someone would willingly wear a wedding dress for me. And now, someone has. For reasons unknown. A stray hair on his head stood upright, prompting Luwei to smooth it down. Chuckling softly, your current gesture looks like a proposal. Jiang Yifeng belatedly understood and quickly rubbed his nose. Wait for me a moment. With that, he dashed out of the room. After a short while, he returned, resuming his previous half-kneeling position. Give me your hand. Curious, Luwei extended her hand towards him. Jiang Yifeng gently grasped her hand, sliding a cool object onto her ring finger. As a jewelry designer, dexterity was essential, and he had fashioned a delicate ring from the grass outside, adorning it with a small daisy plucked from a nearby flower pot. Jiang Yifeng squinted his eyes, urging her not to disdain his intentions. He had long contemplated the day when he would make amends for the debts owed to Luwei, even if they were to wed and obtain a certificate. The rituals that accompany such an occasion could not be overlooked. It is the essence of ceremony that bestows true happiness. Yet, he never anticipated that Luwei would don the wedding gown before him. He had promised to design a bespoke gown for her, after all. Luwei withdrew her fingers, gazing at the simple yet exquisite floral ring. As she delicately caressed the petals of the daisy, she thought to herself, how could she possibly resent it? She adored it immensely. Then, Miss Luwei, do you wish to marry me? Jiang Yifeng straightened his posture, declaring that whether in wealth or greater wealth, he would always stand by her side. Poverty? An impossibility. As she beheld the suddenly earnest man before her, the hue of peach blossom flushed deeper on Luwei's cheeks, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She uttered those three simple words, laden with boundless joy. I do. Chapter 105. Warm and bright, I willingly embrace the notion that if 3 words could surpass I love you in expressing the essence of pure love, it would surely be the heartfelt declaration, I am willing. Jiang Yifeng gazed into the shimmering autumn waters reflected in the eyes of his beloved and felt a tightening in his throat, his mind momentarily blank. Yet he was acutely aware of being acknowledged, leading to a foolish grin spreading across his face. Laughter, indeed, is contagious. Luwei joined him in mirth, gently caressing his face as she inquired, Mr. Jiang Yifeng, do you wish to take me as your wife, vowing to stand by my side through health and beyond? It was evident that she had adopted Jiang Yifeng's way of expressing love. In their relationship, there existed no notions of poverty or illness, only joy and fulfillment. I have always been willing, he replied with unwavering certainty, never once contemplating another. The onlookers, staff witnessing this tender exchange, covered their mouths in awe, their eyes sparkling with delight. The lead staff member noticed the hand of Jiang Yifeng swaying behind him and hurriedly dispersed the crowd of sugar-dusted admirers. Off you go. Prepare the filming props. As the lights dimmed and the audience departed, Jiang Yifeng relaxed, his hand gliding over the fabric of the wedding dress, as if caressing a rare treasure. Just as he began to fidget, a small hand pressed down gently on his movement, playfully chiding him. He looked at the petite daisy before him and promised, "Wait for me. I will gift you a genuine diamond ring and a wedding gown that is uniquely yours." Luwei squinted playfully. "It must be an exceptionally large one. I also desire a romantic proposal and a grand wedding ceremony." In that moment, the woman standing at the pinnacle of the mall appeared like a young girl, filled with dreams of a beautiful future. Jiang Yifeng smiled in agreement. Of course. Those are all trivial matters. Ultimately, he did not allow Luwei to exit in a wheelchair. Instead, he lifted her in a princess carry. The photographers outside had nearly completed their preparations, and upon seeing the sweet couple emerge, they showered them with blessings and admiration. Luwei, bashful, nestled her face into his sturdy chest, while Jiang Yifeng, unabashed, grinned widely, accepting the well-wishes with joy. The final couple's photoshoot went smoothly. Perhaps due to the perfect emotional alignment, the two were no longer as reserved as before. Their exchanges of glances and subtle touches flowed naturally, devoid of any pretense. The photographer, observing the captivating moments through the lens, sensed that the happiness radiated beyond the screen. It was their easiest session yet for both the photographer and the retoucher. Later, a staff member approached Jiang Yifeng to inquire how their married life could remain as sweet as their early romance. Jiang Yifeng's response was simple: mutual respect and understanding. The staff member nodded thoughtfully, pondering his words. The creation of the photo collection would require some time, and after leaving their address, the couple began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. While waiting, Jiang Yifeng browsed through his social media and stumbled upon a photograph posted by Luwei. In the photograph, a hand reaches out to grasp the distant sun, a floral ring adorning the ring finger, as a gentle breeze lifts the petals of a delicate daisy. The accompanying caption reads, "Life is splendid, warm, and bright." This marks her inaugural public post on social media, initially resembling an inspirational quote paired with a stock image. Only Jiang Yifeng understands the story behind this photograph. He turns his gaze toward Luwei, who has just emerged from the changing room, and rises to greet her. Indeed, warm and bright. Meanwhile, Yuqi exits the operating room. Xiao, who has been anxiously waiting at the door, quickly approaches. "Doctor, how is the situation?" "Rest assured, the surgery went smoothly. Now we just need to wait for a gradual recovery. I will provide you with specific care instructions shortly." Xiao's previously tense demeanor finally relaxes, and she bows repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, doctor." "Thank you." Yuqi smiles. "You need not thank me. I am merely fulfilling a trust." "A trust? Could you tell me who it is? I wish to express my gratitude in person." "I'm afraid I cannot, for I have never met this person either." Yuqi replies with a wry smile. This particular mentor is shrouded in mystery, as all their communication has transpired online. Despite never having appeared in person, they consistently offer effective solutions, truly remarkable. "The patient will be out soon. I have other matters to attend to. A dedicated doctor will follow up with you." With that, Yuqi turns to leave. "Why, mentor, the patient's surgery has concluded successfully." Jiang Yifeng, now settled in his hotel, feels a surge of excitement upon receiving the news. First, Xiao's significant concern has been resolved, allowing them to meet and potentially draw her into his team. Secondly, the successful completion of the surgery attests to Yuqi's exceptional medical skills, rendering her a trustworthy ally. Golden Wind and Jade Dew, well done. I knew I had not misjudged you. Why? Thanks to your treatment plan, if you agree. I would like to present this surgery as a case study to provide reference for my colleagues and contribute to the refinement of tumor cell excision surgeries. Naturally, I will report it in your name. Yuqi does not intend to claim the credit for herself. Her sole desire is to contribute to the advancement of medicine. Golden Wind and Jade Dew. I merely provided the plan. You executed the surgery. No one knows better than you how to document this case. I hope you become a leader in the next generation of neurology. Reading the response, Yuqi's respect for her mentor deepens. It appears they harbor no interest in fame or fortune. She voices her curiosity. Why? What is the significance of your actions? Jiang Yifeng reclines against the headboard, pondering the meaning. As a healthcare professional, is it not a calling to willingly contribute to the advancement of medicine? His gaze drifted towards a woman seated at the vanity, flipping through wedding photographs. After selecting one to set as her computer wallpaper, she rested her chin on her hand, a blissful smile illuminating her face. For the sake of virtue and benevolence towards Luwei, he rose and approached her. I believe the previous one is far better. This one doesn't capture my charm. Yet, it is rather handsome, she countered, scrutinizing the image. Ultimately, she acquiesced to his preference and changed the wallpaper back to the earlier photograph. This one is quite handsome as well. Doctor, you messaged me, stating that treatment could commence upon your return. Jiang Yifeng knelt beside her, his hand gently resting on her leg. All right. She tilted her head, a soft smile gracing her cheeks. Am I beautiful today? Exceedingly beautiful. Once I recover, you shall be even more so. Luwei tenderly cradled Jiang Yifeng's face in her hands, her heart whispering as she placed a gentle kiss upon his forehead. That will be when I feel most complete. Later, when asked why Luwei had the audacity to don that wedding gown, she replied with a smile. Everyone viewed me through a lens tainted by my physical condition, yet he regarded me as a normal person. I wish to unveil my most beautiful self to him. Chapter 106. The underlying code has been triggered before the end of the workday. Ma Shuo and his colleagues had submitted the final proposal they had deliberated upon. A comprehensive analysis was conducted, covering everything from research and development costs to sales and market channels. Jiang Yifeng gazed at the intricate text and chuckled, remarking, just a mere dozen pages. I can only imagine how many times Ma Shuo and Lu Tao must have sparred over this. Whenever the two engaged, it was akin to kindling meeting a flame, igniting instantly. Luwei could easily envision the scene of the two in the conference room, standing on chairs, gesticulating and bickering while strategizing the proposal. However, the sales department head must have suffered in the middle, trembling and meek. Yet, there was a silver lining. Whatever they agreed upon was bound to be mutually endorsed, ensuring seamless implementation. Luwei cast a sidelong glance, teasingly inquiring, why does it seem as if you are advocating for rewards for those two? Jiang Yifeng chuckled, not at all, merely stating the truth. He nearly wore the word benefits on his face. After all, Ma Shuo and Lu Tao had indeed contributed significantly to the company behind the scenes. When the chips were down, such individuals were invaluable. Rest assured, you needn't worry. If the proposal proves viable, the company will certainly not shortchange them. Jewelry has always been clear in its rewards and punishments, which is one of the fundamental reasons for its sustained growth. Wise Chairman Yi. Jiang Yifeng praised with a fist salute, suddenly recalling something. He flipped over to her side, raising an eyebrow. Luwei had become quite adept at reading his subtle expressions. An arched brow from him invariably signified mischief. What is it? They have rewards, what about mine? She anticipated. After all, I was the one who initially proposed this idea. Is it unreasonable for me to seek some benefit? As he spoke, he nudged her waist with his elbow, causing her to flinch slightly. Luwei pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. It's not unreasonable. Jiang Yifeng's smile blossomed, but it quickly faltered. However, company rewards typically come in the form of bonuses. And both your bonus and salary need to be surrendered to me. So, she smiled sweetly, her implication crystal clear. Rounding it off, you're left with nothing. This. Jiang Yifeng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, then resigned with a sigh. Alas, no matter how one calculates, I can never outdo you capitalists. And you've picked up some bad habits. When did she start to become so cunning? The other party responded with a sincere smile. Providing the answer, one becomes like those they associate with. So it's my fault then? Luwei remained silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. What do you think? Alas, how disheartening. Jiang Yifeng shook his head, rolling back to face away, enveloped in silence, exuding an air of heartache. After a significant pause, seeing no response, he sighed heavily. Luwei's lips curled into a smile. Whom was she hinting at? Although the company's rewards had evaporated, in light of your assistance in resolving my dilemma, I might personally offer you a little something as a token of appreciation. As soon as the words left his lips, a certain despondent figure jolted, swiftly turning around to face him again, a fawning smile gracing his features. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hiki, what is the reward? It was a textbook case of a sudden change in demeanor. Luwei remained silent, casually retrieving a bottle of sleep essential oil from the bedside table, her long, elegant nails tapping against the glass vial. Jiang Yifeng's brightened eyes dimmed slightly. Was this truly the reward? Wasn't this something he could have before bedtime anyway? The other party raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that seemed to suggest, do you want it or not? Jiang Yifeng wished to staunchly refuse, but ultimately succumbed. shifting his body to lie on her petite abdomen. With a smile, Luwei twisted open the essential oil bottle, a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. You are threatening me. He huffed indignantly, sounding accusatory. You said this was a necessary item, and now it's turned into a reward. Who said that? You did. Jiang Yifeng extended a finger to poke her lips, correcting. No, it was the bottle that said so. Indeed, words from a beautiful woman could not be trusted. Whereas the evidence? He pressed his lips together. What evidence could he possibly present? After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered a single word. Pa. In past dialogues, Jiang Yifeng had always held the upper hand, but to his surprise, even his typically articulate self found himself at a loss for words. Luwei gently applied the oil to his temples, massaging with careful tenderness. What they say online is indeed true. What? Jiang Yifeng gazed at her lips. Those with thin lips are unfeeling. Luwei's lips, if categorized, were akin to delicate petals, appearing elegant and intellectual. He had anticipated her to make such a remark. Look at me. My lips are thicker than yours, therefore I am more affectionate, Jiang Yifeng declared, pouting to emphasize his point. That is just because your mouth is bigger. Hey, you little brat. Jiang Yifeng retracted his lips, rolling his eyes. Forget it. Today he was in a good mood and chose not to engage in a battle of wits with her. After all, with her petite mouth. How could she possibly outmatch his ironclad arguments? He was a doting husband, certainly not one to back down easily. With that thought, he closed his eyes. Are you angry? Her playful laughter danced in his ears. Then I'll comment again. You repeat your previous actions. With his eyes shut, Jiang Yifeng pouted while mumbling indistinctly. You better evaluate. The last two words had yet to escape his lips when a soft, moist touch gently descended upon him, silencing his words. Jiang Yifeng's eyes shot open, his pupils trembling as he gazed at her slightly raised face. She pursed her lips, her eyes sparkling, upon careful comparison. It is confirmed that your lips are indeed larger. You. Jiang Yifeng straightened up abruptly, the soft sensation on his lips still lingering. Who taught you to compare like that? By size and... Her words were similarly cut off by an impassioned response. Having learned from past experiences, Jiang Yifeng chose to take the initiative in the exchange. Yet, it was evident that Luwei's ability to absorb knowledge was no less formidable than his own. The verbal sparring reached an impasse, with neither side emerging victorious in that fleeting moment. They could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from one another. Any evenly matched conflict is bound to encounter a turning point. As the air was siphoned away, Luwei felt herself becoming disoriented. Yet she could unmistakably sense the fingers that once delicately caressed her chin gliding like water down her neck and collarbone. Jiang Yifeng's movement was instinctive, a primal code inherent to man being triggered. Amid the intertwining of breaths, his voice became somewhat indistinct. Yet it plucked at the taut strings of Luwei's heart, evoking a melody. Her offensive was waning, and in the wake of her opponent's relentless pursuit, it seemed she was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 107. Love is restraint. Jiang Yifeng often questioned himself. After so many years of battling in the clinical arena, having encountered countless bodies, why was he so flustered in the presence of Luwei? He felt like a novice. Of course, Luwei was also inexperienced. Events were supposed to unfold in a conventional manner. However, Luwei was exceedingly anxious, stripped of her presidential aura. She was merely an unworldly girl, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yifeng comprehended. Love is possession, yet love also demands restraint. He was no longer confronted with organs defined by professional medical terminology, but rather with a tangible presence that evoked the essence of love. Ultimately, the exploration of their romantic territory extended from the neck upwards to above the waist. A small crack was pushed open in the gateway to a new world. Jiang Yifeng finally admitted that he had spoken too freely. After all, one should yield when the time calls for it. The following day, Luwei's meeting proceeded remarkably well. On the surface, it appeared that Ye's jewelry had made concessions to facilitate cooperation. The opposing party could not afford to be unappreciative and immediately agreed to trial a small project. The fish had already taken the bait. Upon exiting the conference room, Jiang Han's smile shone brighter than the sun in the sky. I never expected this collaboration to conclude so smoothly. Yesterday, the opposing party's demeanor made me think we were up against a competitor, yet we managed to secure the deal. Yes, it has been quite effortless. Luwei, however, bore an evident concern. Naturally, Jiang Han, who was behind her pushing the wheelchair, remained oblivious to her distraction. This is all thanks to your strategic planning, President Yi. along with the efforts of old Ma and old Lu, she continued. Of course, Mr. Jiang's contribution should not be overlooked. He alleviated your inner turmoil, which is equally commendable. Yi Luwei's body stiffened. The mention of chest conjured images of the exhilarating moments from the previous day. After Jiang Han finished speaking, she noticed Yi Luwei glance at her, hesitating as if she wished to speak. Moments later, she heard Yi Luwei say, in fact, the initial proposal for this project came from him. I remarked how composed you seemed today, President Yi. It turns out Mr. Jiang provided you with counsel. Please refrain from using the word chest, Yi Luwei interjected, raising her hand to cut off her flattery. When did this girl become so eloquent? Inform the finance department to distribute rewards to the R&D and marketing teams. Based on a tiered system, she instructed. Got it. Jiang Han squinted with delight. A tiered system, you say? That's a substantial sum. If the participants receive such rewards, what must be the compensation for the principal contributors? However, given the relationship between Mr. Jiang and President Yi, it was clear that the rewards would not be monetary. What could it be if not money? She pondered. Oh, it's so difficult to guess. Upon hearing Jiang Han's light laughter behind her, Yi Luwei turned to glance at her, causing her to immediately cease her amusement. Nuisance. Upon returning to her room, Jiang Yifeng was already packing his belongings. You're back. How did it go? Very smoothly. The contract has been signed. Yi Luwei observed his actions of packing with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, where are you headed? Just as I was about to mention it, the R&D department suddenly called for an all-hands meeting, and I must return promptly. In truth, it was Ma Shua who informed him that Xiao Xiao had sought him out and insisted on a meeting. You took a leave of absence. Yet you still need to go? After all, I have only recently joined the company. I prefer not to make a fuss. He had already closed his suitcase. You won't be returning tonight. It seems there is a gathering this evening. You've been under considerable stress lately. It would be beneficial for you to unwind here. I will tidy up at home, and I shall come to fetch you the day after tomorrow. The journey home alone would take nearly 3 hours, and returning thereafter would be rather taxing. Moreover, he needed time to glean insights regarding Huijing jewelry through Xiao Xiao. Jiang Yifeng stood up, flashing a grin. Understood. Yi Luwei pouted slightly and returned to the vanity, opening her laptop to begin processing documents. As he was about to leave, she added, do take care on the road. Jiang Yifeng turned back, tousling her hair. Remember to tell me when you miss me. A day apart does not make it so easy to miss someone. He merely smiled at her. After closing the door, he happened upon Jiang Han, who was returning with some snacks. Are you going to binge watch again? There's a new show out that's quite captivating. Jiang Han grinned, noticing the suitcase in Jiang Yifeng's hand. Are you leaving? No rewards for us? Yes, there's something going on in the R&D department. By the way, could I trouble you to keep Yizong company tonight? He smiled, explaining that it would be rather dull for her to be alone. Of course, Jiang Han replied, lifting the snacks. I'll keep Yizong entertained. Don't worry. Outside of work, she felt no need to be formal around Yizong. They were simply friends. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the bag and nodded. I appreciate it, but please refrain from giving her ice cream or anything spicy. Got it. The R&D department had quite the revelation today. Ma Shua was approached by someone unexpectedly. During their weekly meeting, which focused on analyzing various issues within the department, a timid girl stood at the door when it was knocked upon. She appeared youthful and delicate, resembling a university student. While the others were unfamiliar with her, Ma Shua instantly recognized her. Isn't that Xiao Xiao? What brings her here? Before anyone could speak, Ma Shua hurriedly stood and led her outside. The R&D team erupted in whispers. Oh my, where did this pure girl come from? You must be Supervisor Ma. We met before, back at. Observing the curious gazes, Ma Shua quickly pulled her aside. You know me? Zhou Qi mentioned 2 individuals from Ye's jewelry who saved him. But he didn't catch their names. He described your appearances, so I came here to inquire. In such a large company, how did you manage to find me? Ma Shua was somewhat perplexed. How would you describe it? Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. I seem to have forgotten how to describe it. At that time, Zhou Qi had mentioned to her that one of the 2 individuals was tall, slender, and handsome, while the other was a burly man with a bushy beard, exuding a rough demeanor that made him appear rather menacing. She had simply inquired with passers-by at the entrance. Is it really that straightforward? Ma Shua questioned. Is his appearance truly so striking? No, she replied. When they told me that the man was named Lu Tao, I sought him out, but he said it wasn't him. He suggested that the person I was looking for might be you, which led me here. Upon meeting him, Xiao Xiao was certain that he was indeed the person she had been searching for. Gazing at the robust man before her, Tears welled up in her eyes, and she suddenly knelt down, saying, "Manager Ma Dan, thank you for saving Zhou Qi." Ma Shuo hurriedly supported her, saying, "No, no, that's unnecessary. Wait, who calls me Ma Dan?" Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Xiao Xiao explained, "The person told me your name is Ma Dan." With Dan meaning indifferent to fame and fortune, Ma Shuo's expression darkened. "Lu Tao, I curse you." Chapter 108. Taking advantage and running away. The members of the research department were bewildered. Through the glass, they observed the tearful Xiao Xiao, resembling a wilting flower, kneeling before the visibly enraged Ma Shuo. A Navi girl weeping at the company, and a heartless man glaring at her. What a klitsch plot straight out of a low-quality web drama. Whispers filled the air. Luo Wan, resting his chin on his hand, remarked, "I never imagined old Ma would have such luck with the ladies. However, this girl's taste seems rather peculiar." Ma Shuo felt the weight of numerous gazes fixed upon him. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The person who saved your boyfriend hasn't returned yet. Perhaps you should. Leave for now?" "Thank you," Xiao Xiao said, wiping her tears and bowing repeatedly. "I will wait for him here. You go on with your business. I won't disturb you." With that, she timidly stepped aside. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng sent a message, informing him that Zhou Qi's surgery had been successfully completed. He was to go directly to the hospital upon his return the day after tomorrow. Ma Shuo, isn't it a coincidence that she came to me? Believing Jiang Yifeng was in the city, Ma Shuo thought this was a perfect opportunity for a face-to-face discussion. Jiang Yifeng also recognized the importance of seizing the moment and replied, "Wait for me," before heading to the company. Engaging in direct conversation was far more impactful than arranging a meeting later. Under the curious stares of the women, Ma Shuo ushered Xiao Xiao into the department and found her an empty seat. Old Ma felt a pang of anguish, unable to explain the situation. He could only maintain a stern demeanor, saying, "Let us not linger on this. Everyone should attend to their own tasks." Naturally, few paid heed to his words. Ma Shuo only had authority in decision-making, while others often regarded him as a source of amusement. Observing the timid Xiao Xiao, the women, driven by gossip, flocked to her side, offering drinks, water, and tissues. "Dear, how old are you?" 22. The others glanced at Ma Shuo. "What is your profession?" For the first time, Xiao Xiao felt the warmth of the office, despite her social anxiety. She answered honestly, "I am currently a jewelry designer." All eyes turned to Ma Shuo, who suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The narrative of a heartless man luring an innocent girl into the workforce flashed through everyone's minds. Ma Shuo stammered, "No, why is everyone looking at me like that? Our relationship is not what you think." Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. "Yes, we are not in that kind of relationship. Manager Ma has helped me, and I am here to repay him. Every notorious man begins with an act of kindness." Ma Shuo felt the weight of despair and clicked on his music player. A raspy yet emotive song filled the research department office. "Come back soon, I cannot bear it alone." Jiang Yifeng had just settled into his car when he sneezed shortly after setting off. With a mix of annoyance and amusement, he chuckled to himself. Who was it that claimed they wouldn't miss someone? Hadn't he just left, and already he found himself thinking of her? Are women truly so contradictory in their words and actions? At this moment, Luwei sneezed, rubbed the goosebumps that had risen on her arms, and sniffed her nose. Could it be that she caught a cold from last night's chill? Pondering this, she spat out a soft tch. Are all men like this? They take advantage and then depart. Knock, knock, knock. The door to her room was rapped upon. She approached to open it, and found Jiang Han holding a large pile of snacks. "President Yi, Mr. Jiang specifically asked me to keep you company before he left. Would you care to watch a drama with me?" Jiang Han smiled. "I have a delightful romantic series to share." As she spoke, her eyes narrowed in excitement. The female lead was utterly captivating, and her romantic skills were truly something one could never master in a lifetime. Luwei surveyed the empty room and nodded, "All right." She was merely bored, certainly not yearning to watch a romantic drama, much less learn any romantic techniques. On the road back to the capital, there were no speed limits. Jiang Yifeng nearly pressed the accelerator to the floor and finally returned to the office just before the end of the workday. At that moment, Xiao Xiao had spent the afternoon chatting with the lively ladies, her social anxiety gradually melting away in the warmth of their company. As Jiang Yifeng entered the RD department, he was met with two contrasting scenes, one filled with radiant, smiling beauties, and the other depicting a weary, middle-aged man. Upon seeing him arrive, Ma Shuo, who appeared to have been on a long journey, brightened instantly and nearly lunged at him. "Old Jiang, say something." Furrowing his brows, Jiang Yifeng pushed him away. Who are you acting cute with? What is going on? Where is Xiao Xiao? Ma Shuo pointed. And Jiang Yifeng's gaze fell upon the petite figure seated amidst the crowd. Xiao Xiao had also noticed Jiang Yifeng and quickly stood up, approaching him with a bow. Good day, benefactor. I am Xiao Xiao. Shou Qi hello, Jiang Yifeng, he replied politely, gesturing for her to speak privately. The two of them stepped outside together. Ma Shuo finally regained his usual boisterous demeanor, exclaiming, Now do you believe me? I have nothing to do with her. It's all about Xiao Jiang. I told you. A young girl's tastes can't be that heavy. If it's Xiao Jiang, then it makes sense. Ma Shuo blushed instantly. You're being double standard. Hearing the laughter from the room behind him, Jiang Yifeng turned to Xiao Xiao. Zhou Qi has awakened, hasn't he? Yes, he has, thanks to you. Xiao Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears at the thought of Zhou Qi opening his eyes. If it weren't for you, he might have you or our benefactor. As she spoke, she attempted to kneel. Wait. Jiang Yifeng quickly helped her up. He is fine now. And please, don't call me benefactor. I'm older than you. Just call me Brother Jiang. Ma Shuo emerged, still looking somewhat disgruntled. Jiang Yifeng patted his back to ease his breath, then smiled. Xiao Xiao? Since everyone is here, I'll be straightforward. Our assistance cannot come without compensation. You know how much Zhou Qi's surgery cost? We will need something in return. Xiao Xiao was certainly aware of this principle. As she gazed at the two robust men before her, she clenched her fists, pondering how she might show her gratitude. Observing her tense and slightly trembling figure, Jiang Yifeng and Ma Shuo exchanged a glance, wondering if the girl had misunderstood the situation. Although such occurrences are not uncommon in reality, they considered themselves to be honorable gentlemen. Jiang Yifeng refrained from responding directly to her and instead posed another question. Today, you had a chance to experience the R&D department of Yes Jewelry. What are your impressions? The older sisters there are quite interesting and very warm-hearted, Xiao Xiao replied, biting her lip. It is infinitely better than the office I am currently in. They seem to have taken a liking to you as well, Jiang Yifeng remarked, nudging Ma Shuo with his elbow. Supervisor, it's your turn to speak. After all, the R&D department falls under Ma Shuo's purview, and I mustn't overstep. Ah yes. Those older sisters do seem quite fond of you. I have seen your design sketches before. They are rather innovative. So, would you be interested in switching to our company? Chapter 109. Woman, are you playing with fire? Jiang Yifeng had anticipated that Ma Shuo would indulge in some preamble, perhaps extolling her talents that ought not to be obscured, or suggesting that she seek a stage befitting her abilities. To his surprise, Ma Shuo directly proposed whether she would consider switching to their company. Jiang Yifeng cast a puzzled glance at Ma Shuo, wondering if such candor was perhaps too brazen. The latter lowered his voice, asserting that sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Had she forgotten? Xiao Xiao, initially trembling with anxious thoughts, froze upon hearing his words, her large eyes blinking in disbelief. Me? She gasped. Had she not come to express gratitude to her benefactors? How had the conversation suddenly shifted to a job change? And at Yes Jewelry, a company that countless designers aspired to join. We have meticulously reviewed your design drafts and found your creative ideas to be remarkably innovative, Jiang Yifeng interjected, striving to render his words more official. Our department is preparing a project, and your design style aligns perfectly with our needs. Hence, we wish to discuss a potential collaboration. During our investigation into your background, we uncovered your challenges. To ensure you can immerse yourself fully in design, we arranged for Zhou Qi's medical treatment, which he should have informed you about. He did mention it, Xiao Xiao said, intertwining her fingers. But I don't have any renowned works, and my qualifications barely meet the company's threshold. I, an ordinary person, often met with obstacles, suddenly receiving the favor of a large corporation. Her initial response was not exhilaration, but self-doubt. Could she truly fulfill the demands of this position? Do not underestimate yourself. Jiang Yifeng wished to offer a reassuring pat on her shoulder, but reconsidered, finding it too flippant, and instead patted Ma Shuo on the back. You lack works at present, so create them. Yes Jewelry provides you with this platform. If your designs bear the name Yes Jewelry, it is akin to being gilded. This is an unspoken truth in the design community. Furthermore, I do not believe that academic credentials are indicative of one's abilities. Jiang Yifeng glanced at Ma Shuo. Am I not correct, Manager Ma? Absolutely, Ma Shuo affirmed, nodding earnestly. Our research and development department's hiring criteria prioritize divergent design thinking, and your style aligns with that standard. Having faced numerous setbacks since graduating, this marks Xiao Zhao's second acknowledgement, and ironically, both instances were from these two individuals. Academic qualifications do not equate to capability. Create works if you have none. These two phrases echoed in her mind. As a young woman with aspirations, the opportunity now lay before her, and she could not dismiss it. Xiao Xiao inhaled deeply. If I can alleviate the burdens of my benefactors, I am willing. Do not refer to us as benefactors. You will need to repay this amount. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Creating value for Ye's jewelry is the return we seek. Xiao Xiao nodded earnestly. I will strive to do my best. In that moment, she felt a resurgence of the fervor she had experienced when she first ventured into jewelry design. However, before you officially join us, I hope you can assist us in investigating a particular matter. Jiang Yifeng approached, maintaining a respectful distance, and lowered her voice to convey a whispered message. Upon hearing her, Xiao Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. As she turned to leave, Ma Shuo leaned closer, questioning her lack of fear regarding the possibility of Jiang Yifeng informing Huijing jewelry. Jiang Yifeng shook her head, asserting her confidence in the matter. Are you so certain? Ma Shuo pressed. In dire circumstances, some may lack only money, while others crave recognition. Should someone offer both, they may become a steadfast ally. Xiao Xiao is a devoted supporter of Ye's jewelry. Ma Shuo was taken aback, saying, Xiao Jiang, your talents are wasted in the RD department. Excuse me? Jiang Yifeng replied. With your knack for understanding people's motives, you ought to consider becoming a boss. You could easily leave your subordinates bewildered. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. But wouldn't it be better for me to deceive the boss while providing benefits for everyone? Deceiving the boss? Perhaps not. Ma Shuo waved his hand dismissively. President Yi is not someone you can easily fool. Is that so? Ha ha. Jiang Yifeng's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ma Shuo confidently stated. No one has ever managed to deceive President Yi. Jiang Yifeng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. The two then sought out Lu Tao to check on the progress at his end. As Ma Shuo entered the marketing department, he was met with a mocking voice. Oh, ISNT, that supervisor Ma Dan? What brings you here? Ma Shuo retorted sharply. Lu Tao, you scoundrel. Did I not just have a few words with you yesterday? And now you start calling me nicknames? I merely pointed out your indifference to fame and fortune. Is there anything wrong with that? Lu Tao grinned as he walked over and patted Jiang Yifeng on the shoulder. Xiao Jiang, am I not praising him? Jiang Yifeng interjected. Don't involve me in your squabbles. Coughing lightly, she redirected the conversation. Brother Lu, about the investigation you were conducting. Lu Tao handed over a folder. I had someone look into the raw stone suppliers for Huijing's factory and discovered discrepancies in their supply prices. Logically, a company of Huijing's scale shouldn't have access to such levels. Jiang Yifeng perused the documents, her brow furrowing. So, it is likely that these are bulk purchases distributed afterwards? Lu Tao nodded. However, in the capital, apart from us, there shouldn't be such a large demand. It may be from outside regions. Cross-regional business warfare, then? Jiang Yifeng mused, gripping the folder. Brother Lu, I will need you to dig deeper. That's trivial. He replied nonchalantly. Woman, you are playing with fire. In a sultry voice, a striking figure was pushed onto the sofa, subsequently pinned down by a robust physique. Long Yexiao. Don't do this. The woman, with tear-streaked cheeks, appeared frail under the weight. Long Yeshu merely chuckled, finding it absurd to resist a gift so willingly offered, and leaned in for a kiss. Ah, so handsome. Outside the screen, Jiang Han's feet danced uncontrollably with excitement as she stuffed handfuls of chips into her mouth. Luwei wore a skeptical expression, resembling an elderly commuter on the subway. Is this truly the romantic drama you speak of? The domineering dragon lord's little wife. Upon hearing that name, an unsettling feeling washed over her. After taking a closer look, the discomfort only intensified. This is utterly absurd. No. A fairy should not resort to such expletives. What on earth is this? Jiang Han nodded, remarking on how striking the male lead was. He was undeniably handsome. With abs that could serve as a washboard, Luwei pressed her palm against her forehead, contemplating whether her secretary had lost her senses and if she should consider a replacement. As for those so-called romantic techniques, all she perceived were endless insinuations. The female protagonist was ruthless, an invincible force in her own right. Yet before Long Yexiao, she resembled a delicate little wife. Do you know why, President Yi? Because the narrative demands it? No. Jiang Han shook her head. It is only through a calculated display of vulnerability that a man's possessive and protective instincts can be ignited, thus allowing one to receive his tenderness. Chapter 110. Subtle Temptations. Luwei was perplexed by how Jiang Han could derive such insights from this mindless flirtation. All she perceived was a sense of insincerity and pretentiousness. Observing the woman beside her, whose eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, she suddenly grasped the notion that human imagination knows no bounds. Why does it feel as if she is not merely yielding, but rather enticing? Jiang Han seized a can of beverage and drank voraciously. Luwei nodded, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Sometimes, in the right atmosphere, yielding could indeed be a subtle form of seduction. What was that saying again? Jiang Han abruptly halted her words, chuckling. I'd better not say any more. If Mr. Jiang finds out, he will surely accuse me of leading you astray. The tantalizing sensation of unfinished thoughts stirred Luwei's curiosity. Just say it. He need not know, she urged, intrigued. Well, Jiang Han lowered her voice, leaning closer. They say online, overt advances are easily evaded, but subtle seductions are hard to resist. Luwei felt a rush of warmth to her ears. What on earth is this? Observing the usually composed woman blush, Jiang Han squinted playfully, realizing that even the formidable Yi Zong could succumb to shyness when the topic turned intimate. Yet, noting that her companion was not deterred and was instead blinking with interest, she understood that Yi Zong was eager for more. Ah, the whims of young hearts, who doesn't he understand them? Mr. Jiang, you ought to express your gratitude to me. Jiang Han continued, explaining that subtle seduction involves expressing one's affections through small gestures and glances, showcasing the allure of femininity. As she spoke, she gestured towards the projection screen. Of course, we cannot always rely on men to take the initiative. Prolonged effort can be exhausting. Sometimes, we women must be a bit proactive too, as mutual investment is essential for true joy in such matters. After finishing her thought, Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, her expression suggesting an unspoken understanding. Such matters Luwei reflected, feeling her cheeks flush. She needed something to cool down and reached for the ice cream beside her. No, you cannot have that, Jiang Han interjected, gathering the treats to her side. According to the calendar, you really shouldn't tea. The most arduous days of the month are approaching. Even the strongest woman can be afflicted by the most basic rhythms of life. Yet, how did he know about this? Luwei glanced at Jiang Han, pondering. I didn't say a word, Jiang Han replied, a smirk gracing her lips. Such matters were hardly fit for a secretary to divulge. I've figured it out. Jiang Han suddenly snapped her fingers, echoing the sentiments found online. There's no such thing as a steel straight man. They simply don't wish to expend effort. Those who love you will pay attention to every detail about you. With a look of envy, she turned to Luwei. So, Yi Zong, Mr. Jiang truly adores you. Have you received payment from him? Luwei shot her a sideways glance. Why does it seem like you are speaking on his behalf today? Just speaking the truth, Jiang Han replied candidly. Jiang Han finally averted her gaze, and no one knows this better than you. Luwei reflected on her words, recalling the myriad of thoughtful gestures Jiang Yifeng had shown her in their daily lives, which indeed felt remarkably meticulous. Cradling her face, she gazed at the ice cream on the table, conceding, all right, if I don't eat it, then so be it. Jiang Han chuckled softly, truly embodying the adage that one thing can conquer another. If you find this drama uninteresting, would you like me to suggest another? Luwei's eyes flitted through the exaggerated storyline, shaking her head. No, this one is quite enjoyable. Ma Shuo and Lu Tao felt it had been an eternity since they last saw Jiang Yifeng, and they were determined to keep him for a gathering. However, it is well known that most men are rather aimless when it comes to choosing a venue for such occasions. Typically, the dialogue goes as follows. Shall we go out? Where to? I don't know. Let us just head out first. Thus, the three gentlemen found themselves momentarily at a loss on the street. Ultimately, when it came to drinking, Jiang Yifeng opted for coffee over alcohol, and the trio discovered a relatively renowned CAF. After taking a sip of his coffee, Ma Shuo remarked, it feels somewhat odd for three men to be sipping coffee together. I still think drinking is more suitable. Jiang Yifeng smiled. No can do. I have to drive to find my wife later. I'll drink when I return. As he spoke, he snapped a photo of his coffee and a small cake to share. Ah, one can't help but notice your frequent mention of wife. How pungent, Lu Tao observed. Noticing the wallpaper on his phone, squinting at it. Is that a wedding photo? Quite nice. Indeed, Jiang Yifeng replied, handing over his phone. The wallpaper depicted a silhouette of him and Luwei sitting on the grass, nestled together, gazing at the vibrant layers of Qixia Mountain in the distance. It was a profoundly evocative image. Ma Shuo examined it. Why doesn't your sister-in-law show her face? I still don't know what she looks like. She's rather shy, Jiang Yifeng chuckled. I'll make sure to introduce her to you in the future. Lu Tao snatched the phone from Ma Shuo's hands. Isn't that Qixia Mountain? Yes, the scenery there is quite enchanting this season. Did you not see President Yi there? I noticed her social media. She seems to have gone there for a meeting. Ma Shuo chimed in. I saw that post as well. I didn't expect President Yu's husband to be so romantic. That little grass ring is quite charming. Speaking of rings, Jiang Yifeng suddenly recalled something and quickly retrieved a design sketch from his phone. Ma Gu, Lu Gu, could you take a look at this for me? It was a simple hand-drawn sketch, outlining the ring's silhouette and some components. Given the limited conditions at Qishao Mountain, this was sketched on his tablet. Asking him was futile. He wouldn't understand a thing. Ma Shuo directly brought the phone before him, causing Lu Tao to roll his eyes in exasperation, yet feeling helpless. This ring is for the wedding band. Isn't it? Ah, the wedding bands. I find myself in a perpetual state of discomfort regarding their design. Individually, they are quite appealing, yet when paired, they seem to lack cohesion. When it comes to wedding bands, one cannot design them as one would a conventional ring. Instead, one must embrace the concept of variations within unity. For instance, the band itself could feature a shared texture across both rings, with the men's band emphasizing strength through angular forms or bold lines, while the women's band could embody delicacy through graceful curves or embellishments of gemstones. Jiang Yifeng nodded in agreement, attentively listening. However, who is this ring intended for? It seems there are no recent occasions to celebrate. Well, he scratched his head. I intend to design a set for my wife and myself. The other two paused, bewildered. Haven't you already tied the knot? Yes, we have. But previously, due to certain circumstances, I wasn't able to provide her with much. Now that my situation has improved, I wish to make amends. Jiang Yifeng concluded his explanation with a sheepish smile. Ma Shuo clicked his tongue, exclaiming, the notions of you young ones are truly perplexing. Lu Tao, who had been silently observing, suddenly interjected. Do you have a wife? No, I do not. Then what do you know about it? Lu Tao crossed his arms, emphasizing the importance of ritual. Ma Shuo furrowed his brows. And you are suddenly enlightened? The other retorted with a smirk. I have a wife, so I certainly understand. Unlike some people, Jiang Yifeng quietly withdrew his phone, anticipating the onset of yet another playful debate between the two. At that moment, Luwei replied to him with a voice message. He intended to long press to convert it to text, but a slight tremor in his finger caused the message to play instead. A gentle voice emanated from the earpiece. The tension between the two men dissipated momentarily, their bodies stiffening at the sound.